I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders. To let you know this is here to support you. The blend. 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 Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna bad, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
We know the battle between age-old rivals and the new kids on the block. We know the battle between defeated champions and uncrowned kings. But what about the battles no one speaks of? What about the battles that arise only when they're seconds away, when the pressure is on, and when things become dire? Because every pro player's worst nightmare is facing their own demons when they have something to prove and everything to lose. Will fear win today? We find out on VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. We have got teams looking to prove that they can indeed beat their own demons, some unfinished business here and there, and the pressure of being in the danger zone of elimination. Let's take a good look at what's in store for us today on the Updraft. Welcome, ladies and gents. We are approaching the middle, actually, of VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. It is week 2 now, and gentlemen, I think the time for, warming up, the time for a little bit of, it's okay, it's a little bit early, that is not present anymore here on week 2. Fluffy G10 joining me here on the panel as we break down, things are getting a little bit dire here today. Some teams are backed into a corner right now. It's going to get a little bit trickier for these teams to climb their way up the standings if they don't really prove themselves today. And you guys ready? You guys ready for these matches? We were discussing them a little bit earlier, and we were talking about some very interesting storylines, Fluffy. It's going to be really exciting today, I think.
Yeah, for sure. We're opening up today with a lot of great teams. A lot of the teams, as you mentioned, are kind of in that middle of the pack situation, some of which have the potential to propel to the top, but majority of the games today will be reassurance for a lot of the top teams, knowing that maybe one team might bite the dust to say, but other than that, there are a lot of other teams also that will fall into tiebreakers and such. So it's a lot of tense matches because, like you mentioned, being at the second week already for group stages, there's a lot on the line.
That's absolutely right. And as we check out the series highlights from yesterday, G10, we had two teams that have pretty much been on a roll. They don't need to worry about all of that, being backed into a corner kind of thing. Starting with, of course, Alpha Esports Pro. After the rocky day 2 start, they've gotten rid of the first week jitters, and now team after team is falling to them.
Exactly. Alpha Esports Pro, as you can see on your series highlights, they are currently dismantling Oasis Gaming. Sorry, Fluffy, for that. But they have just really been one of the most consistent teams that we've seen so far, other than, Team Secret. Even Coach Fade from Team Secret acknowledged that AE Pro is looking like the most consistent team that they've seen so far to date in this stage. So there are quite a lot of expectations on them and on their match for today. Of course, they're still going to be taken seriously. No sitting on laurels here for them. But, the rest of the team, not just Qeon and Jin, do seem to be, holding their own.
Yeah, and Team Secret, of course, was the second match, still undefeated at Stage 2. Again, Alpha Esports and Team Secret seem to be like the star students currently. But I think something else that we have to bring up here was, of course, they're very, very happy Alpha Esports boys there. But Fluffy, we had a couple of surprise fades yesterday, and I think coming from the most unexpected players too.
Right. So we see not only is a team like Alpha Esports being just such solid in team play, but also they're not relying on that single strategy that they mostly relied on for the previous times that we've seen them. We've seen Qeon Sanity now yesterday playing that fade on Haven against Oasis Gaming, choosing to adjust to a more supportive role because they have new players like Jin in the mix to help alleviate a lot of that duelist role from Qeon Sanity. So it's a good mix from that team. And other teams are also starting to pick it up. Yesterday, we saw Fade's Jesse Vash play it instead of the normal Sova role that you expected on. It brings a different dynamic. And as Coach Fade during the interview yesterday mentioned, it's just something that fit well and they had fun with the comp. And they decided this is a good idea to bring out in VCT because they do have that luxury to kind of test things out before they move on to the playoffs because they have a very solid lead so far.
That's right. The surprise fades weren't just in-game. We also got a surprise fade, I believe, on the interview because I think he's here now in the Philippines, right? I believe that he managed to make the flight on over, and I think Laika was asking him about his favorite Filipino food, which we don't have an answer to yet. I think we have an unofficial answer on Twitter. Gotta monitor that. I think that's very important to find out what kind of buff Team Secret is operating on in Stage 2. But yeah, G10, I also want to get your opinion on this brand new agent, on brand new, players. I mean, I think it was really, really fun to see Jesse Vash, known as Sovash. Suddenly, I can't come up with a good mashup of his name with Fade at the moment. I was trying. I was trying.
Jesse Fade? Fade Vash?
It doesn't work. Never mind. But I want to get your opinions on how these players manage to adapt, especially since their identity is so shaped around being mains of certain agents.
Well, I don't think, honestly, that at this level you can be, quote unquote a main of an agent, or at least pick it every single time. Even Qeon Sanity. We've been seeing him on that fade yesterday. I think he was a fade in game 1, and as you know it, as we've been talking about it, Vash on fade. Now I do quite like that a lot of players are finding a lot of expression in new characters, a lot of freedom, and they're experimenting a bit, just like in Team Secret. And I do think the Insanity was experimenting a little bit too hard in that first game, but I do love to see that they're kind of moving away from what makes them known for the benefit of the team, for the benefit of their goals in general, and not just kind of relying on those comfort picks that, to be honest, have been read quite a bit since they're so famous on that.
Right, and to add on what G10 has mentioned, I feel like personally there's a lot of value in a team having the capacity, like the players itself being so flexible that they can pick up an agent so quickly. But also, even though it's not something that they've necessarily mastered because they don't have the reps on that agent, throwing something new into the mix has its own intrinsic value, as the opponents now have something new that they have to deal with, which is probably something that they're not as used to, and for sure that they're not 100% sure how to properly play against. So even though it might be a risk to take on for your team, it might be one of those risk management situations where it's probably worth it, especially if you're up ahead like Team Secret.
Yeah, I'm actually going to jump back into that a little bit later, Fluffy. You brought up a really good point. But speaking of risk management, we don't have any risk management to worry about here because we are backed by such wonderful sponsors. We want to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here to the Philippines. And of course, VCT Stage 2 is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
Right, and we would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with up to speeds of 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new TUF-F15 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash into action with the TUF-F15's thin and light and stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and RTX graphics with MUX switch and powerful DDR5 memory. Go to ph.rog.gg/RGXVCT2022 for more information about the TUF-F15, or you can click the link in the comments or the description down below.
Yeah, it should be somewhere there, guys. It's not
Yes, it's right there.
not too inconvenient. Yeah, there it is. And you guys can also head on over to our other streams for a lot more character, I guess, and very, very unexpected and very an interesting experience, so to say. You can head on over to the Filipino broadcast on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube, while for the English broadcast, equally as interesting. We do have some. We do have Asarai on the English broadcast, and that's an experience as well.
Ooh.
Although I think he's moving over to the Filipino broadcast.
Do we?
Today. Yeah. Ooh, crossover time. But yes, we are on Twitch, YouTube, and Vera Esports as well. And of course, right now, I think most of you guys are watching on Valorant Esports 3. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, heading into our format, just to give you guys a little bit of a refresher of how Stage 2 is going. We have the top 6 teams advancing to the playoffs. The top 2 will be representing the region in the regional qualifiers, and 1 team will be crowned VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines champion. Single round robin format, and this is really interesting because teams face off against each other just once with no rematches. It comes with its own challenges, and Fluffy, you mentioned earlier, like teams need to adapt quickly and change up their playbooks, and I think we've been seeing a lot of teams actually become a bit more intrinsic in that they're focusing more on how they play as a team rather than against a specific opponent.
Right. It's a lot of value to really know your own game plan and have that solid base. But I feel like, especially now moving on to, now that we're in week 2, essentially, there is a lot of more opportunity now that you've seen the adjustments of teams coming into the stage to really see how they also play, how they adjust against certain teams, because a big factor in a league series like this is also knowing thy enemy. So being able to watch other people's games, other people's strategies, because of the single round robin format, it gives you a lot of opportunity for other teams, not necessarily your own or your fan favorite, to expose a lot of chinks in their armor, and with knowing their weaknesses, you might be able to play off it in your games to come.
Right, and looking at the standings that we have, I mean, we kind of already know who the powerhouses are. That's like loud and clear as day. I kind of want to turn the attention to, the lower half of the standings, because to say the least, G10, this is very different from Stage 1 just a few months ago.
Yeah, it looks like an absolute shakeup has happened here on VCT Stage 2. Bren Esports in the second half, in the lower half of the bracket. When have you ever seen that? I don't think I've seen that in a long time. But technically, they are, tied for 4th with with Oasis. They got 2-2. South Built, we're gonna be seeing them later on in 1-3. That is not what we kind of expected going into the stage at all. They look like the dominating force, coming into Stage 2, but now look how the mighty have fallen, and just it's kind of a David versus Goliath situation, at least for now, but they still have a chance to make it out. Now Naos, though, very, very small chance of them making it out, but it's still very possible. But they do need to win every single one of their games from now on.
Right, and to add what Jitan mentioned earlier about the bracket, it really looks like the bracket that, like Dax mentioned previously, is what people expected during Stage 1, and really it looks like compared to the stage 1 bracket that it's on its head. Naos Esports, who led the forefront of this entire year, is now at the very bottom, and Team Secret, who unfortunately was eliminated earlier on in the stage 1 Challenger series, is now on the top. So it really shows not only the adjustment of the teams itself, but also which teams have the most adaptability on the patch, because with an ever-changing game like Valorant, a big difference not only with the time is the meta shift. So now that we're playing on 4.0.8 patch, it allows a lot of teams to express themselves more with more varieties of agents and lineups, not just because Fade is a new agent that's in the pool, but we see even teams like South Built Esports, who we'll see shortly, they've played very interesting comps where they have no duelists, or they have other teams like Naos Esports trying a similar thing with multiple initiators. A lot of teams just having more room to experiment, and it seems like the top teams are really the ones who can take advantage of the current situation.
That's what makes a game like Valorant so exciting, because we have such a dynamic scene. Suddenly a patch comes in and your favorite team might not be the favorite, in a tournament like this. And looking at our match schedule right now, we are definitely gonna have our eyes on South Built Esports and Naos Esports right now, G10, because they're kind of, like as Fluffy mentioned earlier, backed into a corner a little bit. And we mentioned how, it was a shakeup from stage 1, but the real question was stage 1 actually the shakeup, and are things actually, is balance being restored to the force, so to say?
Oh, that's a good question, Mika Fabs, because honestly, it does seem like a lot of the teams are stepping up. A lot of the teams that we kind of didn't expect to be so good are at the forefront. I mean, I'm talking specifically about AE Pro, who, we kind of were looking at like, oh, they have, Qeon and Jin, but these other teams are so, they're really good responding to such aggressive guys like those. But no, AE Pro has run their double duelist to all perfection so far, and I do want to see how SB will be dealing with that, considering that they are, a little bit unlucky in the things that have happened to them in this stage so far. RRQ versus Naos, of course, is kind of the last chance for one or both of those teams, depending on how well the other teams do. So it needs to be now where Naos gets the win and starts to fight back for playoffs contention.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of time to talk about that a little later on. But we are actually taking a very, very quick break. But when we return, we are taking a look at Alpha Esports Pro and South Built Esports on VCTPH. Be back in a few.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Things will switch. People there quick. Now they want to move on the bits. Boy want to go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news.
Welcome back to VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. We have got our first series of the day, and it's going to be South Built Esports versus Alpha Esports Pro. And G10, these teams, I mean, there is some history between them. This isn't the first time these teams have met. Oh, how are you doing that? What do you call it?
Ventriloquism?
Yeah, ventriloquism. Right. Amazing. I'm sorry. He looks like I saw this on the chat yesterday. He looks like an ID picture.
It's like a placeholder.
It's a G10 standing.
I'm sure that G10 was trying to say that SBE is the type of team that we know has these slow starts. But in my opinion, I feel like is it a little too late is the question for them. It is already the second week. There's only X amount of games to go, and they are kind of in that danger zone that we mentioned. And now that they're back into this corner, the question remains this game if they're going to fight like a wild animal out of it, or if they're just going to stay there and unfortunately be lowering their standing overall this tournament. Because we know that this team, the old guard, is one of those teams that just has that veterancy that is really understated. I know we use it a lot, but to be calm under pressure, to know what to do in situations from experience is a lot of value to add for your team. And they're facing off against one of the teams this stage, which we haven't seen in a while. I think the last time we saw them is on VCT Stage 3 Challengers, which I think is what G10 was mentioning, that they've played against each other twice before, and they're currently at a 1-1, with a fun fact being that they've both got a 2-0. It's always been a two-game series. So will we see a map 3 this series? I'm not that sure. But what I am sure of is that Alpha Esports Pro is looking very strong. And like what Secret Fate mentioned yesterday, is the type of team that not only looks strong, but has remained very consistent after that, maybe that jittery start that you mentioned earlier, Mika.
Right. And now we're going to have a look at Stage 1's champion, now possibly back into a corner, South Built Esports. Let's take a closer look at the boys from the South. Stage 1's champion now in a bit of a tricky situation. Although, Fluffy, this is something that we expected, since we did talk about there being two SBAs in a way. We have the group stage SBA and we have the playoffs SBA.
right? But the big question is, will they make it to playoffs? This team has really
Yeah.
showed their strengths time and time again. They are one of, if not the most stable teams that we have on the esports scene, at least for Valorant. But this stage isn't really showing the best for them. They have hard hitters. They have players like Pro, Ja, Micro, Aziz, but they are a six-man roster. So they also have players like Flippy and Papi Chulo on the side to support. A lot of the forefront comes to the action-starred players, but there are still those solid players like Flippy and Micro that really hold the team together at times. Flippy, especially for me, is one of those players that when you play against him in the server, at least from my experience back in the coaching days, he really disrupted a lot of your plans because he was holding angles so well, and he really defended not only the flanks but got so much impact and value from his team in general. But it's going to be a tough challenge for them as South Built Esports is currently 0-3, which is an unfortunate standing to be in nonetheless. But it is their chance right now to prove that the comeback potential is real, and they're going to have to face off Alpha Esports.
Would you say that their current performance in the group stages, would you say that was something that was expected, or was it like, it shouldn't have been, I guess the scoreline was a little bit surprising?
I think, it might be a bit of a meme to say that South Built is a slow start team that builds up, because ideally no team wants to join in a tournament and start with a slow start in the first place. But looking more than just the surface level things of saying that they're 0-3, all their games have gone to a game 3, meaning that it's not like they're getting destroyed team after team after team. They really put up the fight against a lot of these teams. Most of the rounds, in fact, are nail biters, and there's just one or two small things every round that really allows them to not be able to close out a lot of these games. They somehow falter when it comes to the end, but I feel like these are small issues that, because we haven't seen them for like 4 days or 5 days, it's a lot of time for a team to solve these core issues. And if they fix these little things, it'll come out with a great impact in this series.
Yeah, and you realize that I threw that question to you because I think you're the only one who can nobody would question you for saying otherwise, because you actually have been in the pro scene, you have been there on the other side. But I love that you I love that you brought that up, that there was that rest period for SBE. I mean, in your experience as a pro player, as a coach, I mean, what does that downtime actually do for the team, whether they need to reset their minds or whether they need to take that extra time to actually review every single one of the VODs? I mean, in your experience, how much has it actually helped once you get back into the tournament?
I think it's a lot of relief that a team can get coming out of group stages, at least for week 1, and having that time, not only just to think more about Valorant, but also just take a step back, relax maybe for 1 or 2 days, because there's a nice mental reset, which plays a big part into the pro mindset in general, because to be able to act that calmly and make the correct decisions, you cannot be tilted. You have to know that everything must be winnable at all times. And because, especially with the format for VCT, even though there's a high chance, or there's a chance that some teams might have the same score and will get a tie, these small things that you do in the round will inevitably be the tiebreakers that will decide a lot of these factors. So aside from that, of course, we have the tactics point of view. You have a lot more videos that are current. You don't have to rely on old VODs and stuff for teams. You can really dig deep and say, oh, we're playing against these 3 teams, Team ABC, and we saw them play on week 1, and this is how they play it. So with our play style, how would we adjust? So there's also that tactics aspect. And aside from that, so there's the player mindset and the tactical aspect. You also just have the fresh start. You just have that always winnable mindset. And we've seen that, we talk about them having the slow start a lot, but it's kind of hard to avoid, because it's true that even in stage 1, they had a similar start, but it did not stop them at all from winning it all. So just because the score looks like this doesn't mean it's grim for a team like SBE. There's a very high chance that they still win it all.
Who else would sign up for a fluffy podcast? Just saying.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe. So it's not
maybe.
Not out of question. Just putting it out there. I think you do great. And
you.
as you can see right now, G10 has encountered Fade at the moment. So we'll kind of get that started, see if we can deal with this agent that has made it over here. But in the meantime, SBA group stage SBA rather seems to be the demon that Southville Esports needs to face, because they are up against Alpha Esports Pro, and they have been delivering. Let's take a closer look at Alpha Esports Pro. Momentum is on their side, coming off of a series of wins so far. The energy is generally very, very positive, as we can see in the post-game interviews. And they are currently, I believe, at 3rd or 4th in the standings. So with really high-profile players, I think the question here with Alpha Esports Pro was whether their bark was worse than their bite. But Fluffy, I think right now we can definitely say that these boys can deliver indeed.
Right. It's without question that Alpha Esports Pro has that momentum coming into this week. They have the trajectory to even make it on the top if they continue to do what they're currently doing. With the addition of Jin on their team, GN Sanity has a bit less load to carry from that duelist role to make space with another player who's equally as good, if not better at times. It really helps not only the team to feel a bit lighter, but also it allows them to be a bit more flexible. They pulled out that fade yesterday against Oasis Gaming, which really disrupted a lot of the plans against such an aggressive team like Oasis Gaming. And Alpha Esports Pro really putting the alpha in their name right in this series, as they show that they are one of the top contenders for VCT Stage 2.
Yeah, and we know that the team revolves around GN Sanity. We know it revolves around Jin here and the big flashy duelist. But I think what a lot of the members of Alpha Esports Pro here, they also have been stepping up. I know G10 has been a big fan of Chris M. I think G10, we have him back here after being attacked by Fade. Yeah, but yeah, you've been a big fan of Chris M.
I'm a big fan of Chris M from yesterday's performance. I was just kind of put into the shadow for a little bit, thankfully. I see back, maybe, but M. And the rest of AE Pro have been kind of. I know we usually talk about that team in terms of Qeon and Jin, which is very fair because they are the two spears of AE Pro. But so far, if you look at their actual stats, the rest of the team seem to be their kill distribution seem to be pretty even, or at least evenly spread out. There's not usually the big carry, even though Jin usually tops the KD charts. He's usually followed very, very close by Chris M. And to be honest, in yesterday's game, GN Sanity only really showed up in the third game. He was kind of bottom fragging for the first two. So having Chris M and Jin ready to cover for that and really step up has kind of been the the thing that's been AE Pro afloat, that so that they don't have to really rely on their star players.
Let's actually take a look at our head-to-head over here as we take the spotlight away from I guess the more obvious players, the more obvious duelists and flashy players and everything, and we take a look at Chris M and Flippy on the side of Southville Esports. Fluffy, what do you think? How do these guys impact the games that they are in?
I think that's the key word right there, impact. So we can see from the statistics alone that they're very similar in stats. They don't have the same role per se, like initiator or controller or whatever, but these two players have a lot of impact during rounds. They allow their team to freely move around the map as they take their own map control themselves. Because one of the things that people have to realize about a game like Valorant is, although there are the superstars of every team, the supporting players are also equally as important and as impactful. So these two players right here, we see Flippy and Chris M, especially Chris M yesterday. We saw him play against Oasis Gaming, like G10 mentioned, really dismantling them at times. It's a lot of pressure on a player to perform all the time. So just having that backup, knowing that your team has your back, is just, it's really hard to describe, but it's one of those things that matters a lot, especially when you go through a series that can be very long and draining.
Indeed. G10, these two, like you mentioned, you're a big fan of Chris M over here. How do you think about self-built esports? And, we were talking about how they don't necessarily have that, like, one big superstar, so to say, but, like, the rest of the team can actually, be very, very flexible.
Absolutely. We always talk about self-built and never fail to mention that, to be the big dogs. They were the big dogs coming into this stage. But so far, the way that they have been playing, in that they kind of rely on each other a lot, don't have a superstar fragger, might be a little bit of a hindrance to them, because being so flexible and training to be so flexible even is something that at this level of Valorant, may be a little bit more of a hindrance than a help, because SBE now, they kind of don't have, that quote unquote specialty or something that they can really pull out when you need them to clutch. You don't have that X factor at the moment. That's why I think that they've been a little bit on the unfortunate side so far. I do think they have really, really strong fundamentals, and as Fluffy said, being able to even take a match against Team Secret to a game 3 shows that they have the skill required and they have so much good strats, but something is hindering SB at the moment, and they may need to be a little bit more focused on which roles that they have and try to really perfect that, instead of being a team that really their claim to fame is being able to flex all of their players in pretty much any agent, so that the team can have a little bit of a surprise, or have a different comfort level for each of their players when they do play.
Yeah, and jumping into map vetoes, actually, that's really interesting, G10, because it's kind of like, I guess, a jack of all trades, master of none, but I guess in the more ambiguous sense of it, and that they don't really have that anchor, right, Fluffy? I mean, I think that, like, you had something to add on to this, especially since SBA right now, again, they seem to be the underdogs coming into this match.
Yeah, I was about to say that although they might look like the underdogs, you have to beware of old men in a profession where men usually die young. So teams like this have always been present, SB, a constant presence in the VCT circuit, and they're there for a reason. So we see the first map, I think Ascent has been banned. I think that depending on it'll really decide for me if Haven is on the board for who's going to win, in my opinion. But we see that the second map that's going to be banned out by SBE will be Breeze. The third map will be selected. It's going to be our first map for the series. It's going to be in the hands of AEP, which means that the side pick will be an SBE. So we have Haven, which I mentioned earlier. I think that this is one of those very interesting maps because we've seen AEP run 2 different compositions. They have that standard double duelist where they run the Jet Reina on Qeon Sanity and Jin, but we also see them with the new innovation bringing out Qeon Sanity on that Fade. But unlike yesterday, because Oasis had to go into that game blind, knowing that they have the possibility to run into a Fade on Haven means that SBE can be a bit more prepared for the series.
And speaking actually of blind, we do have bind as the second map over here. Yes, we do. G10, I saw you kind of like nodding your head and eyes sparkling a little bit with this pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because for the past few days we've been welcome back, Mika Fabs. It's been nice to have you back.
Thank you.
But Alika's always said I guess we won't be seeing Bind today. I guess we won't be seeing Bind today. It seems like Bind's only picked when Laika is not on panel, apparently. But that's just a small thing that I noticed. Other than that, Haven may be a little bit of a rough one for SVE because of the history that happened there. They did get 13-0'd by Team Secret, so they may not have the biggest confidence going into it. And I mean, the confidence has got to be with AEP for this one.
Yeah, Fluffy. Right now we have Split as the last map. Right now, with the map picks, who do you think this favors?
I think overall this favors. Let's see, the last map split is SBE's pick, meaning that AEP gets a defense. So, in my opinion, it favors AEP a little bit because they get the first map, which is Haven, which they've had a lot of success on before. If SBE doesn't have the adaptation to really adjust to that Fade pick, if that they bring that out again, it might be troublesome for them, and they'll get that. The problem with this draft, or not problem, but the big factor for me is the split. So split, we all know, is very heavily defender sided. And because it is the last map in rotation, unless the team that picked it, which is SBE, has a very solid attacking plan going in, it's one of the most tough maps to come back in. We saw them play against Team Secret beforehand on Split, another 3-series map, and it was such an intense game plan coming out of that team. So unless they really focus hard and bunker down on their strategy, I feel like this series in general leans towards the strengths of AEP.
Especially since it seems like with the map vetoes, they're calling the shots right now. G10, do you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Just from the Haven pick alone, very, very strong map pick, really calling out something that SBE may have a little bit of difficulty with. So definitely want to go for a strong first map, maybe get the 50-50 on the second map to be in their favor, and then if that doesn't work, Split is definitely a very, very good fit for AE Pro. Now it's really up to SBE here, Mika, I think, to read what is going to happen here from AE Pro and react accordingly. I think they have to be very reactive here.
I couldn't have put it better myself. G10, SBE, this match is in your hands. Let's see what you can do up against Alpha Esports Pro. Casters, over to you guys.
Isang magandang umaga sa inyo lahat, mga kaibigan, mga kapatid na mga nanonood ngayon dito sa VCT Stage 2. This is already the week 2 of our group stages. I'm Honey Glazy the Double. Kasama ko ngayon si Vil. Matutungayan natin ngayon na ang laban ng SBE at ng Alpha Esports Pro.
Good morning sa mga nanonood dyan, sa mga bahay-bahay, mga nasa labas kayo. Kung nasa mga kayo lupalop ng Pilipinas o ng mundo, sabay-sabay tayong magsasaya dito sa araw na ito. Dahil yun nga, tulad nga sinabi ni Honey Glaze, it's gonna be SBE versus, syempre, ang Alpha Esports Pro na ako yung coach. Wala, I mean sa totoo lang, dito sa AEP, parang isa sa pinaka-solid talaga nila players yung newly addition talent nila, which is apparently ang Vietnamese sensation na si Jin 819. Pero dito sa side ng SBE, kailangan nilang bumawi. Alam mo, pakiramdam ko, napanood ko na to eh. Napanood ko na to ng stage 1 eh.
Parang
ginawa na ng SBE ito eh. Nasa pinakababa sila, tapos biglang bubulusok pataas. Napanood ko na to eh. Hindi na bago to na nakita natin sa SBE na ganito.
Kaya nga eh, kahit nakakakaba na nandito na nga sila in the lower half of our leaderboards, makikita natin kasi in stage 1 na grabe yung naging run nila noong lower bracket in our playoffs. But now, na nga, dito naman nila makakatapat ang members natin ngayon from the side of AEP para sa ating unang mapa. It is Haven. We have Jin, double-doubles ba ang mangyayari ngayon or hindi? We have our Fade and Jin pala ang magiging wombo-combo natin dito for the side of Alpha Esports Pro.
Parang wombo-combo talaga makikita natin ngayon. Pero yung nga lang, oh my God! Tama ba itong nakikita ko? This giant guy is gonna use Fade. What? Are you kidding me? Well, actually ganito kasi, ang side ng AE kasi, sila eh. Para silang Paper Rex, di ba? Si Forsaken and Jing Connection. Ay, tama ba Paper Rex? Oo, tama. Perex. Oo nga, ganun sila. Tapos, nakikita natin ngayon na si Giant mag-fade. So this is gonna be really interesting though. Double initiator for the side of AE, and dito naman sa SBE ang mga Otits of Manila. Mga tropa natin dito sa South is gonna use their comfy picks as well. Upon seeing their lineups, probably it's gonna be Ja, yun nga, sa Astra, and syempre mga tropa natin dito sa Haven, dito sila magkikita. Umaga pa lang. Pasensya mga kaibigan, pero wala eh. It's time. Sa mga nanonood dyan sa Facebook at sa Twitch, a big shoutout to all of you guys. Nanonood sa YouTube, hello sa inyo. You wanna go watch party? Good morning, and are now seeing these first traditional to may see. And just Jin819 bringing in already, and where is the hunt of Qeon? Pero yung wala siya nakita dito at all, and it's gonna be a full-on 5-man greeting for the side of SB. Pero yung na meron ng dalawang players ngayon na nagpa-flank sa kanila, pero ito na mukhang dupos ata ng VCT, pero yung napakadaming flash na nangyayari dito. Plus that scene, hindi nila alam kung saan sila pupunta. Lumabas na kasi Tony Prowler, pero Ja, kung tingnan may makita, Aziz mga kaibigan, we're gonna fall down into the hands of Giant. 2v4 into this game right now. Papi Chulo at saka si Pro. Yes, nandito sila sa side, pero apat pa ang kalaban nila dito. This is gonna be really hard for sure. Ching na isa pa. Ching na dalawa pa. 1-0 in the side of AEP. Grabe naman talaga. Kasi back then kasi, if ever na-plant mo na yung spike, di ba yung iba kasi, sa silang, hindi sila pumupunta sa may ulo. Hindi sila nagsisilong. Pero ito, grabe ang ginawa ng AEP, men. Isipin mo pagka-plant ng spike, yung apat na nandun talagang kinalaban yung dalawang player sa likod. Which is si Aziz tsaka si Ja.
Oo.
Grabe yung Valorant.
Iniwan nila yung site.
Hindi, okay lang kasi planted for silong yun eh. So it's fine, planted for silong. Pero grabe naman talaga yung Valorant mga kaibigan, umpisa pa lang, barilan na.
Wala nang wala nang amba-ambahan talaga. Talagang gusto nila diretsahan na. So now with the buy round, mukhang slow pace lang ang gagawin ngayon ng Alpha Esports Pro. So let's see kung ano ang magagawa dito ni Papi Chulo holding into A-side. Pero kung ibibigay na lang nila dito ang A-side para makakuha sila ng magandang rating dito. But we also earlier kung gaano kalupet ang Alpha Esports Pro pagdating sa possible ratings dito ng SBE. But this time around, let's see here kung versus ba yung mga utility sila dahil tatlong agad ang napatay dito. Are you real? Goes in for 3. There goes Jin naman for the following 2 kills para ma-secure nila yung 2-0 dito on this matchup. Thankfully for them, walang namatay at walang nabawasan ng Spectres and even have their voting logs pagpasok natin ng round 3.
This Giant guy, medyo inaano tayo dito mukhang may pasabot ang AE dito. At kita natin ngayon si one enemy remains with a big 3K. Isipin mo yung yung Spectre niya, actually parang nadaanan lang talaga yung isa for him to take down that second player. Pero ito na, SBE got that full-on Vandals dito and the fan of Papi Chulo. Pero syempre makakita sila dito ng konting makakuha sila ng konting advantage, pero wala si and dito sa may garage, not gonna catch anyone. Tony Prowler dito sa may C, pero delikado dito si Ja at saka si Papi Chulo. Si Papi Chulo hindi ko matama pero wala Aziz, we're gonna get that kill. Pero Aziz and si Papi Chulo hindi pa talaga umaan. Pero nga lang Qeon suddenly will get that 3, stealing that Vandal dito sa SBE. Bro, the only man remaining, Tito Pro. Umaga pa lang. Sipin mo, ang ginawa ng Tito Pro bago maglaro, syempre, binilad muna niya yung sarili ng araw para makakuha ng vitamin D. Pero, Pro!
Scanning ahead.
Catching one already. 1v3 is gonna be really hard kasi wala naman siyang HP. Yes, meron siyang owl drone. Pero yun nga lang, for sure, talagang bago lumabas yung owl drone niya, syempre talagang babaril na agad niya ng AEP. It's gonna be really hard, man. Hunt, not gonna catch anyone dito sa may garage. And, wala talagang choice si Tito Pro. Kung hindi, mag-save na lang.
Truly is the last option na lang dito ni Tito Mo Pro. Pero ang problema nga lang dito is paano na yung next following rounds dito ng SBE. 3-0 na kaagad ng AEP. Huwag natin kalimutan na bonus round ito nila Jin, nila Giant. So let's see kung ano ba yung magiging adjustment dito nila SBE. Since we have here Flippy and Jan na medyo parang nalulumo tayo makita na bigla-bigla silang pinapasok dito. Nirurush and fully dito aggressively ng Alpha Esports Pro yung SBE dahil alam nila medyo passive-aggressive pa dito yung SBE to the point na hindi pa nila alam kung paano nila titigilan dito, utilities pa lang. Naibabato ngayon ni Gian Sanity. And look at this, we have here Nightfall ready na kaagad dito for Alpha. So let's see kung ano yung site na kukuhanin nila ngayon dahil mukhang it's either B or have themselves go in garage once again at mapuruan na naman dito si Kuya Muja.
Seas again, papuntang garage. Para ito talaga yung yun na talaga yung meron talaga, parang Seas, then Prowler papuntang C. Grabe naman talaga. This is the thing na ginawa nila kanina sa last round. Pero kung napapansin mo, medyo talagang advantage yung pupunta ngayon sa AEP kasi wala naman talagang pera ang SBE ngayon. Pero Ja, playing close with that Sheriff. Pero if everyone talaga yung mga ulo ng AEP, naku po, kailangan nila magbago, kailangan nila pag-uwi yung mga sat nila dito. Pero ito na, napakadami nangyayari ngayon sa on to that window. Pero Giant guy catches one. That ultimate will gonna catch everyone na nandun sa may garage. And Aziz, low on HP, Flippy, piso peligro. Paano sila makakabawi dito knowing na apat pa ang kalaban mo?
Tapos mga Sheriff na lang dilo ang gamit nila, Vil. Ang hirap dito sabihin kung paano sila makakakuha ng maganda retake or kaya at least go in for the exit frags. Kaya ina-expect na ito ng Alpha Esports knowing that it is a 4v2. Very low on HP ba dito si Flippy. So let's see now at the very least na kailangan nila maging patient dito enough to go in for those kills. Mabawasan man lang yung advantage dito ng AEP. Pero kasi kahit mapatay mo sila, may ipon na eh. Meron silang 3 rounds na naipanalo dito consecutively and now it's all of the Flippy and Assist na mabawasan sila man lang. But unfortunately, siya pa yung mapipick off dito. Si Assist naman dito will be tagged in by the Hunt. So let's see kung makakaligtas pa nga ba siya. And I think he will. And unfortunately, yun nga yung white pick ni Kuya Mo Ryu.
Are you Ryu, ladies and gentlemen? Run and gun. Precise gameplay, mga kaibigan, ang nakita natin dito. And 0-4 already dito sa side ng AEP. Parang maganda ata ang gising ng mga players ng AEP ngayon. Pero dito naman sa SBE, kilala natin ito eh. Sila yung mga players talaga na kailangan muna magpainit bago lumaban. Kumbaga, sila yung mga Philippine action movie stars, di ba? Para silang para silang malalito, lapid, mala FPJ na kailangan munang mabugbog sa una. Kasi alam naman daw nila na panalo sila sa huli. Kasi ganoon naman talaga ang bida, nabubugbog sa una.
Oo. Kitang-kita natin yan sa run dito ng SBE ever since stage 1. So dito sa stage 2, they are in the lower half ng leaderboards natin. So will it be flawless run naman pagdating naman ng playoffs or kung makakapasok nga ba sila dahil this is another point of time na parang Vil, makikita natin dito Alpha Esports Pro na kaya yan nilang mai-eliminate kagad dito ang SBE just with the aggressiveness na meron sila and the Insanity's usage of the Fade. It enables Jin so much na makapasok sila inside the side and even have Ryu dito na makapagbigay nga dito ng openings na magamit niya pa dito yung mga fault lines. But this time, I think they are playing for safetyness naman dahil may operator or hindi pa lang operator. Oh, may operator pa rin pala dito si Jin 819. So, let's see kung ano ba yung mapipick off ni dito. Especially operator din naman ang gamit dito ni Aziz.
Yeah.
Enemy kill.
Aziz! Catching one already. Anong ginagawa mo dyan? Jin, ha? Kanina ka pa, ha? Pero ito na yun. Tamang hunt lang din para syempre talaga makita nila yung position dito ni Aziz. Pero kung napapansin mo, I mean, yes, nakuha siya ng hunt. Pero alam naman ni Aziz din na kahit anong mangyari, sisilip to. At saka meron naman akong dash. So, hit or miss, if ever may papatay ako or magda-dash away na lang ako pero yung alam si Ja, maganda position na dito lang sa may gilid ng platform. Flashes, trying to probably na i-fake lang din yung mga players kasi what if meron talaga, baka merong mag-push or anything like that, baka merong mag-trade off or anything. Pero kung napapansin mo halos wala pa rin talagang bawas yung mga players natin ngayon. Well, except Jin 8 wala because he's dead anyway. Pero SBE, waiting patiently sa pagpasok dito na pwedeng gawin nga ng AEP, pero they're now gonna go here in B. Pero Aftershock, napakagandang hold na ginagawa dito ni Flippy, stopping the possible push of AEP. Though the spike is planted already, and as you can see, Qeon Sanity getting that operator, and let's see if ever mawawala pero nga Gristem with a swing, with a kill again, trying to go for the second one right now. Wala silang idea at all na si Jan nasa likod pa. Pero yung third, nakikipag 1v1 siya. Pero, siya, we're gonna take down Water Check with a quick trade. 1v2 situation right now. Labas na lang ang C. Pero tumama pa sa isa. 1v1 with a great one. Hunt, not your reveal as he's right now. Op versus Op. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna get this round? The clock is ticking already. Pero Diyos ko, wala nang oras si Aziz. And naku po, AEP mga ang panalo dun.
Grabe!
Ang ganda rin ng hold na ginawa ng AEP do, just using all the utilities. Para lang syempre hindi pa makasilip si Aziz, and that is a huge ROG clutch. Once again, that is a 1v3.
1v3. Gotta give it all for Qeon Sanity na medyo naging compose siya to the fact na hindi man lang nakapwesto dito, hindi nakaamba ang members natin ngayon from SBE. Alam niyang may advantage siya, nakapag-plant na sila ng spike. All he has to do is play for time at ang paglaruan niya, yung po sa damdamin isipan dito ni Assist with the fix na ginawa niya dito. At ang dami pa kasing utilities available for Qeon Sanity. So with that, by all means, na-secure na tuloy nila dito. 5-0 save round dito for SBE. The operator, they have already saved it from the previous round. Pero ito ang problema ngayon ni Assist. Sino naman? Kaya matatamaan niyo si Kuya Jin.
Hindi na taman, pero yung ano si Qeon Sanity nakakuha na rin talaga kayo ng isa. Pero yung ano, battle sa operator na nasa we're gonna get that operator para syempre makakuha pa rin sa mga kaibigan. Nga lang! That is right! The Boppy doing it, but I think he's going to catches one. Are you right with the second one right now? Pushing it to a 1v2. Ja, wala silang idea at all na nasa Geddy lang si Ja. Pero Are you right? Mukhang malilikuran ata. And Ja, galawang sneaky. Kalma lang, men. Hindi ka dapat mag-ingay dyan. All you gotta do is syempre wait for that perfect timing. Pushing it to a 1v2. This is gonna be the first round of SBE. Yes!
People, come on now.
And an ROG clutch once again. For the side of SBE. Jack Clutch.
Who would have thought na walang makakapansin sa kanya doon sa corner na yun. Hindi ko tuloy makita kung ano yung nangyari sa replay. Kung bakit hindi nila napansin dito si Ja. We have your assist na kasi kumura ka on time. And there we have all of these. At yung opening dito ni Are You Rayo to get in Flippy and the rest of the game. But unfortunately, yun nga, pwede pala si Ja para makapwesto doon sa corner na yun. At the moment na gusto at alam ng SBE na nakapasok na dito ang Astra, it was also favorable na makakuha na ng pick-up. But ito na pala ang isa pang round natin kung saan we have the Hunter Fury, 2 members now already for our defending team. So let's see if this is still winnable for them. Lalo na't ngayon, they have already the buy round.
You are
divided! Games right now, ito rin, hilati na mga mundo. Pero ito rin talaga ang kalapag na papag nilabas ngayon ni Flippy. 4v3 onto this game. Jin, lagi na lang siya napipitas. Pero ito na ata ang comeback na pwede nang gawin. Pero it's fine. Why? Kasi planted for Silong. AEP, kinap na yung spike, pero nga lang kailangan nila si Military, pero nga lang Jin! Catches one, Hot will be denied! Up draft onto Jin, not gonna catch one enemy remaining. But Ching, all the way, wala silang idea na nasa likod na si Ching! Ching! Hindi tumama si Jin, pero Qeon Sanity will gonna get that kill instead. 1-6 in favor of AEP. Ito if nanalo dito ang AEP, guys, makinig kayo. Mataas yung probability, yung chance nila na makapasok sila. Kasi second sila. Yun na ngayon. Kasi yung mga susunod kasing laban ng TS, yung mga nasa baba ng AEP. APH, mga ganun. Pero syempre, SB, kailangan nilang bumawi dito. Kasi wala ang sobrang abit na ng score nila Ito na ata talaga siguro ang pagbangon ng api. Pero huwag kayong mag-alala kasi pagdating ng APAC, makikita nyo ulit si Kuya Bill na magbarong paglaban ng Pinas.
1-6 already is our scoreline here. Napakalaking pressure nito for the side of SBE. Pero although this is again a best of 3 series, kaya say na ultimo yung game number 1 natin dito, kailangan nila manalo talaga para magkaroon sila ng momentum. Dahil nga, ngayon pa lang nakikita natin kung gaano ka-in na si Jin and even Havertz Sanity. Imagine na nag-step down or nagkaroon ng magandang adjustments dito ang AEP. Using in the fade, they have enabled engine with the Jet. Most of the time makikita natin siya na binibigyan ng space dito ng fade. But now, that is a good opening for Jin para makapag-dash and get in that kill. One member down, we have the smoke already placed in. And the hunt, wala sila makikita dito for sure, pero makakapag-commit naman sila at makakapag-plant in ng spike.
45, pero yung 182 na po sa mga Jin catches one, Jin with the third one, Jin with a fourth one. Can you get an ace? Can he get the ace, mga kaibigan? Meron pa siyang pang hashtag mood challenge. Meron pa siyang pang post niya sa Valorant VN. Makikita natin yan if ever talaga makita ni Jia. Pero yung nagkita sila. Pero Baki ang kalaban mo, Jin!
In your faces.
Will get that ace. Hashtag mood challenge. Meron na siyang bagong, meron siyang bagong cover photo, men.
Baka lang kasi ang hawak dito ni Jay. Very unfortunate nga. Yun ay naging pop potential dito ni Jin 819. Give it up to this guy, especially the fact na hindi talaga siya nagdadalawang isip na mag-dash in. Rush into a site, get in those frags, get in those refrags para makita natin dito na ready naman din si Gian Sanity for those save-offs at makakapag-open na pa siya ng space dito to commit themselves further around the side and cut off the rotations. What just happened earlier is that they caught Pro off guard. Nung nilagay niya na kaagad dito, yung kanyang recon bolt. But with
face your fear!
And the open na ko. Mukhang mahuhuli rin
Dalawa.
si Bro.
Meron naman ang dalawa dito pero Diyos ko po bro, nakakuha siya ng isa dito pero yung alam sabi yung mga ibang players ngayon. Pero Diyos ko bro, ang daming utilities na binuto sa kanya. May ulti na, may Tony Prowler na, may Sis na, lahat na sinagap bro, buong buo. Pero yung nga lang, from behind, Aziz! We're gonna get that 2K. Ang daming binuto ng AEP pero wala silang idea at all na pinaplank na pala sila ng SBE. Lagi na lang kasi sila nakaharap. Lagi na lang kasi sila nakaharap sa harapan. Walang nakatingin sa likod. Uy, yun si Brimstone.
Ayun,
Minsan lang natin makita si Brimstone. Pero Kuya Vil, paano ba pinapalabas si Brimstone? Ganito kasi, kapatid. If ever nag-finisher na ng champion, pumunta ka sa pinakagitna. Pag nag-iba na yung tunog, pag medyo dumilim na yung kalangitan, bigla nang lalabas si Daddy Brimstone.
Placing swamp grenade.
Ay, hindi na kailangan ng tutorial na. Hindi ko nakuha yung Champions Vandal. Alam kong hindi ko siya hindi mo siya mapapakinam. So, parang mawawalang bise pagbili mo kay Brimstone dito. But now, it's the same attack na gagawin na ngayon ulit ng Alpha Esports Pro. There's only Prowler, there's also the smokes. Siya dito, just waiting into that corner dahil alam natin kung gaano siya ka-sneaky with that Astra. Pero meron pa rin naman tayo ditong bridge na kasama all the way from another corner as well.
Yung mga ibang casters, ang tawag kay Ya.
Ya?
Oh, Ya. Uy, may natamaan si Tony Prowell na papunta naman dito sa may pabi. Pero nga lang, delikado siya, pero saan ka na kill? Pero isa dito ko yung magising ko siya, pero ito lang kalapag na papagdala ng Qeon. Yung Rayo, pero yun ka lang Aziz. Napakasagad ng hold niya, na-chup-chup na nga. Pero 1v1 naman ang great one. Jin versus Aziz, and Jin will gonna get that 3K. Tinapos ngayon ng Blazer, mga kapit, pero meron talo sa may backside. 1v2. Ano ba ang magagawa ng Jin dito? Makakuha ba niya yung counter? Hindi. 45 seconds yan. Bakit mo lang gonna connect, and that is Bro! Tito Bro! Win that game again.
Imagine kung hindi low on HP dito si Assist all the way from Kobe. He could just go in for the clutch dito laban kina Qeon 819. It was very unfavorable of him dahil siya na lang din dito yung natira. He had the double pick. He could have rotated back to another side safely, pero that is already our 3K for Qeon 819. Pero nakita naman natin din na it's already going in favor of SBE na nakakakuha na sila na finally ng momentum nila and their economic advantage. So now, call for a timeout na dito Alpha Esports Pro.
Maganda ang gising ng mga players natin ngayon, pero finally bumabawi na ngayon ng SBE. Is this gonna be a 7-5 or a potential 8-4 or 9-3? Makikita natin yan mamaya. Pero, grabe I mean, nakikita talaga natin kasi sino ba yung mga duelist ng SBE? Si Aziz tsaka si Ja, tsaka si Ya. Balik na si AEP, si Jin tsaka si this giant guy. Pero kung napapansin mo, sila talaga yung nasa taas ng food chain no? So talaga makikita talaga natin yung mga potential nitong mga Otits of Manila at saka syempre ang AEP. Itong SBE mga kaibigan, matagal na yung magkakasama. Ilang taon na yung magkakasama. Aziz, Ja, Pro, Papichuro, Flippy, sila Micro pa. So talagang ibang klase na yung synergy niyan. Hindi lang teammates ang turingan niyan, men. Ang turingan niyan, pamilya na talaga, magkakapatid. Brother from another mother. Ganyan ang turingan ng SBE. Kaya napaka-solid ng team na yan. Pero going back here, Pro, nilabas na ang long gato all the way from south to north.
Lang siya matatag, no? Pero low on HP na pala dito si Qeon agad. There's 3 waiting in B, so it will be very unfortunate kung mag-pick siya dito, lalo na't matatag siya dito possibly ng Aldron. The following members from the side of SBE tried to go in for the wall bang, pero ang mas gugustuhin kasi dito i-push ngayon ng AEP is A side. They were able to eliminate and assist, so they have everything that it takes para makapasok na dito na side. Even though that we have Pro, we also have your Flippy, pero they need to be careful sa bawat labas ng mga blinds dito and even have the fault lines. Magkaroon ng opening dito for the Wide Swings in a Pro, but still, A pa rin ang gusto dito ng AEP. Magwawalan pa sila.
Uy! Muntik nang tumama si Qeon doon. Pero nga si Chris Maroon, low on HP, Jin nakakuha ng isang with at wall bang. Pero this is the rotation pwedeng gawin ngayon ng SBE. Are they gonna go here in A or probably just gonna wait for the perfect situation? Nandito talaga kung saan talaga sisilip dito. Pero nga wala silang idea at all na meron pang tao dito ng swords. Pero makikita ni Jin! And so we're gonna get that head! Talaga wala second but are you when I deny? Chris Brown. I mean, si Ja pala yun. Ja, hinati ang mundo. Muntik na siya makakuha ni Chris Brown. Pero, nandito na siya sa may hell. Pero yun nga lang, Are You Right? Pushing it. Pero Ching! Ginagawa din ni Ching yung ginawa sa kanila ng SBE kanina. Galawang speaking. Pero yun nga, Ching from the backside. 1v3. Ja, the only man remaining. And Chris Brown ng Pinas. Hell yeah, that's me. We're gonna get that kill. 8-3.
Last round
and
before the
AEP, labang na lamang. Is this gonna be an 8-4 or a 9-3? Knowing na halos wala rin naman aret dito ng SBE. Well, si Aziz, meron naman siyang blade storm dito. Pero yung iba, tamang half-buy lang. Like a Vandal and a half armor. Medyo mahirap pero kakayanin. Grabe siya yung low HP. Gala, Iki, nandun lang sa may likod. Kung ako sa inyo, nakakakilala sa mga jowa nyo. Si Ching.
Nakakatakot isipin na gusto mo lang mag-retake pero makikita mo naman si Ching agad biglaan nasa harapan ng Haga, but with those lines magkakaroon ng pag-counter dito kay Assist. The rest of course was able to take down 1. There was also the trade-off 3v4 na Haga ng laban natin dito. Here in Silong pa rin sila masasandwich. Kung magkakaroon ba yung last player standing all the way from the red. Pero parang in-expect na siya dito ng SBE, so now ibibigay na nila yung lahat. This is the final round in this half. They are on for the hunt. Si Chris M na lang dito ang natitira with very low HP. Magkakipaan ka agad siya ni Papichulo. That is already on the half. Really is a good
switching
sides ginawa dito ni Papichulo. But now, in the second half, will it be in favor of SBE?
And dito naman ngayon sa second half at least napakaganda ng mga score ng mga players natin ngayon. Pero nga ng SBE, kailangan nilang bumawi kahit paano. Hindi naman sobrang layo ng score. 8-4. Winnable na winnable pa rin naman yan. And, uy, may lumabas. Nakita mo ba yun, Honey Glaze? Dito pa ba si Honey Glaze? Andito si Honey Glaze. Ayun lang akong kausapin ni Honey Glaze. Ayun, present. Ayun. And dito naman sa mga players natin ngayon, talaga ang EEP, if ever na tuloy-tuloy pa ang kanilang pag-iingay, pagwawala dito, talagang kailangan kabahan ng SBE. Pero it's fine. SBE makakabawi sila dito for sure. Knowing them, sila ang sila yung kings na talaga makakapag-comeback. Kings of comeback. yan ng SBE. Ilang games na natin nakita yan. Kahit kalaban ng ibang bansa men, Kings of Comeback pa rin talaga ang SBE. Katniel nga nag-comeback, di ba? Jadin nga may comeback, sila pa kaya. Pero kung napapansin mo, this giant guy, 13-5 ang score. Palong-palo ang kuya mo.
With all throughout protection nila Jin at nila Arya-Ryu, no? Iba yung dalawang to, grabe na parang na-enable nila yung isa't isa, nag-a-amplify sila dito ng kakayahan ng mga teammates niya, especially nung may open up nila dito na magkaroon na nga dito the double initiator for AEP. Talagang binibigyan nila ng pagkakataon dito si Jin na kami bahala sa likod mo, kami na ang magbibigay din ng spasyo para magamit mo yung mga utilities and also the firepower that you can do inside the site. And now, with that being said, pwede tayo makakita din dito ng aggressive push as they are the ones defending. Pero this time, masabi ko nga na tama ka, Vil, meron dito kasi opportunity din ng SBE na pwede silang makakuha ng comeback na para talaga silang nag-a-adjust pa nung una pa lang, nagpapainit lang din para makakuha ng magandang adjustments dito or even have or read out AEP sa mga ginagalaw nila, especially the fact that there are also the types of Alpha Esports. Parang may mga pressure points din sila na pag nahabol na sila dito ng kalaban nila na tinuruan nila nung una, parang mawawalan sila kaagad ng gana.
Pero yung mga Jet natin ngayon, low in HP right now, si Adi right now, kung na rin talaga, pero kung napapansin mo, si Pro tsaka si Aziz, medyo nahihirapan na, pero that is the siege. Nabasa rin si Tony Prowler, hinapon yung isa! Aziz, low in HP! Ching, nakipag 1v1 sa turret, at nakakuha pa ng isa dito, we're gonna take down Flippy. The spike is dropped. Qeon something, is he gonna peek or not? Medyo mahirap dito na to, pero yun nga, tamang nanostorm grenade, para syempre talaga mahirapan pa yung mga players sa AEP na makasumilip dito sa may window. Aziz, kanina pa siya nandyan. Pero baka makakuha siya ng isa kasi mahirap pag nag-entry si Aziz dito kasi wala na siyang HP, pero yung alang that flash will connect, pero that is the peak. Alam ni Giant kung nasan si Aziz dito, pero delikado ka siya kasi baka mapatay pa yung alang that peak. We're gonna take you down, Aziz. 5v3 Pro, low on HP, Patutulo, with that armor on hand, so pwede siya makakuha ng kahit konting bawi dito ng Jen. So that's one, Crystal, naka-isa pa, and Jen will gonna end it with a big 2K. 4-9 it is, and AEP, sila ang may advantage dito, pwede silang bumili ng mga Spectre.
Partial pa dito kay Chin. Very unfortunate nga lang dito kay Assist, no? Pwede siya makapag-cut off sa situation eh. Pero kasi expected siya dito ng Giant. So now, with that good hold na ginawa dito ng Chrisem and Jin, they had the advantage na. Unfortunately dito kay SB, I thought they had it coming nung tinatry na nilang pumasok dito in garage. Kaso kasi AEP, they have been doing this for a while. Na alam natin kung paano sila magpasok, gamit yung mga utilities sila. Pero that is a quick 2K for Jin. Going for 3, going in for 4. Unfortunately, hindi nyo finish out yung ace. Si Jin, sanity na dito at tumapos sa buhay. Assist, just ko talaga. Dahil we have here AEP going in for 4 to 10 scoreline laban sa SBE.
Pagkaka-unfriendan dito mga kaibigan. Unfriend ni Jin kasi inago ni Gian yung yung ace. Wala. Unfriendan it is. Pero grabe naman si Jin, palong-palo no? Balong-balo. Akala mo naman talaga aagawan ng computer. Pero eto na, Jin naman talaga, hindi na kailangan ng scope para makakita ng isa at ang bilis naman nun. Kasi hindi naman talaga tayo, pero ito na yung pagbawi ngayon. SBE pa na sila makabawa because of the utilities on hand. They have the Vandal. So, if ever hindi pa nila nakuha to, this might be over. Pero Aziz, holding that corner dito sa may A-Link. Pero for the side of AEP, kailangan nilang labanan to ng malapitan. Alam nila na talo sila sa malayuan kasi Spectres lang naman ang gamit nila. Pero nga ng Jin, sabi naman niya, kasi meron naman ako ditong Brainstorm! Catches one! At makakakuha kayo ng baril si Gia ng isa. Pero Aziz pushing in, catching one. Chris Brown with a swing, we're gonna fall down as well. 2v4 onto this game.
Spike planted.
Saan ba sisilip ang mga players ng AEP ngayon? Are you Ryu? No! Mahirap to. Baka makakuha pa ng isa dito. Baka makapitas pa nga. Pero nakita si Tito Pro. Pero Pro with a better gun, with a better damage, with a better kill. Gian Sanity. All the way dito sa may silong ni Kaka. Silong, di ba? Sa ibang bangbang yun.
there.
Qeon Sanity catches one already with a ball bang. Pero yung nga lang, Hunt, just to reveal kung nasan pa sila. Pero they're gonna go here in Garage instead. 1v3, medyo mahirap to. The clock is ticking. Medyo wala ng oras si Giant dito. So kailangan talaga niya, uy, isa-save ba niya yung Vandal? Okay, alright. Save it is.
It is a good decision. Lalo na 3v1, ito at no time intended for him to try and defuse in the spike. Sa backside kasi nakapag-plant ang SBE. So this is a good start for SBE na may pagpatuloy yung momentum na create nila from that beginning. Pero we saw earlier how the combo of Jin and Qeon Sanity dito na binigay niya yung opening. Qeon Sanity was able to give off kills for Jin. Pero ito yung muntikan na maging ace for Jin. 8-1-9. Very clean of a round indeed. Pero masasabi lang natin dito, this is already the buy round na from Alpha Esports Pro. Ang problema pa dito for AEP, nabangasan kasi yung economic advantage ng iniipon eh. So now, they won't be having a chance para makabili ng full-on utility nila, rifles. Pero it is a good start pa rin naman. Ang kailangan na lang nila is mapatindigan nila dito yung mga runs nila dito to go inside the site to pick off either Jin or Qeon Sanity or even Hammer Chioga. Dahil isa rin ito sa mga malalaking tinik nila na they have already placed out or rotated out para din sa mga flanks and the lurks na hindi dito i-expect ng SBE.
Medyo explosive na buy ito ng ginawa nga ng AAP because si Jin naka-operator siya dito pero hindi gumagalaw ang oras. Mukhang may halftime, mukhang may post ata. Ayan, hindi na. Kinabahan ako ng konti HG. Kasi pag hindi gumagalaw yung oras, kinakabahan ako eh. Kaya Ray, kung ako sa'yo, kung naririnig mo ako, feeling ko naririnig mo ako, ano ka na lang, matulog ka na lang. Sige, grabe ka na lang, hindi gumagalaw yung mga oras eh. Pero going back here in this game right now, oh, Jin! Oh! Naku po, muntik na makuha si Aziz dito. Because of that Regum pa, pero Jin, Diyos ko po, ano gagawin mo saan, baby boy? Delikado ko na, pero talaga, hindi ka binarin pa rin ng mga kalaban mo. Pero yung ano, meron pa siya mga utilities, pero Diyos ko po, Jin! Nagmaasim!
Hindi niya rin expected yun eh.
Napitas ka tuloy. Nawala ka HG. Andiyan ka ba? Naku po.
5 to 10 na is our scoreline. Still good for the members of AEP para ma-cancel out nga dito yung pagpasok nila. Since Qeon Sanity was able to cancel out on one member, pero makikita natin ngayon na ibibigay na lang nila yung A site. We have the smoke still available for Jat to use. There's also the recon. There's also the fault line. Wala silang matatagpuan dito. Pero mabablind ang kaunti dito si Assist. They have the time para makapag-plant in the spike. So it's all up to SDE to go in for the rating.
I-take this pwedeng gawin ngayon ng mga players ng AEP. Pero si Flippy wala ata marinig dito. Pero nga lang flash. Sinacharge na niya. Para siyempre mas mahirapan pa na hindi ka rin naman ng save ever matches. Tony Prowler onto your face! Napakabilis sa pangyayari dito. Chris M, Giant Guy, Shing Tagad na nga isa pa. Pero siya, mag-isa, and Giant! What a big 3!
Usage siya ng utility niya eh. Hunt, Prowler, then they were able to get those diversion kills. Na-divert nila yung attention dito na SBE to try and defend in their spike para doon sa postland na ginagadap na nga nila. It all was in favor of SBE na mga unang point of time. Pero kasi they failed to call kung paano nila mapipick off dito si Qeon Sanity. Grabe lang yung usage talaga ng utility dito. Hindi sila nakagad nakakuha ng magandang trade-off. At least yun na wala from those postlands. So now, they opted up to be aggressive this time. SBE dito, they are trying. They will be trying to go in for garage para makapasok sila dito here in Seaside. But let's see now here, and this is the opening na create ngayon ni Qeon Sanity. Pero natista si Pro with the aftershock.
Diyos ko, sumabog yung katawan ni Pro doon sa aftershock na nilabas ni Aryu Rayu. Sobrang ibang-iba talaga yung play ng AEP ngayon kasi this is the first time in history na nagkaroon sila ng coach. Grabe naman talaga si A-Mix, pero yun nga lang, Aryu Rayu catches one, talaga mo the second one right now, pero tuloy naman si Cha, Faultlines, after connect on to Aryu Rayu right now, pero Diyos ko, mukhang magigilitan pa ata ni Aryu Rayu sa legit, pero yun nga lang, fall down, pero wala ka na smoke na tataguan. 1v2, Jin, bulag, catches one, dinapas yung shorty, kala mo naman talaga. Ang akala niya, matagal pa yung duration ng smoke, nilabas niya yung shorty niya.
Si ano din eh. Si Arrayo din eh. We must play throughout the smoke dito ng Astra nila. Pero ang problema, nag-deflate ka agad. Sayang! Dahil was able to go in for 1k. Possibly go in for 2. Pero this time around, ang ganda rin nagawa niya dito na makans at trade off niya si Qeon Sanity. Nakita natin dito na he was able to utilize in the smoke from our Astra. Pero yun na nga, he was able to go in for 1. Which is traded off at finally, 6-11 na is our scoreline. Usage of utility, yes, is already there. There's also the stars, moves. We also have here the rolling thunder para magpasok na nga dito ng side. Pero this time, ibibigay na naman dito ng AEP, yung A.
Spike planted.
It is, pero ito na yun. Spike is apparent already. Retake is now on for the side of AEP right now. If ever they're gonna win, this is gonna be a match point for Alpha. And that is the ultimate from Qeon Sanity right now. We're gonna catch one. Isa lang ang dito. Pero Jin nakaisa pa with a wall down sa Medical. Pero nagkababaan na nga dito. With a 2. Qeon Sanity right now as he's on remaining. Stopping the possible post na pwede nilang gawin. Pero Diyos ko, tatlo pa ang kalaban. Yung isa mag-defuse at saka dalawa na lang ang paparilin ko. 6-12 AAP on match point already. And meron pa bang pera ang SBE? Naku po, bro, sila!
Oo. Sheriff lang dito kay Papichulo, full on utilities, yes. Pero masasabi ko lang din talaga is ang dami pang ilalabas dito ng Alpha Esports Pro. Nightfall, doon na lang tayo nagkaroon ng problema. We had players raining all the way from the heavens para mapatay nila dito ang SBE from the post plans. At nung nakita ko na yung ultimate dito ni Qeon Sanity na activate niya here in A set, it is a huge problem na kaya pala binigay na nila yung A. Kaya pala hinayaan na lang nila dito SBE na makapasok, makapag-plant din ng spike dahil they have what it takes to go in for the retake. But this time, it's C na gusto ko ngayon ng SBE. Alpha Esports, we have Chris M all the way from backside playing through the smoke. Pero nandito assist na walang kamali-mali, mapapatay na kagad ni Chris. There's the blind na ma-blind na naman dito sina Jin, pero let's see now here's straight up. We have your 2K number 3 guys. Are you Ryu goes in for the final kill na rin at si Jana lang din dito ang natitira. Si Qeon Sanity pa ang nakaabang sa kanya. So let's see kung paano niya maka-flash out this round, especially the fact na mapapatay niya naman dito yung isa.
1v3. This is gonna be really hard knowing na bomb drop pa pero mali mo makuha pero if ever mag-sisking isa agad ano na! Siya! Can he get a nade? This is gonna be a clutch na pwedeng gawin ni Jam mga kaibigan pero nga Chris Brown denying that ace clutch na gagawin ni Ja and winning the first game of the series, mga kaibigan, 1-0 in favor of AEP. Mainit ang pinapakita ngayon ng Alpha. Talagang nagulat tayo na bigla nilang nilabas si Fade. Si Ching, good boy na yan eh. Wala nang ginagawa.
Ibang klase yung larong ito. Sobrang explosive, sobrang overwhelming for SB. Kung paano nila pipigilan yung pag-aatake pa lang for the first half dito ang Alpha Esports Pro. Pero that being said, it is really a huge round advantage na binigay nga dito ng AEP laban sa SBE. 8-4 yung first half, tapos napanindigan nila ito after losing in 2 rounds lang for SBE. But that is really just a good and one hell of a match in Haven.
This is gonna be really amazing for the side of AEP. Talaga pinakita talaga nila yung mga players talaga na sobrang init na mga players nila. And dito naman sa SBE mga kaibigan, they need to switch it up. Knowing na sila naman yung pipili nung next map, which is apparently, I'm gonna check it, next map, it's... Bind.
SBE, oh.
Bind. So, Bind na pinili ng SBE. So, nasa Alpha naman. Nasa Alpha yung sagot if ever kung ano yung side nila. If it's gonna be defending or attacking, we're gonna see that later on. And grabe talaga, no? Isipin mo, every time na naglalaro ang AEP, talagang si Jin lagi ang MVP. Napakagandang talent na pinapakita niya. Pero dito naman sa SBE, mga kaibigan, they tried so hard para lang syempre makabawi ng kahit papano. Pero wala, the momentum is at AEP's arsenal right now. lalo na kay Aziz,
Oh.
napakadaming mga clutch dyan na pinakita ng SBE. But it's really not that enough for you to end it with a win. But AEP, mga kaibigan, hindi sila kakabahan ngayon. Kasi ang alam naman nila, all they're gonna do is win that map. Win, bind, and it's over. And it's over for today. And yun nga, tulad nga sabi ko kanina, if ever they're gonna win this map, if ever they're gonna win yun nga, this matchup, pwede natin sabihin na hindi na sila dapat kabahan sa mga susunod nilang laban. Kasi malaki ang chance nilang makapasok sa APAC. Pero sa SBE, kailangan nilang mapanalo to. Kasi kung hindi, oh my God, it's gonna be a big GG ata if ever.
Oo, ang hirap na mga following days na makakatapat dito ang SBE, yung iba pang mga teams dito here in our group stages. So, they need to pop off at least makakuha ng mga ilang mga series dito in the remaining days here in the second week of our group stages. But with that being said, let's look back and what happened. Dito, all in favor of Alpha Esports. Lagi silang nananalo pagdating sa mga duels just to get inside the side. And very important nga dito for SBE. Every time na gusto nila makapag-retake, hindi ito pumapabor sa kanila dahil always in favor na kagad dito for AEP. Ang nakikita ko nga rin siguro problema dito for SBE is that nilalaman nila kaagad yung duels. Unlike AEP dito, na nung sila yung nandun sa defending side, binibigay na lang nila yung side since they have the utilities enabling them to have a successful retake. Pero this is one of the rounds that was taken dito ni Kuya Widja. All the way from that corner, was able to clean out that round for them to take. Pero yun nga ang nakita natin kasi AEP, they had the advantage of the next few rounds or the following rounds na ipanalo nila na nakaipon na sila ng mahabang economic advantage laban sa SBE.
When they have the economy advantage, they have the momentum as well. It's gonna be really hard for you to come back if ever sa mga nakikita natin ngayon. Hindi kinaya ng comeback kings itong matchup na to. Well, once again, this is map leading na talaga ng AEP. So talaga kung ako talaga makakuha talaga ako ng magandang advantage dyan. Pero isipin mo Jin, 819, muntik nang makapagdalawang ace sa isang game. Ano yung that in VCT? Talagang this boy is cracked. C-R-A-C-C. D. Cracked.
Ito, close round yun for Jia to have the clutch para mapigilan na nga nila dito yung match point or yung ating final winning moments dito ng side na nga ng AEP. Pero with that being said, yun na nga, dito na natin matatapos at magtatapos ang first game pa lang naman. In the map of Bind, ito ay pinili nga ng SBE pero nakita ko dito sa mga stats, wala pang naipapanalong rounds or games and Bind dito ang AEP. So will it be a double-edged sword for Southbuilt Esports or AEP dito? Really just the edge para makuha na nga yung 2-0.
Yun nga, like what you've said, medyo mahirap din talaga na, like what you've said, wala pang panalo ang Bind. So this is gonna be not an edge for AEP Pero hopefully talaga makakuha sila dito ng isang win lalo sa SBE para syempre makakuha tayo ng Game 3 which is apparently talaga just to seal the deal dito sa dalawang teams. So mga kaibigan, we're just gonna head on to a very very short break. Once again, you're watching VCTPH Stage 2 Group Stage Week 2 Day Number 2. We are casters, Villain Honeyglaze. See you later. Welcome back here in VCTPH Group Stage Week 2, day number 2. We are casters Vil here. Together with me is Honigday. So nakita natin ngayon yung game number 1 dun sa Haven. And apparently, AEP just deliberately getting that win. Pero dito sa game number 2 mga kaibigan, it's gonna be bind. And like what Honiglaze said a while ago, wala pang panalo dito ang AEP. So medyo napakaganda ng pinili ng SBE dito if ever. Kasi syempre, pipiliin mo yung mapang hindi ganun kalakasan yung kalaban mo, which is bind. 'Di ba? So kung alam mo na kung alam mo na hindi kayo okay sa bind, edi talagang kabahan na kayo kasi baka gamitin yan ng mga kalaban nyo against you guys. And that is the thing that SBE did. So we are now seeing a potential na Game 3 if ever dito, Honeygaze, if ever ganun na mangyayari. And yun, welcome! Kasi meron ko ng ilaw sa harapan.
Kitang-kita na. Okay na, makikita natin din dito lahat ng mga possibility for SBE na makakuha ng comeback. Pero makikita lang din natin dito is yung momentum na nabuo na kaagad ng Alpha Esports Pro ever since game number 1 dito. All from galing na dito from Haven. They were able to sustain themselves para makakuha nga ng mga pick-off dito si Jin. And na-mention mo nga kanina, siya yung isa sa mga players talaga tinitingala mo as the MVPs of our games, of our teams. But this is, again, the map na pinili nga ngayon ng SBE. So let's see kung ito ba talaga yung magiging winning map na nila for a game number 3 or will this be a chance na naman for Qeon and Jan Sanity dito na mapagrakasan lang din makuha nila yung 2-0 in the series.
Makikita natin yan kung talaga magiging 1-1 or 2-0 dito sa ating best of 3 series kasi sobrang I mean, mainit ngayon ang AEP. Well, ang SBE wala hindi na bago yan hindi na bago sa kanila yan kasi minsan kasi talaga nandun sila sa point pag sa umpisa ng tournament okay na doon sila sa pinakababa pero wala yung mga action, mga Philippine action star yung mga yan sa una na bugbog alam mo naman ng bida mamaya pa babawi yan mga kaibigan. So tignan natin if ever mangyayari ba sa mga outlets of Manila or talagang babawiin pa ng mga ATABs which is ang AEP dito naman sa AEP isa lang naman na matanda doon yung Ching lang naman yung matanda doon lagkit na ayan wala siyang bawi guys wala siyang bawi katuwaan lang namin yan ni Ching pero lagi may magkausap niyan sa and sila pro kausap ko rin yan dati sabi ko sa akin uy galingan niyo mga dito kasi yun nga ang tagal ko na silang kasama. Kasi ever since 2014, 15, 16.
Sila na talaga.
Sila na yung mga kinakas ko Hindi na... Ito pa. Si Pro, mga kaibigan, ganito yan. If ever kunyari, 11 call time, 10:30 na, dun pa lang siya maliligo. Tapos ang layo pa ng,
akala ko dun pa lang siya papunta na.
Oo! Diyos ko. Ganyan ang galawang Chris Martir. Dati, di ba, batang pro siya. Ngayon, tatang pro na. Nangyari na dapat nangyari. Tsaka, yan sila dyan, mga tropa yung mga yan. I mean, actually, natutuwa nga ako kasi, alam mo yun, yung parang, nakita ko kung paano sila lumaki. Lumaki talaga kahit matanda na itong mga to. Pero except yun si Aziz bata pa yan kaya magalala. Pero dito naman sa side ng AEP, talagang ito yung masasabi ko talaga na nakita ko yung growth nila. Okay. Paano mo naman nasabi yun, Phil? Ganito kasi yan. 2020, kakalabas pala ng Valorant. Si May nasa Italy nun, diba? Tapos sa NA kami naglalaro minsan. Merong isang player, ang pangalan, Ninja. Yun si Aryu Rayu, ladies and gentlemen. Isipin mo, nakakalaro ko na siya. Platinum pa lang siya. Noong 2020. Pero ngayon, kinakast ko na siya. Andito na siya sa mga pinakamalakas sa Pilipinas. Yun talagang nakita ko yung growth. Parang yun yung mga kwento ko sa mga
moments.
Yun yung mga kwento ko sa mga players. Talagang ibig sabihin nun, parang dati nakasama ko lang siya. Na ganito.
Casual lang.
Basta Platinum Diamond pa lang siya nun Isipin mo. 2020 Platinum Diamond. Ako 2022 na. Andun pa rin ako sa rank niya. Hindi man lang ako makapag-Diamond 3. Hanggang Diamond lang ang pinakamataas ko. Ewan ko ba? Pero hindi. Ay, nakalimutan ko. Radiant nga pala ako guys, sorry. Nakalimutan ko.
Oh. Player ka ng Team Secret. Natatakon lang din na busy ka sa pagko-coach dito for AEP, di ba? Pero speaking of AEP, nako, problema na naman ito malupit ng SBE dahil double the duelist dito, double the trouble for AEP. We have here Qeon and even have Jin for the trace. Makakatapat na nila dito is double smokers. Controller natin dito will be the Viper and have in micro additional for SBE to win out this game number 2 in the map of mind. Will it be favorable for SBE or still the momentum is still staying in favor of AEP? At the very moment makikita natin ngayon na feeling ko, papabor pa rin ako dito sa init ba naman ng bugsok na nadam namin dito ng Alpha Esports and the Trace and Neon setup.
Merong nag-message sa akin.
Message ay, di comment.
Hindi, message.
Message.
Shoutout nga pala kay Nico Nazario. Nag-message sa akin! Pinicturean niya tayo, Honey Glaze. Shoutout nga pala kay Kuya Nick na nanonood ngayon. Tahimik lang siya sa comment section. Pero nanonood siya. Kita-kits tayo, Kuya Nick, sa mga susunod na araw. Alam mo na yan. Alam mo na yan, Kuya Nick. Kita-kits tayo. Isipin mo naman yung mga idol na pinapanood tayo ngayon. Shoutout nga pala sa inyo.
Proud ko yan. But now, we're still taking in some time para na nga makapasok na nga dito in the first map or in the second map rather in the first round na magaganap na nga ngayon. As we have here, AE. Alpha Esports ang magiging defending this time. They have a lot of utilities to cancel out every entries na gagawin dito ng SBE. So will it be favorable of AEP this time or ito naman ba ay mapupunta ngayon for SBE? Pero with that being said, ang bilis na nagtatakuhan agad ni Legion Sanity around the map kaya naman mapaparasahan sila dito ni Papi Chulo. Papi Chulo was traded off by Chris M. So without further ado, for the V4 na kaagad ng laban, 1-to-1 trade lang naman ang naganap natin dito. But with that, they have the commitment na here.
Pero ito na pinapasa na rin siya with a kill on to Chris M right now. Pero si Jin nakakuha naman isa dito pero kalang DV3 on this game right now. Blow, despite the spike holds ready. And let's see if ever makapag-retake pa mga players ngayon ng AEP. Pero hinahanap pa nila kasi talaga yung napakagandang posisyon nila dito para syempre makabawas sila kahit paano. Jin, low on HP pero kung napapansin mo talagang race at hanggang so it's gonna be really explosive. Pero kala until this micro getting the head of the players of AEP. At ito na talaga siguro ang ganti ng api. Qeon Sanity, ginamit na si Neon Guerrero.
Dire-diretso siya kanina, Phil. 4 silang galing na nga ng A-short pero wala silang natagpuan dito. So, nakakuha naman din ng maganda pulse plant dito ang SBE to secure in that first round. Will it be this turning point of time na hinahanap-hanap nila ever since Haven or will it still be in favor of AEP? At the very moment nakita natin kung gaano sila aggressive even though that they are the ones defending. Pero, nakita natin na mabilis silang naparusahan dito ni Papi Chulo. So, pwede natin masabi dito na i-expect na naman sila dito. Aabangan ng SBE. Pero without further ado, with that one tap with the headhunter, mapapatay kagad nila yung isa.
Uy, better audio. Maraming salamat, Honey Glaze. Maraming salamat, Honey Glaze. Pero ito na talaga sabi ni Pro, i-plant nyo na yung spike! Anong oras na kasi? Pero Qeon Sanity, let's see if ever makakapasok pa siya. Jen, andito lang sa may bat. Pero Pro, Diyos ko po, muntik nang mapatay dito. Pero yung alang Pro, papas naman daw kahit armor lang. Pero dito na yun, so are you right with that frenzy? Pero classic lang daw sa kalam siya sabi ng Ching dito sa Qeon Sanity. And Qeon Sanity, dito lang sa may likod ng triple.
Smart
But
move.
Pro, we're gonna fall down to the hands of Giant. Pero mukhang iisa pa ata pero sa
One enemy remaining.
1v3 onto this game, Ryu, medyo malayo pa eh, nasa ano pa siya? Nasa showers pa siya and knowing na frenzy lang din ang gamit niya. Protection bago umakon. The clock is ticking already, catches one. Pero halos walang ginawang damage si Ryu dun sa ano?
Wala.
Doon kay Papi Chulo. Hindi niya nakuha yung ulo ni Papi Chulo.
Sayang lang din kasi ang laking bothersome dito ng Poison Cloud para doon sa retake nito. And again, we have your double controller setup. Kulang man sila ng mga blind dito, pero makakontrol naman kaagad nila yung site dito. With just all of the smokes given and the toxin wall, na pwede nila ditong i-clear out yung corners na ito para at least makapasok kaagad sila ng site. Look at this. We have already the toxin wall na plinat and at kinumit na kaagad nila in A dahil kontento na sila sa tatlong smokes dito given to us by Brimstone. Pero this is a punishment for Qeon Sanity. Mapapatay kaagad siya dito ni Micro. So this is a good upgrade na kaagad for SBE na may vandal sila madadapot dito all the way from Bilong.
Shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Ready Rich Garcia, ang nating director na nanonood ngayon. Yan, kabando ko yan. Oh, si Red Garcia. Balita ako, chumichicks yan, pero...
Bento.
Oo, same. Pero diyan mga kaibigan na see if ever makakuha pa siya ng isa. Pero meron Rayo maganda posisyon niya! Muntik nang makadalawa! Pero nga Jay Tagad all the way doon sa medyo malayo. Hindi talaga siya nakakuha. Pero nga si Ja ang makakuha ng dalawa ngayon. 4v2 onto this game. Chris and Jin only remaining for the side of AEP right now. Spike has been planted already. And yun nga lang, wala rin talaga natamaan yung page sa labas ngayon ni Jin. Pero he needs to take cover kasi wala silang pera ngayon. So all they gonna do is just probably save the guns na meron sila.
They can go in for the exit frags, pero kailangan nilang maingat dito. Tama na lang din at dalawa pa silang natitira dito para enough pa rin yung firepower na pwede lang magantihan dito for SBE. Kasi tingin ko, isa na lang din naman ang kailangan pang mag-buy sa kanila dito. Pro could go in for the Spectres, pero kasi we have already here 3 rounds win already for SBE. 3-0 na kaagad sila dito laban sa AEP and they won't be giving any exit frags dito for Chris M and Jin 819. Nasabi nga natin kanina, hindi pabor dito ang mapa ng bind for AEP. At siguro ito na rin yung reason kung bakit nakakakuha tayo ng momentum dito for SBE. At nakokontrol nila dito mismo yung mga aggressiveness sila Qeon Sanity. Ilang beses siya napupurusahan dito, parang 2 beses na siyang nag-push all the way from the defending side, tapos makakuha nga siya ng mga pick dito, pero hindi niya fully mapapatay, hindi niya fully makukumit dahil ine-expect nga ito ng SBE. So they need to change up the pace. Pero parang nakikita ko dito, Vil, talagang dedire-diretso na naman nila dito yung Bilong, tapos wala silang matatagpuan. They will be committing every utility that they have to create enough space and to blind them out. Pero this time, A kasi ang gustong puntahan ngayon ng SBE, but will they succeed?
Nakikita natin yan if ever that's gonna be really successful sa mga players natin ngayon. Pero ang problema na din talaga is walang pera. Ang AEP ngayon mukhang gagawin ata ng SBE ang ginagawa sa kanila ng AEP. Talagang bumabawi na ata talaga yung mga audits of Manila dito, pero ito na din talaga yung orbital strike. Not gonna catch anyone dito sa may lambs, pero this is the possible push na ginagawa ngayon ng SBE dito sa may A. And this could be a really hard take if ever pwedeng gawin ng AEP kasi wala talaga silang pera at all. It's just that Vandal sa meron si Chris at si Jin and that Sheriff ng Qeon at si Rayo ngayon. Pero kung ano natin, Qeon Sanity with the big headshot. Take it down Ja right now. Pero more utilities na binabato ngayon ni kaibigang Papi Suno. Pero siyempre mahirap na sila magpasok dito. Pero Aziz and Crow and Micro catching 3. Are you Rayo? Nakakita siya ng Pet Chinese Sky mga kaibigan. And gonna get that kill again. 4-0 for the side of SBE. Oh no!
Oh no.
Outspain, lungkot, tumbay, hinagpis ang nararamdaman ngayon ng AEP. Bumabawi na talaga ang SBE.
Parang sayang na lang din yung nakita nating aggressiveness kanina from Haven. Pero kasi you need to fuel out that aggressiveness kung saan magiging worth nga ba yung mga push mong yun. Fortunately for Qeon Sanity, na-cancel out na agad dito all the way from Lamps. At ito ay isa sa mga reasons kung bakit kailangan mo maging maingat sa paggamit mo nga dito ng Neon. We have the slides, yes, we have the dash in, nandito yung mga walls, pero kasi you need to utilize in every corner na pwede mo dito maharangan with those walls para makakuha ka nga dito ng mga surprise attacks from laban dito for SBE. 4-0 na kaagad already in favor of SBE at parang ito na lang din, deja vu ito, Vil, from what happened in Haven na laging AEP ngayon nanganalo dito pero hindi sila nakahabot pa. It was an 8-4 for AEP pero this time parang nagiging alanganin nga ito for AEP na mas makakontrol ito ng SBE to the point na nababasa nila kung gaano kaangas dito si Qeon Sanity na hindi nagiging worth it para sa kanya.
Shoutout nga din pala kay K sa server ni Ate K at saka K&K members. Shoutout sa inyo sa K&K. Cool to ni K. Grabe, di ba? Cool to ni K. Pero mabait yung mga tao dyan. Nandiyan ako kagabi. Neon Guerrero pushing in already. Pero mamba out agad siya eh. Kasi delikado yung ginawa niya eh. Yan si Neon Guerrero, yun yung taong humahati ng bala sa dalawa eh. Yun si Lito Lapid mga kaibigan, yun ang tunay na Neon Guerrero. Kaya nga Pinoy siya, di ba? Kasi tambay siya ng recto. Pero, yan sanity. All the wall duels sa Ching Dukan, nakaisa pa dito. Pinakalan natin sa spray kami ngayon from pro right na baka makuha siya ni para natin.
One enemy remaining.
What up, big 3K? Chris Brown nakaisa pa. Diyan mga kaibigan, Diyos ko. Isa laban sa tatlo. Makakabawi ka ba? Knowing na yung spike is dropped, pwede siyang mag-commit. Meron siyang pera next round. Pwede siyang makabawi. Pero wala siyang idea at all na dalawa na nakatingin sa'yo. Siya super low. Qeon with a kill. 1-4 already. Still, lamang pa rin ng SBA dito. Pero at least ang AEP, they have the score to lean on.
Fortunately kay Ja dito, he knows na meron na nga dito nag-aabang na in hookah, pero hindi siya nagkaroon ng expectations na there is also one to go in for the trade-off. Ang mas nakikita natin dito is the wide and explosive round na pinamunalan nga dito ni Chris to get in those pickles, or rather nila Jing agad to eliminate in 3 members agad from going inside the side. And now, we have here 1-4. Still favorable for the side of SBE dahil meron pa rin naman silang eco. Pero mas mauunahan ngayon si Jing agad with just tour de force. Na-cancel out niya kaagad dito yung ultimate mismo ng ating chamber from our defending team.
On to this game, Aziz nakaisa pa siya dito. Pushing ito at 2v5. Aziz super low on HP pero mukhang muabawi pa ata ngayon. Are you right?
Spike
Checking
planted.
all the corners na meron sila pero wala silang choice at all kung hindi mag-save. Kailangan mag-evas para evas. Ayos ba?
Kaya pala natawa ka.
Kailangan mag-save para save. Kailangan mag-evas para evas. Shay! Shishabol, mga kaibigan.
Bagong hashtag natin dito, mga kaibigan. Kaya pala natawa ka nung una.
Natawa rin ako eh. Natawa rin ako sa sinabi. Big shoutout nga pala sa aking minamahal. Itatago ko rin siya sa pangalang May Kakabral. Ah! Ingit ka yan! Ako lang to.
Grabe na naman ang start talaga dito ng SBE para lang makapasok sa side to side. Pero nakadalawa pa dito tuloy ang AEP with that exit route. They were on for your hand, but unfortunately, inaabangan na pala dito sila nila Qeon, Sanity, and Chris. Pero without further ado, it's already 5-1. It's all going in favor, leading towards the economic advantage dito ng SBE, knowing for a fact na kaya nilang parusahan dito every point na i-hold nila Sanity dito yung corner na ito dahil magpupush nga siya, dahil they are trying to get into those aggressive picks pero hindi nagiging favorable sa kanya. Higher inside work, yes! Pero kasi you need to weigh it out kung tama nga na ito yung push out mo. Lalo na ilang rounds nang lumilipas dito. Kung mapabot for SBE.
Nilabas na kayo sweet sodog dito. Yung Dalmatian na play. All the way dito sa may bilaw. Pero nga na Aziz, not gonna catch anyone dito sa may pinchloss niya. Pero kung napapansin nyo, nagbabantay talaga si Giant. Si Qeon. Yung Giant guy. Dito sa may hookah. Pero Aziz and Qeon Sanity for first. Pero nga lang, Diyos ko! Perfect execution for the side of Qeon Sanity. With that stun and a kill, Qeon will actually take one down. Pero ito na, slide pa. Pero Diyos ko po.
Spike down, B.
Qeon Sanity! Biglang nadapa. 4v2 on this game. Ja low on HP. HG. Lamang pa rin ng AEP. Oh no.
It is 2v4. Qeon agad, mamatay niya dito si Ja at isa na lang ang natitira. Pabichulo, what more can he do now? Lalo na meron lang siya ditong snake bite and even having the poison down. Pero kasi na-smoke na siya dito, isa pa, at compromise na kaagad yung position niya. And with that, angle na hawakan ngayon ni Aryu Rayo, that is already the finisher and possibly the turning point of time na magkakaroon na ng momentum dito, magkakaroon naman ng trading of favors dito ang AEP laban sa SBE. Basta alam nila kung paano na i-control dito sina Qeon and Qeon Sanity. Naging maganda yung run nila in Haven, yes. Sobrang worth it ng mga push nila as they are the ones na nagiging duelist and duelist combo in their setup. Pero this time kasi parang lagi silang nakikitaan ng butas. Mapatay sila dito ng SBE. Numbers advantage agad for SBE to go in for the side. And now, with those blinds, they will be having the info na ito na naman ang gustong puteryahin ngayon ng SBE. They want to go into B-side.
Yung mga nagtatanong ko natin si Taylor, hayaan nyo na, huwag nyo nang hanapin ng wala. Kasi ngayon, isa siyang traidor. Hashtag Taylor Traidor. Wala eh. Nasa ibang lengguwahe, hayaan na natin siya mga kaibigan kasi kung saan sa masaya, dun na lang siya. Huwag na siya bumalik dito, kung palipat-lipat naman siya. Hashtag Taylor Traidor. Yan, tama yan. Paramdam nyo yung galit natin. Pero, eto na ngayon, nakita na nga rin talaga ng Chingdagan yung mga siwawa na lumalabas dito. Pero Are You Right? Being flash, pero tamang single pick na talaga. And Are You Right? Saan ka na get that kill? Pero eto na pa, slide pa! Qeon Sanity na nalapahan na naman! 2v2 onto this game, nilabas na nga ni Pro ang Pet Chinese Sky. Pero saan pa sila pupunta dito? And Jin being revealed right now, pero eto lang yung showstopper! One gonna take that one! Plus that orbital Ventus ko po! Baka may kawala ka, Pro! May showstopper na may orbital pa! Wala kang magagawa kundi mag-alt-tab na lang talaga! 3-5, humahabol ng AED. Pero, ang gagawin lang ng SBE dito is ituloy lang nila yung momentum nila.
I've got your
Kung magkakamomentum pa nga ba sila. We have here so much na binigay dito ng Alpha Esports Pro dahil gigil sila mag-comeback nila dito ang SBE. They have been winning a lot of rounds in the starting point dito ng half na ito. So, they want to go in aggressiveness. They want to go in aggressive laban dito sa side na nga ng SBE dahil nga ang SBE dito. Dahil kampante sila sa mga angles and sa mga pag-aabang nila dito. Mga patient game nila dito, they know na hindi mapakali ang Alpha Esports Pro to try and get an information. Pero with that kind of aggression kasi talaga napaparusahan man sila pero there was also the trade-off. Sayang yun no, dalawa yung ultimates na binigay nila dito pero kung kaya mo namang ibigay ang lahat para makuha nga yung momentum at yung round na kailangan yung maipanalo, why not use it all? Why not risk it all laban dito sa SBE na ilang rounds nga itong napanalo pero with that showstopper, you will be spotting of one. Ching agad dito, mabebeluhan na kaagad ng SBE and they have already the A side para makapag-plant in ang spike.
Pero Molly's on 3 space right now. Pero wala, Aziz nakakuha siya ng isang kill dito mga kaibigan sa Chris F with a big trade-off. Pero Diyos ko po, wala na siyang bala. Pero napakabilis na pangyayari ngayon. Papi Chulo will try to maximize that advantage. Nakakatapos na mag-reload dito na Chris Brown. 2v4 on this game. Hindi pa rin talaga naman
last player standing.
Pero yun nga,
30 seconds left.
napakabilis na pangyayari. Nakakuha pa ng isa. Qeon Sanity, the only one remaining for the side of AEP. Can he get that ace? Can he get that clock? Pero Diyos ko po! Ano nangyari?
Namatap siya pa doon!
Bigla na lang tumilapon yung katawan ni Qeon Sanity doon, men! Alam mo na sa totoo lang? Alam ng AEP na ganito mangyayari sa kanila, Max. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi yung line-up ng AEP attacking. Alam mo kung bakit? Si Raze may rocket.
Sabi na kung alam mo bakit pala yun eh.
EFAS tayo, Lods. EFAS lang tayo. Baka ano pa masabi ko eh.
Kaya inayaan na kita eh. Alam ko na susunod eh.
Walang nakita yung Dalmatian na plane, mga kaibigan. Alam mo kung bakit? Inspire rocket.
Inulit siya pa. 3-6 na nga ang score natin ngayon. Unfortunately for AEP, Stingers na ang mahawakan nila. We have your Smoke, we have your Brimstone already with the Sting dito. Nauluan na naman dito. Are You Ryu? There's also one na matutumba na nga dito in favor of assist. 2K for this guy. Wala silang idea kung nasa na nga ba dito si Jen Sanity. We have her the classic yet. One right click lang is enough. Pero he missed out the shot laban dito kay assist na nakakuha na ngayon ng 3K. And it's all up to the flankers na lang na natitira dito for AEP. Jin all the way from hookah. Parang mabagal pa ang magiging push dito all the way from Bilong at isa pa all the way from sewers. There's no blinds naman na maibibigay dito yet si Pro, but still with the delay talagang expected na nila na kung saan man manggagaling dito sina Chris M. At ayun, nabatukan, 12 HP na lang natira.
Honeyglay, sino sewers dito sa bahay nito? Oo, sinabi mo sewers. Kaya hinahanap ko, saan yung sewers dito sa bahay? MB. Kasi, nung sinabi mo sewers, na-recall ko, meron bang sewers sa bahay? Okay lang. NT.
Here.
Bawi next half.
Bawi. Hindi kasi gusto ko lang i-confirm kasi baka ako yung mali.
Ako talaga mali.
Hindi, tama ka. Honeyglazed, babae ka eh. Lagi kang tama. Pero kung napapansin mo,
pala ako, no?
Pero kung napapansin mo, talagang SBE, itutuloy lang nila ang kanilang ariba. Itutuloy lang nila ang kanilang momentum dito. Gagawin ng SBE yung ginawa sa kanila ng AEP kanina. Naku po, si Ja, palong-palo. Men, pag uwi mo mamaya, meron kang buko juice kay Ate Noelin. Naku po, it's time.
Evas para Yan sanity dito, binigay niya nga yung best dito to push out all the way from A-Short. We have here the sprays given to us by Ari Rayo. Goes in for the kill laban dito kay Ja. Dalawa na pala ang natitira. Dalawa ang napatumba for both of our teams. Dahil 3v3 na kagad ang situation natin. Trailblazer will be spotting off Chris M here in backside. Still, yung dalawa take time pa talaga makakuha ng mga picks dito. So let's see kung makakakuha pa rin ba ng isang kill dito si Chris M. Unfortunately dito kay assist hindi siya mag-bawagi. But with that right takes hindi. Then ito magiging pamor for Chris M. Pero ang daming binabato sa kanya dito. Qeon Sanity.
Daming binabato, men. Baka mapideya tayo dyan. Delikado yan.
Last round in the half.
7-5? Or 8-4? Kung 8-4, parang yun lang din yung nangyari kaninang round. Kaninang game.
Mga walls, mga utilities, there's also the bolts for the stun. You need to push it out for a 5 to 7 talaga for Alpha Esports para dalawa na lang yung habulin nila in the next few rounds for the half. Pero speaking of, ibibigay ba ito ng SPE? Lalo na't we have here already the Trailblazers spotting off someone from the heavens. There's the Orbital Strikes. There's also the Showstopper. Wala naman sila matatagpuan dito. So, enough na rin naman ng firepower dito ng AEP to get in that retake. But will they be able to? Dahil si Ja dito all the way from left will be getting in that kill. Laban kay Chris M. He also have here the Sword of Force. He won't be flicking out the head of Ryu Ryu. Pero meron naman sila dito Viper Spit. Let's see now here kung makakakuha ba sila ng info. We have here the fingers na lang dyan. Sanity, he was coming up already. We have also as well the Guardian plays. I think agad. Pero makakakuha na naman siya ng kill. Dalawa na naman natitira. Isa na lang din pala dahil nabaluan pa. We have Ryu. Pero unfortunately, pinersa na rin sila dito nila Pro. That is already the finisher for this half. SBE gets in their momentum for the closing off.
8-4 it is. Parang kanina lang. No?
Deja vu talaga.
Parang kanina lang.
Ay. Trap destroyed.
Sabi sa chat, no? Meron to nakikita sa nakikita. Hindi natin nakikita. Wala eh. I mean, hindi ko alam. Iniisip ko, saan ba yun dito? Valorant 2 ata yung nilalaro mo? Ano please?
Valorant 2.
Oo. Pero magkakaroon ng Valorant Mobile. Doon talaga natin mapapakita ang bilis ng daliri ng Pinoy. Lalo na pag nakaturbo yung mga daliri natin. Naku, wow! Grabe. 8-4 it is for the side of AAP. And tulad nga sinabi ko kanina, yung composition ng AAP, pang-attacking to. Raze at saka Gian. Grabe, isipin mo ha, kung gaano kapalong-palo si Jin kanina. Ano nang nangyari niya sa kanya ngayon? Naubos na ata yung kanyang chakra.
Pero pwede nyo ba fuel out yung lineup nila dito? Talaga nang sabi mo kanina, pang-attacking talaga sila eh. Ching agad dito with one trademark, the blinds for the opening for our double duelist setup. Si Chris M naman dito with the spokes. Pero ano pa kaya makikita mo dito sa dami ng echoes din na may bibigay ng SBE? Micro, Papichulo, Viper, and that Brim, Orbital Strike. There's also the Viper Spit para makontrol nga dito yung isang site. So, enough na magkahiwalay dito yung dalawang controllers natin to have so much control in every angle na papasukan dito ng AEP. So, without further ado, kailangan talaga nila dito mag-dash in and out. We have here the blinds, satchels in, and hope for the best na makakuha sila ng mga pick-off dito once na makapasok sila ng
Ikaw, Honey Glaze. If ever mapipredict ka, sinong sa tingin mo mananalo dito?
For this half, I think SBE pa rin eh.
SBE ka? Sa buong series?
Sa buong series, tingin ko AEP.
Smokes down.
Ano yan? Yung mga
Hindi lang nila mapasiguro.
Pero yung nga, oh, Diyos ko po si Ching, muntik na. Akala ko nag-flick yung isa pero at least nakabawi naman si Micro dito pero meron pang tao dito sa may lamps. And you hold si Micro pero kala Micro kaya si One Jim hinarapan na nga dito ng friends yung mga kaibigan pero healing over here. Yan ang sinasabi ngayon yung Are You Right para syempre nakikita pa yung mga players nila pero kala all the way from the backside habang ABS lang din muntik ng tumama. 4-9 it is. Parang kanina lang.
Oo nga.
Parang kanina lang.
Ito talaga yon kung ano ang nangyari kanina. We have your SBE na nanalo na naman for the first and pistol round for the second half. Ang problema na lang dito for AEP is that they haven't checked in how the trade-offs would happen in favor of them dahil meron nakaabang dito here in Lamb na nakabuelo nga dito sinaching agad for 1 kill pero it was quickly traded off. And for the delay, pagod nila mapatay dito yung Brimstone and unfortunately, it was a crucial time for SBE na makapasok na nga din at makontrol nila yung site. Pero ngayon, with those Specters, naubos nila agad yung magda-dash in, slide and dito, mataba na naman si Sanity Jam. Another kill for this guy. Ching agad na lang ang natitira with 56 HP. Alam pa ni Papi Chulo na iikot pa siya dito all the way from short.
Ang ganda ng protocol na na Spectre. Nagsisi ako, ba't pa RGX pa binili? Opo, Diyos ko po, bigyan lumipad yung ulo. Bigyan lumipad yung ulo. Asis, kitang-kita sa camera, men. Biglang tumango eh. Ganda ng protocol Spectre. Ano yung lumabas sa night market? Ang lumabas sa night market ko, guys. Yun, Sheriff. Yung frenzy na yung skin yung umiikot, Oracle ba yun? Tingnan na. Tapos may Celestial Fan
Oracle.
at saka yung isa, yung parang sword. Gusto yun, yung sword.
Akin din, original na akin eh, yung umiikot eh.
Na night market eh. Akala ko isa lang bibiling ko, yung pala baka maging dalawa pa. Di na pala ako bibili, bigyan tumingin sa akin si May, men. Bigyan tumingin eh. Sumama ng tingin sa akin eh. Ano bibili ka?
Mag-ingat ka.
Hindi ako bibili.
For content lang sila eh.
Pero, going back here in this game right now, nagkalabas na nga ng Sweet Sauce at si Chudog dito. Catching all these players. They're already nga ng Jin!
Muntik
nang mapatay dito pa Qeon Sanity with a big straight. Pero ito na ngayon yung mga pain shields and syempre yung mga mollies na meron sila pero may magpupush ba and this is actually a big miss. Oh, Diyos ko po pero wala
ayun lang!
All si Pro! Dumiretso lang din talaga sa may hook ha. Pushing ito, a 4v3 Ryu catching one dito sa may hook as well pero nga Ching tagad nakaisa pa dito. We're gonna take down Micro para nakapasok sila dito sa A. And if ever lang din talaga na pwedeng manalo dito ang AEP, yes of course, dito sa round na to. Kasi lamang sila sa lahat, sa pera, sa utilities, and hindi na lang
One
kaya
enemy
pa ba ni
remaining.
Pro tsaka ni Jato na lang Pro, mag-is na lang si Tatang Pro will gonna go down.
Good start for AEP in this round na makakuha ng round ng point laban dito sa SBE. Pero unfortunately, 5 pa yung kailangan nilang habulin dito. May pera pa sa bulsa ng SBE ngayon. Half an armors, yes, pero they need to force out this one. Dahil mahihirapan sila kung sakaling magkaroon naman dito ang Alpha Esports na momentum na ma-amplify nila dito yung pagpasok ng dalawang rushers natin, duelists natin dito. Qeon Sanity and RU Rayo with the blinds. Yes, they have to clear out the corners, pero unfortunately for SBE dito, they failed to win out the duel nung nag-aabang na sila laban sa kanila dito. Natatry na nilang mag-rotate, but with that being said, mukhang aggressive po gagawin dito ni Cha with that swing. Unfortunately, hindi pumubor na nga dito kay RU Rayo. Kaya counter streak to win out that duel. So one member down, wala silang pang-line, and this is a huge problem for them. Lalo na kailangan nila dito ng mga utilities to control, and Ja is already down. We have the space all the way from Qeon Sanity to wall bang, bro. And 2K for this guy, 3v3 na lang din. Kagad yung round na ito.
Put down.
On to this game, hindi pa naman tapos to. 2v3, nakabawi na ngayon ni SBE. They really wanna push it to a game number 3. Aziz checking all the corner, Papi Chulo and Micro as well. Checking all the situation, all the information that may seen dito sa map na to, dito sa game na to. Ching and Qeon Sanity, can they still get that spike done? Or probably, talaga makakuha sila ng isang malupit na 2v3 dito. Pero yun nga lang kung napapansin mo, that is a big rotation already na pwede gawin ngayon ng SBE, mga kaibigan. Everyone is at the same spot. Lahat sila nandito sa may city. Wala mag-heaven. Meron ba mag-heaven? Wala. Lahat sila nandito lang sa may backside, mga kaibigan. It's gonna be really hard for them for sure. Aziz, wala na siyang pinchels dito. Micro, yes, may molly siya. It's an orbital strike coming in!
Nako?
From Micro, pero
Napuwersa siya eh. Pero siya siyang lumabas from the orbital strike na nilabas nga dito all the way from Lams. Good angle na yun, pero yun nga, wala silang choice dito. Wala din silang pang post-plant utilities to counter out that defuse. So, fortunately, yung Recon nagbigay tuloy ng information na magagaling. And with that slide, akala natin pwede na rin para sa kanya, pero numbers advantage pa rin talaga for SB to clutch out that round, to clean out another point na pwede sana kuhanin nandito ng AEP after planting the spike, pero nabawasan sila. That was close for a winnable situation for AEP for a 3v3, but yun na nga nangyari. What just happened here all in favor of SB, pero this time si Pro ay hawak lang naman niya dito ay Judge. There's also dyan na wala siyang ibang mapanghawakan na Gunsito rifles. But let's see now here if magiging useful. Makakakuha nga ba siya ng Corby?
Jin catching one. Pain shells will be thrown out. Not gonna catch anyone. Ito na. Malamotes ang galawan. Qeon Sanity putting in all the walls. Meron siya. Aziz catches one as well. Pero nga lang, Papi Chulo and Ja, we're gonna end the lives of the players of AAP right now. Qeon Sanity going for it. 2v3 onto this game. Papi Chulo catching everyone right now. One situation. Chris M catches one as well. Kukunin niya itong glitch pop Vandal and gonna get that spike dito sa may mid. 1v1 onto this game. Meron silang utilities, meron silang armors, lahat kumpletong-kumpleto pa. Mahaba pa ang oras. Saan pupunta si Chris Brown?
Daming pag-overthink ang binibigay niya dito kay Aziz, oh. Nag-aabang lang siya all the way from backside. Wala
30
siyang
seconds
maririnig na
left.
whatsoever na sound cues dito for Chris M to go inside of B. Pero parang tumatama yung hinala ni Aziz eh. Vil, nakatungo na siya dito here in A side. Onting push na lang at pwede niya dito ma-cancel out si Chris M, si Chris Brown from planting in the spike. At that is the only option for
10
him
seconds
to
left.
win out this round. May orbital strike siya dito to win that out for the postman. Pero let's see kung makakaligtas siya kaagad. Steam Beacon para mapadali na nga yung lakad niya dito. Pumunta all the way from bats. And this is a good one. Especially, si Aziz dito ay manggagaling na nga rin all the way from City.
1v1. Nilabas na nga. Nilabas na ni Aziz yung crash gear eh. Alam niya na sumisawit. Pero orbital strike! Pero tamang mamba out lang with that satchel. Meron pa sa isang satchel. Pwede siyang pain shell and all you need to do is reposition. Chris M pushing it dito sa may short. At mukhang makukuha pa nga. Diyos ko po, Aziz nakatingin sa kabila. Pero na-half na yung spike. Pero mukhang magkikita ka tayo, Aziz! Magkaragat that kill. Pero meron pa siyang oras. Yes, meron siyang oras. Napakagandang lead na ginawa ni Aziz dito. Solid, really solid. Balong-balo. SBE is the match point already. Parang kanina lang.
Oh. Deja vu talaga to. We have very 12-5 scoreline. Still in favor on the side of SBE. At ito na nga yung match point nila. Gianzani din nakapasok man ng site. But unfortunately, with the whole enemy Papichulo, he was able to counter out a lot of numbers. This was a very crucial round for Chris M na magkaroon sila finally ng round advantage and the lead laban dito sa SBE. Pero yun na nga ang nangyari, which has happened just in favor of SBE dahil naging kapos naman dito si Assist na alam niya kung paano niya gamitin yung kanyang bumbot to clear out bats. At meron pa siyang mga satchel dito to survive. Medyo napaaga lang siguro yung orbital strike dahil with that one tap of the defuse, talagang i-fake lang muna ito ni Assist to bait out the orbital strike or every utility na pwede pa ditong gamitin ni Chris M. And that is already the go signal na ng AEP na mag-timeout na muna. Pahingayin muna natin dito yung momentum na lagi na lang din pumapabor for SBE.
Ay, napasarap ang kain ng ano eh. Napasarap yung shot ng Lola Remedios ng SBE. Nakabawi sila ngayon, no?
That works.
Yun yung pampatibay ng SBE, pampatibay ng buto, mga ganun. Kapag maintenance itong mga to. Pero AEP medyo malayo pa. Ang kailangang habulin nila, 7 more rounds. 7 clean rounds. Hindi na sila pwede magkamali dito. Or we're gonna go to game number 2, which is...
You want to play? Let's play.
Game number 2. Ano ba yung map natin dito?
It is split there.
Pinaka-last map natin.
It is split. Yeah, it is split. So maliit na mapa ngayon na pupuntahan natin. Pero let's see if ever kasi talaga makakakunin ito. Pero yun nga lang, susimulan muna ng Pet Chinese Sky. So pro, alam na kung nasa ba yung mga players na to. Alam na kung saan yung mga kalaban na. Pero Diyos ko! Nakasilip! Nakita ni Ja yung pigtails ni Gian Sanity dito. Inclusive, diba? Yung dalawa. Pero, pro, catching one already. Pero napakaganda ng ginagawa dito ng SBE talaga kasi they have an idea, they have that information. All they gonna do is push it no matter what. Papi Chulo, waiting on that corner. Pro, waiting below sa may hook ka kasi baka may idea na bakit sila pumunta. Pero eto na, Diyos ko! Fire! Fire lang ang nasabi niya! Pero hindi naman niya nabuto! Hindi naman niya nabuga!
30 seconds left.
3v4 onto this game. Pro, makokongkas pa dito. And that is the thing that... Oh no! Hindi na nakita si Pro! Hindi nakita ni Gian Sanity si Pro! Oh no!
Defenders win.
Anong nangyari sa AAP and SBE will win that second game 1-1 already. And we're gonna go sa game number 3. It's gonna be split. Mainit to, Honey Grace.
Another reason kung bakit makikita na naman natin na 0 ang percentage natin dito for AEP to secure and bind. 1-1 is our scoreline right now and SBE just did a lot of patient game, waiting game laban dito kina Gian Sanity na alam nila magpupush yung, alam nila na magpapabigay sila ng aggressiveness dito in this game, in this map. Kaya naman ngayon, it is the punishment given by SBE. Parang tama na nga si Bill dito na talaga magpapatalo sa una mga bida. SBE dito, one more game para makakomeback stronger dito in our leaderboards.
Yeah, we're gonna see that later on kung what is the next thing that these teams should do because it's gonna be split. So, this is gonna be really exciting sa mga players natin ngayon na talaga makita ulit yung mga players natin maglalaban dito sa maliit na mapa, which is babalik sila sa Japan. And AEP mga kaibigan, talagang literal na ginawa lang ng SBE yung ginawa ng AEP sa SBE kanina. And it's like a deja vu of what happened a while ago. And SBE, at least buhay na buhay pa ang kanilang mga apoy para mapakita na din talaga na makakabawi sila dito sa mga ATABs, which is AEP. Pero split it is. To be honest, it's gonna be a big 50-50. For me, nung nakita ko yung matchup to SB and AAP, malaking 50-50 talaga nakikita ko. Kasi ganito kasi ang AAP, parang semi-sure na sila eh. Semi-sure pa lang, semi pa lang And SBE, kailangan talagang humabol. Ano ba yung score ng SBE? They're actually 1-3.
1-3.
1-3 sila. So medyo masakit lang din talaga makita na yun yung score nila. Pero nga na AEP, ano score nila? Yung score is 3-1. So, medyo okay pa sila eh. Diba? Okay, kalmado lang sila, men. Chillax lang sila. At ang place lang is second. So, dito magkakatalo. If itutuloy ba ng AEP, yung second place or SBE, makakabawi na kahit paano.
Parang ang nakikita ko dito for SBE nun, they can play under pressure na nasa lower half nga sila dito na leaderboards, pero nakikita naman natin yung pagpupursige nila, yung push para makakuha nga ng game 3 at maipanalo nila yung mga rounds, yung mga duels. Pero with the map of split, naalala ko tuloy yung matchup nila dito laban sa Team Secret na ito yung nakakapagod na game. I think it was a D1 series na 20-18. Grabe yung overtime na binigay nila doon laban sa Team Secret. Pero it's still won by Team Secret. This is one of the maps na sobrang binaban kagad ng SBE once we go in the map Betos. So I'm really excited to see kung ano ba yung momentum na maibibigay dito ng AEP. Or this time, kumpiyansa na ngayon ang SBE na makapaglaro comfortably here in Split. But here we have the highlights kung paano nga nila naparusahan na padapa lagi dito si Qeon Sanity. And even have your Jin na may show stopper nga siya pero naka-counter siya immediately by SBE. So there are also sometimes na talagang hindi pinagbibigyan yung mga flanks na gustong gawin dito ng AE laban sa SBE at the very
I mean, sinabi na natin na na magandang pang-attacking yung ano nila, yung lineup nila, yung composition nila. Pero yung nga lang talaga, SBE.
Impressive wiring.
Talagang pinapakita na talagang babawi kami. Tulad ng sinasabi namin sa inyo mga kaibigan, ito mga players ng SBE. Ano to tawag doon? Mala diesel ang datingan na to eh. Diba?
Kala ko card doon.
Kailangan
Tagalog eh.
Kailangan munang painitin bago umandar. Parang action star ng Pilipinas mga kaibigan. Sa una, binubugbog ang mga bida. Pero let's see if ever that's gonna happen to sa side ng SBE though. Kasi upon catching their last game, sa stage 1, this is the exact thing that happened. Talo sila sa una, then sa dulo, biglang bumawi. Ladies and gentlemen, next map is gonna be on Greece. Once again, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. You're watching VCTPH Group Stage. Stage 2, week 2, day number 2. Your casters, VCT and Honey Glaze with a double E. See you later.
lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Ang bidabay talagang nagpapatalo sa una. Oh, makakakita pa rin naman tayo ng pambardagola na eksena may bibigay sa atin ngayon ng AEP para tapusin na nga ang serye na ito, 28221 series. This is Anigli si Dodobali, kasama ko ngayon si Vil, and this is the matchup between SBE at ng Alpha Esports Pro. Ano nga ba ang magaganap dito in the map of split?
Haniglis, kamusta siya sa Japan?
Okay naman. Medyo malamig.
Kamusta sa Japan? Sana okay ka lang dyan sa Japan, kapatid. Pero sana makabawi ka kahit paano. And dito naman sa mga players natin ngayon, it's gonna be game number 3 dito sa split. So this is gonna be really interesting na makita natin ngayon na paano ba sila maglaro sa mga maliliit na mapa. Diba? So, a Cypher? Yes. Pwede tayo makakita ng isang magandang Cypher play dyan. And pwede nilang gamitin si Fade dito. Pwede silang mag-enough. Pwede lang ilabas si Tony Prowler. Wala eh. Kasi alam naman talaga natin na breach. Kaya mag-breach. Dami mong dada.
Magkatunggali sila ni Tony Prowler, no? Pero I expect the worst case scenario na
Tony
pwedeng
Prowler.
nangyari dito for Alpha Esports Pro. Pero SBE dito, they have the lead from the second game dun sa map of Vine, pero pwede nilang maipersa yung kanilang rounds na yon na ipanalo yung mga momentum na yon laban sa AEP dito in split. Pero this time around, yun nga, sabi dito ni Vil, pwedeng gumamit pa rin naman dito ng Fade, sila Jin at sila Jin with their combos na makapasok na nga ng site at makontrol nila dito, especially the fact na sila siguro dito yung magiging defending or sila dito yung magiging attacking. Let's see kung ano ba yung magiging agent composition nila, dahil that is one of the exciting parts dito kasi in this map na kung sino man yung pwedeng mag-cypher dito at maging Sage in the split. I think it's going in favor of SBE dahil SBE dito, they have been playing so well with the holds na kinokapit nila dito as they are the ones defending as Papi Chulo with the cypher, tapos si Sage naman dito for Jack.
Yeah. And dito sana mukhang nakalaklak na rin ata yung mga players ng SBE ng Granny Remedy. So, okay, pinaganda ko lang yung tunog, di ba? Pinaganda ko lang yung tunog, di ba? Granny Remedy. Para talagang mas ganahan pa yung mga players natin. Siya, syempre yung konting balot-balot na rin para pampatibay ng mga otuds. Buto. Anyway, going back yun sa mga talaga nakita natin. Mabibing ko na lang din talaga. Hindi na ako magugulat if ever mangyari yun, man. Actually, sabi nga ng mga friends ko, Vil, bakit hindi ka dumudulas? Ha? Ano ka dudulas ko? Ang bait-bait ko. Hindi mangyayari sa akin yan, man. Pero wag naman sana. Naku, dude. Okay. Dito sa mga players talaga natin ngayon, talagang kailangan talaga nila manala dito knowing na ang SBE medyo nasa bingit ng elimination kasi ang score nga nila is 1-3. Well, Well, lalong-lalo na ang Naos. Kailangan talaga nila makabawi kahit paano. Hindi ko alam kung paano sila makakabawi. Pero saan na mangyari yun? Kasi nasa pinakababa sila ng food chain eh. Sila 0-4 sila eh. Isipin mo sila yung unbeatable last stage. Pero ngayon medyo sila yung nasa pinakababa. So actually really unfortunate hindi na makita. Pero at least diba, we are now seeing new faces. New faces dito sa pinakataas, and tingnan natin if ever talaga makakabawi ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, mukhang wala at ang gagamit ng EDAF. A Cypher, yes, for Papi Chulo. That's gonna be really interesting. Pero Chris M ng Pinas, Chris Marau ng Pinas, he's gonna use that Omen. Cheng, Qeon Sanity, back to that Jet and Jin with that Raze. Pero dito naman sa side ng SBE, Flippy, Sky, Papi Chulo, Cypher, Ja, Omen, Pro, Sage, and Aziz with that big Raze right now. And napapansin naman natin dito, double sentinel setup for the side of SBE, knowing na sila yung attacking just to stop that possible flanks if ever na pwedeng gawin ni Papi Chulo. And dito naman sa side ng AAP, mga kaibigan, double duelist, double sentinel, and a controller for defenders, which is apparently a good thing as well.
Wouldn't be a problem though, dahil wala silang blind dito. Maasahan lang nila is the paranoia and the smoke, syempre, to control and those girders. Ang makakalaban naman nila dito is the info gathering agent from Sky, from the side of SBE. There's also the Great Wall of Papi Chulo kasi dito, every time na makakapag-hold sila dito in either B or either A, talaga mahihirapan makapasok nga dito ang attacking side. And without being said, etong split pa naman ito ay defender-sided map. Masasabi natin dito na well played yung mga utility agents na naman na may bibigay natin dito for the side of SBE. Pero again, just gotta commit to Alpha Esports Pros aggression na pwede nila itong maibigay kaagad at makuha at mag-gather nila kaagad dito. Especially that they are the ones they are the ones defending pala dito. They can counter out members from the side of SBE once they do want to get a hold of the site. But speaking of, they are already stacking up here in B. So let's see kung mid to B or immediate B site ba talaga ang kukuha nila kaagad dito laban kina dyan.
On to this match right now, and SBE, Aziz trying to stop this person. So ganun makapasok pero nga lang si Pro nakakuha na isa dito with the takedown. Qeon Sanity are you with a big trade-off. Chris M nakaisa pa pero maraming tao ngayon andito lang sa may likod though. Pro, and palipat-lipat lang kay Ja and Pro, mga kaibigan na nangyayari dito sa cameraman natin. 3v3 onto this game. Jin low on HP, wala na siyang pain shots, wala na silang utilities at all, pero nga si Ching gonna fall down as well. Ito they had 1v3 onto this game. Chris Brown ng Pinas, hell yeah, that's me. Can he get that clutch or not? Listen, getting tagged, pero is this gonna be enough para mapatay yung mga players ito? Mawawalan yung wall dito sa may likod, mga kaibigan. Ito na siyang umikat, pero yun nga lang, nag-swing siya dun sa side ni Papi Chulo. That wallbang, that headshot will give them 1 point here in this game.
Nagsimula kasi itong round na ito na isa lang yung nagde-defend inside the site. So, it posed a big problem, especially the fact na pumasok na lang din kaagad dito ang SBE. Sabi mo nga kanina, Japro, ang nagsalit-salitan lang dito to get in those skills simultaneously laban sa AEP. They were able to find the spike, corner out the last remaining agent here. Chris M na lang ang natitira doon sa pagkakataon na tinatry niya makakuha lang ng pitas dito. Specters, Satchel and Blinds, this is a good opportunity for them to secure in a site. Makikita nga nila dito kaagad na may Killjoy Air here in A. So let's see kung mag-ready ito pa rin ba yung kumana nila dahil right click na nga siya dito ni Qeon Sanity. There's also the trade of Nicky. Oh my god. Papi Chulo naman dito with trade. Ja also as well for the 2K. They will be able to secure in A and plant in the spike at isa na lang na ulit ang natitira.
Yeah, medyo mahirap lang talaga din sa pagbawi kasi alam naman natin na wala halos pera dito sa side ng AEP if ever. And now Chris Brown, the last man standing for the side of AEP. Spectrum Classic, mga kaibigan, checking all the corners. Pwede siya makapitas siguro dito ng isa pero yung nga lang, the damage has been dealt already. We're gonna get the head of Chris M, and ito na ang gati ng api ng AEP. They have the money. But sa SBE, all they're gonna do is just save up
Placing alarm bomb.
kay Pro tsaka si
Placing
Flippy.
swarm
Yes, sila yung
grenade.
namatay kanina. Hindi naman sila talaga bibila dito, men. Alam naman nila na talagang sa next round lang sila babawi. Kasi once na kahit manalo pa rin dito ang kung manalo dito ng FBE, walang pera ang Alpha next round.
Really is a good analysis, especially the fact na kailangan nilang makuha na yung momentum to come back up. We ever assist, that is a good kill na may bibigay natin ngayon for Qeon. Taking down that duelist. And now, no fast entry. They still have the blinds para makapasok at para makontrol pa rin naman yung sarili nila dito to have their entries. Pero with so much utility sa binabato dito here in mid, I think this is a good option na pumunta na lang sila ng A. But unfortunately, we have here two members pala from the side of AEP nag-aabang. That is a good kill once again for AEP. Qeon dito, laban kay Pro. Jin also as well for the pick off kay Ja. At dalawa na lang kaagad ang natitira dito. Papichulo and Flippy. What are they going to do next? Especially the fact na may mabablind sila dito. Double pick for this guys. Pero makikita naman natin dito si Aryu Rayu nakaabang na lang din into that corner with a Vandal on hand.
Jens lang na wala dito pero ang Aryu Rayu knows it already na maraming tao dun sa may likod. Push, bigla nilang pinush! Walang nagawa! Si Mr. Rayu. Pero, sa kuha ng AEP itong win na to. 2-1 to the favor of SBE. And ito na ang tunay na gun round. Lahat sila may mga pera. Lahat sila may mga barel. Lahat sila may mga ultimates. Oh, Rayu! Mainit ang tariman nitong idol natin. Judge agad ang binili. Tamang boga flame lang din talaga. Pero, I mean, pwede kasi. Anyway. Uy, hindi. Uy, judge na. Kasi nakaano naman sila eh. I mean, sila naman yung defending. So, pwede talaga. So, aantayin lang niya na pumasok dito ang SBE para makapag-boga siya. Bang, bang, bang.
Ilang bang lang ang kailangan niya dito para sa SB mapigilan sila sa mga pag-entry nila dito. Ching agad nakaligtas na marinig siya dito na cyber case. So let's see kung ano ba yung gagawin dito ng SBE. Lalo na may turret dito all the way from ramps. We have 3 members holding into A. So this is a problem for them. Lalo na we have her able all the way from B tower. So may ipit sila dito in mid to control in the every rotation dito na i-commit ng Alpha Esports to have those pick-offs. But with that blind,
alam nila na may na-judge sa taas. Alam nila yan, men. Oh, but hindi tinamaan!
Paranoia, hindi umabot!
Hindi tumama kay Aryu yung paranoia. Oh no! Hindi na-adjust ni Jan na pataas pa ng onti. Sayang. Pero, Ching!
30 seconds
Sinigzag yung dalawa, ginawang isaw. Yung dalawang players yan ni SB, mga kaibigan. Pero nga ng Qeon Sanity catching one of them and Ja. It's a lot of trouble. Oh! Pinagtagsan pero dili. Oh my God! Muntik na akala ko sasaksakin eh. Akala ko sasaksakin ni Ja eh. Akala ko just tondotin yung gagawin pero dili naman pala. Pero meron pa siyang oras dito. 9 seconds in. Best! Wala kang oras na
7, 6, 5. Wala na talaga. Sayang yan. Nakapag-TP nga siya pero hindi siya abutan makapag-plant in the spike. That is another round overwhelming for Alpha Esports. Pero akala ka natin makikita na naman natin dito yung play ng Team Secret na dadampot ng spike eh. Pero yun.
Hindi, I mean, hindi ko alam kung bakit pa nag-ulti si Ja. Hindi ko alam kung bakit nag-ulti si Ja. Kasi alam na kanya naman ng oras eh. Saka alam niya, nasa heaven siya eh. Pero wala eh. Napunta siya ng A. Pero nagulat siya, may tao pa na doon. So, wala rin. Grabe oh. Chris M hinadukin sa mukha si Ja pero siya pa rin yung nakapatay. Pero yun sa side ng SBE ngayon, all they gonna do is save. All they gonna do is save.
A minute. Tututo na ang scoreline natin. This is a good one. Especially kanina always one-sided yung first half and now talagang pumapwersa na dito ang AEP maka-comeback na in this game number 3. We have the smokes already placed in by both of our omens. Pero gusto konteriyahin pala dito is SBE to get in mid. Will they be able to? Dahil may wall na nga dito, there's also the boom bots. Unfortunately, nakabang naman na dito si Jin all the way from top side. This is good, especially na nakapag-adjust sila kaagad.
na baka mag-rush in na kaagad dito ang SB. They have the short range advantage with those frenzies and with their guns. So let's see kung makakakuha ba sila ng pick of info. Lalo na nakabang sa kanila dito si Ori.
Makikita natin yan kung ano ba yung magagawa nila dito sa mga gameplay nila dito sa mapa na ito, knowing kung wala namang halos pera ang SBE dito sa side nila. Pero nga lang Rayo waiting on
30 seconds left.
Sa may heaven, and he knows it already na maraming tao. Pero nga lang wall! Na-wall up pa si Rayo dito! And we're gonna get that 3K! Perfect execution for the side of AEP with the help of the wall ni Ginoong Chris Martir.
Turn out! Who would have thought na may execute na lang tama dito yung wall na yan, especially na nag-rush in ng side dito ang SBE.
Seconds left.
Not kasi good, especially na kailangan nilang pagmanaray ng round na ito. Pero now, with that, we have the advantage of the angle and season at field. Unfortunately, Gana dito sa kasi dito. Against the following members na natira from Alpha Esports who was able to hold on to B. But speaking of, there's no one pushing it to B this time. A ang gusto nilang kuhanin at dito may half of spike. Pero makakasurvive na nga basta dahil mga kamupit sa ginagawa at mukhang hindi nang at Alching agad with the popping off the head of assist. One member down already, no satchels in. At least they have that.
I've got your trail.
Papichulo na ka naman agad mga pero yung Pecha in the sky, we're gonna catch the players of AEP right now. They have an idea, tamang wala
I
na
know
para
exactly
delay the push even longer. And that is the neural theft na nilabas ni Papichulo for him to know exactly kung nasa ba ang AEP. Pero napakadami mga utilities pa rin na binabato dito ng AEP mga kabi. Pero yun nga, that is Papichulo with the plant the spike already plus that lockdown na nilabas ni Ching para mapalabas pa yung mga players ngayon dito ng SBE though. Pero can they still get that when Chris M nakaisa na? Ching meron pa isang dito pushing ito ang situation right now. Pero Chris M open na open dito sa may heaven. Pero kitang-kita nila kung nasan ba yung mga
enemy remaining.
Papichulo catches one, catches two, and a three, and a fourth one as well. 3-3. Dikit yung laban dito, Honey Grace.
Dikit talaga. Lagkit ng laban nila dito. Especially na nagkakaroon ng mga duels sa sobrang comfortable for one agent, one member here for ASSBE. I'm talking about Papichulo with the 3K. Sobrang komportable niya dito sa mga angles na kaya niyang ipanalo kaagad laban sa Alpha Esports with just the isolations play. And this is really commendable dahil nga na-push nila itong round dito 23-3. At makabawasan pa tuloy dito economic advantage na gustong ipunin na ngayon ng Alpha Esports. We have another mid-take that might happen potentially for SBE. Kung magiging favorable man ito, yes, they can control NB Tower. Pero tatlo ang nakaabang sa kanila. Potentially, there's also one member all the way from the main. Pero let's see now here, how will they be able to win this duels out? Lalo na nakaboost na naman dito si Rayo with that judge.
And medyo slow play muna ang ginagawa dito ng mga players natin ngayon kasi hindi sila talaga magpakapwedeng sobrang bilis kasi ito naman si Rio no? Maganda yung position na dito with that judge on hand na naman. And if ever na talagang papasok sila dito, for the side of SBE, they're actually probably anticipating there is someone right here dun sa may corner, pero yun nga lang ang ginagawa lang ni Qeon trying to top off din everyone, pero Diyos ko, hindi natin nakita kung ano yung ginagawa dito ni Rayo pa yung alam pro, nakadalawa pa Qeon with an operator catching one plus that smoke para hindi siya makikita kahit isa, pero ito na si Pro, binuagad si Flippy. Qeon needs to reposition on, gonna catch that kill again, pero let's see kung makakuha pa siya dito, yun nga lang mapapatid na niya si Papichulo pushing ito 1v2 right now. Check! Goalman remaining, pero yung alam pro finishing that round, finishing that game 4-3 in favor of SBE. Slow
Dito talaga sa
ng
mapa
perang AEP ngayon. Honey Grace.
Lapit talaga ng mga laban Talagang hindi mo masasabi na may one-sided yung match na ito dahil there are times na sabi nga natin defender-sided ito pero there are also the opportunities for those crossfires to make it happen for the other team na gusto nila makapag-push to for another win. But now, with that operator, quick offer reaction time dito may bibigay natin for
the Insanity to control in members from SBE, was able to go in for 2K. Dalawa ang napatay niya dito, pero dalawa na naman ang nag-push through sa kanya. We have all of the ultimates given. Si Chingagad na lang dito ang wala. We have the Blade Storm, Resurrection. There's also from the shadows here from Chris M and Jin with the Showstopper. So once na maramdaman dito ng AAP na meron na magpo-push through here in mid, it will be a big problem for SBE na may Showstopper na pwedeng ibato kaagad dito together with the slow orb ni Aryo Rayo para mas lalong mahirapan sila dito makatakas from that ultimate.
Time out muna tayo. Nilalabas dito ng AEP. Kailangan muna nila mag-isip kung ano ba yung mga next na procedures na pwede nilang gawin dito kasi medyo scary na rin talaga eh. Tuloy-tuloy na talagang ginagawa to ng SBE. Once na nakuha nila yung momentum, what's next? Diba? Siyempre, tutuloy-tuloy lang nila. Sana dumating yung panahon na merong isang taong mabaliw tapos gumawa siya ng real life na mga mapa ng Valorant. Alam mo yun?
Real life.
Oh.
Meron yung lang yung mga resin.
Hindi yung gano'n, yung talagang sa Cubao. May doon, may split doon, parang gano'n. Mahirap gawin ang fracture eh. Doon sa ropes, hirap gawin yan eh. Ang pinakamadaling gawin sa totoo lang, ascent. Daling gawin ng ascent eh. Gawa nga ako.
Bukas ulit na.
Gawa nga bukas. Magawa eh. Pero
hindi nagpaparamdam SBE, no? May Showstopper kasi si Jin eh. Once na marinig nila dito nagkukumpulan na in one side, in one entry ang SBE, it is a problem. Kaya naman, slowly but surely silang nag-push through.
The timing! Na-timingan, pero ito na! You Showstopper! With a big trade-off. It's fine na napatay ni Papi Chulo si Jin, pero it's fine as well. Napatay din naman si Jin, si Papi Chulo. Trade. 1:1 kung baga. Walang labis, walang kulang. Pantay-pantay lang, parang pagmamahal mo sa kanya.
Okay.
Mahirap kasi pag ikaw yung nagmamahal. One-sided.
10 seconds left.
You're gonna get all these information, pero meron pang oras dito. And yes, may oras dito mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko, si Ching muntik nang tumama kay Flippy.
Here.
3v4 onto this game. The Insanity on its way. With that Blade Storm on hand. Wala silang flash dito. Pero makakabawi pa ba sila if ever. Chris M, yung smoke na yon para kay The Insanity. Pero yung bro, we're gonna take him down. Ano ba naman gagawin ng Spectre sa malayuan?
Tas nerf pa yung unfortunate dito for AEP na meron nga silang Showstopper kanina at hindi nila nakuha ito agad to go in for those pick-offs. SBE dito 5-3 na ang scoreline. Let's look back into the replay kung saan they immediately had ramps all in favor of SBE. But unfortunately with those trade-offs, yun na nga, mabilis na ng mga naging pangyayari dito. SBE nakapasok na kagad here in A site and they have already that 2-point lead. We have also the opening for assist to use in those satchels to get inside the set. Wala nang mamamataan dito all the way from elbow, pero nanganganib na nga dito si Chingagat at siya pa mismo talaga yung puruhan. One number down already for AEP.
This is gonna be a bad fight for AEP. Hindi na makuha pero ano pa show we're gonna take down Jin ngayon. Aziz nakaisa pa. Ito ngayon ang problema ng AEP. May pera wala. Paikot-ikot lang sila dyan. Nakaisa pa. Again, Insanity. The only man remains is he can save or not. He needs to save his gun kasi wala silang pera at all. Pero mukhang uhugusto pa ata at uy! Fake lang yun! May Francis ko po! Sobrang vulnerable mo dyan! And siya! We're gonna take him down 6-3. Ito na ang ganti ng api. Reverse sweep ata ang gustong gawin ng SBE.
Really is a problem now here for AEP dahil sayang yung operator na pwede na sanang i-save dito si Insanity pero he was trying and hoping for the best na makapatay na nga dito laban sa laban sa Saltville Esports. Papichulo, it was really a huge banger na makapatay sa dito and also place on those cameras. Sobrang comfortable niya doon at sobrang na-use niya ito and the times na kailangan nila dito makita yung mga flanks, makita nga yung magpupush all the way from ramps. But that being said, there's no one pushing him further dahil ang gusto naman push through dito ng AEP. Ito yung big problem ngayon ng AEP. They have been saving pero with that wide play na ginawa dito ni Chris M. Assist is already down. 4v4 na kaagad ang laban dito. But with the sustain, yes, they can still save themselves from those low HPs. Pero mukhang B-side pa rin naman ang gusto nilang kuhanin dito. Lalo na dalawa lang naman na nakikita nila laban sa Alpha Esports Pro.
Chris M, wala na silang smoker dito. Sa side ng AEP, pero grabe yun naman yung ginagawa ni Jana Omen dito. Jomen, parang gano'n nangyayari. Oh! Aryo Rayo! Pinakita lang yung ulo. Bakit mo nilalabas yung ulo mo, Aryo? Bro, catching 3 We're gonna get that kill. Qeon Sanity, the only remaining classic lang sa kalam. 1v3, alam na ako lang si Qeon ngayon. Pero classic lang naman ang gamit niya. Medyo mahirap yan, men. 3 pa kalaban mo. Isipin mo, Vandal. 2 Vandal, 1 Phantom, tas classic lang gamit mo. At least nakakuha ka ng Spectre ngayon, so pwede kang bumawi if ever. Pero medyo mahirap na bigyan sa clock kasi already kaya wala ka ng oras yung medyo kaya nakagalan pa. Pero yung nga lang Qeon Sanity catching the head of 1. Tingnan natin kung makakaisa pa, pero smoke mga kaibigan. Oh no! Winnable! Winnable ang sinasabi ni Qeon Sanity ngayon mga kaibigan, pero nga may oras pa siya. Pero wala na ata! Papi Chulo! We're gonna get the ulo of Qeon Sanity right now, 7-3.
Sobrang wild ng executions talaga dito ni Papi Chulo and Split. Sobrang komportable niya sa mga bawat retakes or bawat mga trade-offs na gusto niyang gawin dito. Especially once na makapasok na nga dito inside. Kasi na-assist Papi Chulo with those overwhelming kills. They have the opportunity na pin down na kaagad dito. Alpha Esports, it's already 4 points lead. Ang sayang nga lang dito for Qeon Sanity is that there's one angle na hindi niya napanisigan dito from backside. Papi Chulo still has the lead here in the play. But now, with that composure ni Aryu Rayu, he will be getting in that kill. Laban dito kaya. So, 1 member down already for SD. At the same time, yung laser nila dito, wall out ni Aryu Rayu and will be boosted up by the wall. Won't be picking on anyone, pero at least meron siyang info na nandito pa rin naman ang kupunan ng SBE here in mid.
Still a tough fight para sa mga ginagawa natin ngayon. Hindi na pwede mamatay yung AAP dito kasi if ever may mamatay sa kanila, wala silang pera. Si Qeon Sanity, yes, 2 more ultimate orbs para magkaroon siya ng Blade Storm dito para makabawi kahit paano if ever meron namatay sa kanila. Pwede mag-drop si Qeon ngayon. Medyo it's gonna be it is pwede lang gawin, pero it's all up to Chris M kung paano naman pipigilin itong 4 players na pasok dito sa site na to mga kaibigan. Pero ito na din ata ang wall na ilalabas ni kaibigan Pro, pero the swing Aryu Rayu catches one through that wall. Chris M with another one right after going a second one. 4v2 onto this game and Chris round ng Pinas Helye, that's me. Nakatatlo pa nga ako, pa nga lang Cheng. Muntik na dito makakita ni Papi Chulo, pero they have idea at all na nasa heaven na si kaibigan Papi.
The best round or the best half na pwede nilang panalo dito laban sa SBE is to push it out to a 5-7. It will be huge, lalo na kung hindi nila ibibigay ito sa SBE. That was a good round for Alpha Esports na kahit na nakita natin na nagtatatry na nga dito ang SB to secure NB. There's the wall, there's the trailblazer na nasayang na nga dito. It was able to get an info pero hindi sila nakapag-push yung NB towers. So, sa mga nasayang na may utilities yon, they created space for Alpha Esports na makaganti lang din. We have so much happening all the way from A main and Assist was able to go in for 2K kaagad. One day enough to say, we have already A side laban dito ngayon sa Alpha Esports Pro.
3v5, Aziz catching one already. Chris M will fall down as well. At 8-4 it is.
Wow.
Parang yung game 1. Parang nung game 2 lang, puro 8-4 dahil kita natin yun. At kung hindi ata tayo bibigyan ng 2-10. Or 6-9. Grabe. Alam mo kung bakit?
One enemy remaining.
Wala man pinaputok na racket dito si Assist pero he was able to explode it out laban sa dalawang heroes or laban sa dalawang agent na natitira na nga dito here in A. Yun yung lagi niya pinupush as the one attacking, as the only duelist here for SBE. Pero all of those times, nagwawagi siya lagi sa mga duels niya laban dito kina Qeon and Qeon Sanity. Unfortunately for Qeon Sanity, he's not popping off from the point na sila yung nagiging defenders dito. Medyo hold back tayo, yes, dahil ang composure nila. This might be leaning towards the attacking side since more on fast entry, burst heroes, burst agents ang meron tayo dito to get inside the sites. At ang magiging problem na lang dito as well is Papi Chulo and Pro. With those duels na pwede nilang i-commit dito, imagine yung mga holes dito nila Papi Chulo and Pro. Kung kanina sobrang patient nila dito laban sa Alpha Esports, they can now win out as passive aggressors dito laban sa AEP.
Qeon Sanity and Chris M, Cheng, Aryo Rayo, and Jin 819 pwede silang makabawi dito kung talagang gagamitin nila yung aggression ni Gian tsaka ni Jin. Of course, they have 2 duelists. So there's a chance talaga na talagang mali mo pwede nila makuha. Pero alam mo ang kulang ng AEP, kulang sila ng gulat factor. Paano gulat factor? Kulang sila ng flash. Ang flash lang na meron sila is si Chris M. Paranoia pa, 400 pa isa nun. Isa lang yun. Isa lang yun. And limited ba yung yung distansya nun?
Yung range.
Hindi yung buong mapa. Isang diretso lang yun, man. So, kailangan, kay Chris M, kung meron ba siyang mapaparanoia o wala. Tignan natin, magkaroon tayo ng Chris paranoia counter. If ever meron ba siyang makukuha dito. Mahirap eh. I mean, good sana kasi split to. Maliit lang yung mapa. Gucci up to. Pwede. Pero, may makuha sila sa pinungan. Aziz catching one already. Oh my God!
No!
Bomb buddy out.
Aziz taking one down dun sa pangalawang putok ng pain shells. Diyos ko po, wala pang 10 seconds.
Heavy damage.
Wala pang 10 seconds sa game mga kaibigan. Outspain lungkot lumbay na agad ang nangyari sa AEP. 5 seconds pa lang ata yun eh.
Oh, wala man na trade-off na naganap na.
Uy, bro. Chris na isa pero yung nga lang Chris M will gonna take down 2. Papi Chulo with another one right now. Dito lang sa may likod ng Heaven. Pero Chris M catching one.
Malikot.
2v2 onto this game. Ja Flippy connection. Tsaka si Chris at saka si Jin. Oh, Ja!
Spike down A.
Na J Rizal si Omen, na J Rizal si Omar.
I got the spike.
Pero he's gonna get that spike na rin talaga. Pero importante si Ching. Look at his armor. Meron siya 45 armor. Kasi pwede siya makabawa nito ever. Oh! Gonna get that or not? Ba rin yung anong flip eh? We're gonna get that kill 4-9. This is really bad for AEP. Oh no, mahirap to. Kanina, winnable pa. Pero Diyos ko, magdo-double digit pa ata ang SBE. Oh no!
Yun na nga talaga ang pangangamba natin ngayon. Unfortunately for AEP, they lost the crucial round. Yung pistol round na ito na makakapag-dictate kung yun na ba yung momentum na papabor sa kanila dito. Yung half or SBE pa rin talaga mangunguna dito. At yun na nga ang magiging sagot ng SBE dito. Look at those buys. Talagang gusto nilang i-secure na kaagad dito. Yung double-digit scoreline nila, will it be happening in favor of them though? Dahil delay ang gustong mangyari ngayon ng AEP. There's the wall here in mid. May judge na kasama dito, si Flippy. They have what it takes to cancel out every attack that may happen here in mid. Basta't ma-cancel out ng nakada dito. Medyo nagpatentero lang doon for a bit yung Trailblazer natin. Pero at the very moment naman madedelay pa rin naman dito ang SBE. Dahil narinig na nila na may nakabang dito all the way.
Blinded. Healing over here.
And dito naman ngayon, if ever talaga nakakuha sila ng mga magandang makapagpasok dito, talaga makakuha sila ng mga kills. Pro catches one and ready. Pero nga, Flippy naka-isa pa. Pushing ito 3v5, Honey Glaze. Talagang tuturugi na ang SB ang AEP dito sa round na to.
World 1 taps though from Ching agad. Pero nakita niya, hindi niya inasaan dito si Ching. Hindi niya inasaan dito yung mga judge na hawakan ngayon.
Flippy, and that is Papi Chulo to clean things out. Fortunately enough, tatlo pa rin naman ang buhay sa kanila dito to control in their economic advantage. They will be leaning towards into their frenzies or sheriffs na lang for assists. They have the Vandals to face off laban sa Alpha Esports. There goes the blinds from our replay. Mabilis ang mga naging pangyayari dito all the way from the heavens above. Umuulan ng mga race dito pero unfortunately for AEP, double-digit scoreline na kaagad for SBE. 6 rounds pa ang kailangan dito ng Alpha Esports. They need to make it worth it na meron silang binili dito mga Vandals. Pero with that being said, with those lines, may makikreate sila tuloy timing for Flippy to go into that corner na pwedeng hindi pa nila asahan. Lalo na naka-judge na sila. At yun na nga, makukuha niya dito si Jen Sanity. Jin naman dito with the trade-off. Si Pro dito, may hawak lang naman na Sheriff. He's all the way from that corner. Pero ito ay pwede rin namang i-expect ng members natin from Alpha Esports Pro. But with that Cyber Cage, the lay is just too real here. All the way from mid. Kaya naman nagkaroon tuloy ng opening dito sina Jam. Magamit yung paranoia niya. Makapasok pa dito sina Assist. Pero with that Patience, may ipit pa rin naman dito. Si Aryu Ryu still survive in with the nick of the timing. He needs to get away. Pero Chingagad has already created a space here in A site. Wala siyang ka-idea dito. Ja is already down and now they have already full control into A as they go in and cancel out the full on rotation naman ng mga nangyayari dito. It's a 3v3 still in favor of AEP.
Medyo mahirap to kasi lahat sila may pera. Aziz, low on HP. Pero nga si Pro meron naman siya healing pero ang problema yun magkatabi naman sila pero mahirap pero nga narinig na Ryu for sure pero Aziz will gonna take Ryu down at 2v3 onto this game. Lamang na lamang ang SB dito if ever. Ito yung time na pwede silang makabawi kasi meron silang baril pero nga lang Chris M nakakuha ng kasama siya mga kaibigan waiting patiently dito lang sa may backside yes pero nga si Pro the clock is ticking already. Wala na silang oras. And all they're gonna do is just probably gonna save up. Probably not. Chris M winning that round 5-10 in SBE. 3 more rounds for them to win this best of 3 series. 14 na lang.
14 na lang, ano? Magiging problema lang dito for AEP is napuwersa yung eco nila. Dalawa yung natira sa kanila kanina. So, kitang-kita at witness natin ngayon dito sa kanilang eco. They have the vice. Pinupuwersa nila itong round na ito, especially the fact na SBE nakapag-ipon-ipon na. 2 rounds yung naipanalo nila kanina, 5 more to go for AEP. With those smokes, this is a huge opening na naman for SBE na marinig na kaagad kung ano bang utility ang ibibigay dito ng Alpha Esports Pro here in mid or sino-sino ba yung mag-push ba dito. We have the smoke from B-Tower pero nakaabang kasi dito si Flippy with the judge. He won't be getting in that kill though dahil nakaabang na si Jin sa kanya. So 5v4 ang laban natin ngayon. Busa dito si Pro will be repositioning instead from that wall para at least makasurvive siya any further from the possible retakes na might happen in favor of Alpha Esports Pro.
Pero ito ngayon si Ja, at least makakuha naman siya ng pagbawi ngayon dito. Si Flippy, at least isa na lang yung flasher dito sa sides ng SBE, which is si Ja. So this is gonna be really bad kung paano nila ito ipo-pull off. Pero sila naman yung defenders sila pero makabay dito pero wala pa rin Chulo. Well, gonna see that uno to scoop. Pinalil pa yung dalawa. What? Papi Chulo with a huge flick on the takedown. Gian Sanity again. Pushing ito 2v3. Pero lamang ang of head count. Ching! Catches one. Ja! 1v3. All the way from heaven. Meron siyang paranoia. Meron pa siyang 2 smoke in 5 seconds if ever. Pero nga lang Ching, magsiswing pa siya dito. Meron siyang alam pero nga lang delikado rin talaga kasi nasa may rafter siya. So saan ba siya pupunta? Hindi niya alam kung saan siya sisilip dito. Pero nga lang Chris M, hindi niya alam na nasa taas si Chris M. Si Ching pwede pa na magbukasan dito pero hindi niya alam. Ching with the swing and Ching with the kill. 6-10.
Nung nag-pre-fire na dito si Ja, unfortunately, yun nga eh, nag-wide swing na dito si Chiga, di ba si able to go in for the kills, nandun yung numbers advantage ng AEP. 4 na lang ang bully nila dito, but this time around, full on bites, I think, for SB, or magiging sila dahil nakita natin kanina. Pero kasi ni Flippy, yung kanyang judge. Nabasahan sila dito ng half an armor pati. So now,
Grenade.
yun na nga, we have
Placing
run
alarm
into
bot.
round 4 Southfield Esports. Fortunately enough for them, magde-delay lang muna dito. Hesitation is really the key for the pushes that might happen. Still in favor of AEP, Qeon Sanity dito nakaabang. Alam niyo yung pwedeng mangyari dito here in mid. Nag-aabang siya in sowers dahil meron ng tatlo kagad under that smoke. We have the blinds, there's the pick, there's the opening. Qeon goes in for the kill.
Spike
There's also
down
the trade-off
A.
dito ni Qeon Sanity, but unfortunately,
Last player standing.
for AEP. Nakakuha pa ng headshot dito
got the
all the way
spike.
from garage. Pagkatulo. One member remaining. Ching na lang ang
Bot
natitira.
coming
He
back.
has to
Out of
lock
charges.
on spike. Pero dalawa lang din naman ang naghahabol sa
Swarm
kanya.
grenade
And
out.
himself will be locating in
Placing
his
swarm grenade.
position. With that being said, he will be controlling in A and will be planting the spike. But this time around, meron ng mga rifles
Grenade
na
out.
nadampot dito sila Papi Chula and Trippy.
Libreng barel dito sa side ng SBE. Pero, Ching, mga kaibigan, meron siyang lockdown dito if ever. Pwede pa niyang pigilan yung pwedeng pag-diffuse dito ng SBE if ever. Pero nasan ba sila? Oh no.
Cage trigger.
Nandito sa may backside. Pero napakaganda na cyber cage na nilabas ngayon ni Papi Chulo for him to catch them off guard. Pero hindi pa naman nila napaplant yung spike. Hindi pa naman nag-diffuse. Pero yun nga, nakakita na isa. Ching, talong map down. Leg and will not gonna get that kill. And Flippy, nakakuha siya ng isa dito.
Thrifty.
Patience it is.
Make it easier for ya.
Solid, really solid match yung ginagawa dito ng AEP, man. Ang lalong-lalo ng SBE. I mean,
Grabe yun.
hindi na talaga sila makakakuha ng mga pera ngayon. Yung talaga hirap sila. If ever, I don't know, pag nalo ang SBE dito, walang
Spike
pera
down A.
ang
enemy
next
remaining.
round.
Grabe yun.
One enemy remaining.
So yun ang malaki nilang problema. Si Papi Chulo, men, dito sa game na to, siya ang may pinakamaraming flick. Iba talaga mag-flick ang Pinoy. Uy! Gen 8 pa ba? Kitang-kita ni Flip yung rocket ng malaki. And Ja will gonna get sting na naman. Pero si Flippy nakaisa pa 2v5. Pero ito na. At least mabubuhay naman yung Ario Rise Jin ngayon. Pero wala na siyang showstopper right now. Gen 8 man. Pero ito na yung showstopper na down. Aziz will gonna take the Ario Rise. Will gonna take the kill as well. And Pro will gonna shut down Chris M. Oh no. Walang pera ang Alpha Esports Pro.
Ito pa yung match point na ngayon ng SBE. Sobrang nakakatindi ka balahibo
Match
yung
point.
round na yun. Especially the fact na may natag in, may nakitang showstopper, may
Can I get
nakataya
this?
at walang
Thanks.
naputukan na showstopper doon. We have so much for Alpha Esports to control those eco buys na ginagawa nila dito laban sa SBE. Pero balikan natin yung replay kung saan napakaganda ng angulo dito na PP. He was able to save himself from that gasket and he was able to react on time pa. Laban dito kay Qeon Sanity. So now,
Get
ito
out of
lang
my
din ang
way.
magiging decision strategy ngayon ng AEP. Rush into A, kill and potential holders here, but unfortunately matatag siya dito ng tripwire. Mapapatay siya ni Papi Chulo with the trade-off. Dahil yung station niya, pero 4v4. Ngayon, 4VP. Still in favor of SBE.
3v3 on this game. Is this gonna be an end? Dito sa side ng AEP or not? Pero nga lang, Aziz is catching one already. Pushing it to 2v4. Chris M with all these peaks na ginagawa niya. Pero nga lang, Sharded Step niya. Pwede gawin na dito. That's gonna be really
One enemy remaining.
greedy if ever he's gonna do that. And it's over! Aziz gonna finish it off with a big paint shell. Chris M is down. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a reverse sweep na ginawa ng Southfield Esports.
Iba.
Defenders win.
Ibang klase ang SBE dito talaga. Talaga nagpapabugbog sila doon. Sila nakakakuha ng pang-iinit, pang-kukulo ng dugo nila ngayon. And look at them, just chilling, just having every time that they have para ma-reverse sweep na nga ito laban sa side na nga ng Alpha Esports Pro. And I gotta say, sobrang commendable dito nila Papi Chulo. Mapang-mapa nila dito ang split.
Yeah, mapang-mapa talaga nila. And syempre ilang beses na natin nakita ang SBE dito eh. Diba? So hindi na bago to if ever sa kanila. And Okay sana eh. Game number 1, palong-palo ang AE pero mukhang naubos ata.
Sayang.
Ang ano? Ang enerhiya ng AEP dun sa game number 1. No?
Parang doon nga sila nagpe-fuel eh. AEP dito, yes, Haven was their best map. Nakakita tayo ng overwhelming play with the fade of the Insanity, open up the space for Jin. Pero ang problema is, yun nga, naubos sila. Pero nandito naman yung preservation ng SBE na parang nagiging conservative sila sa mga plays sila dito para makuha nila itong series na ito. And sobrang importante ng series na ito dahil sabi nga natin, they are in the lower half of our leaderboard. So, congratulations for the Papi Chulo and the team here for SBE para maging isa pa rin talaga sa mga teams natin ngayon na kailangan nyo pa rin tingalain at kailangan nyo bantayan dito dahil it's also the same run as before. 1-3 ang score nila and now 2-3 na yung kanilang naipapanalong series dito in our group stages, and it's the same storyline from stage 1. Look at our post-game stats over here. Flippy was just really doing it with those blinds and Trailblazers. Kasama niya dito si Nicha with those paranoia para ma-create nila space dito. And now for assist and pro for the retake. Ang nakita ko pa dito is good holds pa for SBE na makontrol at mapwersa nila dito AEP na hindi sila pwede pumasok ng site na walang mababawasan sa kanila. Mid-take was really all in favor of them. So with that being said, SBE with a reverse sweep, it's just overwhelming.
Pag sa split kasi, it's all about mid control man. It's all about mid control. Kaya ito talaga yung ginagawa ngayon ng SBE nung sila yung attacking. Pero for AEP, mukhang hindi ata rin yung ginagawa nila, no? Sa SBE kasi, I mean, kitang-kita talaga natin yung experience nila as a team. They know when to pick, they know when to push, they know when to use their utilities, and that is the thing. They capitalized. And look at that, Flippy with 297 combat score with a KDA of 2.8. And lalong-lalo na, I just would like to commend Papi Chulo. Why? Because of the flicks na nakita natin, man. Sobrang solid yung mga flicks ni Papi Chulo. Napakainit. Sobrang init. Oy. Grabe.
Ayan.
Parang nagparamdam na yung Naos Pero yeah, going back here in this game. Uy.
Ulit?
Ayun, going back. Talagang napakinit ng mga pinapakita natin ngayon dito sa pangalan. It's just GG's for the side of SBE, man. Really solid matches. Really solid games. And sana makabawi sila sa mga susunod pa. Pero magbabago na matindi ang ating leaderboard ngayon. Depende sa mga matches ngayon. Yun. Nakadepende yung leaderboard sa matches ngayon. Trick shots. Yun lang.
Sobrang crucial pa naman ng araw na to, no? Lalo na kay Naos Esports. Unfortunately, they are in the bottom of the food chain. So let's see them have their run in the second series na makikita natin ngayon in the second day. Pero grabe lang din talaga ang SBE dito. Talagang naging conservative sila sa game number 1, game number 2, kanila yon. Tapos yung mapa ng split ay mapa lang din talaga. Teritoryo ni Papi Chulo yon with the flick. Sobrang komportable din doon with those wide swings na ginaganap niya dito laban sa Alpha Esports.
Yeah, sobrang init na din talaga. Pero mga kaibigan, kami ni How Many Days ay mamamaalam na. Mamamahinga muna kami. Dahil kita kasi ng bukas. Pero yun nga, meron pa naman tayong 2 more matches na ipapalabas ngayon. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching VCTPH Group Stage. Week 2, day number 2. Once again, GG's to Southfield Esports for winning that match. We're your casters, Phil and Honeyglaze with a double E here. See you later.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2, where Southville Esports gets a badly needed win versus Alpha Esports Pro. They win the series with a 2-1. And Fluffy, you know, it was funny because we were setting this up, and I feel like Southville Esports was not supposed to win this. I mean, everything laid out, it seemed to favor Alpha Esports Pro. But jumping into our series highlights, Southville Esports, they were actually able to make it through.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I was expecting an alpha win for this series, but Southville Esports really showing that comeback potential that everyone talks about is very true. Alpha Esports coming up strong here on this Haven map, the Insanity, as well as Jin getting multiple multi-kills, taking the map over by storm. But as it shifted into bind and split, the more control and veterancy coming out of the players from SBE really shine through.
Yeah, G10, you know, SBE making that comeback. It seems to be a trend for them. Like, they really like to push their games to the limits and to that game 3. And as the game goes on, it seems like Southville Esports actually gets stronger.
Yeah, we've only had one game with Southville, or one match with Southville Esports, where they actually went 2-0 versus Naos, but the rest of the time here at Stage 2 has just exclusively been game 3s. But they used to have a game 3 curse. Now they seem to have gotten rid of the jitters or the unluckiness that has been happening to them. SBE really seem to have picked up steam here, especially, you know, since they are kind of still fighting for their place in the playoffs right now.
Yeah. And then we can see here on Split, actually, I felt like Split was by far the most confident. Like, you know, it felt like Southville Esports actually really knew what to do here on Split, and I felt the confidence actually coming out from them, especially as the rounds drew on. And I'm actually really proud of us for ironing out this storyline earlier, because it just, you know, like a movie, it had a really satisfying ending here with Southville Esports. I also have to say, I'm so happy that it ended this way, because I got a nice long little break to really take my time with my lovely lunch. I just want to put it out there. Thank you so much, Southville Esports. But yes, MVP for the series. MVP for the series is going to be Ziz. And I know this is my first time on the VCT stage, and I am really like this guy. In no time at all, I really had my eyes on him because he is such an amazing player. My goodness, the way he's able to, you know, clutch these rounds and the way he's able to just really land those frags is almost inhuman, Fluffy. It's really amazing. I think this is very well deserved.
Yeah, much impact coming up for the duelist player for Southville Esports, playing Jet and Raze both times, especially on the Raze. A lot of impact, a lot of space that he can create, especially as he entries toward side and gets a lot of first bloods.
Yeah, and G10, we did see, of course, how, you know, Alpha Esports Pro, they do have, you know, players like Jin Sanity. We've highlighted them time and time again. But here on Southville Esports, as we did mention, it kind of like rotates here. And I really do think that this series, you know, it really was a Ziz, like, you know, really giving those showy, wonderfully, you know, beautiful Valorant plays.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I agree 100%. When he was on that Raze, it was absolutely beautiful to watch. He seemed so confident, you know, entering in, and honestly, he has done so well, especially on, I think it was Bind, where he did get top frag. The rest of the time, though, SBE, they did kind of feel like something a little bit more cohesive than what we saw in week one. Finally shaking off that rust, getting into playoffs form. We have talked about the way that they progress throughout a VCT stage. We have groups SBE and then we have playoffs SBE, and I think we're finally seeing the inklings of the SBE we saw from the last stage.
Yeah, it seems like group stage SBA is slowly getting overpowered by what it seems like will be playoffs SBA. Whether or not they can actually make it there, that still is the question as they continue their journey. But for now, we can celebrate a little bit. Let's actually bring over a representative from South Built Esports over here to our panel desk. We have Flippy joining us for a quick interview. Hey, Flippy.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Hello. So, South Built Esports, you guys really needed this win, especially to start off week 2. And, I can feel it that, the team really pushed themselves in the series. How was the team able to regroup over the little mini break? What adjustments did you guys do? How did you guys talk it over?
We talked over the agent compositions first of all because yung mga maps namin last week, parang bang medyo nahirapan kami sa comfortability tsaka sa timings namin. So, yung pinag-ayusan namin is yung mentality din namin straight off the bat. Tsaka po yung agent compositions, the split, pinagpalit kami ni Pro. Ako na yung nag-Sky, siya na yung nag-Sage, so on and so forth.
Actually, speaking of that, you seem to have a very pivotal role within South Built Esports because we see, for example, you and Micro switching around sometimes with regards to the roster. Are you able to share the strategy there behind this? How do you guys decide who gets fielded and who plays what?
Sa agent compositions kasi, may agent mastery kasi kami lahat. So, Micro is more on the smoker one. Ako sa initiator type. And everyone else has their own roles. So, nagbe-base off kami kada map sa agent composition namin.
And you can see the guys there definitely supporting you as we go through this interview. I think that's not the only special guest that you guys have there, right? I think you guys have another special guest waiting in the wings.
Hey! Hindi mo makikita, pero si Boss Nix.
Yes.
Black and blue,
He's
represent.
There. Representing, looking very handsome there on the desk, indeed. Thank you so much for bringing the very special guest over here onto the desk, where he belongs, might I add, where he belongs. Flippy, do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give? Maybe to all of the supporters of South Built Esports who have been cheering you guys despite the rocky start.
Shout out to all SBE, kay Boss Nix, Black and Blue, sa family ko, sa girlfriend ko, kay Johanna. Thank you all sa lahat sa mga support at sa mga fans namin. Thank you.
I'm so distracted with what's going on to the side of Flippy, but thank you so much. And congratulations to South Built Esports. Everybody is cheering you guys on, and we hope to see you again here on the panel desk for another interview maybe. And congratulations and good luck on the rest of your matches.
Thank you.
Oh, those
team right there.
Those guys are so fun. Definitely.
That's a cute catalyst right there.
True. Yes, definitely. And I still have to bring that up. That the previously Black and Blue and I were supposed to panel together. Didn't happen, so I have to take as much opportunity as I can to bring him on the panel here with me. Even if it means going through Flippy or going through South Built Esports. So I just had to have Flippy, assist in that manner. But for now, we are off to a really quick break. But when we return, we've got RRQ and Naos Esports coming right up. VCTPH will be right back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm
Welcome back to VCTPH. We're on our second series of the day, and it is going to be RRQ and Naos Esports. Mika Fabs here leading the panel along with Fluffy and G10. Now, guys, the pressure, I have to say, is definitely on Naos Esports. They have yet to get a win. They only have a map win. I believe it was against Oasis Gaming so far here on stage 2. However, that series win is still very, very elusive, Fluffy. And I think, right now, Nows are definitely feeling the pressure as time is slowly running out.
Sorry, I think I lost my voice because I was so excited for this game because I was saying that Naos, it's kind of hard to be a Naos fan right now in the current situation, but that won't stop any team, any top team like Naos from stepping down and putting any less effort into it. They really have to step up this game. Essentially, they have a lot of pressure put on them because they have to win every game, I think, to even have a chance to not be eliminated by the end of this week when we let go of 2 teams for the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's like, basically asking everybody, you got to be perfect every single time now from here on out. That is a lot of pressure indeed, especially for a team that, during stage 1, of course, was the pleasant surprise for everybody here. And, G10, it's going to be a lot of, like we said, a lot of pressure on Naos. For RRQ, though, would you agree that there's essentially like less pressure, or that right now that since they have the ball rolling, I mean, they have to keep going?
Absolutely not. There is so much pressure on RRQ as well right now. It's not just Naos, because they are both at the bottom of the standings right now, with SVE winning their last match. Mathematically, if we were to end the group stages right now, it would be Naos and RRQ that would be cut off. So RRQ, they also kind of need this as one of their steps in actually fighting for playoffs contention, because they essentially also have to be perfect. They have one chance to flub one game, but after that, if you don't win 3 games in a group stage, you're basically out of contention. So RRQ definitely feeling the same kind of pressure. I wouldn't say it's any less just because they have one game, because these are currently the worst performing teams in the stage.
There you have it. The stakes are actually very, very high for this series. It depends on who gets that leg up. Let's first turn our attention to RRQ with a closer look at this team. The Franken team of VCT still finding their footing as we enter week 2. Is it too late for them, Fluffy? That is the big question for RRQ as we enter this series.
Well, from the team alone, as you can see on the screen, we have all the players of RRQ. And as you mentioned, that Franken team, kind of Avengers level team, where we got heroes from multiple teams. Draxi and Nexi, of course, coming from LFO and SV Empire. Previously, we have Rabbit, as well as Kelly S, coming from former DR Esports, and even some of them from SV as well, and Flash and Tugif from Zeals. They're the type of team that has champions in them, experienced players that we know have gotten so far, especially Nexi and Draxi, as those two have been consistently in either groups or all the way up to playoffs for most, if not all, of the Challenger series that we had in the Philippines so far. So just because they are behind, it's not any less pressure, as G10 mentioned, but this team is a very capable team. The question is if these Avengers will truly assemble, or if today is going to be their endgame.
Oh, I like it. I mean, I can definitely get on board the Marvel references. That's for sure. But I guess like the things that RQ has to overcome, and it's definitely quite a lot. There's this brand new team. They have the pressure of flying under that international banner as well, and carrying over the fan base that RQ is such a big team around Southeast Asia. So there is that. There's multiple regions, with coming together in a really short amount of time too, and then they have to hit the ground running. I mean, G10, there are a lot of obstacles that pile up against RQ. I would say even more so than most teams.
Absolutely. There is quite a few things that has been standing in RQ's way. But so far, they haven't been doing the best job, honestly, of surmounting those obstacles, at least in this stage. They have won exactly one game, although it was a very, very convincing game against South Built. And that kind of did start, the whole South Built getting 1-2'd trend. But after that, they just haven't had the best matchups. Although the games have been close themselves, RQ just hasn't been able to catch that break that they need. They haven't gone to a map theme where they really were able to flourish, losing out to Team Secret and Action PH last time we saw them.
And on the other side, you also have Naos Esports dealing with an unimaginable amount of pressure here. The big surprise from Stage 1, Stage 2 tells a little bit of a different story though, but let's take a closer look at Naos Esports. The dark horse of Stage 1, but come Stage 2, it is an entirely different story. Fluffy mentioned earlier how teams, being able to adapt to a quickly shifting game should be a given, and I feel like Naos are dealing with a sort of reflection of themselves because G10 Valorant basically said, let's do a reset, let's change the game up. Everybody starts, I guess, pretty much from zero. Can you do it again, Naos Esports?
Pretty much. That is the question that Naos Esports has been failing to answer so far. They haven't had the best stage, even though, as you said, they did do very, very well in previous stages, previous tournaments. Now it's just seemed like they have dropped the ball and are still looking to find it. Although there have been some bright moments, especially in their game against Oasis Gaming just last week. I think it was. They did bring Oasis Gaming to that map 3, but Oasis was able to win out. There are a couple of really talented players here. Of course, they're all very talented, or else they wouldn't be here. But standing out right now is Kakarot and Jet. Blurred has not been the Blurred that I personally am used to seeing. I've seen him fragging out in other tournaments, although those are not on the same level of VCT. But it does beg the question here for Naos if Blurred can consistently step up. And I know it has been a little bit of a rough path for Naos so far, but they still have that small chance to get into the playoffs. But in order to do that, they need to bring RRQ down.
I was gonna say, so Blur's a little blurred right now, but oh, never mind. The moment
The future's
passed.
a little blurry.
I felt sad. I felt sad I didn't get that in. But going into our head-to-head, we have a really interesting one over here because we did mention how the stakes are high for this series, especially with these two teams in particular. So we are turning the attention over here, Fluffy, to their IGLs, their in-game leaders. How much do you think these guys differ from each other, and how much do you think they can steer their teams to victory?
I mean, it's one thing to look at the statistics, but more importantly than the numbers itself, the ability to IGL a team while still having this amazing score for both of them, be it ACS or kills or headshot percentage, KD and all that, is such a huge factor coming into this games because your IGL not only is kind of like your coach when you're finally in the game, who's gonna keep everyone's heads down low, focused and straight, but also will be the one absorbing a lot of the enemy's movements, creating the strategies, and basically helping organize the structure for the team within the round for what their small goals are and what they want to achieve that round. So we have players like Rabbit, of course, very experienced from this side of RRQ, and we have Kev's also very experienced on the side of Naos. So both players have VCT experience, so I think it's a pretty fair head-to-head between the both of these two.
And not to mention, as the IGL, of course, when things go south in a round, that pressure is on you. You're basically absorbing that sort of like, what do you call it? When you get really down, and the consequences of that are just one round. Yeah. When you get tilted, you're basically absorbing that for the whole team as well. So, these guys being the heads of each team, they have an incredible amount of responsibility on their shoulders. Now we're heading into our map vetoes as we head into series number 2. And G10, I'm thinking, RRQ managed to get a win from SBE. If RRQ is beating the stage 1 meta, then Naos was stage 1 meta. Does it follow that RRQ beats Naos? What do you think?
Does it? The question is first, before we do get into those predictions, if they are playing at the same level at the moment, Ascent going to be the first man. Now, there have been some shining moments for both teams, but by and large, they've not. It has been a little bit hard for them to stem the tide once it started going. I think RQ is one of the most momentum-based teams here, so they might pick a map that does cater to some momentum, like, say, Haven. Perhaps the Breeze has been banned as well.
I think right now, Naos Esports and RRQ, they're going to, of course, have to play this very, very, very smartly as they enter into the map vetoes. Fluffy, if up against RRQ, Naos being up against RRQ, if I'm being honest here, I'm actually a firm believer in teams getting better and better, like the longer they stay together, because of that team chemistry. And I feel like circumstances should favor Naos this series, because you've got a Frankenstein on the other side that's still in the process of getting control of all of its other appendages and stuff. So, but Naos, they still haven't managed to get that definitive win.
Right. I feel like there's a lot of value in being so familiar with your teammates, their habits, and how you play together in an organized play like this at this high of a level. But it doesn't diminish the potential of another team to also have that capability, just like in RRQ. Although I do think that it's very important, at least for the Naos side, to realize their strengths. Early on in stage 1, we talk about it because they were in the forefront for the most part. They even made it all the way to APAC, that these are APAC level players. So the scores doesn't necessarily reflect the players individually, but a lot has changed since then. One major difference is the meta. So the meta, they kind of leaned into the CIS/European style of meta early on, which gave them a lot of wins because teams were kind of unprepared. But now that so much time has passed and the patch is different with agents being more in line, a lot of teams have just favored the strengths. It's one of the strengths of Valorant being so adaptable as a game, that the teams who can adapt to the current patch is really good. So if we look back here on the map bans, we can see that Haven is picked, which I'm very interested in for Naos, because Naos' last game on Haven actually featured another innovation from their team that they did not do in stage 1, running that triple initiator setup against Oasis Gaming. We have a split for the second one where Naos is going to be on defense, which, again, like the previous series before, is the type of map that is very defender-sided. So if you're going to second pick it, when you have the option to make it the last pick and take it for the side and force that out, it means that you have to be very confident on the attacker side and comfortable being down a couple of rounds, knowing that it is so defensive-sided. So unless you have a very good plan, which I'm sure they do if they're going to pick it so strongly like this and first phase pick it for their team, then Split should be a map that has a lot of contention. And lastly, with Mind and Breeze banned out, we have Icebox. So Icebox is another map that's very aim-heavy. I think this one, out of all the 3 maps, are the most 50-50. And overall, I think this is 3 great maps where we can see both teams really shine.
Another thing that I just want to add is that RQ picked here Attack, which is something that is not necessarily too weird, but it's not something that we've been seeing so far a lot here in stage 2. We usually see teams when given the choice choose defender first. I'm fairly certain RQ they do want to make use of their own style of play, a very aggressive style that they have. They've been kind of known for the aim heavy style of play on their attack. As Haven is kind of an attacker sided map, they want to get a very early and quick snowball in that first half before trying to get maybe 3-4 rounds of that second.
Right, I'd have to agree with G10 there. Having the ability to start as an more attacking favored team onto an attacking favored map really will help you with your momentum, because with how side picking works, although normally, as G10 mentioned, teams at least in C and PH tend to give the defenders pick defenders if they have the map choice, just because they can stack up more rounds and they have more reads. But being able to stack, because you're guaranteed to play at least 12 rounds on one side, and knowing that it's an attacker-sided map, you're playing attackers, your team is very aggressive, that can heavily favor you even if you move to the defense late, because you'll only have to win X amount of rounds if you play it correctly.
Yeah, it's that ping pong match, I guess, of between where the momentum will be. We'll see if the momentum is on the side of RRQ or if Naos Esports can finally get the ball rolling in our second series of the day. Casters, over to you guys.
What's up, guys? Nandito na nga tayo sa Tagalog broadcast ng PPGL VCT Stage 2, Week 2, Group Stage. Ako si Rene at syempre kasama na natin ang exchange student natin na papalitan na daw si Taylor sa broadcast, which is si Azrai.
Hello guys, ayun. Kasi tinakol nila ako ni Raph. Alam mo, inarandom ako sa English kaya pumunta ako sa Tagalog dito. Kasi palaging pag pumunta ako sa English, pag hindi ako yung nagka-cast, ako yung nilalait ng mga schoolmates natin. So si Raph, si Black and Blue, si Dax, lahat sila, palagi ako nilalait. Kaya nagtampo na ako sa kanila. Pupunta muna ako sa Tagalog classroom.
Akala ko na-miss mo ako, Akas. Kaya ka pumunta ng Tagalog.
Pwede naman.
Tignan mo pa yung suot natin, couple pa. Bakit ba natin naisipan mag-cast together? Pero on the other side, Azrai, balik tayo dito. Naos versus RRQ. And parehas lang kaya yung strategy ng Naos ngayon. Just like what they did last time sa Haven.
Ito yung gusto ko rin pag-usapan sana kanina na I think was well distributed ng panel natin, na Naos, hindi na sila, nag-move away na sila sa duelist comps. So being able to use yung mga maps na ganito, Haven, Split, saka Icebox in general, I think actually ultimately helps them. Kasi makikita mo yung performance nila, even though natalo sila ng 2-1 ng Oasis the last time nakita natin ng Naos dito, they were still able to make a very compelling argument sa Haven. I think they ended that series 13-7 in favor sa Naos. They did lose the Game 2 and Game 3, pero that is a somewhat shining glory sa Naos team. Sa RRQ side naman, I think this whole map series heavily favors yung kanilang playstyle and favoritism sa mga maps na to. I think Naos did the best that they can to ban out yung mga other maps na hindi sila ganun kagaling. But this time, they really have to put their foot on the ground already. Kasi ito na yung point na pag natalo ang Naos dito, para ba sabihin to, they're gonna have a very difficult time to even take a shot at the groups, at the playoffs.
Grabe ka naman, Azrai. Shot ka agad. Ang gustong-gusto mong maabot.
Shot tree.
Shot tree. Pero, shot puno. Pero I think tama ka doon. If Naos is gonna lose this match against RRQ, I think talagang medyo nandun na tayo sa moment of truth. Sabi mo nga kanina, bago tayo mag-start na mag-cast. Pero on the other side naman, ang importante kay Naos yung first map. If they win first map, Matic Game 3 or Matic, baka malay mo, 2-0 against RRQ. But here it is. We have Blurred, Delicious, Kakarot Blast, and si Kevs. Hindi muna si Z maglalaro this time around. At mapapakitaan nga ba muli ang RRQ ng no dual scope yet very effective sa kanila. But we have Tuge, Rabbit, Draxi, Kelias, and Nexi on the other side. So, nawawala ngayon si Flash. Ang maglalaro ay si Tuge. Uy, idol ko yan si Tuge. Oh! Buti na lang, Draxi was able to see si Kebs at mabilis na pagpunta lang sa A side mula sa side ng RRQ.
Magandang bagay dito para sa Naos is they do have yung 3-man lurk na meron sila. I think na-spot out na din sila dito ng 2 guests. So, medyo aware na ang rest ng RRQ kung ano yung pinaplano ng Naos dito. Blast will be coming through on spawn. He only really has yung blade sa kanyang molly, kaya mahihirapan siya dito na mag-push forward. He really needs that flash. Pero tingnan mo ngayon, Kelly S not missing a beat para i-take down agad si Blast dito. And yung ginagawa sana ng Naos, medyo disjointed dito, Ray. Maganda sana yung nisip nila na, okay, dalawa tayo dito. Kakarot saka Blurred. Push sa mid, underneath window, pero nag-overextend na on dito sa Kevs. Siya lang talaga dapat yung magko-control nung A side. Siya dapat yung merong paranoia, yung merong smokes para yung aggressive push dito ng RRQ. Pero sa dahil sila siya nag-preemptively getting that information. Medyo na-botch yung plano dito ng Naos. A bit of greedy map control if you'd like to put it that way.
Talagang nabasa na rin ng RRQ kung paano ba itong comp ng Naos. Pero very early pickups nga naman talaga sa RRQ and it's gonna be just shutting down the momentum that Naos has. And ito yung mahirap sa side ng Naos. Siyempre, 0-4 sila so far. A lot of people nagulat nga sila sa performance ng Naos. Bakit nagkakaganto? So ito talaga yung redemption arc. Para tong sa anime alam mo yon. Pero ngayon, Delicious will actually take at least 1. Pero mukhang naglalaro lang sila ngayon ng leron si Tata. Kita na nga niya kagad ang impormasyon kung saan mag-burst po ang mga taga-RR si Kelly. So may nakita Kenny S, lahat na lang may S. Pero wala pa sila napipick up. Pero buti na lang si Draxi siya kasi Kelly S naghawak kamay na din at nakabawas na nga sila. And 3 na lang ang natitira sa isang snap mula sa side ng Naos.
Spike
planted. May fault line tayo doon. Wala eh. Takila ang dash. Ang jet natin dito. Ito na. Paranoia ni Kevs. This is gonna at least allow the rest of Naos to come right through. Pero he needs to use this first bago magkaroon ng contact ang members ng Naos. Pero hindi. Kinipid niya. Siguro titipirin niya para sa next round kasi makakapag-full buy siya nun. But, yeah, just dry pick na lang para sa Naos. Wala silang magagawa.
Advantage din sa barrel. RRQ press W. Alam nila na wala kasing sa side ng Naos that can actually put on a stop. Especially yung mga pang-dash out if sakasakali. Wala silang ganon. Pero meron kay Blurred. Kaso nga lang, di pa ako nakakita ng particular na pag-iinit mula sa tao. So maybe ngayon, naka-full buy na sila. A really important round sa Naos to actually gain that 1 round against RRQ. Napaka-importante nito. Pero tignan mo, mas balance na agad. Sila mag-ascend, pero nga lang may trade of buti na lang. May nanggaling mula kay Kakarot tsaka kay Delicious. Pero nga lang, take na yan. Blast tries to pick up this 1. Pero still, very expensive to sa Naos. Blurred na lang together with Kevs ang natitira at may pag-asa pa si Kelly S together with Rabbit na magpunta at least sa B-side or maybe just wait kung meron bang mag-aasim sa kanila. Pero buti na lang tong Naos nag-back off muna sila sa side. Mas maganda if nandito lang sila at ang RQ, they just let them do their work.
Equal ratio ng kilig at asim. Kasi kinikilig sila na makakuha yung kill pero nag-asim sila para masundan yung kill na yon. Medyo na late yung lurk ni Blast din kasi nakita mo dapat sana 2-prong attack yon from outside garage tas coming outside of B site din pero I think what was going in the heads of Blast was delete mo na tayo kasi baka merong tao na nandun sa window nga naman. Blur does finish off the round pero I'd say it's very expensive dito para sa Naos din na kinumit nila yun para lang ma-take down ng RRQ. That being said, still around on the board dito, Ray.
Lahat na lang kinumit, no? Pero at least panalo pa rin. Yun naman ang kailangan pag nagko-compete.
100% na.
Yun! May kilala ka bang hindi nagko-compete? Maraming sinasabi pero hindi nagko-compete.
Tama.
I think ito yung thing about especially kapag then
Spike down mid.
Walang expected ng teams yan. Na it's either may isang tao sa kanila and that's always gonna be Delicious or si Kaka. Parati yan! Saka daming games ng Naos na kinasto. Parating nasa garage ang isang Delicious. So
eksperto ka na ba sa Delicious?
Eksperto na ako sa Naos. Pwede na maging analyst.
Ako, shoutout nga pala dyan sa mga nagsasabi na mabubulo na ako sa Tagalog. Tamang-tama yung predictions mga
kaya
kaibigan.
Kaya pala yung Asarayan. Kaya, tinuturuan ko siya mag-Tagalog. Pero syempre, magaling din ang controller ng RRQ. Idol ko yan. Tia.
Siyempre. Shoutout nga pala sa mga controller main dyan.
Di ba controller main ka?
Hindi, nagpalit na ako kasi hindi ko kayang yung heavy requirements sa pagiging controller main eh. Kaya naging na ako, initiator main na. Ako nagsisimula.
Ay, kaya pala sinabi ko na pinagpalit ko na ang controller main sa initiator main. Tama pala ako.
Aba, syempre.
Di ba KO main ka? Ako sa UVA main ako eh. Ako si average Ray. Ikaw si...
I've got your trail.
Ikaw na yung bago papalit kay Blast. Pero nagbalik na nga tayo sa
30
Naos.
seconds
Speak out lang mula kay Blurred from Japan. Japan with love. Desuka. Pero may onting pick-offs lang. Bigay ng Naos ang site. Meron silang walang ready na ultimate. Isa lang mula kay Kakor pero hindi kailangan niya mag-pick off ng isa para lang malabas ang kanyang mga repolyo. Pero careful sila. They're waiting for those flashes. Ang daming flash dyan, men. Bilangin mo yan. May paranoia pang ball. Sige mo, kaliwat kanan ka talaga. Pero na-post ka tignan. But they actually get the pick off. No? Because QKX gets 3. Ang nabura sa isang iglap. Ang mga taga-Naos muli. Ang ganda ng posisyon ng RRQ. Ready sila kagad sa possible retake with those amount of flashes na meron ng Naos.
The thing is, kung i-dissect mo kung paano yung flash ng Naos dito, hindi ganun kalinis din yung flash nila eh. Kasi yes, matatamaan siguro isa, pero hindi lahat ng RQ tulad dito. Wala silang crowd control kagaya ng Faultline. I think maybe siguro off cooldown siya or something para truly disable isa sa mga players ng RQ. Sana para matulungan Naos to come out through the spawn there. They were probably just expecting na, dalawa flasher natin kayang-kaya yan. Pero again, depende sa angle ko sa mag-flash and hindi na-optimize ng Naos. Yun, big punish from RRQ. Kaya nakita nyo na lang, napakadali para kay Kellyes na makapagkuha ng multi-kills. And overall, kahit sabihin mo na, may aftershock si Jalicious dun sa graffiti, it's not really enough kasi isang angle lang naman yun. Pwede naman mag-back off ng onti yung player tapos may crossfire pa rin siya with the others na nandun na sa site eh. So, overall, medyo nahihirapan dito Naos to really retake these sites. Nahihirapan din sila to keep the sites sa kamay nila and nahihirapan din sila mag-push forward. So parang yung tatlong ways na pwede nilang laruin ng defense at a base level, medyo na overwhelm na sila dito ng RRQ.
Sabi dito, Asoray ni Shazam De Castro. Inad ako neto din, Shazam De Castro. Asoray workout reveal daw. So ano ba lang usually ginagawa mo, Asoray? Isa lang. Anong usual workout na ginagawa mo?
Alam mo na, nagbubuhat ako ng mga...
Nag-isip ko!
Ang mga ka-immortal ko.
Nagbubuhat. Magaling ka pala magbuhat, di ba? Alam ko yan. Magaling ka magbuhat. Siyempre kapag lumalabas tayo, binubuhat mo yung mga gamit mo. Mapa-gentleman yan. Yes, right. Pero ngayon, balik na tayo. Very important nga sa RRQ. They won nga ang kanilang full buy and Naos pa ngayon ang nasa eco round. Although ready si Jalicious together with Kakarot with their ultimates. But I think with those classics, will it actually punish the RRQ? Dahil ang ganda ng utilities ng setup ng RRQ. They know how to counter the triple initiator without any duelist. And si Kellyes, kapag nag-pop-up ka siya, hirapan talaga ang mga katulad ng Naos once again. And lalo na, pag-punish pa natin si Bird, hindi natin siya nakikita mag-init. Hindi talaga ito mag-work. Pero as they try go for the lurks. Mukhang alam na nga rin ni Tuge kung saan sila magdadali.
Ang maganda dito sa ginagawa ni Tuge is hindi siya kailangan kumuha ng kill para i-hold the angle na to. I-backs away para makakuha yung teammates niya ng crossfire angle to get that punish. So nakita mo yun, challenge niya lang. Gusto niya makita yung informasyon. Tapos back away agad siya. Very smart plays para kay Tuge dito. Comparing him siguro sa mga players ng Naos as a preset na gusto makakuha ng kill. Granted, that also is not a bad idea. Pero overall, optimally, nakikita mo yung playstyle ng RRQ really for the team rather than for solo plays.
Guys, nagkakas kami ng matino niya. Sorry, wala kaming sinasabi. Kayo lang yung nag-iisip, di ba? Gawa-gawa lang yan ng Illuminati. 187 maps.
Sa mga nakapanood na rin nung Multiverse of Madness. RIP. Ay.
I will love you in every universe. No! Charot!
Di pala pwede yun. Charot.
I will love you in every multiverse. Napakasama mo tayo. Report nyo si Asoray o spoiler. Pero to, Kev, magda-dash in lang kagad si Kellyes. Parang walang nangyaring protection mula sa side ng Naos. But as they try to punish them through the smoke, Delicious gets one. At Kev na lang is natin sa Gedli! Tapos naglabas ng ating kaga ng pagyanig. panig mula kay Jelicious, talagang tumigil ang mundo ng RRQ, and that's very clean. That's what we need sa side ng Naos. Punish Kelly S, and it's gonna be favoring them. 2-4 na nga. Dapat kailangan nilang gantong step up. At si Jelicious, dati nasa, nasa single digit lang ang hindi na, pero ngayon na nakakapag-punish siya ng malaki. Baka ito ng oras ni
Spike down, C.
More comfortable with the agent na ginagamit niya.
Yan, Ray. Ang tinatawag natin sa Rolling Thunder niya, I only bring you up so I can let you down.
Teleport's ready.
Ganun pala yun, Asoray.
Oo, syempre. Syempre, kinakaya mo na i-bring up mo muna. Kasi let down mo rin afterwards, di ba?
Sabi dito, tinuruan mag-Tagalog, tapos biglang tinuruan kung paano magmahal. Ay guys, best friends lang kami ni Asoray, by the way. Sa mga nakikimarites dyan.
Magkaibigan.
Magkaibigan lang kami. Yan. Sige, Asoray, dagdagan mo pa.
Kaya ako pinalipat sa Tagalog.
Oh, ba't ka ba nalipat dito? Na-miss kasi ni Asoray mag-test ng Tagalog. Alam nyo, ibang bang-bang yung kinakast namin. Tapos kung ano-ano yung pinagsasabi namin doon. Katulad ng Jurassic Park. Pero, Kevs, tumitingin sa Geddy. Nagtawag na rin kaagad ng backup. May counter flash mula sa side. Nakakalugad with Roxy. Pero nga na nagulat sila. May kasama na kaagad si RRQ Rabbit. Punishing flash. As we only have 3 at sa tutok. Kelis mo! Napakatinin! Blurred na lang together with Kakarot. Kung ako ano sa save ko na lang yan.
Wala, nakita na lang isa dito si Kakarot. Medyo naipit siya sa garage ngayon. Hindi na isarado ang pintuan. Pero he'll try to reposition sa window. Mag-double up muna sila ni Blurred. Pero, operator yung kay Blurred dito ay napaka-gastos na weapon nito pag yung lash na po ng kahit anong kill. Ganda ng fake pero mas mabilis ang reaction ni Nexia at Kelly S. Sabi na dito ni Blurred siguro, mamba out na lang. Better yet to save this for the next round kasi pwede niyang ibigay dito ang op niya for someone else. Siyempre, regalo niya sa special summon niya. Tapos magkakaroon na lang siya siguro ng kanyang third of force coming into the next round. Pero, siyempre, RRQ having most money to keep the challenge rolling. Blurred is doing a fantastic job keeping the operator in his arsenal. Pero hindi niya alam na may triple pick si Nexi. Sayang na lang. But, good effort. Good hustle para kay Blurred dito.
Nexi the
They are
six.
so dead.
Sayang para kay Blurred. Akala lang niya dalawa yung naghahabol sa kanya. Yung pala, tatlo. Sana all. Maraming naghahabol. Pero may tanong dito. May coach bang na? Meron! Si Backstab. Yeah. I'm not sure if meron. Ito nga, yun ang hindi ako. Pero, Asoray, ba? So, mag-analyst na sa Naos. Pero on that 3 page daw.
Let's play.
Pero may, sabi mo nga, may 2 defos naman siyang pwede gamitin. Pero, could have been a double op, maybe, set up mula sa side ng Naos. Kaso nga lang, as in that hunt, getting wider. What can Naos do again this time? Kasi siguro si Kelly, so press W lang. At talagang iwan na iwan ng Naos pagdating sa aggression. Hindi nila mapigilan at all ang RRQ. Pero buti ng napakalaking salo mula kay Blast, taking down Kelly S kagad. And they're getting information. Nice concuss mula sa side ni Kakarot. At ngayon, isa-isang best na nga sila. Pero wag yun naman gawa na si Tugay. Ba't kayo nag-i-aim? Sirpin na lang ang natitira. Agad he punishes. Kevs, dalawa na lang ang natitira. Low on HP si Blast. Low on HP si Blurred. Pero as he tries to go for a defuse, Blurred tease him out. At yan na sinasabi ko. Kahit Blurred ang pangalan yan, malinaw ang mata niyan. Kitang-kita 1080p. Naos takes this round against RRQ.
I need a drop.
Yahoo!
Yahoo!
Mag-analyze na dapat. Okay, yeah. Magsama muna natin yung ginagawa dito ng RQ na sabihin natin is very straightforward and simple pero napaka-effective niya. Which is sabi mo na nga yung W key na nasira kay Kelly S dito, hindi na tumitikol na ng SE para sa kanya. It's very much possible para sa RQ to make this happen because they do have that double initiator. Meron silang taga-flash in, meron din silang recon dart na if they want to take the site, makes it very difficult para kay Naos to actually keep themselves inside that site. So yung nangyari dito kay Naos is kind of 2 things. Some of them is percentage luck. Some of them is good angle management, which is yung nakita natin kill kay Blast through C-Link na nakapatay siya through the smoke, which is really good. And yung time na lang dito ng Naos to come in from both angles na hindi actually nakikip track ng RRQ dito. So RRQ, gusto nila mag-post plant pero naiipit na sila from all angles, di sila nakapag-position properly. So Naos really a good job to hold B site, which is a really, really good thing kasi kailangan talaga nila yung pera ngayon. Now that being said, that is only one round and that's only the first time nakita natin na nag-push ang RRQ, I believe, sa B site. They might not go that route anymore and we'll just actually default na lang sa CSAC A na nakita natin na hindi kayang i-hold off na Naos dito. And looking at their positioning, I think they are actually gonna hit very hard sa garage and then C again.
Get out of my way! Hawk out! Possibility. Mula sa RRQ. Pero buti na lang, may baril pa naman si Toge, Rabbit and Draxi. Maybe. Pwede pa sa magkaroon ng malaking impact. Tapos si Kelly S, meron na siyang Blade Storm na ipudar ngayon. Pero as for Blurred, he still has that operator. And maybe that's a good start na tumutok na siya kanina with his 2D4s. So pag na-punch ni Blurred na isa, which is si Nexi, napakalaking advantage na naman nito. And kind of good holds lang mula sa Naos. Hindi na nila kailangan mag-asim kasi this time. Kasi parati na nga predictable. Pero as for Blast, kailangan hindi siya ngayon ma-punish. He just needs to stay that. At nakita nga niya kagad, lalayo na ako. Tatakbo, lalayo, sisigaw ang pangalan mo. And there's just Blurred watching over someone here in garage. So talagang instead of committing there, na-realize ng RRQ it's really impossible. Pero the second time around, mag-decide muli sila for the first glance. Mabilis ang kuha kagad. But that was a nice concuss mula kay Delicious. At lahat ng miyembro kagad ng Naos is just gonna go down. Pero after that concuss, si Kelly S ready na kagad with a Blade Storm. Rabbit also punishes Kakarot. At tatlo na lang natitira kagad. Bumaba sa dalawa. Blurred together with Blast going up against 3.
Nice.
Magiging posible pa nga ba ang retake ito? Naipit si Kelly S. Pero nga lang, ang ganda ng mga holds mula sa side ng RRQ. Always check your corners. Hindi ng Rabbit, and Rabbit still gets the 2K. Kahit kanina, nahirapan sila. Uy, wala kaming nakitang ganun ha. Wala kaming nakitang pagtadtad. Pero still, ang linis mula sa side ng RRQ. Muli, buti na lang na-save ni Rabbit.
Yeah, I think nagkamali na konti dun sa angle placement si Kelly S. Pero kung titignan nyo yung ginawa nila initially, sabihin nyo, ay ba't ginawa ni Nexi yung pa siya nagpakita dun sa silong? Gusto nilang malaman kung saan naglalaro si Blur gamit yung off na yun. Gusto nilang i-make sure na within 10 to 20 seconds, makakapag-push na sila sa site. Gamit nila yung blades ni Kelly S. Nadiling nga sila ni Blast ng onte sa garage, pero hindi yun ang kanilang biggest thing. They were trying to get the pick before they wanted to go for the B side. Sabi ko na baka hindi mag-B side kayo dito ang RQ, pero because of the situation na merong operator dito si Blurred, ayaw nila yung site na ma-optimize yung sniper na yun. Usually, B-site is the best kung hindi siya nakasecure to get the B. And nakita nyo kung gaano ka-effective yun para sa Naos. And tamang-tama ka nga, almost salvageable round para kay Naos dito. But Rabbit saves the day. Great shot though para kay Kens para masimulan tong round na to.
Talaga, ang Naos that time. Pero parati na lang nananong ang kanan si Kebs. Together with Delicious kaso nga lang, they're actually whipping up ahead. Advantage talaga ang mga Vandal na hawak-hawak ng RRQ. Kakarot all by himself. With a frenzy and a dream. And may heal. And may isa pa naman siyang hawk ngayon. Pero magaling lahat nakaputok sa kanya. Ano nga ba ang isa sa tatlo? Diba? Siyempre mas maganda kung the more the merrier.
Tama.
And RRQ is actually leading so much. Naos is having a hard time. Basang-basa ng RRQ. Pagdating sa comp talaga nila, itong Naos. Tignan mo pagdating sa comp talaga ng RRQ, they have that double initiator, they have that Sova, they're basing it on the info most likely, and may pang cut off sila sa mga flashes mula sa kay Nexi together with it. So, nakikita natin na nahihirapan ng Naos so far from stop them.
Iwas muna syempre sa KO Blade para hindi ma-disable. You want to have all of those trademarks up and running dito para hindi makapag-sneaky-sneaky ang Naos. What's kind of interesting din sa Naos dito is they have 4 flashes pala, by the way. So, they can actually just allow na lang na makapag-push a site, makuha na ng site ang RRQ, tapos makipag ano ba yung term doon ulit? Bardagulan. Yeah, Bardagulan. Because they have the 4 flashes, you know. Bardagulan.
Boses matino pa rin. Sa akin parang boses palengke.
Anyways, nagalaw muna, nagbabardago na nga sila sa likod ng site natin ngayon. Kevs, napakaganda ng kanyang hold pero hindi pa rin kakayanin na sumama na si Tuge. Iwan na lang si Blast. Isa, laban sa tatlo. Double flash muna pero ngangartin siya ng Trailblazer dito as Rabbit gets the final kill. 1 round na lang para matapos ang half and 3-8 na.
Last round in the half.
Grabe si Rabbit, nang tatad na to, bratatat eh. Grabe, na dino-double dead, patay na nga, pinapatay pa muli. At siguro if aim ko, okay sana. Ang ganda ng defense ng Naos last time with their double initiator. Pero, with their triple initiator, always stop at point. Pero ngayon, iba yung pag-dictate ng RRQ ng pace versus Naos. Hindi sila makapag-retake ng maigi. Tapos, yung composure ng Naos parang hiwa-hiwalay. May sarili-sarili silang desisyon ngayon. Unlike sa RRQ, ready for the trades, ready for the post plants. And tatandaan natin, if they started real good sa side ng RRQ, then it's gonna be really unstoppable. Yan yung problem sa RRQ. You have that Nexi-Draxi combination talaga. A very, very good anchor parate. At alam mo, mag-lead towards a better game style. Pero nga lang, yun Naos, bahit ganito yung composure nila muli sa Haven. Maganda na sana yung last time against Oasis. Pero ngayon, talagang basang-basa sila like a book. Gelius gets the shot all together. Bird is just gonna go down. Bulldog buff mula sa Naos, pero ngayon na 4 na lang sila. Will those ultimates actually give a good impact?
The thing is pala, sa ginawa doon ni Blurred, isipin nyo na, ay, ganda ng Blurred, nag-bait siya para makaposition na maayos si Kakarot dun sa sewer, diba? Pero more experienced players, isipin nila, bakit yung sinisira agad yung Trailblazer pag napakalapit na? Anyways, very aggressive use of utility na dito muna ngayon from both sides. Spike still gets planted dito ngayon, Ray. Through the Rolling Thunder, magkocommit na ang Naos for the fight. Good spray control para kay Blast, really saving the round. Draxi 2 versus 1, but the spike is out in the open. He still has it half. Napakaganda. Draxi hindi siya makahanap ng angle, but still shuts it down! And nakapalo pa siya kay Kakarot. Nag-line up sila, Ray. Just mio! At ito na ang
switching sides.
ROG clutch moment presented to you by Republic of Gamers.
Natuwag! Ni Draxi! Medyo makalat yun. Sa side na naman ng Naos. Panalo na! Talo pa rin! Walang chance at all na naman. Maganda na sana pero bakit kayo tumutuwag? Hindi ka natuwag. Na aim labs lang. Na deathmatchan ni Draxi. Si Kakarot together with Blast. And looking at it, is it gonna be a 9-3 curse? Or it's gonna be a map pick curse? Sa side ng Naos. Remember, this is a map pick ng Naos. They lose this map here in Haven, then baka mapapanish sila sa split. Dahil split talaga yung usual na problema ng Naos Azuray.
And yun ang better maps ng RQ. Kasi nakita natin na sinabang timang run for their money na ginawa nila doon. I think Team Secret ata yung nakita natin na nahirapan. SBE din nahirapan sa RQ dito. And these are, again, arguably yung top 2 teams natin sa VCT Stage 2. And again, hindi ko gustong i-belittle yung impact na nakita sa Naos previously and everything like that. Pero Split really is such a dominant map para sa RRQ. I'll probably just say my merits na lang about that, yung thoughts ko pag napag-split na tayo. Pero for the meantime, this Haven map really hasn't shown any fruits para sa Naos dito. Kevs has gotten a couple of multi-kills pero this was all through usage of being able to catch RRQ off guard just a little bit. A couple of the rounds na nakuha dito na Naos is I think just rounds na tinry nilang i-salvage through big ultimates pero again, ultimates they're not up every single round. So ang layo ng ang layo ng gap ngayon ng Naos compared sa RRQ. And again, it's so weird to say kasi napakalaki ng tiwala ko before sa Naos na nung naging dark horse sila sa stage 1, sabi ko itong team na to tingin ko kaya nilang makaabot ng malaki. And they were able to hit up until playoffs and into the finals, I believe, against SBE. Ngayon, just a very different team compared to before.
Who will I spot first?
Yung SB nakakabangon na. Suray, when kaya ang Naos talaga? Ang laking question to. But as for RRQ, I think this comp na meron sila, they just really focus it on punishing Naos. Kasi usually, di ba iba, hindi naman talaga sila, hindi naman nakita usually yung Astra comp nila. But right now, they really put on a study here in Naos side. And yun yung meron kapag sinitin, wala kang dulo. Ito yung punishment. Pero, uy! Mukhang may pistol buff na tayo ngayon. Mula kay Kakarot, mula kay Jelicious. Ito na ba ang hinahantay nating 9-3 curse? Dahil Rabbit na lang
Planted.
ang natitira and Rabbit
One enemy remaining.
on some pickups.
Last player
Hindi ba tapos? 1v1 with the great one. May Freddy Bomb. Alam na niya kung nasaan. Takes off 6 bullets and a dream. Pero nga wala na pala. Natalo pa si Kakarot. Alam mo yung kanta ng AG's Azuray. Sayang na sayang talaga. Napaka-importante. Pero nga lang, nabasa ni Rabbit na buhay pa. 6 HP. Oh, you know. Oy, may sinasabi si Rabbit. 10-3. Tatlo na lang. RRQ can get this.
Tama ba talaga, Rain, ang terminology dito na nahudlot si Kakarot? Grabe. Kulang pa ba yung line na yun?
One enemy remaining.
Ako, hindi ba ito pala sabihin eh. Ouch.
Back to work.
Ito din yung problema dyan kasi napakalakas ng weapon ng Frenzy. Pero sometimes meron din talagang itawag na recoil para sa weapon na yan. It doesn't happen often. Pero once it does, nakikita mo na talaga yung discrepancy. Wala na si Kakarot. Ay, no! Tatalon-talon na lang siya pero hindi kinaya. Oh, syempre, pag nangyari na yung sa'yo, di ba, hindi ka na maghihiyaw ng malakas. Force buy pala ito ng Naos, by the way.
Wala na eh. Kailangan nila i-risk it all eh. Ipapaabutin pa ba nila ng 11, di ba? Yung
Kailangan talaga nilang i-salvage yung situation bago masira na ang round.
Scout destroyed.
Tama,
Gusto nila gawin. And put on a surprise siguro sa RRQ. Uy! This guy's actually... What? Here in the second round after the second half. So... they lose this. They lose this match. Yun lang yun. They lose this map rather. Diba? Yun yung... mula sa Naos. Kaya dapat careful pa rin sila at the same time. Pero kita mo! Na-fake ang mga taga-Naos. Pero nga lang as the retake, na-fake ang mga taga-RRQ, nagpalit na pala tayo na side. Pero the post-plant itself, they really need to hold it all together. Kevs is gonna punish to game yung Qeon. Tatlo na lang ang natitira mula sa side ng RRQ. Ang ganda sana ng ginawa ni Blast. Pero nga lang sila nagkukumpulan ngayon. Good shot. Pero nga lang yung likod. Kailangan nyo pantayan dahil merong nasa likod nyo. Pero buti na lang dito na si Rabbit with 8 HP. Pero Jerisha saves the day. 3 kills sa kanya. At napaka-worth it na high risk, high reward the play mula sa Naos. At ito na ata, Azuray, ang pagbangon ng mga api. Ano ba yun? Or talagang RRQ, they can just take their time dahil 6 rounds pa rin naman ang difference nila sa side ng Naos.
Anyways, lang pera ngayon ng RRQ. So napakalaking chance ito for Naos to get that return of the comeback nga. Ganda ng ginawa talaga doon ni Delicious. Then hindi niya hinayaan na makapag-regroup dito ang RRQ sa back of the site. Yan ang tatawag natin Delicious, Papa-Delicious moments.
Delicious.
Tama.
At yun, sa Naos, nag-work na ata. Dami flash eh. Talagang punish ng RRQ sa attacking side, di ba? Pero alam mo, siguro sa Naos, if they started in the attacking sa una, siguro could have went on another way. Siguro sa ibang multiverse natin may kita yun. Pero sa RRQ, remain lang sila ng composure nila. Trust the process since nanalo naman sila ng pistol kanina and they can just give this round sa Naos most likely. Diba? Pero sa Naos naman, careful rounds, careful takes. Pero mukha nga pupush through sila sa seaside, pero always check. Alam na nga ni Blas na merong informasyon na manggagaling nga sa garage. Kaso nga lang, always check garage! Dapat may nakatingin. Buti na nakawatch kagad. Si Jelicious ang inasing nakakagad sa ngayon, but he punishes one na right click to get si Jelicious 4v4. At alam na nga ni Bird kung saan manggagaling ang iba. Nag-flank lang si Bird, naging Japan! Pero nga lang, Rabbit was able to take it at may mga extra guns mula sa side ng RRQ ngayon.
Well,
I'm out of stuff. Hawk out!
hindi na ako kunin pambawi na utility sana dito ng Naos pero naginapit na lahat para makuha lang ang B site. Trying to reposition kung sino yung nakakuha nung ang Vandal which is Rabbit. Yes, coming in for the swing then with Spectre. This is really big para ngayon sa Naos. Good separation with the Cloud Burst pero hindi pa rin kakayanin. Good punish overall and security ng round para dito kay Kakarot pero medyo kinalabutan nga ako doon para kay Blurred. Medyo naging malabo ang kanyang tsansa na manalo sa 3 versus 1 na yun. Inasin niya talaga ng todo-todo. Yung pag-drop ng Vandal ang pinakamalaking bagay doon kasi again, his teammate might have been overwhelmed with that pag nakakuha ng good timing sana si Rabbit. Honestly, I would have liked it kung si Kalias na lang nakakuha ng Vandal because he's, I think, much more explosive with it. Pero regardless of, still a solid round para sa Naos because they still got the round win in the end.
Round wins is still very important. Pero good call sa RRQ to actually call for a timeout na Suray. Dahil nga, nanalo ng Naos, medyo giging aggressive na sila. They finally take on some good covers right now. Popping off na nga kagad si Delicious. Unti-unti na rin mula kay Blurred. And I think it's working already. Tingnan mo naman yung assist ni Blast 13. Diba? Yung sinabi mo sana dapat i-cosplay ko si 13. Kasi kahawig ko.
Si ano nga ba yun? Si
Liza Soberano.
Kamukha mo yun. Talong-talo mo si Liza Soberano syempre.
Salamat. Okay.
Ikaw si ano? Ayun, si Alexandra Tresay.
Tresay. Natatawa ako si Piasa. Yung latest yung gamit.
Kaya updated. Salamat.
Salamat sa mga gumagawa ng page. Ibig sabihin, talagang tanggap ka namin dito sa page.
You want to play? Let's play.
Kahit sinirap ka lang muna namin. Kasi kailangan makita yung Taylor multiverse din eh. Napakadaming kamukha ni Taylor. Tsaka kasama pa ng dami pang gustong sabihin. Pero, Blurred, na spot of bet, pinipihan lang. Kaso nga lang, sinayawan din ng tango. Sabi nga nila, it takes 2 to tango. Hindi yung one-sided lang.
A gift.
Ang tawag ko sa sayaw na yun, ginagawa mo, pag dinadodge mo yung Hunter's Fear, Electric Cha-Cha. Tulungan kita sa susunod para alam mo paano.
Masaya sumasayaw eh.
Ayan, ako rin naman. Mga classic dancing.
Immortal 1 eh.
Kasi Immortal to, kaya dapat hindi mas mataas sa kanya rank.
Ako Radiant yung standard ko eh.
Ay. Well, pwede naman ako mag-hard work.
Off your feet!
Nilabas na ang pagyanig ng Pasay kasi sa Pasay nang galing ang gutap ng Naos! Pero ano nangyari? Tinipsan lang sila! At si Kakarot ay mapapanish na trap sila kagad. Delicious together with Bird na lang natitila but he's taking it! He's taking the aim! 2v2! Bird, ready pa kagad with the 2v1 pero kalaglag si Masibot na punish him at 1v1 with a great one! Japan versus Pilipinas! 11 HP na Dream! Kailangan pang i-plant kagad ang spike maririnig ata to ni Draxi pero predicted ni Blade! And he gets the win! Napaka-importanting round mula sa Naos! At kita nyo naman, ito na ba ang tinatawag na hashtag Naos na time, Masaray?
Napakaganda. Okay, first and foremost, maganda yung finisher nila ng Naos. A little bit rough around the edges, pero yung dahilan dito nga kasi is Rolling Thunder, maganda siya. Pero kailangan pa nila mag-run up sa side. Kailangan nila ng isang even sana na pwede mag-dash para makuha yung easy kills dun sa mga nag-daze ng Rolling Thunder, which is walang agent na available ngayon ng Naos. Pwede siguro si Kevs mag-shot and step siya, pero it's not as fast kagaya ng dash ng isang jet. That being said, it still allows them access into the site, and kahit man medyo masikip ang pagpasok, maganda pa rin ang kinalabasan. Hindi ko alam kung nanahimik na lang si Ray Ray or nawala siya eh. Pero salamat na lang sa lahat, Ray Ray.
Ay, naku, masarap. Last mo na. Tama.
That's right.
Magkas ka nga! Puro nga tawa ng tawa. Galit yung viewers natin.
Kaya pa naman nangyayari, yun ang importante.
Okay. Kailangan pala.
Pag may nangyari na, doon na yung
Ito,
doon na
chamber
magbabago ang ihip ng hangin.
Uy, nakita yung uso! Nakita yung uso! Sabi sa inyo, pag masyadong mahaba, nakikita talaga. Pero nga lang, 4 na lang mula sa RRQ. Napakalaking advantage ang meron ng Naos. At tingin ko, ito na ata ang talagang pag-isip ng mga naakape. RRQ gets on that retake. Pero syempre, RRQ to ang pinag-uusapan natin. Even if they only have those guns, they can still get that retake. Kapag hindi nila inalagaan yan, nga sinasabi ko sa inyo, kailangan yung alagaan ng mga holds nyo. And Kelly S, Tugi, ano to? Ano tong nangyayari? Bakit isa-isa? Blurred na naman against Tugi and Rabbit. Paping naman preo. Paping sa atin. And now he gets low on HP na nga kagad ngayon kay Rabbit. Pero nga nakaware siya na meron pa nasa Gately. Naku po! Hindi binibitawan nila! Hindi na-defuse ng RQ! Na 350! Na ROI! Oh my goodness.
Kailangan natin ng replay doon. Medyo namatay sila off-cam sa harapan natin. Pero ang pinaka-importanting bagay na kailangan natin ma-take away doon is walang proper crossfire setup. Walang nakikipag-trade doon para sa kaya sa members ng Naos. Ang weird. Sinabi mo na nga na RRQ, kahit man sheriffs ang kayang-kaya ito. Sayang na lang din niya kasi nakuha na si Nexy. Siya yung may pinaka-most impactful na gun sana. Gamitin 34. Si Gucci Gan. Pero numbers sometimes win. Diba? Kaya nga nakipaglaban ng mga Spartan sa bottleneck.
Bakit?
Para magamit nila yung numbers nila. Ganon din ang ginawa ng RRQ. Naging Spartan sila. Awu-awu.
Awu-awu. Ay, gusto ko lang i-shoutout nga pala. Isa sa mga tropa natin, galing Pampanga. Si JC. Yan. Shoutout kay JC na pinapanood niya ang Bebe Loves niya. Si Blas.
Naglalaro. Tama yan.
Naglalaro. Yan ang totoong best friends. Di ba? Ayan. At talagang,
among other things.
Other things. Pero, ang important sana ng round na yun, natalo pa yung Naos. Sabi ko sa inyo pag nakahawak ng sheriff yung arc, nakakatakot, nagtatama niya. Lalo na pa naman si Tuge ang pinag-uusapan natin. Together with Kelly S. And right now, Rabbit also has been popping off, really. But then, 5 rounds na naman ang difference na could have been 3 rounds. And Naos is struggling right now once again. Na-shut off bigla ang momentum nila.
I've got your
trail. Nila ng chance na makabili ng operator si Kelly S. Yung sinabi. Nakita natin ngayon. Naos. Okay, standard strat. TP in, TP out. Play for post plant. Walang magka-punish dito kay Kevs kasi ginamit nila lahat ng flash nila para makaka-safe safe plant sa site. This is really huge para sa Naos ngayon. RRQ will have to go through this. If makuha ng Naos ang operator ni Kelly S, napakalaking bagay nito para sa kanila. Now the thing is, well, no wall si Rabbit, or no wall si Tuge dito. So they can just pop shots through the smoke. The problem now lies na medyo malakas nga ang pakitag guard argulan dito ng RRQ. Pero now somehow manages through Kakarot. Napakaganda na kanyang 2 kills to start things off. Kelly S coming in from the side with the operator shot. Medyo nagkamali dito. Kevs, iipitin. Nobody copying the spike just yet. Mumapalag ng onti si Kevs ngayon. Blurred again. 2v1 in a dream. And kakayanin nila. Naubos ang lahat. Pero sapat na sa kanilang gawa. And that will be another ROG clutch presented to you by Republic of Gamers and given by Naos para sa atin.
Yung mga nanonood sa Tagalog broadcast. Ano ba talagang pinapanood nyo dito? Naos at RRQ? O kami kaso like, parang dapat parati ka na lang pala dito sa PH broadcast. And then joke lang. Hiniram lang namin si Yatsarin na isa.
Flavor of the day lang muna.
Flavor.
Flavor flavors eh.
Flavor of the...
One enemy remaining.
Ganun pa rin. Ikaw pala ang cravings for today. Ay, nako. Kaso nga lang. Last takes out 1. Oh no, don't tell me they're gonna be losing this round once again. 7-11 na yan. Mas better daw kaysa sa mini-stop minsan. Kaso hindi mahulaan ng RRQ. Nakapasok na sila sa seaside. And it's up to JKB. Delicious Kakarot Blurred. get this against Naos. Importante yung hold position ni Delicious dito. Kapag siya pa ang nabawasan, then it's not gonna be possible sa kanila. Will he be able to predict it properly? Nakita na nga niya, naririnig na niya ngayon. Kapag naririnig mo to, nasa kabilang he takes a free. He takes a rush, pero nga lang Nexi will be able to punish him. And Jaxi together with Nexi goes for a retake. Kakarot sa iba na kapiling muli. And Qeon niya flirt. But Nexi still gets it. RRQ on a match point against Naos here in Haven. Ang daming rounds na dapat nasa Naos na but still RRQ. Pag next yung pausapan nila mo naman. Parati siyang nakakakuha talaga ng rounds.
Wala akong masabi ko, hindi. Medyo mas maganda ang crossfire setup ng RRQ kaysa sa Naos dito. Good punish para kay Jet, for sure. Pero nakita mo kung gano'ng ka-split apart dito ang both of Naos din. Nahayaan na ni Blurred na pumasok si Draxi to get the kill dun sa teammate niya. Which in turn, put him in a spot na mahihirapan siya mag-reposition. And alam na alam ni Nexi kung siya nakapwesto. Now again, it is gonna be yung final Hail Mary pass na ngayon. Good punishes overall. Nice little pinch play through that Rolling Thunder. Even if they get this round though, I'm still not sure kung ano mangyayari with Naos. Kasi being able to play through ultimates isn't really the best thing to do pag ang laki ng round differential nyo. So with that being said, still a good round overall para sa Naos if they're able to win this. But we have seen them drop these kind of rounds.
Away with you.
Last player standing.
Flash kay Blurred together with Delicious. And that's it. Pumahabol pa ang Naos. Pero this is quite draining. And a big pressure sa side ng Naos. At kinakabahan naman ako sa 350 ng side ng RRQ. Pero dito kasi kailangan lang nila mag-burst right through kasi it's now or never eh. They lose this, they lose it already. Kaya talagang move forward na lang nila kagad ang pagpunta sa
Again, it's a good strat para sa Naos. Pero hanggang kailan, Ray? Hanggang kailan na to gagana?
Hanggang kailan gagana?
They found my trap.
One time, big time.
Yung bato.
Pwede naman. Pero hindi ko alam na Spotify Premium pala eh. Hindi ng 15 days yan, di ba?
Sa akin, tinagal 4 episodes.
Teka lang muna. Importante na makuha ni Blurred yung block nila. Good shots. Good! Great transfer pa kay Blurred! Woo! Phantom rifle supremacy. That. Question mark.
Ay! Ano yun? Japanese beef. Sabi sa inyo. Tandaan nyo, totoong Japanese na nakita ko yung interview. English yan. Walang subtitles. Pero ito, 1, 2, 3. Pero ang ganda na sana ng aggression ng RQ, but that was a good read mula sa kanilang Naos. And they really need this. Bigyan ng momentum, malaki pang possibility that they can actually get it.
Well, got to believe in magic. Or, in this case, got to believe in magic issues.
Ang corny mga saray!
Pero kung nagawa nila yun, Ray, they will have to find yung, diba, each other para manalo.
Siyempre, kailangan talaga prepared ka parati sa laban.
Tama.
Diba? Hindi tayo pwede matalo.
Hindi tayo pwede manalo. Hindi. Siyempre
dapat parating
panalo.
Ako hindi pa naman ako natatalo. Dapat hindi talaga natatalo. Dapat parati pa rin time panalo. Kahit. Pero panalo ba ang feelings niya para sa'yo, Asaray?
Hindi! Uy! Miss shot! I mean, tumama naman, pero
30
like,
seconds
alam
left.
niyo sabi ko. Yun na lang.
Di
Minsan
namin
mahilig tayo
alam.
tumama sa legs eh.
Tapos, oras oras sa side ng Naos, importante ang oras na kailangan nilang pangawakan.
One player standing.
Busan!
Spike down A.
Kagad, napakabilis, blurred all by in some second. 7 seconds in the
Defenders
dream,
win.
but looks like that delay is giving so much impact. And even if there are rounds na mukhang nakakuha na ng momentum, ang katulad ng Naos, still RRQ prevails at dito nga si Flash ready ang sasaya ng mga taga-RRQ that the first map pick ng Naos rather ay napanalo na naman nila dito, Hasuray.
Undeniable na napakalinis ng performance doon ng RRQ. I think kahit medyo napalapit ng Naos ang rounds overall, nakikita mo talaga yung amount of control na meron ng RRQ for the rounds. They even had rounds na nabawi nila through thrifty aggressions, kagaya nung pag-multi-pick nila with sheriffs outside of spawn, nung pumapalit sila sa silong plant ng Naos dito. Meron din silang play na they only had classics, pero because they were able to use yung smokes nila and flashes properly, nakakuha sila ng 2 rifles against Naos, and I think ultimately natalo din nun ng Naos. So, with all of that, I don't know. Ito dapat sana yung redeeming first game sana dito ng Naos ngayon, because Icebox and Split really are the domain ng RRQ. So I don't know how they're gonna be able to win this with the first map again being taken by RRQ.
Naos lose the first map, sobrang draining na to sa next map. Paano nga ba sila makakapag-reset? And will they continue to follow yung agent selection nila or magdo-double duelist na sila like last time, right? Those are the real questions that we have side ng Naos. But RRQ, they are able to punish the triple initiator. Ang ganda. Compared last time na napapunish si Marky, napapunish si Envy together with Wild Oreo. Here naman, RRQ, they know how to control it and they know how to utilize yung meron si Tuge and Rabbit, punishing them all. And I think Kelly S with the good entries kanina, the impact is that he's been giving so much will actually make this team get enough rounds against Naos. And sabi mo nga, ang daming na sayang na thrifty. And totoo biruin mo, that round is just gonna give you so much impact already sa side sana ng Naos. Yet, na-punish through lang sila ng RQ. Ang daming rounds na nasayang, Asuray. And Naos, all throughout, they haven't won a single series yet here sa group stage natin na napaka-importante itong against RRQ. So, paano na sila sa next map? Kasi one last chance na lang sa Naos ang split later on.
Very true. I don't know. Minsan, nasa kamay mo na ang bola. Pero dahil sa madulas ang kamay, excuse me, minsan sumusulpot na lang. Yun ang sabi sa akin ng lolo ko dati.
Alam mo, nahipa naman natin
Stick down, C.
Ito mo naman na flexible sila Flexible si Bird with the chamber, flexible ang blast. Nagulat tayo that he's the sentinel main, yet nahipa natin na he's stepping up with that KO. Delicious is the controller. Then, ang dami Pero, even if they got that flexibility, will it actually work so much? Usually, nakita naman natin na not all players have that capability maging flex. Ang hirap pag-master ng bawat agent. So, ngayon, nag-change sila ng strategy here in Veto. Did it actually work? I think yes. But, it takes so much time pa to make those necessary moves. And napakalaking pressure nga sa So, the morale, the everything, katulad nito, ang dami talagang sayang na rounds na unexpected. But really, still, RRQ, ang ganda ng establishment nila against the Naos.
Ang idadagdag ko na lang dun is, aside sa pag-adjust nila ng agents and overall, it feels na may just slight lack of fundamentals lang ang Naos dito. That is enough para ma-take advantage nila ng RRQ. Pinag-usapan natin yung synergy nila sa mga abilities to use yung mga agents and everything like that. Pero kung isipin mo rin kung paano yung pag-refrag nila, yung position nila overall sa map, parang slightly may pagkukulang lang doon ang Naos na again natitake advantage dito ng RRQ. So lahat-lahat ng yun has kind of mixed up and ultimately has led RRQ to have such a decisive first game. So kung titignan natin, possibility din na baka ma-2-0 sila dito. Pero titignan natin kung kaya makapag-comeback nga ng Naos. So I think with all of that being said, we're gonna go for a break. When we do come back, it is going to be game number 2. Split naman ang magiging map natin ngayon. Guys, don't go anywhere. VCTPH Stage 2 will be coming back after this one.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn, I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room.
Hi guys! We are back now in this second match between Naos and RRQ as nasa VCTPH Stage 2, Week 2. At nakita na nga natin na last chance na nga mula sa Naos ngayon. And last map na, bago maging masakit talaga sa side ng Naos to. But as for RRQ, they are still remaining calm and composed dahil second map's gonna be in split. At nakita nga at natin ang performance ng RRQ when it comes to this map, Azuray.
Yeah, I think, ayun, wait lang.
Ba't kayo nahubo?
No.
Huwag ka masyadong kiligan, Azuray. Ako lang to.
Sorry, caster ka kasi. Nag-cast ka ng love spell.
Yeah! Ba't gano'n po yan? Balik mo na nga.
Emotional damage. Anyways, balik nga tayo dun sa part na sinasabi ko about sa RRQ. Yung mga match na kita natin previous sa RRQ na kanilaban nilang SPE, pati Team Secret, I think isa sa pinakamalakas ang trait ng RRQ coming into split is yung ability nila para makapag make ng value plays off of very timed lurks. So nakita mo makapag lurk si Kelyes, si Rabbit, napaka-solid ng mga timings nila na even top teams are not able to predict it or manage it as well, which allows RRQ and the rest para makakuha ng napakagandang rounds, and it really snowballs. Even if RRQ does go for a more traditional comp na they have, I think, Kelyes as Raze, Rabbit as Sage, Omen, Cypher, and maybe a Sky, I think. Double heals and everything. Napakaganda ng ability nila just to be able to read out the map without even getting proper information na it really messes with a lot of teams. So what this means para sa Naos is kung hindi makayang itigan ng Naos yung plays talaga ito ng RRQ, mahihirapan silang intindihin or i-time yung mga pushes ng RRQ, whether they're on the attacking or defending side. It doesn't really matter kung anong side. What matters most is kung paano nila i-read yung movements ng RRQ.
And to add to that, maybe, ngayon na, pagdating sa split, we're seeing si Zay, si Zelere, lahat, ang kukuha ng isang seat mula sa side ng Naos. So, di ba alam naman natin ang Naos ay isa sa mga teams na they have that 6-man. So, they go around rotations between Blast and Z. But here in Split, we're gonna be seeing Z most likely with that chamber. Or maybe they'll be trying to come up with another strategy this time around just to punish RRQ kasi nakita naman natin a lot of VODs, a lot of experience sa RRQ in Split. So, most likely, kung ginawa ng RRQ ang kanilang research about the triple initiator na meron ang mga taga-Naos, I'm sure itong Naos also has that homework regarding RRQ here in Split. But they need to be careful dahil kahit matapos tong map na to, pupunta pa rin tayo sa map na strength ng both of these teams. Kung Haven strength din ng RRQ, kung pupunta man tayo sa map 3, which is going to be nice, back strength din to ng Naos together with RRQ. But focus muna tayo dito sa Split. Ang daming opportunities sa RRQ to get this into a clean 2-0 streak. And as for Naos, how can they actually handle this pressure? Just one chance. One map was one chance. One more chance nga ang meron sa kanila. Pero magiging katulad ba to ng Bea Alonzo together with John Lloyd Cruz ng Mala Movie? Kung magkakaroon ba sila ng second chance o wala? Hindi kasi nanonood si Azuray ng PH movies. Kaya hindi siya makarelate. Kitang-kita nyo sa mukha ni Azuray na hindi siya nanonood. Sobrang nakaka-disappoint ka, Azuray. Hindi ka nanonood ng One More Chance.
Isang PH movie lang napanood ko sa buong buhay ko na naging Pilipino ako. Ano nga ba yun?
Ano yung
Kaya lang, tandaan ko yung title. Wait lang, ito lalabas ko na
ka ba, Azuray? Hindi ka nanonood ng mga PH movies. Nakaka-disappoint.
Ito.
Anan?
Okay. Well, I mean, sige, kung romantic movie, isa lang. Can This Be Love? Na nandun sa Sandara Park.
Dude, it was just sobrang bata ko pa niyan.
Kasi,
yes, di ko na i-age reveal si Azuray. Pero kasing edad niya yung kuya ko. Mas matanda pa nga ata siya sa kuya ko.
with age comes experience kasi, Ray. And na-experience ko to kasi hinata ako ng lolo ko para manood ng movie. Walang magandang ibang panoorin doon. Kasi sabi namin, ito, Sandara Park. Bago siya, lumiwas ng Pilipinas para maging Korean idol. O, diba?
Azuray! Next time, May papanood ko sa'yo tong One More Chance ni Bea Alonzo at ni John Lloyd Cruz para naman ma-relate ka sa akin. Sige kayo pala nanonood. Sa anime, magkakasundo tayo. Lalo na mga Boku no Hero Academia. Diba? Pakita mo yung tattoo mo. Pakita mo yung tattoo mo. Diba related yan sa... Yeah!
Wait.
Yung mga
Di makita na
tattoo.
maayos.
Yan.
Ayun, yan. Ay, paano ba? Yan. Taray. Ang meaning pala nito, Sarani Mokoe. Diba?
Ano yung ibig sabihin yan?
To go further beyond. Ngayon lang.
Ang galing naman. Pina-translate pa natin yan. Gusto ko lang magpasalamat kay Ana Sasaki sa pag-translate. Kung kanji ba o hiragana yung ilalagay ni Asaray. Kanji ba yan? Naka-kanji?
Hiragana. Kasi pag kanji it's more Chinese-esque yung characters nila. So pag hiragana, more aesthetic. Pero technically kung gusto mong magmukhang as in, marunong ka talaga mag-Japanese na hindi talaga ako. Kanji talaga dapat. Pero wala eh. Hilig tayo sa aesthetics eh.
Oo, syempre ko pa. Lalo din mga like tweets mo. Napaka-aesthetic person mo talaga. Kaya ikaw ay isang tunay na Lodi Cakes. Tapos diba, speaking of Japanese, pupunta nga tayo sa Split. Nakita ko na si Josh S dito eh. Kasi diba, nasa Scars na siya ngayon. So, tinanong ko siya, ba't hindi ka pa mukhang blurred? Hindi, joke lang. Pagka tayo ngayon, sa map pickings between Naos, map pickings, Asian selection na, between Naos and RRQ. So, we're gonna be seeing okay. Interesting. Hindi maglalaro si Z. Instead, it's gonna be Blast. Fake news! Na-fake news tayo, Asaray.
Basically, same comp pa rin ng Naos to from last game. Triple initiator. At this point, sasabihin ko na lang, feels that Naos are using this as a way para i-ankle breaker ang utak ng RRQ. Yun na lang. Pero RRQ on the other hand, I was expecting that they would go for the standard comp that they use. Pero they're going for a double initiator themselves with a Sova, by the way. Which, if you guys know kung ano yung stance ng a lot of players, high-ranking players, pro players about Sova on Split, it's not really the best agent because napakatagal ng lineups niya. If ever man may natutunan kayo lineups, yung recon dart niya not as effective because you can't really, again, line it up. The Sova drone, maybe it's not a bad idea, pero sobrang bagal niya that you're trying to clear angles na you can do better, more efficiently with a Trailblazer. That's why you still see the sky. But I am very curious kung bakit ganito. Maybe they're just making sure na this non-duelist lineup ng Naos can get flushed out. So, kung magkatago Naos dito, if there's a well-placed recon dart, hindi mo na kailangan na malayuan siya. Kailangan close quarter lang. Could really flush Naos out. This is a really good comp for RRQ. Also, really good comp for Naos if they're gonna go very balls to the wall with flashes. Pero titignan natin dito kung paano execution. Yun talagang pinakamalaking bagay ngayon. Execution ng Naos.
Okay. Quick lang naman sa mga kaka-tune in pa lang. 1-0 na in favor of RQ. Naos loses this map. Maybe Asaray talagang kailangan bumalik ang Naos sa drawing board into raising those fundamentals. But, of course, this is the last chance para sa kanila ngayon against RRQ. But as for RRQ, more of the comfortability nga sila ngayon. Pero at least, sabi mo nga, itong Naos, meron silang maiigib na momentum mula sa agent composition nila sa Hidden. And maybe, mas mawu-work nga nila ngayon. And this is one of the few moments where we see Blast playing in Split, which is usually si Z talaga yung nakikita natin. Pero will it actually give a good impact mula sa side ng Naos? But as for RQ, take this chance already. But as we're gonna be starting, attacking side nga ang paninimulan ngayon ng RRQ. Draxi, magtatry.
Bilis naman, 9:30 agad.
Uy, yun. Wait. Ay. Spoiler!
Hindi, last na yan. Last game lang yan. Kalma lang kayo.
Satchel out.
Kasi simula pa lang ang tunay na laban. Pupunta pa lang tayo sa medyo exciting part.
Pupunta pa lang your daughter. Mapapa your daughter. Your daughter.
Ay, naku, hindi pwede sabihin yun sa broadcast.
Oh, your daughter lang. Hanggang your daughter. Kakarot takes one. Delicious. With Astra, takes down RRQ. Oh, lahat. Pag bumagsak si Kakarot dito, patay siya eh. Yun ang sinasabi ko sa inyo. Fight time lang. Tuge gets it! That's done. With a tree! Ay, naku. Nag-audition sila sa harapan ni Tuge. Walang flash yun ha. Dry picks lang ang meron ng ginawa ni Tuge. Sabi ko sa inyo eh. Pag ako nag-cast kay Tuge, may Ray buff ata. Ito hindi Ray Rakers ah. Joke lang.
Siyempre ang Ray Rakers. Pagka hindi ako kasama. Parang ano yan, may mixed formula tayo, di ba? Ayaw mong uminom ng Coke na mainit. Pero pag nilagyan mo ng yelo, iinumin mo yan.
That's done.
So ako yelo sa Coke mo.
Oh.
For context.
So, nakasoba ba yun?
Yes, kanina ko pa sabi.
Hindi sila nakasoba. Fake news.
Ay! Fake news. Okay. Backtrack muna tayo, Ray. Yung nakita nating ano pala.
Mali.
Last ano yun?
Hindi na-update.
Hindi updated.
Ano ba yan? Nag-analysis pa tayo doon.
Okay. Nagmukha tuloy akong payaso. Sorry.
For you.
Okay, teka lang muna. Bigyan natin ng bawi dito ngayon ng Naos. Okay. Medyo i-eraser muna natin yung sinabi ko kanina about the composition itself. Yung sinabi ko before that na makita natin yung agent selection na this is a standard comp RRQ talaga. Having the Sage played by Rabbit, we have Kalias on the Raze. Ito yung ginagamit before ng Team Secret when they were still adroit as yung sabihin natin yung choke comp. Hindi yung comp na magkakamali sila tapos matatalo sa kalaban. Yung choke comp na yung tipo na sila yung magsasakal sa kalaban nila. You have a lot of slowing potential with the walls and yung slow orb. Tapos magbabato na si Kelly S ng nade on. It's a nice two-prong combo. Cypher played by Nexi can actually play incredibly passive in his sight because he can always just have yung camera niya for the site itself. He can actually even work if he wants to. Napaka-flexible ng composition na ito. Zito, on the other hand, spots out the two. Kay Nexi at Traxi, napakaganda ang panimula dito para sa Naos. Purely just from the peekaboo ni ZT ito ngayon. RRQ wanting to get the forward control, will not really find that. It's also I'm also wondering kung ba't nag-blurred, nag-Naos, nag-Neon na naman si Blurred. Kasi it wasn't as effective the last time we saw him use it.
Alam mo,
Out of charges.
I really like your take when it comes kay Blurred na naka-Neon. Pero kasi diba lang, split na matches nila. Nagsistart kasi sila sa attacking. Then sobrang hindi sila coordinated. So, malay natin, here in the first half, dahil na nag-start sila na defending, plus the amount of composition na meron sila, and syempre pressure na sa nila. So, it's now or never eh. So, maybe mas nakapag-reset ang Naos. And ito na nga eh, malaking impact ni Zay right now when it comes to that chamber. Alam naman natin na dati double duelist comp ang Naos when it comes to ZX Blurred. Pero ngayon, with that, I've got your trail. Makapag-practice naman ng Naos. As for RRQ, talagang remain lang sila sa kanilang momentum, and especially that Rabbit has been popping off again with Kelly. It's also a dangerous thing sa Naos pero that was a good pick-off mula kay Delicious with that Astra once again, but next getting in at the trade. Pero parati kayong titingin, huwag kayong magkakamali. At nagsakayang si Kevs doon, sumunod na nga din kagad si Zay. At makakapag-nerd F pa nga dito at ma-identify kung nasa ng last place ng Naos. Go, go, go!
Blur, highway to heaven or highway to hell ba itong fast lane niya?
Last player standing.
Stay half. Okay, never mind. To hell. Kakarot. Napakaganda ng performance niya yesterday. Able to hit some pretty nasty shots. And will he able to do that once again dito, Ray? Dos na lang kailangan niya i-take down ngayon. Kakarot, he does also have the kanyang ultimate, but probably not really that useful to use this right now. The tag needs to drop down, after which, nako, nagpakita siya kung saan nag-drop down. So, Traxi, hindi siya mag-second guess kung saan magagana si Kakarot. Nice little kill by RRQ again. Cleared the round.
RQ. Ito na ba ang manifestation talaga nila to get that win once again against Naos? And
last player standing.
Siguro Asray, baka kailangan lang ni Blurred ng konting pag-minute.
Enemy remaining.
But if hindi talaga siya magpa-pop off ngayon in split, I think they really need to reshuffle pagdating sa single comp na lang here in split. Pero ito, predicted na nga parati si Zay na puwipick sa may B-main. So parati na nalalagyan to ng slow orb. But as for RQ, slow plays na lang muna muli and they can just get those perfect pick-offs mula sa kanilang side. But at least sa Naos, bumili pa rin sila ngayon kahit medyo gipet pagdating sa utilities.
Aggressive flash again.
Right there.
Naman na, parang nagbato lang ng bato sa tubig. Kita lang parang nag-splash. Kalimutan tuloy yung pebble sa Tagalog.
Pebble? Di ba ano? Oo nga no?
Diba?
Maliit na ba to? Ano bang pebble in Tagalog? Maliit na ba to? Tama ako!
Maliit na bato. Teka lang muna. Natin kung kagaya ng bato, maninigas pa rin dito. Hindi. Napaka-fluid ng motion niya. Gets away with the pick. And the rest of RRQ come in for the charge once again. Napakalinis si Kelly S na makapag-push through dito. There's a standard wall onto heaven para walang maka-give na support ngayon ang Naos. Pero somehow, Kakarot and Delicious getting kills left and right. Able to disrupt the offense ng RRQ ngayon. And finally, Naos getting some foothold dito sa ating match.
Alam mo, Asaray, kaya bawal tayo mag-cast together. Sa bawat sasabihin natin, lahat may meaning para sa mga nanonood. Pero buto na lang, successful na si Zay getting it. And Naos is quite prepared for the refrags. Those are the particular plays we're waiting for them. And that round,
a gift.
Could have went into the hands of RQ, but I'm glad that Naos still forced out on that round 5 against them. And ngayon, nasa kanila, it's starting to get things all together sa Naos and dapat hindi na nila ito pinapakawalan. Grab the chance. Always. Nandiyan na nga para sa'yo eh. Diba? Iiwan mo pa. Hahanap ka pa ng mas malayo. Diba?
Nandiyan na naman sa tabi eh. Minsan nga, nasa same call lang naman kayo. Hindi mo alam.
Nahuli. Flavor of the month. Actually, hindi. Mahilig pala sa 2 putahe per month. At tahimik mo. Baka pa mo naman ako dito, Bes.
Eh, syempre, ano muna tayo. Silence is the key. So you will be able to get to me.
Uy, pagkas ka!
Okay, ito na. Susugod na muna ang RQ. A-side, Kevs. Kita ang drop down ni Rabbit dito. Able to take that full damage. Nice little crossfire between him and his teammate.
30 seconds
They're still
left.
being able to manage this one. Kevs, backstab. Able to pick up some kills and Blur punishes. Napakabilis ng kanyang Neon. Entertain me, boy. Entertain me nga naman sa split.
Ano yun?
O yan, ikas na ako.
TikTok ni Asaray. Yung sumasayaw siya na entertain niya.
Does anyone have
Crush mo talaga si Ilona, no? Ako din eh. Crush ka din si Ilona.
Shout nga pala kay Ilona Garcia na kung nanonood man galing sa Australia. Crikey, mate.
Australia ba? Di ba nasa US siya? Di ka updated. Mas updated pa ako sa'yo.
Sorry, inihintay ko yung reply niya sa Instagram pero hindi pa siya nag-reply kaya hindi na ako updated ngayon.
Kawawa ka naman. Kaya tayo
Hindi
ngayon.
ako kawawa.
Kakarot?
Wala sa Y, nasa R.
Nasa co-caster. Pero ngayon, akala ko nasa letter J eh. Akala ko din nasa controller. Pero, minsan nasa letter E din.
There!
Pero ngayon, may last daw na letter E sa pangalan. Cute daw. Rachel. Diba?
Tama. Rasaray.
Tuge. Sorry.
May letter R nga doon.
Pero, uy, masakit kay Kakarot. Nag-wall bang lang naman. Sabi nga ni Azrar, all walls are wall bangable. Nabawasan din siya ng armor ngayon. great hit mula sa side ng RRQ just to punish bakit kasi hindi siya mag-aasin na nilapitan din agad ng suppression but Rabbit hindi na gumamit ng utilities tinutukan lang ginamit sa tutok sumunod na din kagad si Tuge at kept na lang together with Zay ang natitira ngayon na Saray
planted.
Shouts nga pala sa pinakamalupit na tita ng esports, si Mika Fabs. Na ngayon ay nag-check in lang ng timer.
Ayun.
Oo. Kevs at Zay na lang. Ito rin pala, wala din tayo siyang masabi sa in terms of analysis dito. Kasi RQ, they're just doing the same thing ever since kanina pa. Which is not really a bad thing. Kasi walang counter ngayon ng Naos dito. That standard wall allows them beam mail control. There really has to be some form of resistance para sa Naos if they want to stop this. And tatanungin nyo ako, sorry, saan ba yung form of resistance na yan na sinasabi-sabi ko? Kita mo naman, nasa side sila pero hindi nila kaya i-depensahan. Ang pinakamalaking portion dito ng attack ng RRQ is yung mid-control na yun. Granted nga, syempre makikipaglaban ka sa 1v5, pero kaya sasabi natin, minsan mas okay yung kaysa makipag 1v1 ka sa manok na nakakadena. Pero anyways, kailangan nilang i-get yung mid-control nga na yun. Kasi if not, mangyayari lang na mangyayari ang ginagawa ng RRQ kanina pa.
Actually, kanina, parati all throughout the rounds sa panalo ng RRQ eh. May times ang naging successful sila or kaya may times na if they go into A, natatalo sila against Naos. Pero towards B, they know eh. They know that they can get it. Just a good wall coming in from Rabbit. Tapos there's a trade-off from Kelly's. Really, it's punishing ang katulad ni Kakarot together with Jalisha sa nagbabantay sa may B side. Pero good call mula sa Naos. Go with a timeout and actually talk about how can they actually get this against RRQ. In this round na nakapag-save si Kevs together with Zay. Tapos si Bird pwede pa siyang bumili ng kanyang Vandal. A lot of mishaps sa side ng Naos so far once again here in Split. Akala ko kasi dito Asaray magpapalit sila ng composition nila dahil nga hindi talaga siya effective against other teams. Like we've seen their match against SPT here. Hindi talaga nag-work out and sa ibang mga tournaments kung saan nakita na nga natin tong composition na meron sila. But if they just get the perfect timing, kapag maganda ang timpla ng kape sa Naos, then it's gonna be okay.
Well, may barista naman ng Naos kaya kaya nilang itimpla yung kape na yan.
Minensyon mo pa talaga yung barista sa bootcamp nila. Uy! Ang ganda ng timing doon. Pero ubos na ba ang oras ni Kelly S? Actually, get to one. Nakilasa ni Zay! Tumalon! Pero nga lang, good job pa rin mula kay Kelly S to actually get that HP low mula kay Zay. But so much delay sa Naos, which is kind of successful. Kaya hindi sila makakapag-burst right through sa may tower side, papunta sa A. There.
Well, daming gusto pumunta A, pero hindi kinakaya ang A. Kaya pupunta muna sa ibang letter tayo dyan. Sa B-side naman muna.
There.
Reposition muna ang mangyayari dito. Pero, ito yung sabi ko din previously na may lurk na ini-employ palagi si Rabbit at si Kelly S somehow, someway. And this will get supplemented by yung pag-use ng Seekers nila. Repolyo Gaming gives them a bit of a clear picture kung nasaan ang mga kalaban sa Naos' side. And again, because Kelly S was able to clear out some portion of Heaven, hindi sila matatakot ngayon sa side ng top ramps. Pero si Z, medyo awkward. Bumalik siya sa pinangganina niya. Rabbit still has the res, pero they still have to take the side, which again is being stopped by yung fast lane ni Blurred, yung timer ngayon. Will they still be able to plant the spike? That's the question. Yes, they will, pero the numbers heavily in the favor of RRQ. But somehow, some way, Rabbit gets the kill. Kelly S is a 1 versus 1, and Kakarot, he doesn't want to use the blade because he knows where Kelly S is. Doesn't really need to check anything other than just make really Kelly S second guess kung saan magaling ngayon si Kakarot. Oh, he knows. Pero he has to start defusing the spike now.
Oh no! Ay! Sa iba siya natin. Akala niya nasa side pa ng Phoenix. May dito sa may likod banda. Kasi usually ganun yung information na titignan Kakarot eh. Ang ganda ng paglaro niya ano doon. Kelly S.
Yan ang problema sa KO Blade din. is it gives you a general picture kung saan ang kalaban. Hindi accurate siya. Because of the AoE, diba? It's not as good as a recon dart in a 1 versus 1 if ever man. But again, he was trying to read the situation. It was a 50-50 for sure.
Yeah. Sana pala pinamit na lang niya sa may behind the wall. Pero kasi yung plant hindi naman para dun eh. He never planted for default anyway. So, still, good call kay Rabbit to actually establish that wall. Nagamit ni Kelly sa kamay niya. And now after that timeout, the risk by wala sa side. Ang helmet! Delicious next na tap! Going for the smoke! Like on Pasada! Tapos lumabas na ni Bren ang kanyang kanyang ultimate. Siyempre, kamuntikan ko na masabi, mga kamarian. Gusto ko pa magkaroon ng trabaho. 4v3. Tuge, Rabbit, and Draxi has the advantage when it comes to the guns. Tumatawa si Asoray sa background dahil alam niya kung anong dapat kong sasabihin, pero si Bill lang yung kayang gumawa ng ganong banat. At makakapag-ultimate pa nga si Draxi into some information. Delicious goes for a podcast, goes for a flash. Rabbit finally takes up control here in a tower. But is there gonna be a game changer mula kay Kakarot? Oh no! Na-flash siya, lahat tinamaan.
30 seconds
At
left.
it's up to Blurred Cavs to get
Spike
with
planted.
Zay if they can actually get this perfectly once again.
At least 3 are on the site. Blurred knows that wala namang gagaling sa A main dito. Flash expended. They'll have to wait siguro para makapag gap close pa si Blurred kasi Zay has the operator in his hands. TP out. Good punish from Kev's involved.
Player standing.
Kevs is hitting some really nasty shots. Nakita na natin gawin niya dito before. Previously, Stage 1. Kakayanin niyo pa ngayon sa Stage 2. Mukha nga naman. And speaking of Stage 2, they're keeping the dream alive para sa Naos dito ngayon.
Thrifty.
Talagang
charges.
thrifty round mula sa Naos. Good call! That was a good call sa Naos side. Buti na lang na kuha ni Kevs together with Zay ang pickups. And that round can actually establish something, Asaray. And that's currently happening sa side of Naos. But RQ to get just reset once again. Diba? But that trap is gonna be working pero still may pera pa rin naman para sa next round ang RQ. Next adjustment na naman ang gagawin nila. I think talaga pagdating sa A-side, hindi workable sa RQ. So mas maganda yung mid-control nila parati kasi hindi talaga mapunish ng Naos so far.
Sinabi ko kanina na kailangan nila ng much aggressive mid-control dito ngayon. Z, perfect placement na kanyang crosshair pero nakita siya ng Boomba. The TP out and immediately, look at how quickly Naos, or excuse me, RRQ take the angle agad ngayon. They know that Z's forgone yung top mid. And once again, they're doing the same thing that they did previously. So, hindi haya ng Naos. They've kind of adjusted a little bit more here, Ray. Every time na magpapakita ng forces ang RRQ dito, flash na agad ni Kevs. Wala nang intay-intay. Sugod agad.
Recovering it.
Okay, cut off noise lang muna sa RRQ. Default to reposition para sa A site. Blur is waiting para makapag-pinch ngayon dito si Kelly S. The flasher come through. He actually second guesses and looks towards the ramp. Pero ngayon may even si Blur. Medyo mahirap ang position niya now that Z is already out of position, mga kaibigan. And Kelly S finds the good timing kay Blur. He will reposition. Kakarot is looking for maybe the quick trade. He wouldn't even give that property para sa kanya. Tries to go in a little bit closer. Draxi only good para sa isa lang. Pero numbers, positioning, everything favoring RRQ as of this moment.
Yung important round sa Asaray. Kailangan ng Naos yet they lose it once again. Pero may oras pa ba sila para dito? Dinedeli lang sila ng wall mula kay Rabbit. And I think that's just the sign na kailangan nila mag-save ni Kevs once again. Si Kevs kukuha lang ng exit frags and kicking off. He is able to get the tap against Tuge. Pero still not gonna get any kills as still the members of RQ survives. And that's it. 2-round difference na naman instead of making this into a 5-all against RRQ. Sabi sa'yo, ang daming missed opportunities. Asiray. And now still, they can't get it. Kulang pa. Siguro sa 100%, kulang pa ng 5% nung Naos parate.
Well, kailangan siguro nila mag-charge para makuha nila yung 5% na yun.
Anong charge ang gagawin?
Here.
USB-C. Ibang charge naman nga talaga yun. Oy, nagkatinginan! Woo, headhunter. Okay.
You will not kill my ally! May res. Uy, kita ba na CCTV si Delicious? Hindi.
I don't think he is.
Hindi na makita.
Yan ang gusto ni Jalicious. Hindi siya nakikita ng CCTV.
Oo, syempre. Kundi marireveal lahat.
Tama. Shouts nga pala dyan sa mga nakakatago sa CCTV.
Pero nga lang, na-punish pa rin si Delicious. Paano ba yan? Asa? Nakita muli siya. Na-reveal ang mga sikreto. Pero nga lang, as for Blurred, expected niya na meron na. If he holds this, then it's gonna be working well. Pero on the other side, nakapukos na naman si Rabbit. At 3 na lang ang natitira. Sa Naos muli, low pa si Zay. He was able to get the kill. Pero nga lang, Terias is right up ahead there.
I know exactly where
Kakarot together with Blurred. Pero nga lang, alam na rin kung nasan sila. Parati na lang, may ultimate ready. Si Nexy ngayon. Si Nexy.
One enemy remaining.
And Kakarot will be able to pick up the Terias. Isang porsyentong lakas na ata itong RRQ. Iba na ang buff.
Ooh. Nakatalon pa siya dun sa ice wall. Kelly S. More like Carry S. Siya ang taga-carry. Parang nandun sa mga baka ma-misinterpret yung sinabi ko. Hunting party na against kay Blurred. Napakadaming pera ng RRQ. Tatago na siya sa ilalim ng ramps ngayon. Hindi siya makakapag-rampa dito. Mukhang ito na. Ang katapasan ni Blurred. Dot. Malapit na sila. Timing. Ooh, nice one. Narinig footsteps. Somehow, Kelly has crowd walk, jiggle, peek, spray down. Ang nakatalo kay Blurred.
Talagang shot down si Blurred. Tignan mo yun. Siguro, okay na sana yung pick-off sila. Right after this, then isa pa ang ma-punish mula sa mid-side ng RRQ. Kevs, we all know it's gonna be an RRQ win once again in this particular round. Ang daming missed chances na naman sa Naos. And now the gap. Magiging 5-7 na to? Or talagang malaki ang gap na gusto nilang ganapan? Buto na lang nag-TT-out lang si Zay. And pwede pang may panalo ng Naos to. Go!
They've given up basically the whole A site. So, retake na nga lang talaga ang makukuha natin dito ngayon para sa Naos. Not really a bad thing because again, they do have the weaker weapons. So kung makakapag-group up sila dito ngayon, this is actually gonna help them out because again, sometimes quantity over quality. Damihan mo kaysa sa punish though overall. Nexy getting trades, pero Blurred also rampaging through the site already. Here's one, Rabbit holding the back of things, and ang ganda na nasalat ng crossfire dito. Kung hindi na na-shotan si Rabbit, ipit sa gipit ang Naos. And nakita niyo yun ngayon. 4-8, RRQ already have a pretty solid lead dito sa ating second game.
That's right. Count it. 5 rounds left. Okay, RRQ. But as for Naos, they still need the 4 rounds. They lose the pistol. It's gonna be hard. Pero nakita natin yung SBE comeback na ganyan. Sa split. So hindi pa naman ito ang last day ng Naos kung sakasakaling makakuha nila to against RRQ. Pero sabi mo nga, 'di ba, if they lose this, para lang maintindihan ng mga audience natin, talagang mahihirapan na sila to get into this group stage. Kaya it's now or never. Kasi kung 3-4 sila, pero they still need to face Team Secret and APH, may chance pa rin kung may ibang teams na may katulad sa kanila, tas ano na lang sa round differential. But then, kapag natalo ng Naos ngayon, most likely, kung walang team na magkakaroon ng same case as sa kanila, magiging game changer na lang somehow ang kanilang match against other teams para sa seeding. 'Di ba? In short, may pagka kind of formality match, but at the same time, it's very crucial for the seeding ng mga teams.
Well, sometimes Naos can play, or a team can play their best when nothing is at stake anymore. Ang problema, syempre, that's not what they want. They obviously want to be able to get din sa ating playoffs. Ngayon, napakalaking ano din nun. Kasi, what is it nga ba, Ray? We only have Stage 1 and Stage 2 as an intro para sa APAC Challengers, and then maybe we'll have a wild card. Pero depende din sa points yun ng Naos. So, I'm not sure if they'll be included din sa wild card. So, napakalaki ng mga ifs and buts ngayon ng Naos. Again, I don't want to be sounding sour sa positioning ng team na ito, pero there really is so much pressure and everything stacked against them from this point forward. Diba? So being able to win at least one series is so pivotal sa kanya. Kasi sabi mo na nga, kung natalo dito ang Naos, more like formality matches na lang iba kasi wala na silang team na makaka-same ng standing. Sana kung natalo ka rin ng SBE, may possibility pa ang Naos, pero now SBE actually have another win against an elite AEP. Yeah, so ayun din. So now they have no team that they're actually neck and neck with in terms of yung standings nila overall sa ating Stage 2.
Pero Naos, baka magka-comeback pa sila dito sa split. At gusto pa nila tayong pahitaan ng Icebox. Kasi ako personally, I wanna see the Icebox match between RRQ and Naos since it's also one of their strong maps eh. But then, on the attacking, will Blurred... Uy! Dumaan lang! Isang pasadaan lang daw, sabi ni Blurred. Padaan lang, Pi! Sabi niya. Pero, ang daming ginawa ni Rabbit right now just to delay them. But then, they still check if merong magagaling sa may events kung may totoong impostor ngayon. And Delicious takes out those stars. May kasama pang contrast. May flash pa, but Jax was able to hold on with them. Next remaining. Yes, at Lexi, hinawakan ng kagad. And Zay, exactly ganyan, pero tinamaan ng paint shells ni Kelly's. And I think the pistol will be the game changer sana. And yet, natalo na naman ang Naos.
Obi-Wan, Kenobi, Kobe. You know, made from the high ground. Pero...
Player standing. Spike down B.
Anyways,
Down B.
okay sana ang push dito ng Naos, pero
Player standing.
it needed to be much faster. A force buy really isn't the worst of things. They did it last game. They could be able to do it right now, and it actually would be more impactful if they get around kasi that would make it 5-9, all that good stuff. Pero gagamitin nila si Blur dito ngayon para makakuha easy pickings. Pero problema, wala siyang proper shield para yung sort of damage ni Kelly S. And Kelly S running wild, hitting shots, throwing nades, making it basically living hell ngayon para sa Naos para makakuha ng picks or even just the plant on the spike.
At Delicious all by himself. Mag-push na lang sila. Won't connect the shots. Kelly S gets it. 4-10. 5-10 ba to? Ito na ba? Kasi kanina nangyari to eh. Alpha versus SBE. Kinaya pa naman ng Alpha somehow, pero hindi pa rin sila nagwagi. But as for now, this full buy is very important. They lose the first 2 rounds after the second half. Pero mare mo, 6 chances. 6 na careful rounds ang kailangan na lang panatilihin dito against RQ. They have the advantage pagdating sa battle, so they really need to focus on that. Focus nga sa rounds. Huwag sa scoreline. At may kita na nga natin dito. Pero, si Zay, drop siya ngayon. Kasama pang bot. Ang ganda. Pero buti na lang. Na-outan kagad ni Zay ang mga taga-RRQ after picking off Kelly S.
That's absolutely huge. Spreading the box from positioning. Double flash. Could be a double kill by Rabbit. To follow up ni Tugen. Ay hindi tigil. Rabbit repeaks the angle. Nagkamali na onti sa wall. And seemingly, RRQ gets themselves a rebuttal sa round na iyon. this round is yung buy round din on now. So anything RRQ does na takes away at kills is also actually pretty huge para sa kanila. Because look at how just poor I think Naos are as of the moment. They just purchased like rifles na naka-half shield on sila, meaning even against Spectres, close enough, RRQ should be able to do some massive damage. And speaking of damage, this long lurk from Kevs, not really phasing RRQ at all. Rabbit and Draxi on the crossfire. Uunahin na si Kevs. Only good for the one shot though, pero naiwan nila lahat ng kanilang rifles sa mid, which would mean that RRQ should be having, double vandal.
Spike planted.
Delicious. All right, good on the reposition. Nice use of the star. We'll use that to blot out a little bit more of visibility ngayon para sa RRQ. And a possible crossfire. But the Cypher Cage makes it very difficult for Draxi to help out. Or rather, not Draxi, but Kakarot to help out.
He needs to get his own! Kakarot sumunod! Medyo na-desik tayo ng ulti doon. Naos! Ang ganda ng play ni Draxi and Nexi. Never disappoints talaga tong duo na to pag sila yung natitira. Make or break yan eh. Sa Naos. And I think, how can Naos get their feet back up ngayon? Force na nila to most likely, Azurai. Unless they want it to be a match point comeback, or most probably, they're gonna be dwelling on the sheriffs instead. Pero RRQ, think they're just really unstoppable ngayon. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, now as they lose the first map, it's gonna be most likely a 2-0 from RRQ.
Birds breaking the wall, flashed by the paranoia. Ganda ng timing ng relay bot, makakatakas naman siya doon, pero power move na lang yung para sa RRQ. Pinapaalis na lang nila ang mga players ng Naos dito, trying to funnel them into corners. But they have the advantage. Delicious, I think he knows that the heaven is pretty much safe para sa kanila.
Down mid.
Oh man, that smoke is... Let's see, tignan muna natin. Oh, never mind.
Flawless.
Yeah, ang tawag natin dyan is... daanan sila ng trend.
Match point. One, ha? Ano nangyari sa Naos? Hindi na sila nakagalaw sa second half, Azurai. And I think they could have called for a timeout already. 11 rounds in the parang and it's up to their own call. At sino kumall ng timeout? RQ? Or Naos?
I think Naos.
Most probably it's Naos. Kinakabahan ako sa ganito eh. Baka mahaba na naman eh. Okay, Naos called for a timeout. Will it actually give a big impact here in this one? Ito pag nahabol ng Naos to, Azurai, aaminin ko na talaga kung sino ang crush ko na Radiant. Kailan mo ba kung sino?
May guess ako eh, pero tingnan natin. Guys, by the way, hindi ako Radiant, so...
So hindi si Azurai yan.
Tama.
Kahit siniship nyo kami, hindi ko siya crush. Natawa din siya! Kasi kami ni Azurai, best friends lang. Di ba best friends lang tayo, BFF?
Na best friend zone ako. Okay lang, mahilig naman tayo sa mga zone. Kaya nga nung kabataan natin, naglalaro tayo sa time zone eh, diba? So, okay lang.
Hindi ba naglalaro tayo ng time zone, Azurai? Okay. Galing mo nga mag-bowling eh. Tinatalo mo nga kami. Pati doon pa naman naging pro player, ang competitive. Pati naman sa race car ba yun? Ang competitive maglaro. Pero ngayon. Ang ganda nito, ang ganda po ka lang sa slide ni Kelly S. Pero nga sinabayan na din. God, may kasama na din. Galing kay Kelly S. Sana with a showstopper but won't work. Sinabayan na nga kagad lahat ng ultimate sa side ng Naos. But as the clean take come in, Regum still tries to push it into Suwin. Nakakas ka down! 2v3 ang nangyari! Hinayaan nila si Rampet mag-asim! Dating sa Shazet! RQ! To get Draxi! Wins this clean 2-0 against Naos! And it seems like Naos, Azurai, katulad na pinag-usapan natin kanina, kailangan nilang bumalik sa basics, saan ba nagsimula ang lahat at paano ba sila isa sa mga teams na naging undefeated.
That was the
Stage
best
1.
time, by the way, para sa Naos to actually win. Blurred got the 2 kills already, pero somehow, it's RRQ that still gets the W. Oh, we're done. Ganda ng timing though, nung ginawa ni Rabbit na yung sa Seekers, as I believe that was Kevs that was breaking it down, diba? Like, peek out siya nung nakasira ng isa. I think he also heard Kevs maybe reloading. So, nakakuha siya ng easy 1 kill. Tapos, all of his teammates just started coming right in. So, these miniature, tiny adjustments na ginagawa ng Naos or decisions na ginagawa nila all lead up to them kind of losing the fights. Yung onting reload na lang na yan, onting talon dito, talon doon. It feels like it has accumulated para hindi makapag-rebuttal dito ang Naos. Even though they do make these really good one-time, big-time moments kagaya na ginawa ni Blurred, even killing Kelly S through the showstopper, ang laki pa rin ng difference ng kanilang approach as the round continues. So that's where it really matters and where RQ really reigns supreme.
And I think ang dami talagang kailangan ayusin ng Naos this time around. So far, all throughout the games, hindi pa sila nananalo ng isang series, Azuray. 0-5 streak sa kanila. And they only have 2 matches left. I'm not sure kung paano nga ba ang kanilang way pa to actually get into the actual playoffs. But really, sobrang nagulat tayo how outstanding RRQ is. We all thought pagdating sa map Veto, may chance ang Naos to make this into a third map dahil nga malakas ang RRQ sa split eh. Pero yung Haven talaga, na shutdown ng Naos sa first half, those retakes against Oasis has been clean. Pero against RRQ, hindi nag-work yung composition nila against RRQ. But this is still a good try sa Naos. Ang dami nilang innovative composition. But I think they need to work on the individual styles at the same time as Soraya. But all in all, ang ganda pa rin ang approach nila. Zay is up until there with the 1.1 KDA. Ang taas pa rin ng combat score. But Kelly, yes, so far, in all of the matches na meron ng RRQ, he's been consistent. And that is a great sign na nag-improve talaga si Kelly, yes. Quick break.
Sobrang laki talaga ng nakita nating improvements para sa kanya, and he's really turned into such a complete player din na he can play so many agents na kinakailangan ng RRQ para sa kanya, right? From being the Jet / Raze to even the Chamber, even though the playstyles are somewhat similar, yung access to different utilities that RRQ needs is really well utilized by Kelly S. So kahit man may mga highlights dito na holy shine, everything, it all leads to still Naos getting clean, or rather RRQ, excuse me, getting clean rounds overall. And with that, RRQ, I think they might actually be nearing as well a slot para sa playoffs. Usually I think it's just RRQ na lang and SBE that might be in dire straits. Naos na lang ang nagkakaproblema. Oasis din ba? O yun, so yung tatlong teams na yun.
Oasis loses this, may pag-asa silang malaglag. Hindi may pag-asang magiging part ng playoffs. But if they win against Bren, then they still have the chance. So it's gonna be up to SB or RRQ if they can get that good comeback and be part of the playoffs. But right now, it's still a GG mula sa side ng Naos. Ang heartbreaking actually kasi talagang pinag-uusapan natin, di ba, when we're studying them, Asaray, I think Naos will really give a good time and will really start to pop off once again here in stage 2. But it seems like the honeymoon phase na shutdown na nga siya ngayon sa stage 2, and hopefully we'll get to see more of Naos sa iba pang playstyles nila against Team Secret together with APH. Na ang APH silang nag-punish, diba? Sa side ng Naos. But still, maybe there's a chance. But it's really, really unlikely. But ang ganda pa rin talaga ng performance nila. But kailangan na talagang may mga konting style na kailangan ayusin and may mga gusot pa na kailangan plansyahin, Asaray.
Mapatingin dalawa, kailangan ko planchahin yung gusot ko din. Damit ko. Anyways, yeah, guys, so with all of that, we're gonna go on a break. When we come back, it's the interview and the panel and preparing for that next series, last series of day natin ngayon para sa day number 2 ng week 2. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back.
Welcome back to VCTPH. We just saw RRQ claim a victory in the second series of the day. And that is a 2-0 for RRQ against Naos. Now, Fluffy, it seems like RRQ is gaining confidence as the stage progresses. And, you know, we did bring up like that RRQ, of course, won against Southfield Esports. And now they claim victory against Naos Esports. And it seems like RRQ is the bane of what was once the stage 1 meta.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, you know, I was hoping that the Avengers assemble today, and it looks like it is not the end of the world for this team. We see that their first map on Haven, 13-9, pretty close on the rounds, but if you look at the actual gameplay, it was pretty clean rounds by the team. And of course, moving on to Split, as we see here on the series highlights, they had a very dominating performance. I was kind of worried about how they would handle Split, being that it was their map pick, meaning that they gave the defensive side to Naos Esports, but clearly they came prepared, bursting out the gates and securing that 13-4 victory.
Absolutely. It may have been the Avengers assembling here for RRQ, but it was the snap that actually got Naos Esports here. Unfortunately, with a 0-5 scoreline, I don't think it's possible for them to still get into the playoffs, even with, you know, everybody still kind of having matches to go. I do think that's going to be Naos' end of well, it won't be the end of their groups. They'll still be competing in the group stages, but definitely the end of their playoffs dreams there.
Yeah,
unfortunate.
And actually, G10 on the side, on that side, on the side of Naos. Yeah, let's not mince words. Standing-wise, this does not look good at all. But we know what this team is, you know, capable of.
Yes.
Why can't it seem to translate to a win for these guys?
That's a very good question. It just looks like Naos is not prepared for the new meta that has come about in Valorant. They just haven't had the best of games ever since that they come out. Stage 2 has been a little bit rough. Well, that is an understatement. It's been very, very rough for them, but it hasn't been rough for this man on our screen right now.
300 ACS right there. That's amazing. Yes. Kelly S is our MVP. He's saying hi to us, by the way, backstage. Hey, Kelly S. It's very distracting. We have a very dynamic screen over here when you can see backstage, but you guys will find out a little later on. But yes, indeed, Kelly S, our MVP. And, you know, I think it was right. We were actually chatting a little bit with RRQ behind the scenes, and they were saying how, you know, they kind of like, they do things like on the fly a little bit more instinctively, which I find really interesting, Fluffy, because it's like we were saying, like, how do you read a book when there's not even a book to base anything on?
Right, and I think this is a very deserved MVP as well, being that Kelly S was such an impactful player this entire series, topping both maps and securing the win for RRQ.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Kelly is saying his thanks over here. Actually, you know what? Let's bring him on over to the panel. Let's bring him on over to your screens right now for a really, really quick interview so that you guys can find out what is going on over here on your screens. Hello to Kelly S and the rest of RRQ. Welcome. So I actually... we were chatting a little bit behind the scenes, but I actually want you guys to share with the audience what we were discussing a while ago. G10 asked you guys if you were worried at all with facing Naos.
For me, I'm not worried at all because if we base it on the papers, we are the better player and better team, and their style is like based on the book, and so it's easy to read their play and their game plan. So that's why we're confident on going this series.
And kind of related to that, then speaking of which, as you get some glasses on there, as provided by Rabbit, we actually put Rabbit on the spotlight as an IGL a little while ago. Can you describe his style of IGLing? And be careful what you say because he's right behind you.
Yeah. For me, Rabbit's style of IGL is mostly impromptu, and we love that style because it's hard for the enemy. It's hard for them to read us because we're not playing by the book. So we're playing like on the fly.
Are you saying good things because Rabbit's right behind you?
But take me Jollibee. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, so that's what happens at the RRQ bootcamp. But of course, there is still a lot of pressure on you guys to perform perfectly, especially now, and win every game for you guys here on out. So how are you reacting to that pressure?
We talk as a team and we talk about our goals, our main goals. Like we prepared this tournament like for almost 3 months and we sacrificed a lot. So we think about everything what we did so we can reset mentally and do our best on our last 3 games this week.
Well, regardless of the outcome, I think it's always a good time over there at the RRQ bootcamp, as we can see with what's happening over there all over Kelias' side. And look at that. You guys are too adorable, so wholesome indeed. Do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give, maybe to all of the supporters of RRQ who are watching right now?
Shout out sa fans namin, sa mga family namin, sa mga real ones dyan, especially sa girlfriend ko. Thank you sa pag-support and thank you din sa sponsors namin, especially kay Boss Nano, Boss AP, Boss Ricky. Viva RRQ!
Viva RRQ indeed. Thank you so much, Kelias, and the rest of RRQ, who of course made their presence felt. Good luck on the rest of your matches.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Those guys are way too fun. I'm like looking everywhere on the screen because there's so much
I
things
love these
happening.
interviews.
Yeah, but Jitan, I thought it's so interesting that there's a new identity being formed here, and nothing by the book, no technique. Well, yeah, of course there's still some technique needed, but it's more of like RRQ is acting a little bit more instinctively this time.
So what it feels like RRQ is doing, or the way that Kelias has described it, is they do go to a round without a solid plan or concepts of what they want to execute or what is possible for them. They, in the middle of the round, they see what is possible with the information that they have, and then they concoct a plan around that. Rabbit does it on the fly, which is quite a counter. And as you said, as Kelias said in that interview, he did notice that Naos was a little bit too by the book, and it could be that Naos's book has been read a little bit too much by every team here at VCT, giving them that 0-5 scoreline so far.
Right, and to add to what Jitan mentioned, I also agree that being too by the book can also be a downside. It's great to have good fundamentals, like as we see from RRQ, who has it as well, but that adaptability to be so free-flowing is also very, very valid and very important for a team to just react to a situation and execute it properly, because I feel like those are the types of instincts that you build up just simply by playing ranked with your team and more going into pro play. But also on the side of Naos Esports, unfortunately for them, this will be their 5th loss of the series, which kind of spoils their dreams of the playoffs, but they still have a lot of more games to play this week, and I'm sure that it's a lot more opportunity for them to refine what they're doing right now. They still have a bunch of chances, especially since it's essentially non-consequential for what they do, to try a bunch of new things and maybe reevaluate how they play as a team. Especially, it's still a platform to play against a bunch of the top teams in the PH. So there's a lot of value of them still being in the group stages.
Of course, and hone in on those instincts as well. Instincts I wish I had. But we can close the chapter on that book and head on over into our 3rd series of the day right after this quick break. But when we return, it's Bren Esports and Oasis Gaming.
a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
We are down to the final match of the day. It is going to be Bren Esports versus Oasis Gaming. There was something that flew in front of me. I'm sorry. I don't
Oh, no.
I don't know. Something attacked
All
me
good,
over
all
here.
good.
But Bren, it's okay. It's nothing to worry about. It's like I would freak out into something else. But yeah. Bren versus Oasis. This is a bit of a flashback to Stage 1. It's a little interesting, Fluffy, because Oasis has actually consistently won against Bren with a 2-0.
Right, but I think this time around, Bren has shown a lot of potential, not only in the potential that people think they always have had, but also in their potential to win it out, coming off strong off the gates, unfortunately faltering in their last match. But it still doesn't stop the fact that a lot of people have seen that this team has grown from what they were, and they are a big threat now, especially in a series like this. As much as I am Oasis at heart, the two teams line up almost exactly for me, very neck and neck teams, and both teams, I feel like either way, this is going to go 2-1 and going to stretch out because they're very equal in their skill and their tactics. They have similar everything, essentially.
Yeah,
I
and
was also-
currently a
sorry.
similar scoreline also, G10. It's right now it seems to be like kind of like a mirror match of like
Yes.
people.
I was literally about to say that. That was what I was about to say, is that
I
they
gotcha.
also have the same scoreline. Great minds, what they say about those. And also, the main difference here, I think, is that Bren is a little bit more ambitious with their comps. They're a little bit more willing to take a little bit of a risk than Oasis. Sorry, Flops, I know you want your boys to be, hyped up here, but I gotta say that there is that slight bit of a difference where Oasis, they are a very by the books team, very disciplined, and I think they have you to thank for that. But when it does come to the ambition that you need, that did show up in their game yesterday. Brent did have quite a lot of ambition, but it was a little bit too much, if you know what I mean. So they did get taken out by Team Secret. But today, I think they could show that very, very well against Oasis.
Right, and to add on to what you mentioned, I feel like I might have to go the opposite way there. I think that Oasis Gaming also has that kind of ambitious play style where they, for lack of a better term, overextend at times. And now, especially with the new analyst, Wacky the Gamer, is really honed into that more disciplined UDA style play style, which has favored them. But unfortunately for them, they're coming off that loss from AEP yesterday. So moving on to this series, I'm sure that the boys are super fired up to win this game.
Well, before we proceed to our favorite moment, which is, of course, putting Fluffy on the spot with Oasis Gaming, because we know how he absolutely glows when this happens, we're going to take a closer look, meantime, at their opponents, Bren Esports. The star students of VCT, fittingly so, haven't gotten their fame from the university scene. Today, G10, they face the ghosts from Stage 1 past, however, in Oasis Gaming. I know you guys have some, insider information. We were sharing it behind the scenes. So how confident are we that the story has changed?
That is a very good question. I don't think that the story for Bren Esports has changed necessarily. It just depends on what stage of the story you're telling. Because right now, they haven't had, the best of the best, but they haven't had the worst performance. They're solidly in the middle. But I think against a team like Oasis, this is a part of the story where they face off against their bitter rival before the training arc for the final boss. So this is going to be quite a back and forth match. Bren Esports has been a very, very solid team, as you said, from the collegiate scene here, but Oasis is, they have a little bit of pre-collegiate talent even, so there is a little bit of, prodigy buff that they may have.
Yeah. It's kind of like our very own Forsaken, as Black and Blue did mention.
Right.
But yeah, what is also unique about Bren Esports is that, like, whereas I feel like other teams have like mountains to climb here at stage 2, I feel like Bren is kind of like they have no problem climbing the mountain. It's just that they get so ahead of themselves that they end up falling somewhere. It's the overconfidence, Fluffy, that sometimes can be Bren's downfall.
Right. I feel like that also speaks into Oasis's game plan as well, which I'm sure we'll see coming up soon. And it's a very ambitious team as well, Oasis Gaming. They have a lot of heavy hitters, but more importantly, the hits need to hit today for them to actually triumph over Bren Esports.
Yeah, well, they will be up against Oasis Gaming, their old nemesis from stage 1. So let's take a closer look at this team. Another team in the middle of the standings, another team that needs this push, needs this win, a mainstay of the VCT scene and always a strong contender. But Fluffy, will stage 2 finally be that big moment for Oasis Gaming? I know you have a lot to say on this matter.
Well, I hope so for Oasis fans and myself out there. But like you said, time and time again, Oasis, a veteran of the scene as well. Multiple of them VCT winners in their own right. They have players like Marky and Wild Oreo, explosive to the end of the round. They have staples like Ripper and Coco holding out the fort and allowing them to move. And of course, the linchpin of the team, they have Envy playing that flex role sometimes, mostly on the initiator role, giving the team a lot of space and a very high impact player himself.
Yeah, for sure. And as we mentioned a while ago, Envy is definitely one of the playmakers that we have for Oasis Gaming. But I think like one of the big questions that we have G10, of course, is that they have beat Bren previously in stage 1. They have gotten the 2-0, no problem. But I think like as we've seen with the previous series, it seems as though the stage 1 meta is being rewritten. And as RQ mentioned, we are throwing the books out the door. So that's the big question.
Exactly.
I'm wondering if this is going to follow the same trend.
So I think there are two schools of thought here. One school of thought is, we see Bren and Oasis go old school Valorant and, try to beat each other up in the same way that they've been doing for a while. That stage 1 meta that they've been doing. But these days, it is a lot more popular, at least in stage 2, to go for something a little bit weird, a little bit crazy, a little bit like a fake hit. And try to see how far that gets you. That's how, they were South Build, lost the first game, they got faded on Haven by AE Pro, and then after that, they were, once the fade was down, SBE was pretty good. So that could be background. Another thing that we got to think about here, make it Fluffy, I think, is the mental aspect, because both of these teams are coming off of a loss from yesterday. Unfortunate, but, I want to see who has had the better mental reset, who's had a little bit more time to, reset, meditate, think about what they did wrong, and really identify their weaknesses, because I think that's going to be a very key factor as to who's going to be able to take the win here, who actually was able to learn from what they did wrong yesterday.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with G10 right there. We have both of these teams very similar in, I'd say, power level, play style, even strengths in certain maps and stuff. But there is a big mental aspect that both teams have had trouble overcoming in the past. So hopefully moving on from both of their teams' losses, going into this as a fresh new game, that's great. But also to back up G10's point about the whole fade thing, or maybe trying something new, which I am a big fan of innovation. Maybe a little inside information, or not really, but from the old coaching days, I had a little chat with the coach of Bren Esports, and he was saying that to be ready for some surprises coming into this week, because I think Brent has evolved a lot, and even on the side of Oasis Gaming, some of the players reached out just for like not advice, but like what
Just
I
to let you
noticed,
know.
yeah, to help out. So I feel like there are big potential changes coming into this game. This might not be the two teams and the two lineups that both teams will expect. There could be something grander coming in this series.
What does Fluffy know? I am so interested. That was such a tease, my guy. But going into our head-to-head, I love that you guys brought up unpredictability, because these two are definitely unpredictable, especially since these guys are the next generation of esports stars, and they are up and coming. Definitely performing here. We have Savvy and we have Envy G10. We are talking about how these guys, these are the guys that will be carrying the torch.
Absolutely. Savvy AK, we already have seen him in the collegiate scene and APAC Arena. Is kind of the collegiate Valorant GOAT, if many people are to be believed. But Envy, on the other hand, is not even in college. He can't even qualify for APAC Arena, and yet he's already here in VCT. The torch bearers of the next generation are indeed here, and that torch is being lit. It's nice to see them, though, playing with the FPS Titas as well on the same stage, because that's like intergenerational competition, and that's something that I love.
Yeah, and I think that for example, with Envy, like you mentioned, he's not even in college yet, which is like pretty mind-boggling. Of course, like, to me, I mean, like, okay, esports Titas, I got your back always. But yeah, I mean, like, going back to Savvy and Envy, this isn't even their final form yet, basically. So it's really exciting to see, their career blossom here on the VCT stage. And right now, we are heading into map vetoes really, really soon. And I'm interested to know, Fluffy, you have so much insider intel right now. So I'm gonna try to like poke and everything. And does Oasis Gaming have a game plan for what we have right now? Which maps do you think they're going to be more comfortable on, and which maps do you think favor Bren Esports more?
Well, first and foremost, I'm still technically not under the pro. I'm not affiliated by them in that way, more like their content creator. But I do know for a fact that they want to try out a lot of new things. I'm expecting them to still favor the maps that they are currently strong at, which is, we've seen in the past Icebox, we've seen the Breeze, we've seen the Haven, which coincidentally are also the maps that Bren Esports are pretty good at as well. So I don't think that either team would have a problem with the map picks. I feel like more importantly this time around, it's going to be the map sides that matter the most, because like I mentioned in the earlier series, starting on a certain side means that you guarantee 12 rounds no matter what happens for the half on that side. So if you're able to, if both teams are fine with both any map that you pick because they play the same maps, then the side where you stack the most rounds could be the one that will carry your momentum into the other half, meaning that you have an advantage going into that, which really helps overall alleviate a lot of pressure from teams focusing on what to do.
Yeah, and speaking of side advantage, it looks like Bren has already picked their first side on Icebox, which was the Oasis map. Very, very strong pick from Oasis. We have seen their Icebox quite a bit, but we can say exactly the same about Bren. Now, this defense pick, I think, is very, very, I'd say 5-head. I would say it's 5-head from Bren, because they do want to pick, 12 rounds on defense and then maybe see how they fare in that attack. I think they have a better plan for defense. But Fracture is the pick for Bren. It's very, very interesting. We haven't seen a lot of Fracture this stage yet.
Yeah, I'm excited. We are talking about unpredictability, and what better way to do that than to actually pick Fracture, which is definitely one for the books in terms of unpredictable maps. Fluffy, we have Ascent getting banned here, and we are expecting one more from Bren, and the Decider map. Which one do you think it is? We have a few seconds, I think, before it comes up.
I'm pretty sure that Decider map is going to be Haven, and they're going to ban Split. I don't think either team has the best split, but if today is full of surprises, feel free to surprise me. But going back to that Fracture pick, which we can see on the screen, that's one thing that you can throw to maybe shake things up a little. Both teams having a very decent Fracture, and they did shake it up even more with the Haven bans, which means that the Decider map will be Split. I was actually really excited for the Haven map.
Yeah, I like this though. I like this. It's kind of like both teams are actually pushing each other out of their comfort levels. And as we mentioned, like, both of these teams, they do know each other like a little too well, I guess. So I think this is part of it. This is part of the the books being thrown out and everything. And G10, I'm not sure which side you're favoring right now, but I think as of now, with this Bren and this Oasis rivalry, I think it can go 50-50.
Is it time to predict? Is that? Oh my god, that's my favorite.
Why not?
time
Let's do it.
This is, I think, the toughest prediction that we have yet faced. I would say this is the true 50-50, and I am for once inclined to be on what I think is Fluffy's side. I think I'm going to be going Oasis 2-1.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with G10 there, mainly based on the side picks. Oasis coming with 2 side picks into these maps, which they're pretty decent at, especially on split, which can be something that if you do properly, is more like a safety net, if anything, because having that great defense on split, stacking those rounds is almost a guaranteed map, unless they have a plan going into that. But knowing that they left it open, I'm sure that a team great like Bren Esports has something to do with that. So for me, I feel like overall it would be a 2-1 either way, but it would be leaning for me for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, I think that this is also going to a 2-1. Again, I'm still like 50-50 on this. You guys are absolutely right that this is a mirror match of teams that we have, and both of their histories have been deep-seated within VCT itself. I am so interested with how this Fracture map is going to play out, especially since, of course, like as we mentioned, we really don't get Fracture a lot, and I actually am a pro Fracture person just because of how fun it can be, even though don't think of my record on Fracture as like any indication, but I think it's fun. I think it's a fun map, and I love how Valorant just basically changed everything with this one map.
Very, very true. And honestly, for this match specifically, it's a little bit of pressure on both teams because they're both 2-2. Whichever one of them does lose, because someone's going to lose, someone's going to win. Whichever one of them does lose, then faces the fact that it's possible after today for them to drop down and be eliminated, because RQ, they're now 2 wins. SBE also have 2 wins. After this, somebody is going to have 2 wins and 3 losses. That puts them on the tied, basically, for the second to last spot after Naos. So this could be a nail-biter of a game for that fact, but it's not going to be the end of anyone's journey as of yet.
Exactly, right. It's that security.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point that we brought up the maps a while ago. I think, and Mika bringing up Fracture especially, I think Fracture for me, out of all the 3 maps that we know that they're going to play so far for this series, will be the most important map. And I feel like whoever wins Fracture, I always feel like in these kind of map vetoes, there's always one linchpin map. And for me, whoever wins Fracture will probably take the series. But speaking of history as well, because it was brought up earlier, there are a couple Oasis veterans out there, like Brain Freeze, for example, from Oasis Gaming before he moved to Bren. And there's a lot of history between both teams. They're both 2 teams who also close in and out of the server, which is another great thing about them.
That's why this is the ultimate mirror match, I feel, because these teams are like so closely intertwined with each other, and I feel like I feel like right now, because like their score lines are also intertwined. It's that push, who basically gets that upper hand, who gets that more secure spot, because you kind of don't want to be in that rumble with RRQ and South Belt and Naos and everybody just clawing for that. That's where things get a little bit more dicey. That's where things get a little bit more desperate, especially with these teams, so hungry to prove themselves. And I still maintain I'm 50-50. I'm not sure which way to go at this point. I am just super excited to see Fracture. I'm just so happy. I think it's been a while since I've had my Fracture experience. It just never gets fine, but I'm glad I get them all. I'm just saying. All right, yeah. I just had to put it out there because I got the one map that I was looking forward the most to seeing. And thank you so much to Bren Esports and Oasis Gaming for giving that, and even more so for this final series of the day. Bren Esports and Oasis Gaming casters, over to you guys.
guys, nagbabalik muli ang Azuray dito sa match between Bren together with Oasis at Azuray. Ito na nga ang isa sa mga last series natin for today's set of games, but yet very important to, especially sa side ng Oasis Gaming.
Well, pag-usapan natin nga ito nung naka-break tayo. Hindi break as friends, pero break nung in between games, so nagpa-panel yung mga panelists natin na if matalo nga ang Oasis, medyo delicates na ang kanilang standings ngayon, and ang ang makakatugma nila in terms of yung standings nila would be SBE and RRQ. So, if they still want for a shot for a clean take sa playoffs, kailangan nilang manalo dito against sa Bren. Now, all of that being said, ang ganda naman points na pinag-usapan din ng panel natin na again, this looks like it should be a straight-up Oasis series, especially dun sa nakita natin sa mga maps nila, na Oasis really do play well on Icebox as well as sa Fracture, even if yun ang pinili na map ng Bren. We have seen Oasis do really well here. I believe Marky has brought out the Neon a couple of times in this particular map, but we'll talk about that later now when we get into the second game. First and foremost, it is going to be Icebox.
Nakita nga natin kung gaano mag-pop off ang Oasis pagdating sa Icebox. Unfortunately nga, there's still some teams who can actually get them off guard, but still they're gonna be remaining yung composition nila up until this part, that talaga nga they come up with a lot of good clutches, especially kay Envy together with Coco. But as for Bren, seems like it's just gonna be the same. Mirror matchup mula sa kanilang dalawa. So maybe, right? We can tell that itong Icebox can somehow be that game breaker kahit unang mapa pa lang. If this is gonna go into Oasis hands, sabi ko nga malaki ang pag-asa na maging clean 2-0 dahil Fracture is one of best maps we have for the side of Oasis. But as for Bren naman, they win Icebox, then maybe we can go into the game 3. Pero masyado pang maraming pwedeng mangyari dahil nga pagdating sa mga mirror matchup, Azuray, maraming games, maraming rounds kung saan pantay talaga ang Bren together with Oasis. Nasa kanila na lang at nasa players nila kung gaano nga ba nila gagampanan ang execution.
Isa sa mga malaking pivot points din ngayon ng Bren na medyo may pagka-back and forth siya ngayon, I think has to be Savvy 8K. May mga rounds siya na he will just whiff shots completely. May mga rounds siya na he will just hit shots, insanely strong shots. And this is where I'll probably put my case on, kasi kakalabanin nila ang isang team like this with Oasis that has one of the players with the highest headshot / clutch factor sa buong VCT Stage 2, which is Envy. Marky is an incredibly clean jet player. Envy is an incredibly strong clutch player. So a lot of the holes, gaps na meron ng Oasis actually get plugged up by these two particular stars, I think, for now. I mean, not saying that, other players are not impactful, pero kung nakita mo yung mga previous matches ng both of these teams, it feels like it is also a mirror match of players, pero Oasis might have just a slightly higher caliber of competitors.
Gusto ko lang i-shoutout Azuray si Donty. Kapatid ni Kakarot. Oo guys, kapatid ni Kakarot. Yan! Pero slow please, talagang maingat din ang Bren Esports at the same time against Oasis. But then, kahit pala lagay mo ng Viper to si Wild Oreo, ang galing pa rin ng performance. Kaya pala pag nakikita ko nagsistream to, palong-palo mag-controller, pero there's Drain Freeze, but then EJ gets one. Marky also, kaso nga lang alam ni Symbol na low on HP si Marky, tapos nasabayan na rin kagad si Wild Oreo, so talagang mahirap mag-commit, pero there's Coco Martin with a block. Will he be able to get the shots? Nope.
30 seconds
Reaper
left.
na lang at Wild Oreo, pero nga lang yung oras, talagang pabor, most likely, sa side ng Bren Esports.
No one's holding the cross yet. I think makakatakbo pa sila dito. Not sure if Hotsos can actually hear the rotation then. And that smoke is gonna allow maybe Wild Oreo to cross cleanly into the B side. But I think he's heard it already. Yeah, there it is. Magiging problematic nito para kay Ripper because the Nano Swarm's there. He's gonna die. And they get gobbled up. Nakainin muna sila dito ni Savvy 8K. Napakalinis na round para sa Bren. It's the start. Maybe the start of something new.
Ay, gusto ko yan. Starting over again, Hassel. Diba? Makakamunti ka na ma-like complete. Magre-reply ka sa story, di ka naman nire-reply.
Ka-follow, mag-unfollow at follow back para makita, at follow ulit para makita yung notification.
Soft lock. May kilala ako, ganyan eh.
One enemy
Pero,
remaining.
Ay, sana all.
sana all, no? Pero, pagdating sa Oasis, na-shutdown sila kagad ng Bren. Nabasa kung gaano nga ba sila magko-commit ngayon. And usually, Brain Freeze talaga has been really popping off with that controller. And iba yung usual na roles na nakikita ko kay Brain Freeze, yet he's really good. So far sa games, pagdating sa Bren, kamunti ka na nga talaga mag-pick up si Coco Martin. At buti na lang, ready pa rin siya to shut down ang saka-sakaling magpa-flank mula sa side ng Oasis. But here it is, the wall is gonna be coming through. Pero si Brain Freeze, maingat na maingat. But
Spike planted.
sa ulo mula kay Reaper! Si Marky din sinabayan just to cut off EJ. And nakakuha pa sila ng mga extrang baril.
Medyo natakot agad si Marky is nakita siya nung Sova drone. Pero maganda dito, hindi siya na-tag. So they couldn't really shoot him through the smoke and get a quick little punish. Marky ang taga-simula. Pero ang rest of Oasis, ang taga-tapos dito ngayon. Napakaganda na pinapakita ng damage. Pero taga lang muna, Savvy and Hot Sauce. Medyo mainit ang kanilang combination. Hot Sauce, not knowing na nasa likod niya na si Wild Oreo. Madali nang makapag-twist, makapag-link at makapag-dunk.
Ano yan, Oreo?
Ano na nga, no, ng Oreo daw?
Nakalimutan ko na kung bakit Wild Oreo yung name ni Wild Oreo. Alam ko, tinanong ko to sa kanya before eh.
Alam ko na bakit.
Bakit? Alam ko galing League of Legends ata.
Eh talaga ba? Kasi akala ko si Wild Oreo, Boy Scout siya dati. Tapos, nung nag-outing sila nung kanilang platoon, pumunta sila sa kagubatan at wala siyang makain na kahit ano para is makapag-survive kung hindi Oreo lang. Kaya nakapag-survive siya sa wild gamit ang Oreo.
Oh. Akala ko galing League of Legends eh. Pero baka iba yung iniisip ko. So, sa sobrang dami ko ng pinagtanungan sa nila nakuha yung pangalan nila. Ako, Ray. Double lang yung pangalan ng tatay ko. Pero nga lang, Marky, aggressive? Ooh! Wild Oreo, akala ko controller ka, bakit naging dualist?
Spike planted.
Pero, Brain Freeze all by himself. The advantage ng barrel. We all know Oasis has it. And Oasis will be able to win it. 1-2 against Bren na counter eco nga sila ngayon. Kaya talagang nag-save ang Bren. Pero ngayon, magpo-full buy na nga sila. Most probably, this might be a 2-2 unless Marky is ready to take them on with that late start. Grounded.
At yung gaano ka linis ang takedown dito ngayon ng Oasis. Ito yung nagugustuhan ko talaga sa Oasis is alam na nila yung timing kung kailan sila kailangan mag-peak, kailan sila kailangan mag-trade. Siyempre, they're not as consistent as, let's say, the Team Secret with this, pero it really does show kung gaano ka laki na ang growth ng team ng Oasis. Pero all of that being said, sabi 8K, siyempre, you gotta shoot your shot. Tingnan mo, nakakuha siya ng pick. Pero, na-counter pick din siya. So, double pick.
Yeah. Sorry guys. Ato na tayo kay Asaray na...
Ano? Tama naman.
Tama naman.
Naka-double pick sila.
Oh, double pick. May tawag dun eh.
Oh.
2 beses na pick. So, pick and pick. So
ko yung Pika. Masarap yun.
Pika. Gusto ko.
Tapos nga pala sa mga manova natin dyan. Ay, may yellow.
Ay, puya! Pero, Wild Oreo, take some pick-offs, no? Wala. Lahat sila naiwasan si EJ ngayon. Pero may default sana na plant. Pero si Symbol, siya ko dark, pinakilig. Si Indy. Alam mo kung sabi? Yee! Gumanon. Pero, delayed na naman ang oras. Wala sa side ng Oasis ngayon na Asaray.
Mag-wait a minute muna tayo. nakahanap sila ng target sa 6th dimension. Pero brain freeze. Great holds overall. Marky nakatago underneath rafters. Pero Symbol spots him. Walang makakapag-hide and seek dito sa Oasis ngayon. Bren, solid round on the defense. They stop the bleeding. They'll take themselves one round.
Turn out. VG. Ano ibig sabihin ng VG? Very good.
Oh, wow.
Ay, si Nomad pala nag-comment. So, Nomad, ano ang tunay na bang-bang? Yan. Pero,
Amazing. Clap.
Clap. Nagugulat ang mga tao bakit nandito si Asoray. Pero, ano lang talaga. Na-miss niya nga kasi mag-cast in Filipino. Tinuturuan ko nga. Pero, oh! Wild Oreo. So wild. Takes down Symbol. At 4 na lang kagad ang natitira mula sa Bren. Usual problem. Si Symbol talaga ang meron with his lineups. Pero na-punish kagad siya in this mid-take na binigay ng mga taga-awas. Pero remember, si EJ nakahawak ngayon ng operator. Nakita, sumilip si Marky gamit ang kanyang paa. At may matay ang paa na yan. Nakita nga nila kung saan nakapwesto si EJ ngayon, Asoray.
Reposition agad si EJ lang muna. Parang wala pang wall na nakakapag-separate. So kung the-dry pick nila si EJ, well, baka magkamali sila. Timing lang muna dito ngayon, Ray. Pero patience is a key. Patience is a virtue that no one of us has. Pero Oasis actually has that in spades. Yan ang setup nila. Marky just looking for maybe an alarm bot to clear out. Spots it, takes it down. Beautiful timing sa pag-clear din ng Nanoswarm. So this should allow Oasis to be able to plant down the spike. Pero somehow, some way, while Ori gets caught, that allows again EJ para makakuha ng pick kasi wala ng wall para sa harapan niya. And even though 3 versus 2 to, EJ still has a good shot para makakapag-push through. The thing is, lockdown making it incredibly complicated para EJ to find anything. Pero somehow, some way, manages to trade up. Lockdown does not take him. But this forces Sabi in a weird little crossfire combo. Hanap siya ng onting cover dito. He's taking damage pero alam na nila kung nasan siya.
Pinaglalaroan siya ni Coco ngayon. Medyo difficult sa side ni Habito. He needs to take care of the angle coming in from Yellow. Tapos meron pa kay Coco na nanggaling sa kitchen pero Coco Martin yan. Tapos may kalaban pang third. Ano na talaga ang magiging way ni Habito. And Coco takes him out. A good control coming in from Coco at this, adding a lot of pressure. And that's it. Ang ganda ng crossfire na position ni Invi together with Coco. And alam mo, usual problem ko kapag si Invi nasa late game pa, nasa mga post-plan, alam niya paano pwede siyang makipaglaro sa mga angle na yan. He knows what to swing and he knows when to get the trades. And even if EJ was able to get at least one, nandiyan na sa backup ang katulad ni Envy plus Coco just watching them from afar. And Oasis still wins this round. Full buy nga muli ang Bren and they're just gonna be going with the Sheriffs against Oasis once again, Asaray.
Right here.
Kita naman natin ng mga thrifty rounds tayo dito ngayon. From some of the series that we've viewed. I think today, yeah, with SBE and everything. Pero might not be the case here. Kasi again, Oasis default ang kanilang laruan dito ngayon. And they're gonna be using again Ripper with that null command. Napakagandang timing dito ngayon kasi wala silang magagamit utility to stop the plan, to stop the push. And Marky, 28 HP, but he's positioned himself alongside Ripper. Napakagandang placement nila dito kasi if Marky gets taken down, there's always going to be that pick off para sa, or trade off para sa Oasis. That does absolutely nothing. Pero Symbol knows the position. Marky, ganda na pagkachacha niya. Pero look at this. EJ and Brain Freeze somehow with the blades help each other out. Napakaganda na kanilang retake ngayon. But again, they falter to Envy. The aggressive peek from Coco, but he has no more time. EJ can hit the headshot and all Coco has to do is just play away. Pero teka lang muna.
May time.
Mainit. Oh, nako. Yeah, may time. Makakapagluto pa siya.
Oh, ganda.
Thrifty.
Ang ganda na ginawa ni EJ. The trades are okay. And konting delay lang sana galing kay Coco pero na right click parang hindi naman na nerf after all. Or na balance ang Jet pero yun lang din yung nagiging problem as well. When you're stretching too far from the side, especially when you position yourself sa
last player
snowman.
standing.
That was already good sa side ni Envy, pero nga lang medyo distracted nga si Envy about it. They didn't expect EJ coming in, and alam naman natin si EJ when he gets so confident with that trade storm, he usually gets the rounds. And ang taas ng probability na nangyayari yun.
Well, that's also in conjunction with how just aggressive EJ really is. I don't think na there's a lot of people that can actually time well against EJ's aggression. But here's another one, another firecracker na magaling mag-chuk-chak ng mga blades. It's Marky. Always has been one of my favorite, if not most favorite Jet players to use yung kanyang blade storm. I think Raph was the one that mentioned this to me na Marky feels and just seems to be the only Jet player that actually can capitalize the best on with the blades. Can I see that now?
I actually agree with you, ate. Alam mo,
Scanning
isa ka
ahead.
sa mga taong pina-realize nito. Nasisigay na kagad yung
You're welcome.
nakakuha ng accuracy. At least, kahit mapunish siya, hindi, nagkakalik pa rin. At least isa.
30
Every
seconds
time
left.
that it's just gonna be him using it. Pero, he tried to get it, pero nga lang. The flow post plant, or rather, yung pagtigil ng plant hindi nag-work sa Bren side. They still have that lockdown. They still have that ultimate coming in from Abby. So still, malaking winnable side pa to sa side ng Bren. Pero nga lang si Marky talagang pinaglalo na sila ngayon. And it's just gonna take on some covers. Pero still, Sable gets two. They try to go with it up. Pero nga lang may para nakatulad ni Ripper. And Marky takes down Abby. And ang laki ng impact talaga when you have Ripper with that Qeon. Never disappoints pagdating sa post plant. And was kahit na thrifty sila, they still follow through kung ano man yung next plans nila, and it's just gonna be a one-round difference. Ang init Azuray ng pinagagawa nila. Depende na lang talaga sa player paano nila na-execute ito. But as for Marky, I'm really seeing a lot of confidence sa kanya this time around here in Icebox. So.
Very true. He's matching yung tempo na binibigay dito ng Bren. And mukhang siya pa yung nanalo sa mga peekaboos na ginagawa ni EJ and anybody from Bren that wants to challenge. Now, I like the point din kay sinabi mo kay Ripper. Ganda din ang pinapakita din ni Ripper na follow through in terms of overall utility. And speaking of overall utility, just a standard setup onto the A style with the Sova KO connection. Flush out basically almost everything. And if there's anybody that has post-plant utility or for counter-plant utilities, always going to be countered by that KO blade. EJ, rumarampa sa likuran. But really good stuff from Coco to actually stop him from making things matter even worse. I think they also know the hot sauce is coming through here. So nakita mo na nga na Marky's gonna be there. Now, EJ's time should be cut short na. Maybe he's given enough leeway para makasingit din dito sa Symbol as he peeks through on screen. Pero mukhang hindi mangyayari yon as Envy very prepared para dun sa swing.
Is it me or every time nakaspectate kay Envy, ang ganda ng angles ni Parate. Kayang-kaya niya mag-punish ng isa o dalawang miyembro ng Bren. Pero as for Marky nga, tamang-tama din sinabi mo, ang ganda ng tempo niya ngayon. It's looking perfect for him. And I think all of the members of Oasis are actually getting those pop-offs. But on the other side naman, sa Bren, medyo malamig lang sa simula. Pero I'm sure, if they get too comfortable already to how Oasis gets the execution, makakuha naman nila to eh. Kasi nandiyan naman si EJ, nandiyan naman si Symbol. Javi also has been doing so much. Pero ngayong Viper's ultimate ni Brain Freeze, will it actually hinder Oasis once again? Pero na-scan through, nakita, Trinay sayawan! Na-damage nga lang si Brain Freeze, pero after that, malaking opener na kagad pagpasok ng side. Pero Hot Sauce gets the angle hold. Punishes Marky. May next penalty naman. Oasis Envy takes him out. At natira na nga lang ang miyembro ng Oasis together with Bren into a 4v4.
Dami na nangyari, dami ng binato, pero we're still equal in terms of the numbers. Medyo ipit sa Wild Oreo dun sa site, so he's gonna have to reposition with the team or makakasima siya na dito as he does not want to really commit the fight. Coco So maybe just catch someone on mid. Pero wala mag-pick yun sa Bren. Really good utility usage overall. And EJ, intay. Kung may nakuha. Ayun, patay. Gonna have to make it prime. Just a little bit lang naman, really. Ripper and Envy in a 2 versus 4, but this is the perfect tandem na gusto mo makuha kung gusto mo ng clutch. Magaling mag-tap-tap. Pero mukhang na-counter-tap siya. EJ nakikipaglaruan na lang! And the operator shots come in clutch.
Ganda naman ang performance si EJ. Gising na gising. Walang jet diff dito, Azuray. Dahil ang mga EJ at Marky, tahimik lang yan. Pero pag letter Y at nagre-rhyme, palong-palo. And eto pa, I just want to add that from EJ, aside from him making the most out of his laser, isa din siya sa mga naka-jet na nag-work talaga yung operator so far. Diba? Ang consistent niya. Walang mintis usually. Kapag siyang nakahawak ng operator, it's really fun to see him like this. But at the same time, good punishment that Bren has. Sabi ko nga, adjustments lang ang kailangan nila. At the fact that you put hot sauce here in A-side instead is really a great opportunity dahil alam natin nakakabawas talaga si hot sauce usually. Pero konting delay lang wala sa utilities ng Bren, but Marky takes the opening and they can just take things slow para lang talaga magkaroon sila ng control ngayon.
Wow! Marky! Oh, hindi siya makapwesto na maayos. Nano, Swarm, Snakebite. Kung ano mang gusto mong nagpapasayaw siya, nagpapakilig sa sahig, yun ang kailangan niyang iwasan. Symbol able to just rotate away just for the moment, but really good delay mechanics dito ngayon para sa Bren. And even catch off one of the bigger fish to fry dito sa Oasis Esports, which is really good. Now they can start just moving right in. Envy, tumagal masyado sa top side. I think that was Symbol already working that particular angle. The Recon Dart exposing one already, and look at this, systematic. Para ngayon sa Bren to knock them all off. Pero teka lang muna, umiinit si Wild Oreo. Twist, lick and dodge as he gets the 4K. Oreo again able to clutch it for Oasis.
Alam mo, Azuray, si Wild Oreo, pag-controller niya na lang kaya to.
Controller mains, bro.
Controller main niya na lang to parate.
Last player
we've seen a lot of impact plays coming in from the controllers last stage. Especially, I would like to highlight si Jalicious and Ryu. Diba? Pati si Ja, actually. Nakita natin yun, Azuray. Pero dito sa stage 2, I think I'd really like to commend Brain Freeze together with Wild Oreo. Ang ganda na performance nila ngayon as those controllers were expecting to pop off. And actually, to be honest, I'm quite surprised na si Wild Oreo nag-controller siya ngayon. Ang dami na niyang performance na controller niya. Sobrang laki na impact. And he's really taking on those aggressive Kasi alam naman natin, duelist talaga si Wild Oreo in the first place. Pero ngayon, with this necessary adjustment, and tapos nagiging flex siya, napakadali rin naman kasing to make him actually a controller na Viper diba? Kasi may wall ka, kaya mong paglaruan yung walls mo, meron ka din kagad aggressiveness mula sa yung mga dura. Snakebite rather, diba? So, it's really convenient for him. Tapos, etong si Reaper din, sobrang surprise ako with that KO, yet it's gonna be working well. But on the other side naman sa Bren, EJ is having a good time. Symbol also, it's really working well. Pero they just need to put on a stop parate sa impact kills na ginagawa ni Marky.
Marky's trying to bait out EJ's peak. Nakita para siya gumalaw kayo. Ayun, no? Kanina niya pa ginagawa, nag-jiggle lang siya din sa boxes. And he's trying to get cleared out by the Hunter's Fury. Then doesn't work somehow. But EJ still finds a trade regardless. Oh, they will force the issue. They know now that EJ has no blades. They might start to look for a pick ngayon, Ray. Marky already ignites the fuse. The null command making EJ null and mute. Pero look at his positioning from Brain Freeze. Great starting tags dito ngayon kay Ripper. Symbol lines it up. Makikipag-crossfire sila ngayon. It's good and all. And Marky is trying to counter out Brain Freeze. Doesn't matter whatsoever. Naiwan na lang si Envy. And he's gonna have to fight against this one. The shock start is good to get things started. Pero makakatakas na konti si Brain Freeze ngayon. It's a 1v1. I wondered how EJ died, but regardless of what did transpire, Invi's gonna rotate back and nag-big brain si Brain Freeze. He's gonna catch Invi on the rotation. Akala ni Invi nasa Viper's pet, hindi mangyayari. Oh, Brain Freeze! Your first word is
Last
brain,
round in
and
the
that is
half.
big. Ang ganda, ROG clutch.
Asaray! Napiyok pa ako. Nagbibinata pa ako. So, alam mo yung kakasabi ko lang, nagbilang angel ako. Sabi ko si Wild Oreo nagpa-pop off as that controller this stage. Together, etong si Brain Freeze. Totoo nga, they're exceeding my expectations, Asaray. At ngayon, talagang shinutdown ni Brain Freeze. Pinalamig ang uwas ulit. Sabi niya, kung mainit kayo, ako ang magiging refrigerator. Pero nga lang, ano ba talaga ang tunay na term pagdating sa refrigerator dito sa Pilipinas? Siyempre, ang pinakasikat ay ang frigider. Pero good luck doon mula kay Coco Martin. Pushes out Bren out of the site. Magpupush na sila. Alam na kung saan nakaposisyon ang mga mga taga-Bren. Pero to, may mga post plans lang pang lineup rather ang mga taga-Bren. Sorry, Bren kasi to si Brain Freeze. Magkalapit kasi! Yung Bren sa Bren. Bren Freeze talaga yon.
Speaking of Brain Freeze dito ngayon, Ray, pagkaharap na sila ni Coco. Alam mo, in love tayo kay Coco eh. Pero... sabi to Coco. Pero si Brain Freeze sa akin lang. Kasi napakalaki na kanyang utak. Ganda na kanyang picks na nakakuha din. And they're actually getting split apart very easily by Bren. Akalain mo Viper Split nakakatakot dapat, pero sanay na ang Bren sa loob ng toxicity. Kinakaya nila yun. Sana all, sanay sa toxic.
Switching sides.
Gusto ko yan. Yung kanta ni Britney Spears, Toxic. Diba?
Oo, tama.
Ang mga babae, mas gusto ata ang mga red flags eh.
Oh, syempre kasi I think I can change him.
Ang messianic. Ay, messianic complex, man. Actually, on a personal scale, pag mahal mo kasi mabubulag ka talaga. Ayan. Naging alam advice. So guys, kapag may nakita na kayong red flag sa lalaki, shushu. Like, don't give him any space to touch your heart.
Wag ka magpa-entry frag sa lalaki, di ba?
Oo.
Yeah. Kung sa Valorant terms yan, wag ka magpo-push sa site na may red flag.
Yeah.
Pag nakita mo, rotate ka na.
Kapag alam mong dinedelay ka ng kalaban mo, umalis ka na kagad. Kung may oras ka pa rin naman para umalis. Ganun lang yun. Napaka-easy. Kasali ba si Kakarot dyan? Nako, TJ Ferrer, late ka na. Nag-tweet na si Kakarot lahat-lahat. But hey, good performance mula kay EJ and Marky. Sobrang wala akong masabi. But I think this is one of the matches, Asaray, na ine-enjoy ko yung Icebox ng Bren and Oasis. Kasi parang kang naglalaro ng Yu-Gi-Oh! May Dark Magician yung kalaban mo. Pero naglabas ng White Magician yung kalaban mo ulit. Tama ba ako? May card ba ng White Magician?
Parang wala eh.
Ay...
Dark Magician girl.
Skilled White Magician, meron. Alam ko meron yan.
Ano yung nire-ritual ng Dark Magician para maging siya? Yung 2,800 ba yun? Na ritual magician?
Nakalimutan ko yan. Wala na akong alam.
Pero pinakamagandang magician, hindi nga magician eh. Wizard, time wizard.
Ay, oo. Ako, ang pinagusto ko kapag na-complete ko ang Exodia.
Pero isipin mo, medyo psychopathic yun. Kasi nagkokolekta ka ng katawan ng diba?
Ng Ang Asaray! Inaaway ko si Asaray. Joke lang. Bati na tayo. Ayoko nang magka-conflict.
Yan ang gusto natin.
Non-toxic.
World peace.
Tama. Ang gusto ko lang toxic ay ang mga controller na katulad ni Viper.
Here.
At ngayon, pistol round. Ganda ng aggression tapos meron pa kasakang Trade-offs, pero nga lang, handang-handa si Javi. May follow-up pa kay Brain Freeze. Marunong maghabol ang Brain Freeze na to. Envy na lang together with Coco.
Last player standing.
Oh, trickle pick from India. Akala niya makakuha siya. Not gonna happen. And si Coco na lang natitira. Teka lang. Maging Coco Martin to. Ang probinsyano. Oo, yung tipo na yung Glock niya, infinite ammo. Baka ka-infinite ammo din si Coco.
Glock? Parang sabi lang bang-bang yan ah. Speaking of, kakalaro ko lang sabi lang bang-bang na labas ko
Anong
yung
nangyari?
rank ko.
Ano na?
MG1 ata. Siyempre may padugo
Congrats.
ako.
Siyempre, pero siya yung binuhat mo. Hindi ko yung binuhat, diba? Yun ang...
Binuhat ako nun kasi si pangalan niya, tatago na lang natin sa pangalan si Densi. Katropa ko yan. Kaduo ko siya usually talaga sa CS. Ano yan eh, GE tsaka level 10 face it. Sino ba naman ako? Buhat na buhat ako eh. Taga-off lang ako pero di ko kayang mag-ano ng AK. Pero ganda na trade-offs dito ni Rainfish. Sakto pa kagad yung flash ni Javi. Alam mong abot hanggang langit eh. Abot yan hanggang Aklan. Pwede na mag-Boracay. Yeah.
Charles nga pala sa mga nasa Boracay ngayon. Na lang, tire swing lang. Tapos tatalbog sa lake. Sarap.
Ay, gusto ko talaga mag-Boracay. Napunta na ng Boracay asa.
Oo, pero ano lang, one day lang. Saya ba?
What?
Yung tipo na, ano lang, tinignan ko lang yung buhangin tapos umalis na kami.
Seryoso ba yan? Isang araw?
Oo, seryoso lang yan.
What?
Back in 2019.
You're so old, Kuya Asa, right?
Wow.
Wag ka mag-alala, magsi-Singapore naman tayo together. Okay!
Yeah,
Let's
ayan!
go!
Gusto natin ng bakutse ng
US or ano yan? Or...
Mi Goreng. Ay, hindi.
Yeah.
Ano ba yun?
Magma-Malaysia din tayo. So marami tayong
Nasi
Malaysian
lemak.
friends.
Yan. Shout out to all the Malaysian friends out there.
Especially si Edward. memories. Yung kapag tutunog na siya sa, paghihinga na siya sa VMix, alam mo lang sign na yun para i-close yung match. Pero ito na, uy! Nakapag, ganda sa likod na ni Marky! Buti na lang na-spot off niya. Quick reflex pero nga lang brain freeze up ahead. Naboga nga, nakakaunit si EJ. HP pa. Pero nga lang, mas mag-isip ang mga taga-Bren. Press
Teka, nakatago pa ng onte sa site si Waldorio Nakaikot siya. He's gonna be able to pick up the Spectre. Timing kung timing nga naman. And Waldorio gets one. Tries to get another through the smoke. Hindi mangyayari ito. And now, position exposed. Coco, hindi din siya makakahanap ng pinch kasi EJ is holding the angle. Tama ba ang huli niya dito, Ray Ray? Mahilig ba siya sa horror scope? Hindi. Waldorio, 3 versus 1. Pero, Xavi and EJ very, very low na ngayon. Kailangan niya na lang makipag 1v1 sa tatlo. Pero kakayanin ba niya? Ay nako. Hirap ng snake bite.
Sorry, coach. Ano na wala nang magawa. Alam mo yung nasa point ka na of no return. Ganun yung nangyari kay Waldorio. And a great advantage to Bren all throughout the 2 rounds. But as for Oasis, kung ayaw nyo magka-nice score, kailangan nila manalo sa full buy nila at mukhang punish nila ngayon ng Bren. And they're attacking side. They're much more confident now. And nakita mo naman the fact that it was 6-6 sa defending side where Oasis is basically strong also. Alam mo na somehow, in one way, it's gonna go to the hands of Bren. And that was just a quick taste ng Bren Esports muli. But the next problem is that ano ang susunod na plano ngayon ng Oasis? Oh! Headshot sa ulo. Tutok, crispy. Parang pata lang. Ay guys, si Coco nga to. Galing to sa Bren. Tapos naglalaro na siya sa Oasis ngayon. Mamaniwala sila. Ay, nako. Yung mga ko, kasi sa lahat ata ng laro, Coco yung pangalan.
Hindi natin yung push na ngayon ng Bren, pero ganda ng clearing of sites nila. I think makapagplan dito si Brain Freeze na sabi, grabe, walang tigil. Hindi siya naniniwala sa hinto. Sugod kung sugod. Sabi picks up a nice little 3K. Ripper does get the trade-off in the end. Pero ubos na naman ang forces ngayon ng Oasis. May lineups pa. Lineups ang Bren para gamitin. Para pangasar lang dito ngayon sa Oasis. Ripper still gets the 3K in the end. Bren used the utilities quite quickly. Good trades overall, and Ripper napakalapit na ng kanyang ace. Spots out Brain Freeze, tries to isolate the angle, and he does get the ace, but the timing on the defuse, hindi kakayanin ata ito. The snake bite, so good on the delay tactics. And Brain Freeze clutches it once again para sa Bren Esports. ROG Clutch presented to you by Republic Gamers. Bilis, ang ganda. Ang init. At ang laki ng utak ni Brain Freeze.
Suray. Nice.
Basta.
Como esta. Na nice score yung Oasis. First time mo lang ba magka-nice score sa PH broadcast?
First time lang.
6-9? Nice.
Sa Japanese, nice.
Nice it. Nice it. That's it. At, ngayon, Oasis. Important rounds yet. Malamig. Kanino mapik to? Bren. So they're quite, I think, kapag natalo nila Oasis dito, this is really a big approval na malaki na din yung ginagawa nilang improvement here in Icebox. And a good comp din talaga yung meron sila. So much time. Nga lang, ang gawin ng Oasis dito, usually sila yung, alam mo yung APH dati, sila yung may first map na talo sila parati, tas comeback ng last 2 maps. Si Oasis ate may ganun eh. First map curse, tapos nagkakaroon ng malaking comeback, but against Bren, will it be okay? Pero, here we go guys. Sinamahan na nga ngayon ng ultimate nila kay Abby just to punish Oasis. Pero as Coco, Suppress, Envioso, lahat sila. Wild Warrior will be spot out here. Gusto sanang makapick off dito ni Coco, pero nga lang Asos, nakita na sila na reveal ang lahat ng kalahatan ngayon ng OWAS. At isa na lang natita, Reaper all flames up, pero na-rip TJ. And Bren is on a spree, double-digit scoreline na against OWAS.
Kayang-kaya talaga ng Bren ngayon. This is a different Bren that we've been seeing for the past couple of days. Yes, they do get to get those couple of victories here and there. Pero almost always parang may paghihirap ang Bren dito. Hindi ko lang anong ginawa ng Bren para mag-reset sila. Pero sobrang linis ng kanilang attacking side dito. Walang magawa ang Oasis to stop it. I think partly because napaka-solid din ng utility usage ni Brain Freeze at ni Savvy that they're able to match up and isolate yung site itself. Even though pwede itong counterin din ng Oasis with Ripper and Wild Oreo, it's still not as ideal para sa kanila. With all of that, Oasis, sabi mo na nila, have a break. Ganun mo sila.
Have a kick.
Have a kick.
Ayan na naman yung one single brain cell energy natin, Asaray. Oh my goodness. Pero gusto ko lang i-shoutout isa sa mga beshewap ko, si Backstab from Naos, si Coach. Ayan, shoutout sa'yo, Backstab. Ayan. Bagta tayo ngayon sa laban ng Bren at Oasis. Siguro sabi ng Oasis, hinga nga lang tayo.
Right here.
Ganun pa rin. At kailangan nila mag-reset. They lose this round, they lose this map. Yun lang yun. Very important na to na hindi sila nakapaglamang. Di pinapagalawang baso nila. How will they actually shut down PJ from that aggressiveness together with the Happy?
Well, tignan natin.
Welcome to my world.
Mukhang, I like this. Viper split para makapag-access on through kitchen. It might have worked, pero nahanap ni Market dito si Brain Freeze. Ripper gonna be on the side, throwing out the molly. He doesn't get aggressively pushed, pero si Savvy naluto sa gitna ng fragment. This leaves the 1 versus 1. Hot sauce laban kay Coco. Killjoy kay Killjoy. May salamin laban sa may salamin. Hindi ko lang kung ba't sinabi ko yun, pero mukhang importante sa laban na ito eh. Sino ang mas maganda ang mata sa malayuan na tinginan?
Sino mas lamanga? Sino ang mas sikat?
Out of charges. Turn out.
Merong lockdown si Hot Sauce, ah. Pero kay Coco, ito yung mga crucial rounds eh. Pero Hot Sauce, meron pa siyang Nanos
30 seconds left.
Merong turn. Oh! Mababawasan.
Placing swarm grenade.
Konting kaltas, pero mas
Swarm
kaltas
grenade
na nga
out.
si Coco Martin. Pero nga lang, 6 HP. 6 bullets pala na Coco still wins it. Lugi ka sa turret, sabi ni Coco against Hot Sauce. And that round, kapag si Coco nasa crucial rounds, parati niyang naipapanalo yun, Nasuray. Served. Good as served na nga ang meron ngayon. And Oasis, medyo nakakahinga pa. And finally, nakakuha na sila ng 1-round score against Bren.
Yan ang titawag natin, pag ikaw yuyuko, ikaw ay susuko. Kasi, Hot Sauce, technical points to be placed. Medyo nag-crouch siya habang nag-spray doon. And nag-strafe din siya. Alam mo nangyayari pag nag-shoot ka ng ka-crouch? Hindi ka accurate. And madali kang i-punish. Hindi ka makaka-jiggle agad.
Quiet. Common mistake ko yan. Ginagaya ko parang sa CS. Kala mo talaga. Gagana.
Galing naman ng spray control. May gabi magaling pag AK-47, down, right, left.
Kaya ako nag-M4A16S eh. Yung may suppressor. Kaya ako nag-go-up na lang sa CS eh. Tsaka nagdidigil. Pero ba't ba i-CS usapan natin? Dapat Valorant. Pero nga lang kaya...
Kasi nga yung galaw ni Hot Sauce, maala CS.
Totoo. Here. Kaya nga, puro bandang yan eh.
Yun lang. Thank you. Yun yung TED Talk ko. Uy, nagpakita! Wild Oreo, teka lang muna. Paano ka makakatakas dito? Walang katakas-takas. Hot Sauce ang may patas.
30 seconds left.
Ay, naku, yung utak ko! Ay! Monkey! Ang ganda ng ginawa nga CS sa lihat ni Hot Sauce sa ginawa. And yun, yung grip by himself! Will he be able to get the clutch? Alam na kagad ni EJ kung nasan siya! Wala nang utility si Reaper ngayon. At mahirap to. Nakapuno. Hot Sauce finishes him out. Crucial round.
Masasabi mong hindi siya makapag-reposition.
Asaray, bakit ko ganyan? Naiintindihan ko na bakit mahaba ang pasensya sa'yo, Giraffe. Pero sayang yung tumalon-talon pa si Wild Oreo. Nagpaka-boy scout. Pero yung puno buff wala. Alam niyo ba yung bundle na yan? Kukwentuhan ko lang kayo ng malupit na kwento. May tropa ako.
Oo.
Fan sila ng dati ng kalandian ng puno na bundle. Nag-break din sila. At maraming nag-break nung binigyan nila ng punong bundle yung mga kaduo nila. Kaya malas yan eh. Buti na lang hindi ko binili.
So, ang sinasabi mo, pangit ang nature.
Ay, hindi.
Hindi.
I love nature, bro. And premium rare. Okay. EJ, umiwas lang, katalon. Sisigaw pa. Alam mo ba? Oh! Tops! Na-reveal lahat eh! Dalawa pala talaga ang tunay. May top 1, top 2. Saka pumangatlo pa nga. Ngayon sa side ni Envy, but Marky, mga letter Y, Envy, Marky, tahimik lang yan. Tapos sinabayan pa kagad ng Hunter's Fury. Mula kay Envy nakapag-igib. Hot Sauce na lang together with Simple.
Pero teka lang. This is still 2 players na may bundle dito para sa Bren. Might not matter. Kasi everybody on Oasis does have yung Sheriff and nakita nyo kung gaano ka ganda ang kanilang accuracy gamit ang mga hand cannons na ito. Invi has, or rather Wild Oreo has to back away first. Nakita na siya. Takot na onti sa wallbang. Pero with 20 seconds, hindi na makakatakas ang Bren. Kung nag-tap din sila ng spike dito ngayon, they're gonna get overwhelmed by the rest of Oasis. Nagkapag-peekaboo, I see you, and Wild Oreo picks up the 2K.
Is this the comeback of the comeback ng Oasis? Yung dalawang top si Evie, napaka-importante. Nasa tube lang, ginawang aim labs. Ang Bren, tapos sa delay pa kagad sila with that Hunter's Fury. And the discipline from Oasis is very important. And looking at that, don't let the guys hold their sheriffs kasi malaki pa rin ang pag-asa na maging thrift ito. Pero nakahawak na din si Marky ngayon ng operator. Will he finally get a good shot down? He spots out ng isang miyembro. If I'm not mistaken, si Happy yung nakita nila. And magbaback off muna ang Bren. Most probably, nag-rotate na nga sila papuntang B.
Well, they're gonna have to swing against Marky na may operator ngayon. Pero the good part is, Brain Freeze, yep, he saved this, his wall. May flash pa dito si Savvy on the push. And Marky would have to go through the smoke. So kung mabilis ang reaction time dito ni EJ or ni Savvy, baka pa matigilan nila si Marky, pero hindi mangyayari yun. I don't think they were expecting him through the smoke or in front of the smoke and they get caught off. Pero habang nagkakaroon tayo ng onting ingay sa bilong, Hot Sauce naman, nagpapainit na sa kitchen.
Hot Sauce nyo, sobrang hot na. Si schoolmate ko yan eh. Graduate kami parehas sa USP, ang school ng mga ghosters. Pero,
wow.
Aminado naman ako, pero hindi ako nang go-ghost.
30 seconds left.
Wait.
Nag-frenzy lang.
Wait, parang may tumatak sa memory ko ng ghost ako. Sorry nga pala sa ginawa. Sorry nga. Pero, oh, when there's Wild Oreo, kinda denies them. He needs to make the most already. Pero nga lang, may lockdown. Dahil sana yung mga Pinoy nga sa lockdown, that's what we've seen. Pero Hatsos popping off, taking out the
10 seconds left.
Coco.
Spike planted.
Marky na lang together with Oreo. Habang detained, it's up to Marky to make those necessary movements. Pero hindi pa rin nila nahanap. Nakikipaglaro na kasi sila. An ace? Nope! 1v2.
Right here.
Hindi na si Wild Oreo.
Oh! May
He back on the site, yo.
Sayang, di niya hinahabol. Post plant lahat eh. Oh! Alam na ba na kung saan manggagaling yung time is ticking.
One enemy
Detected one! May isa pa! Nakaposisyon ng Hunter's Fury. May oras pa ba? Si Wild Oreo. He goes for the fuse. Pero nga nangahawakan niya pa rin.
Side step.
Oras. Oh, that's it. Good delays.
Meron pa ata? Oh no!
Wala.
Oh! Hindi. I think kung naka-ano siya. Kung naka-apak siya na maayos sa box.
Match point.
Ayaw nga no.
Ako, Ray, problema yan na matanda. Natatapilok sa sagdanan.
Ako po.
Uy, bata pa lang yan si Wild Oreo. Hindi pa pwedeng magkaroon ng kasukasuan yan, Asaray. Sayang. Dami. Pero I think...
One enemy remains.
Malapit na sa...
Last player standing.
Panalo pa rin yung Bren. Konting ano, no? Feel ko marami pa siyang oras eh. Pero Bren pang magpapa-timeout ngayon. Kasi pwede, may posibilidad pa na matanggalan sila ng momentum eh. Di ba?
Tama.
Ako ang
Siyempre,
parati.
kung... Alam mo kasi kung malapit na sa finish line, pwede naman mag-take ng break para na ma-explore yung other options.
Ah, ganyan ka pala.
Sa game kasi.
Ah, sa game! Okay. Sabi mo, Pero, syempre, lakas talaga ni Symbol. Ikaw ba naman, meron kang letter R, ang pangalan ng bebe mo. Ang mga letter R, faithful yan ang papagma, talagang aalagaan ko. So, big shoutouts nga pala kay Rina Corpus.
Grabe.
Bakit? Bakit mo gets yung context? Nakakainis ka. So, syempre, ako, Ray, Rina. Nasa letter R ang true love, di ba? Pero,
tama.
Tama. Mapapatama talaga si Asaray. Syempre, letter R. Pero,
Shot 3.
Shot 3. Tumira ng 3. Pero, aggressive. Oasis, no, not gonna work, guys. Marky Reaper gonna go down. It's up to the brat at ni Coco. In Bioso, together with Oreo. Ano ang pwede na lang magawa? Pero nilabas na kagad. Pero na-reveal din kung nasaan si Coco. And yung lockdown, made-destroy lang din kagad.
Lapit pa si Coco dito. Playing very near in front of the Stinger ngayon. With the Stinger, excuse me. Pero hindi siya makakahanap ng kahit ano. Bulag siya dahil sa wall. Oreo na naman na may hiintay pero nahanap
Attackers
siya ni
win.
Hot Sauce coming through doon sa kitchen. And Bren take the first game, Ray. Walang kahirap-hirap. Sobrang smooth lang para sa kanila.
Really, surviving Icebox and picking Icebox is definitely where Bren will actually surprise us, di ba? And nakita nga natin ang performance nila. Very close pa rin naman against Oasis. But then, pagdating sa execution, once na nakita na natin na 6-0 sa first half, which sobrang ganda dapat ng defense ng Oasis, nanlabig nga talaga sila. And all of the rounds were very successful sa side ng Bren. Lahat sila nagpa-pop off. Ang laki talaga ang help yung ginagawa ni EJ for the entries, plus the refrags coming in from Javi. Think, pagdating sa Icebox comp nila, ang clean so far versus sa mga ibang matches nila against other teams in this map.
No, they brought their A game eh. Or maybe they brought their EJ game. So, with that being said, let's look at the stats real quick. Actually, kung titignan mo rin, Ray, medyo magkalapit ang stats ng Bren saka Oasis dito eh. Pero I think ang nangyayari na lang is yung multi-kill factor ng Bren is much better. So, I think Oasis had the clutch factor, Bren had the more multi-kill factor. So, every round na nakikita natin, more so than not, pag mid-round na coming into the late seconds ng round, palagi na lang may extra tao ang Bren na pwedeng gamitin pang bato sa Oasis dito. And because of that, hindi kayang finish off na Oasis sa mga rounds, even though it should be sometimes Oasis. Kagaya nakita natin with Wild Oreo in that 2 versus 1 when he was trying to defuse the spike sa A site. Now, let's look at the MVPs for this particular game. Hot Sauce, minsan na natin siya makita mag-pop off talaga ngayon, I think, because he's been taking that supportive role as a Sentinel. Pero ngayon, he's the one at the helm with 21 kills, 327 combat score. Grabe.
Ang lakas. Isa sa nakikita nating mataas na ECS mula sa isang Killjoy. Ganyan talaga si Hot Sauce. It really started cold sa kanya earlier. Maybe for the first 5 to 7 rounds. But after that, was just really popping off. But as for Marky, this is a good start din sa kanya. Kasi usually, first map, it's not doing well for him. Pero sa expense naman nun si Invi, yung medyo talagang magkaroon siya ng maraming rounds where it could have been his impact is really big. Pero I think natatimingan siya parati ng Bren. And important kasi si Invi pagdating sa Icebox. We know how good he is when it comes to that Sova. Pero it was a wise decision din sa Bren to really calibrate it properly. Good start nga sa kanila, but then what happened to Oasis is that when they're on the crucial rounds, hindi rin nila napapanalo. And nag-rattle talaga yung momentum nila. But as for Bren, calm and composed nga sila. Ang daming improvement ng team na ito. And naganda nga ng kanilang performance. Pero syempre may next map pa naman tayo. And we kinda understand kasi na itong map na to, malakas talaga Oasis dito. And itong composition nila, it was always like this, diba? Against a lot of teams, they even used this, if I'm not mistaken, sa APAC. So, it's gonna take a lot of teams to take a good read already sa kanila. I think they can switch it up or maybe change something that can actually change their style pagdating sa defending. Kasi yung defending nila ngayon yung attacking nila yung mas nagkakaproblema. They can execute well sa defending pero their attacking somehow punished talaga sila. Maybe because of this KO na naka Reaper and ang kay Wild Oreo naman, which is their Viper. Pero all in all, it's still a good one. And Fracture, let's see if they're gonna be gaining that confidence back.
Well, they need to bring that confidence back kasi nga napaka-stressful na ng situation ngayon ng Oasis. Them having a loss would, as we were talking about nga, Ray, put them in a dangerous spot na hindi sila safe sa being bottom 2. And natin mahig tayo sa mga, never mind. Pag bottom 2 ka means that you can't really get into the playoffs. So with all of that being said, we're just gonna go for a break and when we get back, it's game number 2 for Fracture. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Hi guys, we are now back here between the match of Bren together with the Oasis. My name is Ray and dito nga si Asray. Guess natin, nagpalit lang sila ni Taylor at ito ang Asray series. So, isang beses nila kami may kita mag-cast together guys. So, hindi na mangyayari to ulit. Pinayagan lang kami. Salamat ka pala sa PPGL. Pero nga lang guys, nakita na nga natin ang first match where really Hotsauce has been popping off. Nakita nga din natin ang bugso ng damdamin ng Bren to actually make that icebox work for them. Pero ngayon, salamat! Nakakita naman ako ng match sa Fracture. Sawang-sawa na ako sa icebox at sa Haven at sa Split.
Hindi na gusto ang mga mapa na to, pero at least diba nagkaroon naman tayo ng ibang map to cast with Fracture. I think the first Fracture we'll get for Stage 2 kasi palagi siya nababan eh. Breeze nakakalusot pa ng onte. Pero I think this is the first time na makakuha tayo ng Fracture. This is, I believe, yung map pick ng let me double check kung sino actually nakakuha ng map
pick ka lang Oasis.
Bren actually.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Akala.
Yeah, tama kasi nga.
Matanda na ako. Akala ko ng memory plus.
Sa ulo natin. Anyways, back dun sa point ko. I think ang dahil lang ako bakit dinaraw out ng Oasis ng Icebox is because they were really expecting that they could get that one up against Bren. Kasi Bren, medyo toss of a coin sila yung performance nila sa Icebox. It can be incredibly strong or incredibly fragile. So nakita natin ngayon ang incredibly strong ng Bren dito. You can't really take that away from them. Sobrang ganda ng communication na pinakita nila. Savvy was just entry fragging so well. EJ clutching so many rounds, especially nung defending side ng Bren Esports. Ganda ng operator play niya. And then come into play si Hotsauce, who was just getting kills out of nowhere. Kahit man hindi siya nakikita sa highlights cam natin, sa replays as much, I think. He still had such impactful overall impacts against Oasis, especially yung mga lineups na meron silang na-employ dun sa A site. So that really, I think, hurt yung offense na gusto sanang gawin ng Oasis. They took much longer than expected and burned a couple of rounds then just because they were very afraid to force yung hand ng Bren. Now, going into Fracture, even though sinabi ko nga na Oasis have a really good experience in this, so makikita natin siguro si Marquis to bring out the Neon. I don't know how much Bren has prepared in the past day or so against this, pero they're the ones that used Fracture. So you know that there is a play that they're willing to make happen. And we'll probably be seeing, I'm giving it EJ will probably be bringing out yung Raze dito ngayon. So we could be looking at maybe double initiator with like a Sky or a Breach. But definitely I feel like EJ will be bringing out that Raze of his.
I think pagdating dito, Javi's gonna go with that Neon. Yeah, I'm right. Yeah. Neon, tapos EJ with a Jet. Most probably. Kasi, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, nag-fracture na sila. I forgot sino nakalaban nila. Sorry, sobrang daming match sa kinakas natin. 7 series per week. I think, sobrang ganda ng tandem ng EJ and Javi. Oh! I remember it! They went up against Naos in Fracture. Yeah! Yep. Naos. Yep. Sobrang unstoppable sila. Hindi nakapalag ang Naos at all sa second map, which was also in Fracture na pinik ng Bren. Pero on the other side, Fade in V? Wild Oreo with a Cypher? Alright. I'm excited. Or I'm really excited kung paano nila ito lalaroin. That somehow may magandang research ngayon. Ang Oasis, ito ba yung hinihintay natin na surprise din sa kanila dito sa Fracture Aserai?
Siguro nga. Makikita natin dito sa Oasis ang Rolling Thunder. Tapos, meron pa silang titawag ko, Emo Rolling Thunder. Yung kay Fade.
Yung kanta kapag nilabas ni Fade yung ultimate niya, I got your picture in my wallet and your phone number to call it. Or kaya yung, cause tonight will be the night that I will fall
or,
for you.
Kung Pilipino ka, ano nga ba yun? So what's the point?
Or kaya yung yung ten.
Magbalik.
Okay. Yan yung mga Okay, game. Start. Take this! Javi! Shutdown bigla! Si Invi. Talagang kapag nag-rhyme ang pangalan, magagaling. Go!
Saka syempre, pag Neon, magaling mag-slide. Siguro sa game, pati sa DMs mo. Kaya natin kung paano mangyari. Yan tayo magaling, Ray. One brain cell.
Tayo mag-isip. Oh my goodness. I can't this. Why? Why are we thinking the same thing? Napapa-English tuloy ako when I talk to you. Pero
right there.
4 versus 5.
Pa-clip nga yun.
They found my wire.
Salamat.
Limited share. Takedowns though. Hindi pa na nila pa-plant yung spike. They're actually thinking kung gusto nilang idaan sa spawn, pas pabalik sa A site. Kasi nakikita nyo kasi si Savvy sa kasi Brain Freeze.
Right here.
Medyo hiwalay sila. Magre-reunite sa underground.
30 seconds left.
Para meron silang numbers na pwedeng gamitin ngayon. Pero again, Oasis is just making sure that they can get the plant on the spike quite freely. Pero timing is gonna be crucial. Lumalapit sila, tatakbo na mabilis si Marky. Or rather, si Savvy. And mukhang Marky unlids the beast. Savvy hits some beautiful shots. Pero now, it's a 2 versus 2. Coco, meron siyang fault line. He'll want to at least close the distance. Spots out one already. Kailangan niyo munang i-check itong B main. I think Wild Oreo already heard him coming through main side. And si Hatsos, try niya sana gamitin ang high penetration wall bang ng kanyang headhunter. Pero hindi mangyayari ito. Oreo gets the clutch and Oasis take the first round. Tama naman!
Oh, yeah.
Tama naman.
Ang ganda ng term mo doon, Aser. Isa ka talagang English caster. Kung ako, nahihirapan sa English. Caster ay nahihirapan sa Tagalog. So, ibig sabihin nun, you can't have it all. Diba?
Tama.
So, either choose this or that. Pero, Oasis. Good pick. Mula kay Coco at kay Wild Oreo. Alam mo, si Wild Oreo na ba bagong flex? Pero parang ngayon ko lang siya nakikita ulit mag-cypher. I think the last time I saw him was in Fracture, pero parang sa live stream niya ata yun. So, di ba? Yeah. Mga small memories lang. Oy! Congratulations, Asoray. Nasa technical pause na tayo muli.
Ay, salamat. Nagsimula na ang tunay na laban. Salot nga pala dyan sa mga mahilig sa TP.
Big shoutouts sa mga nanonood sa Twitch, YouTube, and also here in
Facebook.
Nakakalimutan ko
Yung primary social media platform natin.
Sorry akin.
Basta alam mo yung social media platform ko, masaya na ako.
Dami naman pala, Soraya, nagmamahal sa'yo. Sana all. Pero, balik na tayo. Konting tech test lang naman. Mula sa dito. Pero, symbol tries to cut off at least one. May na-concuss na isa. That's gonna be heavy. Pero, pagpapatuloy niya pa rin yun. Kasama kanyang legendary lizard na may
Butete.
sage body.
Tama naman na. Lizard is butete.
Butete.
Kahit hindi ako marunong mag-Tagalog. Alam ko butete yun, di ba?
Tama ba?
Sige, yung marunong siya mag-Tagalog, guys. Patulong kami. Pero mukhang kailangan natin ng tulong ni Savvy 8K dito. Pero ganda ng crossfire nila. Makapag-reposition pa si EJ. Pero mukhang may lusot ang kanyang Cloudburst. Allowing Oasis. Sabi sana Oreo. Anyways, that's not it. Hunt. Spooky. Pero Braveys na lang matitira ngayon. And si Braveys mukhang sasakit ang kanyang ulo. As this is a 4 versus 1 with him equipped with the classic Ray. Ang dami pang utility sa kalangan niyang i-traverse. Brain freeze. Mukhang gusto yung tapusin ng run. Maghahanap na lang siya ng medyo baka ngasem. Pero mukhang walang gustong maging sour dito.
Crossfire?
Bingo.
Suray, alam mo, gusto kong magalit sa'yo. Kasi hindi! Mali ka! Lizard is butiki!
Ano bang butete?
And butete is tadpole.
Tadpole? Okay. Sorry. Medyo magkalapit.
You're missing out sa Filipino class. May I ask, anong grade mo sa Filipino dati?
77.
Ako 97 at...
Hulaan mo yung English ko.
Ano English mo?
93.
Tanongin mo English ko.
Ano?
89?
Mataas pa rin nun.
Well, may pagkabida-bida ako nung high school eh.
Ay, pero ngayong college, bida-bida ko pa rin. Kasi syempre nakagraduate ka. Congrats ka pala kay Ray guys. Mamarcha na yan sa susunod.
Yay! Although hindi ko ata makuha yung laude ko kasi yun lang sad thing. Pero dapat cum laude ako. Sadyang naging irregular student kasi ako. So,
okay lang yan. At least maging loud ka na lang sa pagiging caster, di ba?
Pampalubag loob mo yan. Masakit kaya? Nasa iyo na wala pa rin. Ang dami ng mga sakit na nangyayari sa buhay ko ngayon 2022. Pero nga lang, Great free! Nakita! Ang inis pa yan ni Coco Martin. Happy gets the refrag. Hindi naman. Pero at least sa pick up kasi Reaper mawawala ng controller ng Ecoms ang mga taga-Oasis. Pero, heavy. But Marky, neon sa neon. Neon colors. Pero, aware pa sila na merong flank mula kay EJ. Ipit na yun. EJ na lang ang Marky.
Uy, timing! Timing! Pero mukhang hindi nakapag-properly slide si Marky this time and hindi na lang ang matitira. Clutch artist sana pero hot sauce napakainit ng kanyang read at ng kanyang aim. Walang katakas-takas, walang kaming tis-in-tis. At Bren, first point sa board.
Tataka talaga ang Blizzard is good.
Kasi, pag nakikita ko sila sa tubig, parang lizard. Parang ano nga ba yung term doon? Parang kumikebot na umichichikabot. Tama ba?
Sumasayaw na. Sumasayaw ng Macarena.
Tama.
Okay. Tama na to. Oasis. Still, si Indy, wala siya nakuha frag so far, but at least he's been giving a lot of information for Marky to actually tackle on. Pero, full buy pa rin naman mula sa UAS. Pero nga lang, meron kagad ultimate mula kay Javi. Ready na ang kanyang Volta, mabilis ang pagpasok na kagad sa site. And that's really helpful when you have that Cypher, to be honest.
Spike planted.
Pero nabuti na lang na iwasan. Medyo late ang timing ni Symbol ngayon. Pero meron bang mapapunish si Javi through the smoke? I think wala. Dahil ang close plant ng Oasis, maayos na maayos ang kanilang mga posisyon.
Gotta go.
Rolling Thunder. Your voice was the soundtrack of my summer. Marky capitalizing on the first pick pero hindi siya makakahanap kay Brain Freeze dito. Good reposition from Brain Freeze agad. 4 versus 4 pa. Knock is taking EJ, dashes right in. Tries to isolate muna yung fight pero napakadaming hiding hole spots ng Oasis ngayon. Somehow EJ is still managing. Pero tignan mo si Coco at si Ripper. Nang punit lang dito. Nang punit lang doon and Oasis still take the round.
Inaaway ka na mga tao. Sorry guys! Kaya nga siya estudyante sa PH broadcast. Kasi kailangan turuan.
Tensya na guys. Pumunta lang ako sa Pilipinas para matuto.
So kaya ko nga siya tinuturuan ng Tagalog classes with Professor
Ray.
Salamat, thanks.
Ayun ba ang pwedeng gawin, Professor, para tumaas grades?
Galingan mo lang.
Yan.
Pero, yan. Naman, dapat magaling, di ba? Pero, magaling din ang performance ng Oasis dahil full buy yun. Mula sa Bren at napaka-importante nga tong mapa na to sa Oasis. And malaki ang posibilidad na pupunta tayo sa... Anong map yun?
Launching smoke. No, I think Ascent?
Face your fear!
Okay,
Haven.
Haven. Okay.
Yeah, double check mo.
Oreo?
It's split.
Split. Okay, mali.
Ganda na hula
naman
natin.
sa neural theft ng hula. Lahat na lang ng maps sinensyon natin. Pero napicturan.
Prepare for hellfire.
Kung saan ang mga posisyon ngayon ng Bren. Pero magandang delay lang mula kay Reaper just to pop them out. Pero nakita yung camera. But Javi still gets one Oreo!
Great punishes overall. Coco! Javi with the pun! No! Coco! Still hits the shot guys! Manastun siya! Dapat ganyan talaga kahit man sinabihan ka ng hello, hindi ka pa rin matatameme. And ito na, Oasis. Kuma-comeback. 4-1. Hindi sila tumitigil, Ray.
I know exactly.
Performance ng Oasis. Pero ang smart move nun, confident nakapag-push through ng smoke si Wild Oreo At kailangan nyo pumitas ng isa. And after that neural theft, everything changed when the Fire Nation attack. Ay! And that's it. Oasis so far getting the confidence already. Invi won't be able to punish, but at least we have Coco, Wild Oreo, Reaper, and Marky ready up for the grabs. But on the other side, full buy naman na muli ang mga taga-Bren. And will they repeat it all over again? Or Javi will somehow change the play sa side ng team na to?
Ramdam ko talaga na hindi na ako makakasbukas ng Tagalog. Nah, just kidding guys. Love you. Anyways, back to the matter at hand. Medyo nahihirapan na nga ang Bren dito with the defense. Hot Sauce notified ng kanyang trademark app na nandyan na ang Oasis. Malapit na sila mag-arrive. Kailangan may sasalo. Ma'am, sir, nandito na po order niyo. Hot Sauce, handang-handa na siya. Good thing his trademark is also spent dun sa dish. So if ever may mag-waterfall sa drop, he can at least counter on the swing. Just the perfect angle din for him. Left. Pero the problem therein lies ang double initiator. Bulag kung bulag na naman. Nice little wall to getting started. And look at how quickly Oasis. Habang na si Marky nasa unahan. That's the pick. Oh, Coco! I'm in love with the Coco. Pero si Symbol mas in love sa kanya. Take him down. Sabi using the wall to close the distance. Pagtatap muna ng spike. Tap mo na yan. Pero mukhang hindi. Natap mo na siya ni Marky dito. May finger blaster siya pero hindi siya makakahalap ng any pick whatsoever. But still a 3 versus 3. Brave Beast napakalapit dito sa swing. Eh mukhang nagloko ang kanilang observer. Mukhang nagloko din tayo dito ngayon. still nobody's able to get the spike. Defused already. It's already half dito ngayon, Ray. Pero si Hot Sauce kailangan tumingin sa kanyang harapan, sa kanyang kaliwa, sa kanyang kanan because dito na ang Oasis. Spray transfer, pero mali ata ang kanyang iniisip kung nasaan makating si Ripper. And Oasis clutches the round in the end.
Ang ganda ng post-plant ni Envy doon. Biruin mo, pagkalabas, nakatali ka agad sa leeg. Sa paa pala. Pero, talagang denied lang. Pero even if he is loaders, just taking it all together, hitting the shot, not skipping it. And wala na ring oras para kay Hot Sauce dahil si Reaper napaganda ng disiplina. Uy, grabe naman. Huwag ka mag-say ng bad words. Bawal yun.
Magalit si Ray.
Papa J.
Ay, si Papa J pala.
Pinapalipat ka na sa PH broadcast. Sabi ni KJ. Dito na lang daw Asaray. Pero syempre, hindi naman forever nagsistay sa'yo ang isang tao. So, kailangan
natin. Ang puso ko kasi sa mga English speaking eh.
Ganun pala yun.
Kasi syempre, paano kayo magkakaintindihan kung hindi parehas ang lengguwahe niya, diba? Shoutouts nga pala dyan sa mga parehas ang love language.
Iba love language kayo. Pero ito na! Sa side ng Bren, makakapag-retake ba sila with the Sheriff, with the Bigs coming in, Coco, concuses them, lahat onto the Quivering. So far, Oasis happy taking off together with Brain Freeze. Hindi pa naman tapos. Pero, biglang nag-freeze nga talaga si Brain Freeze ngayon. Hindi na siya makagalaw at all. Lahat nakikita na nga kung nasan siya pinaglalaroan na siya na tatlo sa isa. Pwede pa ba niyang gawin ang malakoko? Martin, walang nangyari as Even takes him out. And Oasis winning so far the consecutive rounds.
1v1 sa tatlo, hindi nangyari. And point of the matter din dito ngayon, Ray, is every time na natatalo ng Oasis ang mga Bren sa rounds na to, is they keep getting reset in terms of economy there, which makes it much easier for Oasis maybe 2 or 3 times na to actually be able to push into the sites. Because again, hindi ganun kakompleto ang utility ng Bren dito, hindi ganun kalakas sa kanilang firepower. And it's kind of scary then for Bren to actually, kasi isipin nyo kung mag-stay sila sa site, mahirap din mag-stay yung Bren dito kasi there's a lot of flushing, hindi ng toilet pero ng site, na pwedeng gawin ng breach saka ng isang fade. So kung hindi ka isang agent na kaya makipag-reposition agad away from the fight, away from the utility, medyo mahihirapan ka makipaglaban dito ngayon eh. So that's what we're seeing right now is Hot Sauce will just be the one side. Kahit ma-flush out siya, kung wala siya makuha ang kill, that will force the 5 versus 5. Pero, ang 5v5 na to, mas mahirap para sa Oasis kasi they don't really have the proper positioning to take. And if you see, or rather, yung Bren to take. So, kung nakita mo kung saan nagpupwes si Oasis, always at spots na may crossfire sila, may high ground advantage, and Bren have to always fight or retake the site at a disadvantage. So, ang best plan ngayon para sa Bren is to get those early peaks, get the kills if they can, and just hope for the best na lang as the round continues.
Sorry, Asaray. Alam ko ang dami mong sinabi. Pero grabe yung comment. Guys, Pilipino naman si Asaray. Alam niyo yung mga bawal sabihin at kailangan sabihin. Check mo yung comments. Pero may nagsabi din dito na wala si Hot Sauce. Pero ano daw English ng malalim na katotohanan, Asaray?
Ano nga ba?
Huwag mo sasabihin, mahirap na. Malalim na katotohanan. Alam mo to. Ayan. Di ba bawal sabihin? Baka di kami mahuhuli, maral ko.
Hindi. Yung malalim na katotohanan is abyssal honesty.
Nakatakas kami na. Pero, Envy Marky, tahimik lang yan. Pero pumapalo yan. Hot Sauce, EJ, symbol na lang kagad na natitira. At makakapag-greeting pa ba sila dahil meron ng emo, kumanta na. I got your picture in my wallet and your phone number to call it. And I miss you more whenever I think about you. Nilabas na rin Envy kasi ang kanyang ultimate kaya emo. Emo ngayon. na Rolling Thunder, pero EJ and Symbol na lang natitira. May oras pa ba? I think it's too late to apologize already. Take time to realize dahil isa-save na lang ko to ng mga taga-Bren.
Yun na nga. Cut your losses. Talin mo na ang savings mo para sa kinabukasan mo. The next round. Napakalaking bagay niya para mawala ni EJ itong off niya. Si Coco, mag-delay tactics muna siya as hard as he can. Pero dalawa na. Nasa A side, EJ, pag naghanap ka pa ng kill, baka magkamali ka pa. Hindi mangyayari ito. Able to save it into next round. The small victories, you know, Rule 34. You gotta enjoy the little things. Sorry, Rule 17 pala yun. Iba ang Rule 34.
Ano ba ang rules yan? Marami ka naman palang rules. Ayaw ka sa strict.
Hindi naman strict yun. Ano lang, way of life lang ang tawag doon, Ray Ray.
Ayaw kasi yung... Ayaw masyadong strict.
Ayaw nga. Kaya nga tayo takasin nung bata eh. Shoutout sa pala sa mga strict parents dyan.
Alam nyo, marami akong memories. Alam nila Asoray. Diba? Aalis ka ng... Sana di nanonood yung parents ko. Pero aalis ka ng alas 8, uuwi ka ng alas 4 ng umaga. Yan ang way of life ni Riri.
Hindi. Ang way of life ko naman is, meron po kaming project.
Kanina po. Bye daw ng classmate. Pero ni GF, nagbebe time. Pero, Naos heavy, EJ. Bawas na naman isa si Brain Freeze. Walang pang delay somehow with the Ecoms. Pero, mapapunch bang muli ni EJ ngayon ang mga taga-Oasis or hindi?
One enemy remaining.
Mukhang hindi yata mangyayari ito. Ito na, ang full force of Oasis. Pero teka lang muna si Symbol. May tatawag tayo dyan na our buff. Is this enough para makuha ang 1v3? Pero mukhang may nasa ilaliman niya na nag-shoot-shoot. Si Coco yun. Ang Oasis, hindi pa rin sila manulugi dito. Hindi pa sila magtalo, Ray Ray. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang tagay ng rounds.
Standing. Spike planted.
Grabe ka naman. Yeah. Praktisado ng Oasis to ah. Itong comp ng Oasis, I think this is just the first time I'm seeing it like this. A fade, a cypher, a neon, diba? Sobrang unexpected pero smart move kay Hatsos. Parang hindi siya mapapop. Mahirap na kapag na-reveal ka, pero nga lang, sige, pag-audition na natin. Audition me, number 1, number 2, wala. Pero buta na lang si EJ, ready na, pero nagdilim ang paligid. Sabi nga sa kanta, ng Spolarium by Eraserheads. Pero tatlo. Ready kagad si Reaper with that orbital strike. Pero may nag-up, Brain Freeze, they already know where he is. Talagang aasimin ni Wild Audio to, kita nila, pero buta na lang sa Gedli! Oh no! That's the trade coming in! 2v3, Coco Martin versus House of the Symbol. Pero alam na kung nasa siya, he still gets the third! Oh! May pag-asa pa ata! After getting that concuss, pero alam niya nakanguso. Si Hot Sauce. Pero nga lang yung spike, nasa kanya! Oh, he still gets it! Oh no! Briefing game. Watch me
ito
win.
Na. Nasagot na ang tanong, Ray Ray. Kung ano ba ang mas masarap? Maanghang o matamis? Mukhang maanghang nga. Also, sabihin ko lang pala, para maging technical tayo ng konti dito kasi nandito yung reputation ko sa pagiging technical sa Valorant. Nag-footstep na konti doon si Coco. I think narinig ni Hatsos yun. So kaya hindi nag-take out si Hatsos kasi alam niya na napakalapit Coco sa harapan. Nag-second guess si Coco kasi si Hatsos hindi nagpakita ni isang beses sa harapan niya. So, he was either thinking maybe he came out of ropes or he was still at mid lane or spot. Ooh, Hot Sauce though. Galit sa galit. Operator in hand. Hindi siya magkaka-miss opportunity to get that takedown. And Envy, also the same caliber din naman. Pero Savvy 8K gets the trade. Attackers now losing a little bit of luster. Ngayon, Ray Ray, 3 versus 4. And the spike picked up by Marky, pero...
I know exactly where you are.
Grabe, slow burn, slow roll. And kahit man mabagal ang transportasyon natin, sulit pa rin naman ang kuha ng final product.
Spike plant. Nice one. But then... Gotta go! Ano ba ang gagawin ngayon ni Javi together with Hot Sauce? Oh, no! May pag-asa! May pag-asa! Maraming pag-asa. One enemy Hot Sauce at kay Javi. Speaking of, it's Oy! Oy! Tinatad! Tinatad! Oy! Grabe naman! Maligalig! And pwedeng 9-3 curse to or 8-4 comeback. Kasi kapag 8-4 ka sa fracture, may pag-asa pa rin eh. Diba?
Attacking sided map eh. That's what you kind of think about fracture din eh. Because again, kung isipin niyo mga kaibigan, mga friends, is fracture is incredibly quadrant-centric. So kung nakapag-mat kayo ng dati, high grade school math, I think na turo naman tayo. May quadrant 1, 2, 3, 4. Sa fracture ganun din. So as attackers ka, you have more advantage to get real estate dun sa quadrants na yun compared sa defenders. Kung bakit mas explosive ang impact ng Oasis dito ngayon. So with that being said, kung makakuha na 4-8 ang Bren dito, with then having Savvy and EJ as explosive duelist, may chance talaga makabawi dito ngayon ng Bren. If they get that pistol. Obviously, if they get that pistol, talaga masisimulan lahat. Pero, ano din, it's the layout of the land of Fracture that allows attackers to have more leeway talaga.
Sabi, sorry Azuray, na-enjoy kay comment section ngayon eh.
Go lang, go lang.
Ginagalingan mo daw sa Tagalog, baka daw maalis ako. Hindi, magsaswap na kami. Nilipat na talaga ako ng panel. Tapos si Azuray sa Tagalog, si Taylor sa English. Total, gusto niya naman si Azuray dito eh. Gusto ka ba, Azuray?
Hindi ko pa alam eh. Naka-ano pa tayo eh.
Kasi na best friend zone ka.
Oo. Naka-ano pa lang. Naka-PBT. Public beta testing. Hindi pa tayo released. Official release. Oo.
ay. Ano ba gagawin ngayon ng Oasis? Ready si Reaper tsaka si Marky mang bzz bzz. Alam mo, di mo pa lang cast natin ngayon eh, Azuray. Pag doon tayo sa isang Battle Royale. Kung ano yung sinasabi natin eh. Nagkikwentuhan lang ata tayo doon. Pero parang yung audience natin, di na nanonood ng Bren vs Oasis eh. Para tayo na lang pinapanood eh. Kaso balik na tayo ngayon. Mula sa side ng Bren. I'll be right here waiting for you. Sabi nga ng MYNT. Kinanta nila. Oh! What? Oh, yun, nagkita na naman ng flank. Ano to? Zit na rin gaga ni Marquis si Symbol. Na kuryente, naging Volta. At hot sauce na lang at si Brain Freeze sa isang block. Oh, yun! Oh, what?
30
hot sauce
seconds
na
left.
takes it? Pwede pang mag-ibang! Hit na nga ngayon at ako walang no choice dito mga kataka si Coco Martin. Pwede pa nga. Si Coco Iwad Oreo at si Coco to. Kailangan na ipaglaban na doon na lang na ipaglaban ng mga tamang ipaglalaban. 9-3. Will it be the 9 curse or the 90 advantage?
Yung tawag natin na Juan Taf. Ginawa ni Coco sa 1v1 na yan. Grabe naman po. Hinataw ng operator. Sana lahat hinahataw ng operator, di ba?
Hoy, hindi ka sub-boyfriend sorry, excuse me. Kasi wala naman akong boyfriend. Single ako. Please. Bakit ko gets? Nakakainis. Alam nyo guys, marami na ako nalaman na pinagpalit sa boy best friend, di ba? Sino ba naman kami para sa pangseryosohan kung lamang naman si ex at si boy best friend? Di ba, Azuray?
Amen, amen.
Amen! Amen!
Yun yung
alam mo,
tunog ng appear namin.
Oo. Ay, naka po.
Hindi na ako makapagsalita.
Hindi ako mapagsalita.
Mamatay na. Okay lang, halftime pause naman, kaya pwede naman tayo.
Ayun, ayaw na yung tao sa akin. Nasa rin, nang gigigil ako sa'yo. Nabuga ko yung tubig.
Okay lang. Basta yun lang yung binubuga. Yung tubig lang.
Ano ba gusto
Huwag
mo,
pagkain.
Boy?
Ano ka, flame dancer? Sa Boracay. Shots nga pala sa mga flame dancer niyo sa Boracay. Ang ganda na ginagawa niyo.
Alam
Kahit
mo,
nagbibiro ako ng
gusto ko
Adilan.
maging flame dancer.
Bakit, Ray?
Wala lang.
Mahilig ka ba sa danger?
Oh, puro red flag nga napupunta sa akin. Yung pagka-reveal mo, 3 pala kayo. Top 1 ka sa Pinas pero sa buong mundo hindi. Pero joke lang yan, syempre.
Joke lang, syempre.
Saan mo mas gusto, sorry, mas malayo o mas malapit?
Gusto ko mas malapit eh, para easy access.
Malapit na ako sa'yo. Sinusundo mo ako. Pero ito na! Bren Esports. Ito na ba ang oras? Pero simula ako, pinaglalaroan na sila. Oy! Ziniplinan lang, pare ko.
Siyempre, pumunta sila sa, actually, magsasabi sana ako ng zipline na puntahan dito sa Pilipinas. Nakalimutan ko yung pangalan. Yun na lang yun. Basta yun na yun. If you know, you know.
Sa Bukidnon yun, di ba?
Ata. Pero, natin kung magiging mahaba din ng pasensya ng retake ngayon ng Oasis. So, I think gonna have to close the distance na. Savvy, abot na abot ni Invi dito. Pero look at that crossfire. Ito sasabi na nga natin ngayon. Medyo patulin ang mga duelist natin and napakaganda ng trap setup ng Bren dito. Sabi na, Oasis, come into my parlor. Hindi kita gugupitan. I'll shoot you.
Oh. Bren, is this the start of something new? Feels so right to be casting. Pero, heavy. Ganda ng ginawa ng Bren. Very clean. And sabi ko nga, diba, they punished Naos last time. Kahit may pagka-advantage yung Naos, na-comeback sila eh.
That's a good spot.
Ng Bren. Here in Fracture. So, this is the next question. Will actually Oasis be punished all throughout the rounds, given it's a 9-3 curse?
There.
Or, they will be able to get the timing right. Kasi you have a good sentinel, like Wild Oreo. Plus, you have Invi to actually stop itong Neon ni Marky. Ay, ni Marky. Ni Javi. Sorry, akin.
Javi ba o Savvy?
Savvy. Sorry, akin nasa rin.
Kino-confirm ko lang. Gusto ko lang magkaroon tayo ng clear communication para sa mga kasing bagay. Para hindi tayo nag-aaway, diba?
Never naman tayo nag-away. Nag-away na ba tayo?
Camera taken out.
Bilang best friends. Watch out!
Di ba
Akalain talaga ng lahat tayo, Asar. Oh my goodness. Ayun nga, it's too perfect eh. She looks so perfect standing in there. There, Abby spots out Envy. Brave is also, he's on the roll. Hot sauce na gina. Yun, binoga. Pugong eh. Naging pugong.
Sorry sa'yo. Anyways. Nagtatago pa rin sa tower dito si Wild Oreo.
Enemy remaining.
Nakapick up na siya ng Spectre, pero alam nila nandun siya. So medyo mahihirapan ang buhay niya ngayon dito. Especially separated siya from pushing into the site with the shorty. Nag-bait siya ng shots ngayon with the shorty itself para I think false sense of security na wala na siyang proper weapon. Pero other than that, Bren, again, they just play it absolutely perfect. Wala silang mintis ng pagiging maasim. Alam mo yun, mas mahilig sila sa that works. Hindi maasim na laruan.
Discipline na lang ang kailangan ng Oasis. Pero ito na yung mga rounds na dapat kayo panalo. The momentum is just gonna be shifting in towards Bren. Gusto ko lang i-shoutout si Defy Disra na nanonood, na nagsabi ng Ray Rakers. Alam mo, pwede namang hindi na mag-shut up na lang talaga.
Sinasamon nila ang...
Sinasamon nyo eh. Nawawala deadline nga ng ni Darwell eh.
Azurai Charm.
Azurai Charm. What? Use Charm! Gano'n ba yun?
Oh, Pokemon ako. Hindi mo ba alam?
Talaga?
Oo, talaga.
Pero paano
Turuan mo ako paano
Di ka
mag-Pokeball.
naman na-chinus eh.
Gun here.
Ay. Ray, alam mo ba nakakatakot na ano dyan? Pag hindi chinos ang isang Pokemon, medyo may dark secret yan.
Ano dark secret? Pabalong.
Alam mo ba kung saan inaano ni Professor Oak ang mga hindi niya ginagamit na Pokemon?
Saan?
Hindi nga pwede dark secret nga. Kung isipin mo na lang, medyo...
Sabihin mo saan mamaya.
Right there.
Ngayon, punish si Javi and EJ. Pero meron pa namang utilities ang Bren to deny Oasis from winning this round. Sa all of it, meron din si Coco eh. Salitan,
30
Yu-Gi-Oh
seconds
yan.
left.
Pero nakapasok sila sa side. Pero pagka-concast sa epic, may kanihatot na isa. Sumunod, nope. We were getting him 3v2 na club din ka sa side. Hindi makakapag-asim and that's it. Retake is in sa Oas and it's gonna be the double digit now.
Di pa tapos ang laban. Oasis able to muddle through. Ito nga yung sasabi natin na nasasabi mo rin na kagandahan ng isang Cypher. If they're not able to clear out yung utilities in time, there's a lot of delay tactics na pwedeng gawin ng Cypher against Duelist na I don't think Killjoy can also impact. And one of those is yung tripwires niya. It's actually more effective dito sa Fracture because there's a lot of angles ng defender na pwedeng makita ni Cypher na at the far na hindi siya mapapunish and he can get actually the kill. So from drop, you can spot it through rope, through A main, to spawn, through the A site. There really is a lot of avenues of punishment na pwedeng gawin dito ni Wild Oreo if he's able to set up his utilities in time. That being said, syempre, hindi titigil dito ang Bren. Charge lang kung charge. Wala silang ka-hinto-hinto. Ayun yung sabi ko rin, ang daming taps. Kita mo, munti ka na matikta si Wild Oreo dito, pero buti na lang, marunong mag-sweep si EJ. Kaya na lahat ng Pilipino, marunong siya mag-sweep din. Kaya ako, marunong mag-sweep. Walis-walis, kung kailangan.
Mind sweep.
Last player standing.
May pag-asa pang Bren dahil pumulbay ang Oas pero sila pa ang natalo ngayon. Pero tingnan pa natin anong pwedeng maging pangyayari. But Envy goes for the exit na lang Azurai. Masyado lang imposible to pag nakita ka niya. At kung nanalo pa siya, maraming imposible. And that's it. Ay! Hindi nyo ba alam na kapag may ex ng 3 years, lugi ka? Tapos kausap pa na. Ay, sorry. Napagdaanan ko na yan.
Nako po. Hirap talaga pag... Yan tatawag natin na excommunication.
Ang talino mo doon! Kaya may pag-asa pang makambak ng Brenda dahil ang talino mo eh. Oo nga no, excommunication. Ang galing nga, ang galing mo doon. Ang dami mo na namang nai-invent.
Tayong religion ng ng mga
Hugot.
faithful. Oo, ng mga loyal na mga humuhugot.
Faithful talaga. Naka-faithful sa lahat. 1+1 equals 2! At Javi takes out the first frag. Goes for your setup once again. Mayroon ng Ecoms mula sa kanyang teammates at isa-isa nag-audition. Ako yung Oasis ng talent ata to, pero kay Javi gets a third. At si Wild Oreo na all by himself. Hindi ba imposible to ha? Wild Oreo stepping up! Naglabas ng cyber cage. Napaka-importante nga nito at dahil sa inyo. Dahil kay Wild Oreo, he gets the Lucas. Oh, sayang timing. Kaya dapat nasa perfect timing kayo eh, para maging kayo ng cash mo. Hindi yung kapag taken siya, doon mo palang kukunin.
Kaya nga nagsasub ka. Nagsasub in ka, diba? Ay, hindi. Ang terminology din, either sub or vice. Kasi may primary, diba? So,
secondary lang pala ako.
Hindi okay lang yun kasi nga pag kaya nga hindi kasi singit. Pero pag pwede nang sumulpot, doon ka susulpot. Diba? Opportunistic moments. Kaya nga magaling ang mga sniper player kasi mga opper sila eh. Mga opportunistic.
Ay, pass na ako sa sniper na yan.
Iba epekto ng Tagalog casting sa akin.
Kaya nga, nahawa ka na naman sa akin. Dapat isa lang sa atin yung nagjo-joke eh. Pero pati ikaw nahawa sa akin. Okay lang yan, best.
Or baka paresan talaga tayong ganito.
Ayaw mo
Pwede
yun?
din. Oo.
Oo.
Sabi ba nga nila, 2 birds are better than 1.
Ay, 2 is better than 1. Sino nagsabi sa yan?
Taylor Swift.
Boys Like Girls kasi. Tapos featuring yung si Taylor Swift.
Sorry.
Guess what part
naman.
dito, hindi na talaga to casting. Pero Bren, humahabol And what all we can say right now is Javi's getting that enough confidence. And Hot Sauce also has been popping off. Very consistent works mula kay Hot Sauce. But on the other side, Oasis. It's really a struggle for them to actually shut it down. But then they can still win this if they're just basically gonna be holding on kung paano sila nag-retake. Kasi it was clean earlier, pero di naman kailangan magpaka-aggressive parate.
Ano lang, onting management ng mga portions ng map natin dito. Tingnan mo gaano ka-linis ang setup ni Wild Oreo. Yan yung usually gusto mo na yung mangyari if you guys are taking pointers din sa pointers sa pagkuha ng map control dito or ng nasty setups, especially sa possible lower ranks. Yung double up ng Cypher Cage saka ng Tripwire. Kasi napakaingay ng Cypher Cage na namamask niya yung angle ng Tripwire. And now na walang damage yung ginagawa ang fast lane. Pwede makakuha dito ng instant si Wild Oreo. Good punishment from EJ though, pero mag-push through pa rin yung kanyang neural theft. So that gives them plenty of information in B. Gagamitin na kanyang emo Nightfall or kanyang emo Rolling Thunder or Nightfall alongside yung ultimate ni Coco. So nakipag-double whammy sila dito ng mga knockouts nila. And with that, Oasis retake the round. Alam na alam nila kung saan nila ipupwesto ang mga ultimates nila and they had so much utility para lunurin dito ang Bren.
Party.
Uy, gumagano si Reaper Uy. Wala kami There. Shoutout nga pala kay Boss Jesse Bash na nanonood ngayon. Ang nagkakas dito ay si Aldab.
Anong Aldab?
Hindi ko alam yung Aldab.
Alam ko yun.
Sorry, excuse me.
Alam ko yun.
I'm out of here.
Alam ko lang yan from context.
Shock it. Fine. Such a... sorry. Hindi, naiintindihan kita. Okay lang. You're so out of this world. Galing ka taga Mars. Pero to.
Ang alam ko dati is Andrew Garfield saka... Ano nga ba yun? Si ano nga ba?
Kumakata talaga sa karaoke Pero to.
Emma Stone. Yun. Sorry.
Pero
ang tandem ko dati. Sorry.
Matandahan na sorry. Naiintindihan. Pag isang silip lang dito ni Coco, tapos finish ang boxing talaga. Ay, hindi. Wala. Laban. Bawi. Spaghetti. Alam mo, sinong bias mo sa Day 17? Hindi mo rin alam yun. Ako si Rochelle.
Kasi R. Ako si... Jepay? Tama ba?
Reaper gets happy! Good swings!
30 seconds left.
Actually, hindi pala. Good holds. Mula sa side ng UAS. Pero nga lang sa ina-actually picking up that information. Baka pwede mang maging successful. Pero kasi napakadaming traps mula kay Wild Oreo. At ngayon na hindi na makakaalis si EJ. Ang hirap umalis. Pag ikaw nakakulong ngayon, delayed sila. Pero nga lang, ayun na nga lahat. Tinatapon para naman hindi naman pa-plant ata to. Pero still, wala naman dyan Wala naman dyan yung plant. Malayo pa! May AOE pero di umabot. Hindi Coco, Marty na lang ang natitira. Pero nilabas na ngayon ni Marty ang kanyang mga lamiri. Together with Invi takes down to 1v2. Hindi na hold ni Hot Sauce. At Oasis, nasa match point na nga, malaki ang probabilidad na pupunta tayo sa Japan, which is going to be split. Match
Sana
point.
nga. Gusto ko na makakita ng mga Sakura. Yung pink na petals. Call of timeout para sa Bren din dito ngayon. Okay na sana ang ang retake ng Bren pero Oasis, I love their use of utility management. Lahat para lang makapag-close ng gap. And it works so well because Invi just knows his stuff. Yung season na yun, forced EJ to stay outside of A main, allowed 2 players of Oasis to just march right in, and Crossfire was very strong at that point na para sa Oasis. So now, Bren, medyo nahinto ang kanilang rampage dito ngayon, Ray, and para nagkaroon tayo ng opposite day. Nisip natin na Oasis, they should be able to have taken Icebox. Bren, maybe a chance on Fracture. But with this one, baka makaabot tayo sa split.
Malaki na ang chance talaga sa Oasis ngayon. And usually nga, they have this APH run nung stage 1, Asura eh. Right? They lose first map, they get the comeback. But
Yes.
then, as for Bren, you're exactly right. Even if they pop off against Naos last time, we still can't deny na Oasis, they perform much better sa Fracture every time. And may reason sila kung bakit Fracture nga ang sabi nga din ni Fluffy, he's quite confident.
You want to play? Let's play.
Dito sa mismo Fracture, pero marami pang pwedeng mangyari, syempre. Papunta pa lang tayo sa exciting part. Sabi nga ni Miss Jody Santa Maria.
Iba kasi kilala kong Jody is Jody Foster. Pero never mind. Okay na ako. Tapos na ang laban para sa akin. Pero ang laban hindi pa tapos para sa Bren! EJ! Napakaliit ng butas pero napasok niya pa rin ito. Good shots with the Blade Storm that starts everything. Envy gets stunned through. We'll have to push. Pero dahil sa smokes, medyo nahihirapan maghanap ang Oasis ng mga targets to take down. Oreo gives away his position, repositions on through sa 1v1 kay Savvy. Not gonna happen. And Bren, live to fight for another day, Ray. Mga balik pa rin sila.
Marami pa. Sabi sa inyo, when it's Bren, papunta pa lang sa exciting part. As usual, magiging OT ba to dahil Ray is here. Ray is back. Ang ganda ng post na nakatingin na sa kanya si Javi eh. With Fireplace ba yan? You just can't believe your eyes. Fireflies. May fan ako ng OCT nung bata ako. Nasa MP3 ko pa yan. Naka-underscore pa yan. Owl._CT_Firefly.
Okay, ano yung pinaka-favorite song mo ng Owl City?
Yun lang.
Ay, yun lang ka na lang. So, walang deer in the headlights. When will I see you again? Okay. Vanilla Twilight, okay.
Ay, Vanilla Twilight ako.
Yun, okay. Nice. Okay.
Guys, red flag si Asura, hindi alam yung Alda ba? Mariretake ba ito ng Oasis? Or hindi? Kaso, pwede pa! Nagboga! Pinakita! Pero nga lang advantage talaga sa Bren. Wala magagawa. Tatlong pa sa side ng Bren! Tatapusin na ba ng Bren to? Or sabi ng Waze, ayaw pa namin, pahahabain pa natin para magkaroon ng closure sa next map.
Na-expose mo yung pagiging fake Pinoy ko? Tingin ko madideport ako sa pagiging fake Pinoy ko.
Right here.
Hindi ko na kaya to, Asura.
Masakit ang ulo ko rin.
Sumasakit na din ulo ko sa'yo. Pero masaya naman kapag nagkakasama ka. So, nawawala yung sakit ng ulo ko. Ayan o.
Right here.
Naging podcast. Ba, mawalan tayo ng trabaho bukas dito. Mapapalitan ka na sa English at ako sa Tagalog. Kaso nga lang, Oasis, ready na yung emo thunder ni Kasi yung tango na kanta, di ba? At si Wild Oreo ready na din kagad sa information. When is everyone hiding? Chink! Bren on the other side. Si Brainfeeds may pambura ng angle dito sa Oasis. Ha? So, we're seeing the upper hands by upper hands ngayon. If you try to weigh out everything.
They're looking for aggressive takes ng Oasis sa map control. Pero dahil nga sa meron silang Wild Oreo na nakatago lang sa brush, well, he can appear anytime.
30 seconds
Especially
left.
with the traps and everything, this is gonna be perfect for Wild Oreo. So here we go. A Wild Oreo has appeared. Pero wala pa siya makakuha. Pix gets in for the pick through the smoke. Savvy down. This is absolutely huge para sa Oasis ngayon. Again, Nightfall activated na. Ginamit na ang mga ngart-ngart dito ni Fade. And mukhang mag-fade into darkness na ang players ng Bren Esports. They're still fighting 2 versus 1. EJ in a dream. Crossfire siya with Symbol. Magre-reload muna pero mukhang na-overwhelmed. And Ripper timing. Ripper executes. Headshot and defuse. And Oasis. Papapasplit tayo nito ngayon, Ray Ray.
Ayaw pa nila tapusin yung casting
Defenders
natin.
win.
Pero, with this ROG clutch that they did, I really do think talaga, pagkakita pa lang natin ng map Vitos, we already know na it's probably gonna be going sa sa default map, which is going to be in split. So talagang confident ang Oasis that even if they lose the first map, which is kinda high yung probability, ang next up game naman dito will be the last map, which is going to be in split. But I really do think both teams are great in split. They just need to gather all of the experiences together and execute it better. Kasi may mga times na nanalo ang Bren sa split, pero natatalo din sila at the same time. And that goes in sa side ng Oasis. Remember na 13-0 sila dito ng Team Secret last time nung stage 1. So I'm still not confident sa performance sila pagdating sa split. But overall here in Fracture, they already know how to make those combos work. Ang ganda ng double initiator play nila with that Fade together with that breach. And it's one of the first times na makakita ko ng Fade here in Fracture, and so far agad na ng pagkakagamit ni Envy.
Yeah. Again, you want as much coverage as possible with your abilities, right? And who else is a good agent that does that? Yung tipo na pag naglapag ka ng ang gusto mo, abot lahat. Yun nga si Fade. That being said, looking into split naman din, I really feel that Oasis still have the advantage over Bren dun sa map na yun. Kaya, even though sinabi mo na nga na they haven't had the best track record against some teams, those are arguably the best teams that we have in the Philippines. And against others, especially if Oasis come in very confident with Marky at the helm, napakalinis ng executions nila sa split dito eh. Pero, that being said then, Bren, ang ganda ng kanilang adjustment plays dun sa Icebox. So if they can bring that adjustment style of play against Oasis na is very execute heavy and plays a lot by the book, maganda ang makikita natin laban coming in din sa split na yun.
Really? Manlamig man sa Icebox. Pero it's still a close fight between Bren sa first map. And even here in Fracture, to be honest, it's a close fight. Pero they just know how to shut down CJ every time. Si Javi kasi he's getting those impact kills talaga. We always saying that. Pero si Oasis, sobrang patient naman talaga nila. Pagdating sa retakes, pagdating sa pagiging confident din. At the fact that they started real good sa first half, na it was already a 90, they can take so much time. Dahil yung pagka-attacker sided ang map na to. So mas maganda talaga is 10-2, kaya 90 yung scoreline mo. Pero may mga rounds for adjustment, diba?
Very much so, very much so. And I gotta say, ang laki ng improvement na nakita natin sa Bren dito with how they've really adjusted. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari sa kanila, if they got a reset. I think it was Bren before na actually had like a mental coach that allowed them to, and that was still with Team Secret when they were former Bren, na they were able to use that to kind of just adjust, have a clear, concise thing of what they wanted to happen with their team and everything. And I think Bren as an org still has that support. Maybe ginawa nila sa mga current players nila or anything. But this is looking so clean para sa Bren. This was the team again na sinabi natin could really be the star team kung wala lang sana ang Team Secret sa timeline natin ngayon, sa multiverse natin, Ray. And they're looking to come back into this with really good performance output. Pero that being said, syempre nanalo pa rin Oasis dito. Oasis are Oasis. And now, game number 3 makikita natin, excuse me.
And the next question is, will there be some changes about Oasis together with Bren? This is split kasi di natin super strong maps pagdating sa dalawang teams ito. So they need to weigh out things if it's gonna be okay for them or not. Pero ang dami pang surprises mula sa dalawang teams ito. At it's a do or die kasi, especially sa mga matches today. Kaya napapansin nyo, sobrang haba nga talaga ng mga performance sila. But right now guys, we're gonna be heading on a short break. At pagbalik natin, may kita na nga natin kung sino ang mananalo between these two teams in this series. Happy Thursday, yet long matches right now here in the VCTPH Stage 2, Week 2. Sent to us by PPGL. Ako si Rere, kasama ko pa rin si Asoray, Azuray pa rin ang maghahatid sa inyo dito sa last map between Oasis Gaming and the guys of Bren Esports at Azuray. What can you say nga about sa performance ng Oasis together with Bren Esports so far?
Again, nasabi ko ni Pisco about Bren na they're looking incredibly strong. They look like they were going very much back and forth. Kasi the most recent matches that Bren had, they lost to both Team Secret and Alpha Esports Pro, where I think medyo back and forth ang match nila with Alpha Esports Pro. I think na-rattle sila na onti doon, but mukhang nakapag-reset sila and are now looking stronger than ever before. I think one of the weak spots ng Bren before was yung performance output din ni Hot Sauce na parang nasa-shutdown siya ng mga duelists and everything, pero mukhang siya ngayon ang nagpapakilabot sa mga duelists, especially sa Oasis. Now, being on the side naman ng Oasis, I think medyo na-rattle din sila sa Icebox for some reason ng Bren dito. That's why we didn't see a good Icebox game for them when in past, ang ganda ng performance ng Oasis sa Icebox. Bren, not so much. But that being said, sila naman ay bumawi sa Fracture, especially with that really, really solid setup na pinapakita sa atin ni Savvy, or not Savvy, but ni Wild Oreo and ni Marky.
Gising na ata si Wild Oreo, di na ata siya inaantok. And totoo naman, ang usapan nga natin naman every time it's Wild Oreo. But I really would like to highlight also ang pag-pop off ni Indy pa rin pagdating sa kanyang fade. But I think you're actually quite right. A lot of good clutches also came from Reaper, Coco. I think ito talagang time na ang buong roster ng Oasis Gaming, every time that we need them the most, they don't vanish at all, diba? And on the other side, Bren is at one of their top form right now. I'm happy to see that they're also all popping off good entries mula kay Happy once again with that Neon. Sobrang rare ako makita ng mga duelist here in Stage 2 na sobrang ayos mag-Neon, and I really would like to commend si Happy so far. Diba? Kita na ba natin that you let him pick that Neon is really popping off. Siyempre, ang katulad ni Happy is really confident into getting those shots all together. But right now, here in Split, will we see a double duelist comp once again? Or double initiator? A dami questions up for takes. But it's all up to Oasis Gaming and Bren kung may babaguhin pa sila. Will they actually shuffle their cards? Kasi so far, hindi ako nakita ng effective na Neon dito sa Split, except for Team Secret. Alam ko, ginamit na ba nila? Alam ko, hindi pa. Or, kalimutan ko lang. Pero, all in all, makakita ba tayo ng changes or not? But then, napadraining na to sa para sa teams. Kasi, tatandaan nyo, crucial match to for Bren together with Oasis. So, itong araw na to, Azuray, sobrang crucial lahat ng matches, diba? Starting from the first one, for Bren, for SPE, if they loses, may malaking chance talaga na hindi sila makakapasok sa playoffs. Pero may chance pa rin sila. Sa side ng Naos also, together with RRQ, if it's over already for Naos, it's already over. But as for RRQ, if they also lose that match against Naos, they also go down sa leaderboards. And right now, together with Bren and Oasis. So, talagang haba ng mga matches natin, 6:41 PM, hindi pa rin tapos mula sa lahat ng teams. At kami ni Azuray, dalawang series na kami. So, nagsasawa ka na ba, Azuray, sa pagkakas natin dalawa?
Hindi na pa naman. Ano naman, may experience na ako sa matagalang podcast na may kasama. Taon na nga ang experience ko dun
Ilang taon? 3 years ka rin ba?
5 years.
5 years ka nagsha-shoutcast.
Hindi. Actually, shoutcasting years ko. Wait lang.
Bola, dito pa tayo nag-getting to know. Talking stage.
Almost 8 years na. Ayos ba yun?
So you started like... Okay, di ko na sabihin anong age. Pero, okay. Ako, parang nag-full-time ako ng shoutcasting around. Pero nag-stream din kasi ako dati sa Facebook. Pero yung full-time talaga naging decidido ako around nung nag-VCT ako. Yung 2020. So, doon ako nag-decide na mag-full-time na ulit ng shoutcasting. Pero yung first big gig ko ay si PPGL din. Mga tournament sa PPGL. Last June or late May of 2020. So thank you so much, PPGL nga pala, for giving me opportunities. Pero tagal mo na ha. Sana all. Pero at least wala kang extra 3 years. Ako
Sasabihin ko sa'yo,
kamalasan.
ang ikakwento ko si Raid, habang nag-intay tayo sa agent select natin, halos lahat ng mga oldies sa shoutcasting, nadala ko na sa ibang bansa. Si Vil, ang pinakaunang out-of-country experience yan, ako kasama niya. Gusto mo ba? Ang unang out-of-country experience mo ako. Kasama.
Akala ko ba magsisingapore tayo?
Tanungin si Victor yan. Okay mo.
Totoo to guys, by the way. Plano namin na Asoray mag-Singapore, tsaka mag-States. Mga ganun. May US visa na ako eh. Hinihintay ko na lang si Asoray. May tropa tayo na wala ng passport.
Kasi in the misplace. Ayos ba yun? 10-year passport mo naman yun. Tapos 10-year visa sa US din.
Ayoko na magsalita, sorry. Pero gusto ko lang sabihin, papabanat lang ako ng kaya ka iniiwan.
Pero malay mo, ito yung call to action natin. May viewer tayo dyan na nagtrabaho pala sa US Consulate, diba? Like fast track. Oo, masaya. Idol ko si Asoray. Saka nakakawa ko sa akin kasi medyo na stupid action siya na wala niya yung sarili niyang passport, diba? Clap. Thank you po sa support.
Alam mo, ako gusto ko na mag-agent selection eh. Dahil marami pang kailangan asikasuhin.
Pero mukhang mahirap kasi hindi tayo sinelect para mag-agent select ngayon.
Pero ikaw, Asoray, tatanungin kita, anong favorite
sige.
mong agent na ginagamit kapag nasa split?
KO pa rin eh. KO ang pinaka-paborito ko agent ngayon eh. Okay lang. Basta may Teo. Guys, ito na nga pala ang final day ko sa podcast ng Tagalog Podcast.
Naiiyak na ayoko na.
Sinimula mo yan, Jerry.
Extension ng eyelash ko, bumabagsak na. Ayan. At, pero ako, in all seriousness, ano bang favorite kong gamitin dito sa, usually, Sage or Reyna? Kasi Arm. At saka, ako ang Reyna. Na, KO.
Nang ano?
Ayoko na, wala na tayo
gusto mo?
pag-usapan.
Lumod ako sa harapan mo?
Ganto na nga. Tapos lalagyan kita ng pang revive.
Double revive, no?
Double revive. At, may nag-comment, uy, nakapilik mata si Riri. Oh, guys, ayan, extension ako ng eyelash. Sa mga nagtatanong ba, kasi nagkaroon kami ng photoshoot para sa...
Oh, wow, galing.
Di ba, media day natin? Ano ka ba? Nandun ka nga may picture
last week
nga.
Pa yun,
Oo. Hindi nga, matagal nga yan. Mas matagal yan kesa sa pagkausap sa'yo ng tao. At least ito hindi Spotify free trial, di ba? Pero, big shoutouts nga muli kay Boss Jesse Bash, gusto ng map. Talagang gustong-gusto na. Pero after ng mahaba nating usapan, nasabihin naman ng viewers, nagdadaldalan lang tayo. Ano nga ba ang game changer mula sa Oasis and Esports, Asoray?
Double raise. No, just kidding. Obviously, hindi mangyayari yan. But, yeah, we were very expecting na magkakaroon ng fade din ng Oasis dito. I think Oasis is another team that, kagaya ng Secret, is very much good with experimentation as well as yung utilization of utility talaga. Sila yung mga teams na mahilig talaga gumamit sa mga magandang batuhan. And Envy on a fade, I think, is a really good mix to that. Kasi Envy doesn't need mobility para maging magaling. He just knows how to position, his aim is insane, and putting him on a fade only puts him in a position na kailangan niyang alamin lang kung kailan ibabato yung utility for his teammates, not for himself. And I think that's the strength of Envy and what he brings para sa Oasis table. Sa Bren naman, they go for a more flexible composition, but the double duelist does make me kind of wonder, is this just because EJ really does love to go for that duelist and kailangan nilang ilagay siya sa isang posisyon na pwede siya maging aggressive upper or blader din. That being said, it's almost the same composition na nakita natin sa RRQ. Minus na nga talaga yung Jet. But even so, it allows for a lot of control, especially with the double sentinel then. It's not just a double duelist, it's a double senti na pinakita ng Bren dito. So may senti hits sila.
Senti hits? Ano daw? At tignan mo tuloy nagko-complain sila. Sorry guys, pagpasensyahan nyo kami ni Azure. Dalawang series na mahaba yung kinakas namin. Nakakaano kaya? Nakakatanggal ng pag-iisip. Lalo na si Azure. Kasi pinaprocess pa niya yung Tagalog.
Yeah.
Check mo naman yung comment section natin sa PH. May kita kang maganda. At ngayon, hindi kami mag-jowa, guys. Mag-best friends lang kami ni Asaray. Nag-showbiz. It's up to you.
Awaj lang, awaj.
Awaj.
Okay, nakita ko na yung chat. Buti na sa Valorant tayo. Wala sa ibang Riot Games. Hands up in the air, wave it like you just don't care.
Hands up in the Ay, gusto ko na shoutout ang ating malupit na director. Si Ayeb. Or ipangalan natin siyang Bea.
Wow. But talaga pag narinig mo yung pangalan ng Bea, sophisticated na maganda eh.
Paano pag eh?
Sophisticated lang. Na napakaganda.
Ang tagal naman mag-start. Hindi ko na alam ano
Ay, nako.
Kirame ko. Gusto ko pa naman bakit ng fade dito.
Yun nga, mangyari ng wish mo. Si Envy, mag-fade.
Si
Masaya ka na ba?
Masaya na ako.
Ayan, yun ang gusto ko naman.
Ngayon? Thursday ngayon, no?
Tama.
Happy tea!
Oh, wow.
Happy na Thursday.
TGIT.
Ayo. But, for Bren, I'm really excited to see how it's gonna be popping off with the double sentry. Aggressive picks lang kay have it always eh. Pero, wala silang usual, mas standardized nga to. Pero knowing how Happy and EJ has been consistent since map 1, baka mapanish itong Oasis. Pero, si Wild Oreo, naka-raise na siya ngayon. And so far, well, for me, Asaray, I'm a big fan of Wild Oreo with that raise. Sobrang rare lang ako makita ng sobrang galing mag-raise sa VCT. And I think I'd really love to commend Jeremy and Wild Oreo. Tsaka si Super MJ.
Yun, syempre, di makakain dapat ang KDM.
Wala si Super MJ.
Grabe naman po. Ito nga rin pala. Fun fact lang din sa mga players natin, or sa mga viewers natin ngayon. Wild Oreo was an ex-player of Action PH. I think before they, was it during they acquired Georgie ata, or before that? And kasama din niya isang player din from my old team na si Arkiza. And those were like the two young crackheads ng Action PH. And during their brief stint with that certain org, nakita talaga natin yung capabilities ni Wild Oreo. I think that's also the reason why he played with Oasis Gaming. I think Fluffy also mentioned it or talked about it na when they acquired Wild Oreo back in late 2021, nahirapan na Oasis Gaming na i-utilize si Wild Oreo kasi it felt like he wasn't still part of the team. Didn't know which role he was gonna play. All of yung difficulties of having just someone new come into the roster. Pero come into early 2022 naman, he started playing so well on two specific agents. That was the Sky and the Raze. Yes, may mga times na nagka-clown moments si Wild Oreo na fa-flash yung sarili niya. Pero more so than not, he has been the savior of Oasis Gaming. So I think while Oreo now mid-2022 na tayo, mid-year na, has shown to be an incredible flex player for the team alongside with Envy. So Oasis Gaming are proving to be a team that not only can match against a lot of teams, but it's also a team that can do that while also changing up yung roles ng mga players nila, provided or depending sa need ng team at that particular match.
Asaray. Noted.
Oo, men.
Oo, men.
Shoutout nga pala kay Vil na siya ang tunay na taga-Oo-men ko.
Oo-men yan. Si Vil. Pero shoutout nga pala kay Regner Peneza. At kay Direct Shoots. Mga astig na tao. Si Regner, nakamukha si Regner. Direct bukas Asory sa 3 matches. Pala decision guys, ngayon lang yung exchange program. Balik na tayo sa usual broadcast natin.
Babalik na ako sa United States of Asoray bukas.
Pero mamimiss mo ba ang pagkakas ng Tagalog, Asoray? Hindi.
Siyempre, mamimiss ko ang lengguwahe ng aking sinapupunan.
Sinapupunan.
At ang mga ano nga ba ito? At ang mga oh my gosh, wait lang. Kailangan ko munang tawagin si Google.
Google.
Yun. At ang mga paksa na ating tinutuksa dito sa ating broadcast, sa Tagalog broadcast, di ba?
Oh. Nice.
That's right.
Hindi pa ba lalango yung agents? Yun din yung tatanong namin. Maulan kasi, kaya bahain. Back na kagad yung rainy season kahit parang pang 3rd week pa lang ng May, no, Asere? Diba?
Yan ang gusto natin kasi ang hirap patulog ng summertime.
Totoo! Ang init.
Sa true lang. Alam mo, gumigising ako ng madaling araw, masakit ang ulo eh. Hindi dahil sa natandaan ko na iniwanan niya ako, pero dahil sa ang init sobrang panahon.
Ano ba naman yung nasa? Oo, men.
Nakawa lang ako sa'yo. Ano sasabi mo? Okay.
Hindi ko na alam sa
Sana, back to the matter at hand. Sorry, napa-English na noonte.
Okay lang.
Hatsos, nakakita ng tatlo na gustong tumikim ng kanyang init. At mukhang nalalasap na siya. Say goodnight, Hatsos. Ooh, Oasis though. Aggressive map control na iwanan si EJ ng teammates niya ay mukhang na ipit sa crossfire na hindi hinahadlang ngayon ng Bren. Ibang Bren-bang ang crossfire pero makakita natin siya ngayon. Dito din. Sa match na to. Ayos ba yun?
At ang ayos nga doon, Nasaray. Maayos din ang performance ng Oasis sa pistol round. Parang sa isang ihip ng hangin na wala lahat. Pati shot natangay na rin sa ibang tao. At tama. Uy! Sorry. Gusto ko lang mag-fangirl si Marky nasa arena. Tagal ko nang di nakita yan ah. Parang mga stage 2 pa ata last year. Or sadyang matanda na ako kaya hindi ko na matandaan ang lahat ng bagay. Pati nga siya, kinalimutan ko na. Sa Bren naman, EJ Yavi, that Jet X Dre's connection. Pag letter J talaga, nasa tamang katao ka na daw. Pero balik na tayo, EJ. Guys, kapatid sa 1, pinagsama-sama kagad. Nilabas na din kagad si Tony Prowler. At, sa iba si Mama Oni. And we only have 1. And that was a real aggressive take mula sa Oasis. A high risk, high reward play in mid. Hindi na nila hinayaan mag-mid control pa ang Bren.
Kung iisipin mo rin na modified Sky ang isang Fade, isipin mo yung kanyang Prowler, you can use it as like guiding lights na hindi mo mablind yung teammate mo pero mablind yung kalaban. Kasi siyempre matakot sila sa Heart kasi para siyang Trailblazer. Ang ganda ng aggressive stance na pwede mong gamitin with the Fade eh. Kasi there's no downside with you multi-pushing with your teammates kasi hindi ka matatakot na mablind mo yung kakampi mo. With that being said, Oasis immediately used that to their favor. So there really is that scare factor talaga na binibigay ngayon ng Fade. And I think that is due to the fact that Fade just gets an incredible amount of zone control with the utility that she has. Even better than the other initiators do give. Like, siguro kay Breach, okay, may stun ka, pero isang linya lang yun. Kay Fade, pwede mo ibato yung Prowler mo left and right. Pwede kang magbato ng C's sa isang different location. Basically, that's 3 angles na pwede mong abusuhin with your teammates. So there really is a lot of aggressive flexibility that Fade brings to the table that no other, I feel like, initiator can as of the moment. Just tiny bits, pero Fade just does a lot more. That being said, she's not the most perfect agent in all of the maps, but nakikita mo yung influence na meron siya sa mga laban na ito. And with the 2-round start na nakuha ni Invid dito, having 4 kills, 1 death, that's already 5 charges. He's 2 charges away from getting his emo Rolling Thunder. Na if they just want to use this bonus round para makakuha siya ng ult charge, okay lang. Coming into the buy round na meron sila, kung nabugbog nila yung Bren dito, or even if not, ang laking impact na mabibigay nun sa coming rounds to follow.
Asaray. Kinabahan ako sa tech pause. Hindi gumagalaw ba si Reaper? Oo, si Reaper ata. Ayan. Oh, ayan. Kanina, ginagawa siya ng ng kinda, tawag dito, seremonyas ng kanyang teammates. Guys, tatandaan nyo, last day na ni Asoray dito. Isang araw lang. So, pasensya na kayo.
May nabasa ko rin yung chat.
Basta si Mark tahimik lang.
Back off, bro, kay Asoray na yan. Whoa, bro. Kalma ka lang, dude.
Whoa. We're not gatekeeping here, bro.
Yeah.
Guys, this is just content.
Yeah. Ano pala,
Content lang.
naka-early access pa lang ako, pero pwede naman magkaroon ng access sa iba. After release.
Oy!
Ay, nako.
Ay!
Ayoko na.
Yo, this is so tiring. Kapag kasama si Asoray mag-cast. Joke lang. Hindi nakakapagod pag kakas ka, Asoray. Kahit
Salamat.
10 oras pa to, basta ikaw ang kasama. Yung energy namin, nag-fluctuate minsan. Buti na lang may banatan dito eh. Pero to, init na nga bang banat ng Bread Esports ngayon. Uy, magpapatuloy talaga ang pag-iinit ng Owas. Uy, na-trap ni Lusaw, kinain. May konting shot, marami pang kurot sa manok at maraming kinain na sisig galing Pampanga. Pero Invi, talagang maraming mahuhuli dyan. Ang daming flash eh. Ooh! This is gonna be clean, maybe. Yep! Water goes for a defuse. Padedenay ba ito ni Hatsus? Tuloy-tuloy lang. Tuloy pa rin ang awit ng buhay ko. Nakuha na lang yung defuse.
Last player remaining.
Tayo ng plant eh. Hindi siya planted sa side ng Bren. At nahirapan sila kagad mag-pick up dahil may paranoia na nga, may hear pa, meron pa kagad kay Tony Prowler. May hirapan ka talaga dun. Asoray 1v1 sa split, matalo back off na kay Ray. May nagkakama na sa'yo ng 1v1.
Dapat on stream para may pruweba, diba?
Oh.
That being said, follow nyo ako sa Twitch, guys, para pa nag-stream ako, pwede nyo ako hamunin.
Ay, oo, guys. Follow nyo na rin ako sa IG ko and Twitter.
Yan.
Promote.
Anyways. Gusto ko lang sabihin din na... Okay, EJ, medyo na tether in. Ako, hindi ka makakatakas sa relasyon na to, EJ. Committed ka na. Anyways, yung gusto ko sabihin sa last run nga naman, same philosophy with how Team Secret plays. If you've seen Jeremy use yung Fade and Bash use yung Fade, is Oasis, they use the utilities to work for them. Recon Dart, it's just not fast enough. Fade's Haunt is very fast with that first tag. Grabe naman to si Wagorio. Handang-handa na mag-peak pero handa rin si Brain Freeze namang punish. Unfortunately, it's a 1 versus 3. If he gets maybe 2 kills, but he's up against a Killjoy. Can't really push through A threat utility. So the decision to go for B, Heaven,
30
tamang-tama
seconds
lang
left.
para kay Brain Freeze dito. Invi spotted him, pero Invi, meron siyang Eye of Saruman. Or Sauron pala, excuse me. Pero si Ripper, open for the punish, open for the swing. Oasis take round after round.
Aray. 4-0 Oasis. Clean takes, ah. Ang ganda ng retakes nila so far here in Split. Natuto na ata ang mga taga-Oas. Pero
Oh, man.
natuto na pero siya pa din.
Yung tipo na may return of the comeback. Yun ang mga tatawag natin ng ganun.
Return of the comeback. Sana all may comeback, no?
Pero wala eh. Hindi lahat may ganung oportunidad.
Ay, hindi ba lahat? Akala ko meron eh.
Depends tao. Basta nagsisimula sa letter R. Or, basta may R ang pangalan. Okay lang pala.
Simula sa letter R. Okay. Now I know. Bren went for a timeout. Ay, ba sa letter G? There.
Kaya nga sabi ko, basta may letter R, di ba?
Ay, nako!
Rere, kamusta ka dyan? Ayos ba?
Ayos lang.
Nakakain ka na ba?
Kumain na ako.
Bigyan mo gutom sa apunan mo?
Basta pasta tayo sa letter J na yan. Pero, Bren, playing them out, attack side, pero uy, Koko, tama na yan. Sakit no, parang maiiwan ka niya. Pag wala daw, sorry, bukas wag na daw nakausapin ni Direk yung viewer namin. Hindi ka naman talaga kakausapin ni Direk. Kami lang naman nakakarinig sa kanya.
Baka wala talaga kaming directors. Kami yung director talaga ng VCT. Hindi nyo na alam.
You should run.
Pero teka lang muna. Sorry. Seryoso muna sa seryoso. Attacker, Killjoy, ultimate use, lockdown. Ooh! Taking a page out of the book of RRQ. Aggressive wall onto B Heaven. Isolates the site, isolates everything.
30
and si
seconds
Coco.
Killed my bot.
Well, mukhang mapapaloko siya.
Bring
Ng
them
konti
down.
dito.
Spike planted.
Retake for Oasis.
Oasis. Trying to get a good retake once again. Pero may smoke for the delay. Ganda ng post plant na naman ng Bren. Sinabatan lang nila ngayon. Pero nga lang, lahat nakapang eh. Sa Bren, because Heaven knows. And Bren, clean post plant once again here in B side. Finally getting that first round. And after that overtime, it was really worth it to get that mental reset working. Ganda, lahat nakaabang. At hindi nakapag-entry si Wild Oreo with that showstopper. You know, sila finalo through muna ni Javi kasi alam niya eh, na nasa rafters siya and there's a backup just in case na matitrade siya. That's a good plan of Bren Esports.
I was gonna say, ayaw din nilang ma-catch off sa punish play ni Invi dito. Again, nakalimutan ko lang i-point out yung bagong tandem ni Raze at ni Fade. Hindi na Raze at Sage, yung slow or paint shells. Nako, lumang technology na yan. Ang bagong technology is yung malupit na paint shells seize. Yung tipo na lalagyan ka ng tali at babatong ka ng granada. Ayos ba yun?
Ayos yun. Yung tinatalian ka. Tapos, may granada pa.
Kaboom.
Boom!
Tama.
May panali sa buhok, tapos tatanggalin. Bakit? Diba? Pag malamig, syempre hindi ka na mag-tatay ng hair, diba? So,
speaking from experience, wala naman eh. Hindi naman gumagana yun sa akin. I mean, pagkatali ko yung buhok ko kasi kulot
pero mas
ako.
bagay
So,
sinakatali ang buhok ka, Saray.
Ay talaga, salamat.
Salamat! And
Tara.
here it is, Wabi. Meron ba matatamaan? Bibigay muna ng Oasis, nag-back off na naman sa side. So medyo masasayang ka. Pero on the other side, Marky together with Wild Oreo. Nakaabang na nga kagad. And there's the lurk coming in from ENV. He takes down Hot Sauce. May trade-offs. Ito na lang kagad natitira sa isang grab mula sa Bren. Pero nga lang kahit tinabas ang Tony Prowler. What's gonna be exit? Hindi pa pala. Buhay pa kagad si ENV. And yun ang watch me whiff. And that's gonna be the Republic of Gamers clutch mula kay Symbol. Yan ang tunay na letter R buff.
It is what it is. Grabe. Ang linis sa Symbol this past couple of days. Kung sabi, sino ba yung inaano kong player? Anyways, nasabihin ko na lang, Symbol definitely has been popping off every single time that Bren has needed him to clutch these rounds. Hot Sauce, kung siya ang magaling magsimula ng laban, si Symbol ang tagatapos. Kaya idol ko si Symbol.
Idol mo si Symbol? At muli, Hot Sauce, uy! Audition pa kayo! Ace! Give him the ace! Ano yun? Kumuha ng kwek-kwek. Kahit piso lang, kahit 250 na ngayon ng isang kwek-kwek. Tapos may kasama pang fishball, may kasama pang kikiam. Gano'n na lang ginawa-gawa ni Hot Sauce. And Coco, how will he actually get this clutch against Bren? Ang ganda ng reset ng Bren so far, Asaray. I'm loving it.
Spike planted.
They're matching up so well then. And I mean, this is a weak buy para sa Oasis. As nakikita mo, Coco, meron lang siyang medyo may onting sakit. Stinger. But yeah, absolutely correct. Bren, really lovely set of rounds. From 4-0, 4-3 na makuha nila unless Coco can win the round with this Stinger. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case. But as I mentioned, right? Hot Sauce. Somehow, some way, yung passive Sentinel play niya nag-turn into just him igniting fights much cleaner para sa Bren ngayon. They just give him the ace, please. You know, it's para, you know, bro, alam mo, kailangan natin na ace dyan. Pampadagdag ano lang. Okay, reason again kung bakit ka nagpapakamatay sa Event Horizon and Spike. You only get 1,000 creds if you save into a round that you do not win. So kung may defender ka pero nanalo yung attacker side, 1,000 creds na makukuha mo compared to the base of 1,400, 1,900, 2,400, tapos 2,900.
Dami mo naman palang alam sa math.
Sa Valorant lang, sa Valo math.
Dami nag-hi sa akin. No? Hi din sa'yo, Justin Keith at kay Ran.
Placing alarm bot.
Pero, looks like Bren also is saying hi already. Finished. Two Oasis with Coco denying that. Good trades, but Marky gets the overhealed. Takes out the Leers, pero meron nga kagad rest mula kay Symbol. Ito na ang Emo. I got her picture in my wallet. Sinabayan nga lang din kagad ang lockdown mula kay Hot Sauce. A lot to be used right now, but there's the information. Pero nga lang too late to apologize. Marky goes for a dismiss. Tapos mag-take off pa ng lockdown. A very wise decision for Marky to get that. Tapos may information pa. Ang linis ng mga taga-Oasis ngayon. To dismiss the heal. And also yung pag-shutdown kay Hot Sauce together with that lockdown. And the information na meron si Envy gives so much space sa Oasis ngayon. Ayun, si Wild Oreo sa Isimula, no? Uy, Wild Oreo! Ikaw, malit ka!
That's right.
Can I get this?
Okay, teka lang muna. Tingnan ulit yung replay dito na nakita natin. Whew! Ganda lang shots talaga dito. Every time from Oasis. Kala mo makakuha ka na ng huge advantage sa kanila pero hindi mangyayari yun. I was also wondering kung bakit medyo nagmadali ang Bren. Hasos already had the lockdown so pwede nilang i-slow burn sana kung gusto man nila ang laban na ito. Or ang round na yun. I was kind of wondering why they wanted to go that fast and furious. Maybe because they were also afraid of some utility or something. Pero I was very surprised. Javi didn't have his showstopper. Wala silang malaking utility that could have really scared yung players ng Oasis. Oasis, of course, with Marky being on that Reyna, reset Lord lang, get a kill, dismiss, easy stop of map control dito from Bren. Pero
There.
okay, makakasingit sila sa screen. Pero alam nila may alarm bot dito ngayon. Clears it out. The rest of A side is now occupado. Oasis were very much prepared for it.
Take hold. Spike planted.
Hey! Bren? Okay, we should have that lockdown. The showstopper. The Empress. But, okay, pressured ang Bren to get out of the equation. Pero sabi nga ni Taylor, maybe we got lost in translation, but oh! No! Wag mag-whiff, pero matigas, crispy headshot mula kay Infi. At ngayon, dinedefis lang ni Coco, walang binibitawan, pero buti na lang meron kagad. All by himself, Reaper against Simple. Time is ticking, 8 bullets in a dream. May kita niya, oh, Simple still holds it all together. And ang daming rounds na sinasave ni Symbol para sa kanyang team. And now, instead of Oasis getting that round, dahil marami silang ginamit na ultimates at its expense, di pa rin eh. Ni-risk pa rin. It all with just Symbol handling it. Ganda. Ang ganda ng ginagawa ni Symbol. When you need him the most talaga, andyan siya para magpakita.
He's the symbol of hope. Pag nanalo, symbol of peace. Kung nanalo si Symbol dito, or pag nanalo ang Bren dahil kay Symbol, feel ko masarap ang libre niya mamaya eh. Wala ba tayo dyan?
Libre mo ako.
Alam mo, Ray, medyo may tatawag tayong wala akong pera phase. At sasabihin ko sa'yo ngayon, wala akong pera phase, Ray. Libre kita ng joke na lang.
Okay.
May tatlo akong joke para sa'yo, Ray. Alam mo kung ano yan?
Oh!
Joke.
Hey! Oh, Kitty! Tuloy, nag-beef tuloy si Wild Oreo. Yes, ganda pa rin na performance mula sa Bren. Alam mo, di na sila nagbi-mid-take ko na they just press W dito sa may A side, which is better when it comes to their comp.
Spike planted.
You take off the paranoia coming in from tawag dito, ramps, diba? Tapos
one enemy
just have
remaining.
entry mula kay EJ to get rid Javi. And Coco all by takes the click. Javi gets the fourth. 5 all. Ang digat laban. Oh my goodness. Do or die eh.
This is the first time na parang hindi ko nararamdaman ang map ng split as the influential entity na nagbabago ng ihip ng hangin. Yung tipo na pag-split ka, di ba, hirap na hirap ka sa attacker, pero napaka-smooth kung paano maglaro ang Bren dito na hindi mo nararamdaman talaga yun. That being said, Oasis, with the comp that they have, I think they wouldn't have much difficulties then on the attacking side. But it will be interesting to see how they kind of fare out against itong new and improved Symbol.
Symbol of Peace ah. Nanonood ka ng My Hero Academia? Favorite anime ko
Syempre.
yun.
Ako rin.
Ay! Sino favorite mong character?
Syempre si Deku. Pero, close second si All Might.
Ako si Shoto.
Ah.
Pati yung isang villain yung... Ay! Shucks! Kamuntik ko na ma-spoil. Oh my goodness! Buti na lang! Magalit
updated
sa
ka pala
si
kasi
Ate.
manga ka ako, anime lang.
Oo, advance ako mag-isip. Papunta na tayo sa buti na lang hindi ko sinabi.
Sa exciting part.
Feel ko maka-cancel ako ng wala sa oras ng viewers, pati ni Asoray. Yeah. Basta yun. Yung blue yung apoy. Bring them down. But here it is.
Si Dubi Dap Dap.
Oh, si Dubi Dap. Si Dabi! Ayan. I like him. Gusto ko yung mga may apoy-apoy. May sound effects pa yan.
Anong gusto mong apoy, Ray? Sa uling? Sa LPG?
Here.
Or sa...
Damdamin ko gusto ko.
Okay. Ayos yan.
Ayos. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Si Simple na. Simple na simple. Parang narinig ko pa si Sample.
Lumalabas lahat
Shoutout
ng
kay
ano,
Maki. Yan. California Maki.
Spicy tuna maki.
Uy.
Gusto
ko ng
yan ang
maki.
next level evolution.
30 seconds left.
Pero si Hot Sauce mukhang malapit na siya mag-evolve. Ka lang muna, Envy. Nangangasim. Looking to punish, EJ. Tahimik ka muna dyan. Envy. Repositions. Savvy, gutom na gutom para sa punish. Dala niya na kanyang big kaboom-boom ang showstopper. Pero mukhang hindi siya makatigil. Oh, hindi. Niripik nila. Narinig siya nila. Narinig nila.
Ay!
Po siya sa sa slow orb. Nako po. Na-repick. Ay, fuya.
Fuya. Fuya. The flak. Fuya. Pinapawas na ako, Asaray. Dami kasing energy eh. Kape pa more. Tapang ng kape ko eh. Kaya kong ipaglaban, di katulad na tinago. And that's it. Bren changes the tables. Oasis. Save na naman ba si Coco Martin? Save na naman ba?
Last round in the half.
Anong pagbabago ang kailangan nila ganun? Medyo malamig si Marky eh. I'm expecting this gonna be a Marky x Wild Oreo type of game. But I know how to punish Marky so much.
Hindi ko talaga alam paano nakalusot pa lang si Sabi. Kasi nakaano na sila eh. Nakatakas na sila eh. Hindi na dapat magkakaroon ng value yung showstopper na yun. Tapos nakakuha pa siya ng 2. Okay na sana kung isa. Pero nakakuha siya ng may lawit. Extra 1. Parang yung tipo na nag-order ka ng 1-piece Chicken Joy sa delivery. Tapos nang pagkabukas mo ng box, 2-piece. Masaya. Hot sauce, naka 2-piece skill. Mukhang makaka 3-piece yan. Ako po, init ni Hot Sauce. Grabe ka naman, pare. Galing mo sobra.
One enemy remaining.
Love you, bro.
And here it is! Oh! Hindi kinakamot Oreo will be able to get the clutch! Hindi pa tapos ang mundo! Bilog ang mundo! Marami pang pwede mangyari when it's Wild Oreo we're talking about. Maririnig ba niya si Hot Sauce ngayon? Pinaikot-ikot. And now he's gonna be backing off. He's taking the back. Oh! Ay, akala niya mag-i-A site. Nalito! Nalito. Nalito si Wild Oreo ah. Or umikot lang siya.
Umikot lang siya?
Placing swarm grenade out.
I mean, ba't nila kailangan umikot kung nandiyan naman ang kailangan nilang gawin?
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Oh, okay, that's perfect. Yeah. It's gonna waste a little bit more time. Tapos kung nagkamali si Wild Oreo at natag siya ng detain, tapos na.
Makaklatch
But
ba to?
30-25 seconds remaining para kay Wild Oreo. Oh, sayang.
Sayang. Malapit na. Bren is back! Form 4-0, Asaray. Now 5-7? Is this it? Mark and EJ are not popping off compared sa first 2 maps. But the Sentinels are doing it, and especially si Hot Sauce. Ang galing ng impact niya so far sa mga previous rounds.
Ganda talaga ng stats ng Wild Oreo sa Envy ngayon. Look at that, 13-13. Savvy and the Hot Sauce, 12-12. Kahit may 2-round differential dito sila with Bren, napakalapit sobra ng match na nakikita natin ngayon. And I gotta say, ang ganda ng reads from either side actually. Kung nakikita mo kung paano mag-read si Wild Oreo kanina, si Envy, basang-basa nila yung movements ng kalaban. And then, Bren on the other hand, same thing din. If they get the upper advantage, they don't really let it go. And tuloy-tuloy lang siya. There will be some off rounds lang where I think nag-overcommit ang Bren sa particular site and it doesn't really work. Pero somehow they managed to still get the rounds in the end. It really is still a toss-up. Parang all of the matches that I almost cast pag Game 3, even if kasama ka or si Raph, have been neck and neck. This one, definitely not an exception din, Ray.
But I really do think today's set of matches kasi is definitely a game changer eh. Kaya, close pa rin talaga. You know, sinabi ko na nga kanina, di ba? Na ganun. Pero pag letter R talaga yung ka-tandem mo, talagang daming matatagal na games eh. Raph, Ray. See? Nakasalamin pa. Diba? By the way guys, nagsasalamin talaga. Naka-contact lens lang kasi ako ngayon. Para masaya. Tatanggalin yung contact lens ko para na-joke lang. Wala na ako makakita eh. Taas ng grado ng mata ko eh. Kaya diba, ang labo ng mata ko. Pero malinaw ang pagtingin ko sa'yo.
No prisoners.
Grabe. Ang galing. Meron ka bang times 8 scope?
Times 16 to, bro. Kitang-kita ko lahat.
Pati force ko, no?
Wala ka mag-force, hindi na kaya ng skin ko. And, unlike nung isa doon, pero ito na! Wild Oreo. Dinestroy lang ang wall ni Single. Huh? Wow. Gumawa ng icebergs. There. Ay, kasi yung pinches ni Harry pag tayo na. Alis!
Uy, naku!
Oh!
Oh, nako pa rin siya.
Okay. Nice.
Harry
nice
talaga master opportunist ngayon eh. Yung tipo na akala mo dumuplis na. Pero sumabit pala. Nice one, Javi. Marquis. Looking for a bit of opportunity. Pero si EJ andito na para may pagkakan. Able to even get Javi into the fight. Gets the 2K. Nice use of the Cloudburst para lang mabambuzol ang nakikita ng Oasis. And now, Ripper, 20 seconds, needs to pick up the spike. Enemies all around him. He is in uncharted territory. And that will be his graveyard. 5-8, Bren. Coming back. Online, grabe, walang katigil-tigil ang Bren ngayon.
Ito na ata, Soray. Ang pagbabalik ng hashtag Bren lang sa kalam. At don't jinx them.
Nagbago ang ang picture ni
Nino.
ng sino. Napasunin. Anyways. Savi. Hindi mo yung ginagawa niya ngayon. Wala siyang katigil-tigil. Mukhang nagising siya sa tamang parte ng kama ngayong araw. Basically, in English ko lang ang woke up on the right side of the bed.
Oh, I'm not sure yet about Oasis though. Dahil last year, Bren, when they get the first two sa defending nila, mapapanish ang Oasis at nangyari to sa Icebox sa Suraya na humina ang attacking side ng OWAS. Malakas sila sa fracture yet dito talaga. Nakita mo sino yung mas may malaking compatibility eh. Pagdating sa split,
30 seconds left.
Oh! Good shot mula kay Reaper.
Uy!
Tapos alam na nga din na kung nasaan. Buti nakapatay.
Oh my God!
Hindi kasi ace!
User performance qualifies for recognition.
What? Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari! Paano nung inagaw niya? Sa'yo! Ang girlfriend mo!
Parang bula.
Naglaho! Okay, let's get this. Happy gets one. Takes a good pick up na naman with the Bulldog. Kinagat ni Nert eh. Pero ito, akala ko mapipigilan pero oh my, what? A Bulldog spray and an ace. Is this the start ng Bren na mag-init at talagang i-steal tong series na to against Oasis?
Ito na ang child prodigy ng collegiate league ng Valorant, Sabi. Walang kamentis with this. And maganda dahil sa naka-Asian nun. I think he was 3 charges away from the showstopper. Napakalaking big threat ultimate ito. Kung nagka-make ng wrong mistake ang Oasis, ang laki na pwedeng gawin ni Sabi na impact sa economy nila. Now, he's baiting a lot of utility para lang mag-second guess ang Oasis kasi he wants to give EJ that free pass para makakuha ng short angle with the judge. Pero, Oasis, actually, if they slow peak this, ang laki na pwede maging impact ng EJ. Depends na lang kung gano'ng kabilis si Marky maka-clear ng angle dito ngayon. Wow! He actually checks the angle. Still there! Simple gets the kill with the ghost. My Ewan taps sa back ng side. Will peek out, but Envy flushes him regardless. Savvy, only good for one. Tries to get some damage more with the Bulldog pero hindi mangyayari yun. EJ, nag-react siya masyado dun sa onting butete na lumabas sa harapan niya. Unfortunately, he got caught. Laki sana ng impact play niya sana dun. Sayang-sayang.
Waiting for that go signal. Brain freeze. Freeze nga ba niya muli ang mga taga-uwas? Still, oh, nice. Mula kay Indy, expected. And once again, 6-9. Nice. Score. Pero still leading ang Bren. Siyempre naman mag-pop off si Indy, 17. Pero si Javi, talagang pumapalo, 21. And I'm happy to see this type of consistency kay Javi. Kasi dati hindi like after one game, it's just gonna lose it. But with this raise, I think he improved so much in using this agent also, Asaray.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Sobrang iba talaga ng pinapakita ni Javi ngayon. Alt Oreo though, naku, basang-basa siya pero Marky, syempre hindi niya hayaang ma-take na ng bro niya. Syempre mag 1-1 trade mo muna sila. Hot Sauce though, fighting against Marky, not really finding any form of success whatsoever ngayon, Ray. Envy drops down, walang timing si Marky para makakuha na kanyang dismiss. Habang nangyayari yun, medyo naligaw ba ang Oasis? Mukhang hindi. Maghahanap sila ng opportunity kay Brain Freeze who still gets the kill, equalizes the numbers, and gives a really strong fighting chance para kay Symbol and Hot Sauce.
Okay. Ito ang make or break ng Oasis this round. Planted. Oh. But, tinapon nila ng utilities ngayon kay Hot Sauce together with Symbol just to cut them off. Ready pang nano swarms mula kay Coco. Patibayan talaga to ng tutok. Kuya sa kuya. Edad sa edad. But Symbol waiting for that, but Reaper takes him down. Covers him up. Huwag mag-aasim. Alam mo, pwedeng mangyari, but Symbol! Alam minsan magagaling si Reaper, but Reaper saves the day! 7-9! It is! Oasis alive! And not barely breathing against Bren!
Grabe talaga ang back and forth nila. Hindi titigil ang Oasis dito hanggang hindi sila natatalo.
One enemy remaining.
Just smart Ripper is. I think this is a great way din para i-showcase natin kung gaano ka-talented ang mga controller players ng Bren or Oasis. Ripper and Brain Freeze, I think, play on the same wavelength. And actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Ray. I think pareho din silang Cebuano players, right? Alam ko si Brain Freeze, oo eh. I'm not sure about Ripper actually.
Oh, Marky! Oh, that's a good entry mula kay Marky. And we only have Symbol. I think biglang nagising kagad yung Oasis after after Reaper finishing up that round good. And they already know where Symbol is gonna be coming from.
Well, it's a three-pronged angle for Oasis. So unless sobrang makasingit si Symbol dito, hindi mo mawawalan ng idea ang Oasis kung saan siya manggagaling. And you're absolutely right. You can see already Rippers right there just holding the angle. Pero medyo thick ang wall natin. Hindi kakayanin ng wall bang ng Phantom dito. Symbol finds an opportunity to get one kill. Pero I mean, yeah, no time, no angle, not a strong weapon to really fight with. And that's Oasis just one away from equalizing.
Grabe. Malapit na ang comeback of the comeback na naman, Azuray. At ang linis ng entry ni Marky doon. That was really good coming in from him. And I thought that he's just gonna be shot down altogether sa kanyang Reyna. Yet, he's here. Pero may nagsabi, never ako nagcast ng Dota, Dominic. Sino yung Reyna na yan? Never ako nagcast ng Dota. Never once in my life na nag-MOBA game ako. Never na nagcast ako ng MOBA. Like, one time, pero sobrang pag lang yun. Just one time. Tapos di na ako nagcast ever. Talagang mapapa-time out ang Bren ngayon, Saray.
Papaisip sila. Where did I go wrong?
Oo.
Medyo nag-slow down na rin si EJ pala dito. 7-13-2. Especially on the defending side, not really the best. But that's why they're investing din sa kanya ang operator. Kasi they want to make him that one-time, big-time player per round. If EJ gets one pick-off with that up, ang laki ng value na binibigay nito at least para sa Bren.
Placing swarm grenade.
Sabihin mo, actually di ba medyo counterintuitive na bibigyan mo ng operator ang isang bottom fragger niyo. Pero, if he gets one kill, one crucial kill, that's already more than enough, I think, para sa Bren ngayon. And I mean, EJ can hit those shots, so, you know, that's also that. There's also that.
And I love the trust that they're investing kay EJ. Kahit medyo may pagkamalamig lang, parang panahon ngayon at parang kayo. Kaso nga lang, hinaharangan nila ng successfulness pero di nila alam na si at nandiyan na si Marky. Tapos, nakapag-social in na, may control mula sa side ng screens. The connection is back. Anong nawalwal? Si Reaper. Nakapag-entry na sila all throughout here in A ramps. And if I am on the spot ni EJ and Brain Freeze, I'll just go for the exit frag. Sobrang hirap na to. Magagaling sila na lahat ng members kagad ng Oasis. Nakaabang na lang sa kanila.
Wala nang chance dito para si Brain Freeze kasi si EJ makahanap ng any form of control. But at least they do save EJ's operator. That's always a big thing din naman. Always try for the next round. Ripper, nag-ingay siya ngayon. Brain Freeze gets caught. EJ might have been shown dun sa kill feed niya. Ooh, this is malaking investment to ngayon. Brain Freeze needs to save this particular weapon. He's not smoking the close just yet. Now he is. Spots out one already. Tago muna sa smoke tayo. Peekaboo and Brain Freeze. Napakalapit. Pero napakalayo para sa Oasis. Good save. EJ does fall, pero at least again, Bren saved the sniper.
Saves the day. And from 6-9, nice score. After 3 consecutive careful rounds, the confidence na meron si Wild Oreo together with Marky is right there already, Azuray. Nakakapagtaka at nakakagulat na meron pa kagad tsansa itong katulad ng Oasis. Pero Bren, second time around. EJ, will he punish someone once again? Wala yung mid-pick, wala nandiyan. Walang isa lang. Si Asus, kumuha ng info. Nakita nila, pero Asus is up there in the game. No audition! Ano ang isa sa 5 kung si Hotsox naman ang usapan. Oh my! Huwag niyong sasayangin ang important rounds, Oasis!
Player standing.
And it's all up to Coco Martin. 4 versus 1. At ang spike nasa kanya.
Precise.
Oh!
Teka, nakakaharap ng onting question dito si Coco. Pero ang problema, ginamit niya na sa simula ng round na kanyang lockdown. So wala siyang literal na utility na makakatulong sa kanya dito. Especially na nasira earlier on yung kanyang turret. So this 3 versus 1, wala siyang extra utility para makatulong sa kanya. If he plants the spike right now, everybody from Oasis or from Bren, excuse me, will barrel into the site. Maybe that's what he wants. Kasi if he plays this too early or too late na parang 5 seconds na lang matitira or something, susugurin talaga siya ng Bren dito. He might have waited for the turret first, play it much slowly, but Bren know that he's 100% onto the side. Beautiful use of the paranoia. Madadelay lalo si Coco dito. And honestly, I would have just wanted Coco to have just planted the spike earlier on para i-bait out siya ng Bren. Maybe he could have caught him with more time on the clock, pero he decided to run it down and well, nag-backfire sa kanya. That being said, roll back muna tayo sa ginawa ni Hotsox doon. Nakita niyo yung utility na binato ni Envy na ginamit niya yung Seize rather than yung Haunt. Hindi nila na-scout na si Hotsox yung nasa elbow. Nung from the shadows si Ripper, nag-TP siya sa backside, hindi niya nakikita kung ano yung nasa harap, nasa elbow side. So, Hotsox had the perfect angle para walang titingin sa kanya. And look at that, 2 players of Oasis were absolutely unaware of his positioning. Napakatalino ng positioning ni Hotsox doon, and a misplay of use of utility from Oasis.
Ganda. Ang ganda ng meron ng Bren. They're still composed. And nakakapagtataka lang sa Oasis. Parang may kinda Naos sila Asray. On the most important rounds, they lose it. Kanina may advantage lang sila sa Fracture kasi we all know they're much better than Bren sa Fracture. And it was a 9-3. But still a close one. Pero ngayon, Oasis, they force this round and they lose this, they lose the map. Unless there's just some miracle plays. Pero we haven't seen those good clutches talaga na sobrang thanks compared sa Bren. Here. At lahat ng tao, ba't kayo nag-aaway sa comment section?
Pasensya na. Nagsimula ang labananda sa pagiging corny ka.
Konya mo?
Corny.
Corny mo?
May tayo, may double C tayo. Corny saka corny. Saka cringe nga pala.
Cringe
Triple
ka,
C.
hindi ka corny.
Hey, thank you for differentiating that, Ray Ray. Okay. Anyways, again, alam na rin na Oasis na yun yung naging sala nila sa last round na yun. So, a quick little refresher lang muna and everything definitely is what the doctor will order. Now, Envy, he's been a pivotal... bago pa yun or sa observer lang? Yung ganun yung nakikita natin na blind ng con. Anyways, ang laking impact talaga na ginagawa ni Envy dito because I think they die and live by his utility. If Envy can open stuff up, napakalaking portion din na pwede nilang magawa dito. The 50-50 for Wild Ori doesn't work. Hotsox again, almost always gets these nifty little pickoffs. Speaking of nifty little pickoffs, Marky, paranoia from teammate is absolutely gorgeous. Brainfreeze getting 1-2K! And ito na, Coco and Envy in a 3 versus 2 with EJ still having blades and the operator in hand. Coco, oh, but si Envy, they planted it out in the open. This is perfect. I think everybody from Bren is just thinking, but nasa side sila. And Envy, ginamit na. Nightfall activated. Bingi si EJ at si Symbol. Hindi nila alam na ipag-double up si Coco.
Oh, ang smart move. Kahit alam nilang underman sila. Oy! He goes for the top. Akala ko kinontinue kagad ni Symbol. Pero pinaglalaroan pero wala na siyang oras to actually go for the defuse. And Coco finishes him out. Crucial round! Pero Asuran, anong meron? Buhay pa rin ang Owas! Buhay pa rin ang Bren Esports 10-10! Dikit pa sa glue ang labanan. Agad na parate. When you know you're undermanned, or when you know that somehow compete pa rin yung kalaban mo, that is a nice way where you're gonna be planting the spike, Azuray. Good point about it. Tapos may nightfall pa. Kumanta ng tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
Over again? Don't make me change my mind.
I would live to see another day.
I swear it's true.
Because a boy like you, it's impossible to find.
Impossible to. Teka lang. Ito na, 10-10. Aggressive hold or force fight na naman dito para sa Oasis. I think this is the first time makakita tayo ng standard wall para kay Symbol. Kasi he always almost, I think, just plays exclusively on a side. Wild Oreo! Woo! What an escape para kay Brain Freeze! Shouted step, napakabilis ng APAC niya. 1-2 and I'm out of here. Well, there was still a threat. They opened up the B side. Walang problema. And I'm loving the positioning for Marky. He's the one that you actually want to be playing on Hell. If he gets a kill, dismiss siya. If he doesn't, Wild Oreo is there for the swing. Really good crossfire setups ngayon para sa Oasis overall. And Invi's trying to stop them from coming through the spawn. Napakalaki ng radius ng lockdown na ito. Marky is hoping that maybe, just maybe, he can make something happen! But there it is to detain! Marky still at Hell! Hindi siya na-clear out! 3K na para kay Marky dito! Umaabot na siya papunta ng ace! Yung pala tayo sa exciting part na si Ripper makikisama sa laban! 2 kills for Ripper! Oasis take the advantage!
Azuray! Number 1, always check your corner. Number 2, si Marky tahimik lang. And number 3, kapag kailangan mo si Marky, kahit hindi siya gano'n nag-pop off nung unang half, sa important rounds, nakukuha niya to. 11-10, anong gustong gawin ng Bren? They save! Pero dapat Oasis di kayo magmamadali. Dahil pati Thrifty napapanalo ng Bren versus sa inyo.
They're reaching that critical mass point na Ray. These two teams not wishing defeat at all. Actually, I have to double check yung points natin. Alam ko Oasis, they're in danger if ma-knockout sila. Ang Bren din ba? Actually, if Bren loses, they're the same stats with Oasis. So both teams do not want to lose. Kasi they're gonna be in the same realm of RRQ and Southfield Esports. O kanina pa tayo nag-uusap na Oasis this, Oasis that. Pero Bren din pala, hindi pa tapos sa final grade. Hindi pa sila pumapasa.
Papunta pa lang ata sa exciting part ang Bren. Pero magkikita. Check your corner. Sabi ko sa inyo, takes 1, 2. Symbol na lang together with hot sauce. Winnable pa. May oras ha. May oras. Pero may pan-delay. Sana si hot sauce para i-pick off siya. Pero expected through the smoke. Wala nang oras para kay hot sauce. And that's it. It's gonna be a match point toward Oasis Azuray. And will it actually be an overtime or hindi?
Ang ganda ng ginawa ni Coco doon. Nakita mo yung placement ng turret niya actually towards the B main rather than outside, rather looking towards garage. Napasecond kasi EJ, akala niya ay nilagay ni Coco tapos bumalik agad siya sa B para makatulong sa mga teammates niya. Tapos hindi niya na final clear yung angle sa backside. Ganda. Sobrang talino ni Coco doon. And with that, he gets what? 2K? Which was enough, I think, for Ripper and teammate to clear out the round. It's now match point na. And Bren, let's look at it. They actually have a decent buy in this round. So hindi pa naman complicated para sa kanila. They can still possibly win one more. The problem is, I think nakakuha na ng grasp ang Oasis sa attacking end nila.
But as for Bren, May ready dito si Brain Freeze. He can get info or he can play along with Oasis. Nice smoke. Kaso sisimula may isa pang flash dito si Marky. Isa pang leer. Pero nakaabang agad si Javi. Oh! Matatimingan ba with the pain shells? May si Brain Freeze. Sabi ko diba? Pag kailangan nyo din si Brain Freeze, magpapakita siya ngayon. But then, ikukumit nila to. Oh, Coco is gonna go down. Envy and Reaper all by themselves. It's either you plant for default or either you plant for main. Pero oh, ENV gets 1. Going up against 4.
But this is Envy.
30 seconds left.
Oo nga, it's Envy we're talking about. But oh, ang hirap. Ang hirap. Lahat nakaswing na sana sa kanya. And may pag-asa pa, Suray! Lamagoti! Ray Curse! Buhay na buhay!
Makapit talaga tayo sa exciting part ng match natin ngayon. Tingin ko pag sa akin, hindi siya curse eh. Kasi umabot tayo sa pinnacle of human competition. Ayos ba yun? Ito yung tipo na hindi na mamblema ang teams. Namamblema tayo sa sobrang tagal ng laban. Pero, ang ganda ng pinapakita ng Oasis sa Bren.
Siyempre, Bren yan at saka Oasis eh. I'm expecting it to be like this. And knowing na split yung has map, walang advantage dito. Nasa willingness nila kung gusto nilang manalo. Kaso nga lang, RNG power lang sa UAS ngayon. Delayed. Buti nakaalis ng maigis. Wala yung nabawas sa armor. Na kay Marky yung entry. Oh, nice one mula sa Nightfall. Pero nga lang, always check the corners when there's a who gets it. Pero aware ba sila na meron sa corner ng side? Sumunod na kagad si Javi and now they will be punished. And now we only have Hotsos together with Brain Freeze pero gusto na talagang tapusin ng mga taga-awas. Hotsos with a dream. Low si Wild Oreo. Low si Coco. Pero he gets 1. Magmamadali ba ang Oasis? Or katapusan na ba ito ng Bren sa series na to for tonight's set of games?
Hot Sauce, I think best player you can actually ask to go for a clutch. Pero napakatindi ng order na kailangan niyang gawin dito ngayon. Ang daming utilities na kailangan niyang i-go through. It's being tagged out slowly by Oasis. Alam niya kung nasa na sila.
Attackers win.
Hot Sauce gets knocked out. And Oasis take the round. And now Bren are in the same score as SBE. 2-3 in danger of being knocked off in the group stage. May nagbubutot sa Oasis.
And the guys are happy. Kailangan pala naka-lights off eh. Para talagang makita nila yung corners na kailangan nilang i-check. Kasi last time, parating naka-lights off. Ngayon, you turn me off like a light switch daw, sabi ni Charlie Puth. But overall, wow, that was a good split up between Bren and Oasis. All I can say, it's a really, tong matchup na to, sobrang dikit. Yeah. Ibig sabihin lang sa split, pag ito yung last map nyo, ganito kadikit yung laban. Especially nga hindi siya best map ng Oasis together with Bren. But overall, it was such a nice performance. They actually denied that composition with that fade. But at the same time, that double duelist setup, all paved in sa mga members nila. But looking at it, sobrang close ng damage, ng headshot percentage. But then Oasis, they get the frag wins kasi ang init talaga ni Wild Oreo together with the Marky ng mga crucial moments, especially on those rounds 21 to 24.
We see again kung gaano ka resilient din ang Oasis roster. Hindi sila natatakot na basically rely on specific players to really match out these rounds, or at least, go back into form. I think that's one of the weaker parts din ng Oasis, na sometimes they just can't rebound. Pero somehow they were able to manage through. And I think this was in help of their more experienced players or more veteran players in the form of Ripper and Coco. Wild Oreo and Envy, I'd argue they're still pretty young and medyo nahihirapan sila to keep the flame rolling. Pero Ripper and Coco honestly played out of their minds to keep Oasis definitely afloat. And you do see that with the impact. Granted, hindi mataas ang kanilang combat score and everything, but their KDAs and overall highlights throughout this game were absolutely phenomenal. That being said, ganda din ang pinakita ni Envy. Actually, lahat sa Oasis really did their part in this. There was even one for Marky who was bottom fragging the whole game, where he had a 4 or 3 or 4K na just absolutely saved the round para sa Oasis.
At hot sauce has been really popping off, pero it's not enough. Asoray para ma-take over to. But at the same time, sa tingin ko yung last round na yun, naging posible lang talaga sa Oasis kasi nakapag-igib ng pang Nightfall si Indy. And we can really see the magic that Fade has. Especially sa split, kuhang-kuha lahat eh. Napakaliit ng map. So, yung emo thunder niya, alam mong it's gonna put on a stop. Plus, na-dictate nga nila kagad saan nila i-expect ang members ng Bren. Pero still, amazing performance from Javi. Still, this is improving so much with getting that. Dati, usually Reyna siya or Jet, if I'm not mistaken. Pero with those necessary adjustments that he's been getting with the Neon, with the Raze, I love the improvement that this team has. Pero, ibig sabihin lang to. Ito, Azuray, a crucial match. Oasis was able to survive it. And, talagang hindi pa tapos ang boxing sa mga teams na nag-lose streak last week. There's still a chance and there's still a total of 3 days bago natin ma-determine kung sino nga ba ang 6 teams na pupunta dito sa mismong playoffs natin for next week's set of games. Ang haba na mga matches natin ngayon, but these are the crucial games. But overall, it was fun casting with Azuray sa last 2 series nga between Bren and Oasis, and kanina nga ang Naos together with RRQ. So Azuray, any last words bago ka bumalik papuntang English broadcast?
Salamat po sa ibinigay niyo sa aking oportunidad para makapag-broadcast dito sa Tagalog ng VCT. At hindi ko makakalimutan kung saan po ako nanggaling. Yun lang po. Salamat.
And now guys, we're gonna be heading off to the panel right after this short break, guys. Muli, ako si Riri, kasama ko si Azuray. This has been Azuray, guys. And see you for tomorrow's set of games.
is just greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2, and it is Oasis Gaming for the win for the final series of the day with a 2-1 against Bren Esports. History repeats itself, and Oasis remains to be the bane of Bren Esports. Let's actually jump into the series highlights as we discuss this, because Fluffy, I know you have a lot to say. As Black and Blue said, there were so many rounds that this could have gone the other way so easily.
True, I mean, we had that shaky start on the side of Oasis Gaming with very close games overall in all maps, starting here on the highlights on Icebox. Bren, so strong, so consistent with the pressure that they can put out, winning so many clutches. And honestly, even when their back is against the wall, they played so well in those situations, not giving any space for Oasis Gaming to move. And they even had that counter pressure where when Oasis would make one move, they would use their roster and their composition to basically force Oasis out into space. Moving on to the latter two maps, which were taken eventually by Oasis Gaming, I guess that tactical terror that Fade does provide has been the adaptation that they took with very interesting comps moving in to the second and third maps of the series. The second, you see Wild Oreo normally on that initiator or duelist role playing the Cypher, for instance, and more recently the Viper, showing the flexibility of that player. But also towards the end, we see that Envy really pulling out not only the recon and initiating ability of Fade, but clutching it out himself. But on the side of Bren Esports, we also see so many heavy hitters. Savvy 8K coming in so big on both second and third maps, close games, none of which got to overtime. Really shows the determination that both of these teams really wanted to get that W.
Absolutely, and especially in this map particularly, in this last map, it was really Envy, I think, who was instrumental in shutting down quite a bit of Bren's attempts whenever they did try to go aggressive. Envy was usually there. Oh, that was a beautiful, beautiful double showstopper there from the boy, Wonder himself, Savvy AK. But Savvy AK, whenever he was picked off, it felt like Bren was kind of lost without him. See that he was Savvy Ace K twice, I think. Or no, just the one time in this match in round 14. And other than that, Oasis, they gave such a difficult time for Savvy to really try to pop off. That might have been, the little bit of the straw that broke that mental camel's back for Bren.
Yeah, and this must be so frustrating for Bren though, because they came so close to victory, just a few rounds away from it. I mean, what is it, Fluffy, about Oasis Gaming that Bren can't seem to crack?
I feel like they have that explosive power. We know we talk about more this stage, the discipline side of things, especially with the new structure they have coming in with Wacky as well, helping out with a lot of those discipline and fundamentals. But you don't underestimate the power of Oasis Gaming's firepower in itself. Although it wasn't an easy mountain to climb, it was a very long struggle that Bren Esports put up such an amazing fight against.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. But, Oasis Gaming, this was just amazing. And of course, bringing up our MVP of the series, I believe it is going to be Marky and G10. This was quite a performance. I mean, everybody, I feel like, performed really, really well. But I think Marky just here, he was just so impactful for this victory for Oasis.
He really was. I mean, it shows in the stats. Marky, he was kind of topping the charts in Icebox for Oasis, and even then, even when he wasn't having top frag, he was still very, very close in to kill KD. As you can see, he did still maintain that positive KD, 27 kills per round. Very, very instrumental in the success of Oasis Gaming, and quite a few highlight moments for this player as well. 213 ACS too. Wow.
Yeah, I kind of imagine him and Envy kind of like being the dual blades, I guess, of Oasis Gaming. Don't you think, Fluffy?
Yeah, I was going to say that also. Another thing about Marky, aside from the stats, is the way he plays around the team is something that the team needs. He's not afraid to enter the site as the main duelist. Sometimes it means that he's kind of the bait for a lot of these plays, but he does get the space needed for the team to actually mobilize. So his presence, even though he might not be the top fragger for every game, is such an instrumental part of the game plan that Oasis Gaming is trying to play.
Yes, and that's exactly like, he definitely delivers in his role. And another person who does just that as well is Wild Oreo, and we can bring him on over to the panel for a quick interview. I actually kind of wish Fluffy was doing this interview, of course, with Oasis Gaming. I feel like that would be entertaining. Wild Oreo, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you guys probably want to celebrate a little bit tonight, maybe have something nice for dinner, but we're going to ask you a few questions. So I want to know how you guys prepared for this match, especially since you guys have gone up against Bren Esports many, many times before.
We were happy nung 5 p.m. yung game namin. Kasi wala na morning girls. Hindi rin kami nag-anti-strat eh. We just focused on our game and we played it really well. And I'm proud with the team.
No, I super believe in the superstitions. So I agree with you there. Anything that can help you guys perform at your best, even if it's not waking up in the morning. Absolutely. Second question is, Fracture was a little challenging for the team. Can you talk about, a little bit of the challenges and the obstacles that you encountered there?
Yung sa Fracture namin, medyo nahirapan kami nung yung dish namin kasi ang dami UT nila nun eh. So, we just played our game lang talaga.
But it's good you guys identified such a trouble spot. It seems like it's going to be an easy fix moving forward into your next matches. So, as things were heating up on Split, you guys had a little bit of a timeout. I think in the third to the last round or something, and then you guys came back with a vengeance to close out the series. Can you are you able to let us know what went on there? How were you guys able to regroup in that short period of time?
During a timeout, nag-timeout kami para kinat namin yung momentum nila. So, parang nawala init ni Savi, ganon.
Yeah, and I think that's super super smart, of course, because Bren Esports, all of them like essentially play like duelists, and I think that in terms of strategy, of course, if you can cut the momentum, why not? Do you guys have any shout outs that you'd like to give? By the way, maybe to your boy on the panel over here that you might want to give a shout out to.
Shout out to our sponsors, syempre, sa Oasis Gaming, kina ate. Thank you. Kay Fluffy O2 Gaming, the 5'11 na stallion guy, our ex-coach. Ito din. Sa friends and family po namin, kay mama, tsaka kay kuya. Yun lang po.
All right. Thank you very much to Oasis Gaming and Wild Oreo for speaking on their behalf. You can see the rest of the team there chilling. Thank you guys so much, and we are looking forward to the rest of your matches. Have a good night.
Thank you.
So there you have it. I get the Fluffy always is guaranteed a shout out whenever
I
there's
don't
an
understand
Oasis.
why my height is always included in the thing.
And your school. And your
Apparently.
school. Yeah. Yeah.
There are positive traits about it. You gotta sell the Fluffy whenever you get the chance.
Why not highlight it? Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the results today, and I think the biggest win of which, story wise, is Southbolt Esports. I mean, that moral victory for SBA at G10, so important for them to get out of that danger zone. But right alongside them, though, are RRQ. So it's gonna be really interesting for these teams the next few days.
Oh yeah. Not just RRQ are beside SBE, but also Bren now. They're all tied together. Unfortunately, at the bottom, fighting to get to the playoffs, trying to claw their way out of there, out of relegation, just any way they can. With Naos already being gone, there's only one spot left for someone to be eliminated. And in the next couple days, we're going to be seeing which one of the three are going to be seeing us in the next stage, maybe, because of course they will be going to playoffs. SBE, RRQ, and Bren, all of the teams on the left side, they are still in danger, and it only gets harder from here on in.
True. I mean, the pressure is truly on for all the left side teams. SBE, RRQ, and Bren Esports are all vying to avoid the spot to join Naos in what is going to look like the two that might not be able to make it to the playoff season. But at least for some of the teams like SBE coming into this, or even RRQ, they have that momentum to go from today to tomorrow, knowing that they've gotten that win today.
Yeah, there's as we check out the standings, there's a very interesting tug of war going on in two very troublesome spots, I guess. Of course, you have that seventh slot, which means elimination, and right now it's looking like it could, in the next few days, it could be Bren Esports, it could be RRQ, it could be Southbolt Esports, depending on how the matches go. And of course, somewhere in the third, fourth, and fifth, there is also another conflict happening because even though they still do have that security of qualifying, this still affects their placement and Fluffy, who they might be up against in the playoffs.
Right. So placement is also important because that the top two teams are the top two teams to beat. So depending on how you place for the midfield teams, it's really going to affect your matchups going into that, which can hurt or help your chances depending on your play style into just going straight into APAC and winning the entire stage too. But that's not to say that the midfield teams are not in danger of also falling down the drain and going all the way down, maybe even taking that slot that no one wants to take, which might take you out to the elimination bracket, because there's still a lot of games coming up this week. There's a big chance that a lot of these 2-2, 3-2 teams, if they play their games wrongly, can still end up as 4 loss or 5 loss.
Yeah, it's gonna get really dicey. I mean, I would say even that the action really is going to happen between this third spot over there where you see Alpha Esports Pro, and then you have the 7th with Southbolt Esports. Any movement there is going to have major consequences on our standings and hence our playoffs as well. Let's look at tomorrow's schedule and see what kind of interesting matches we have. I believe we do have Team Secret going up against Action PH first, and then we have Alpha Esports Pro going up against RRQ, and Oasis Gaming versus Southbolt Esports. G10, do you have your eyes on any interesting matchups over here?
Oh yeah, as you know, I am a big SBE fan, and I have been.
No, I didn't realize.
Yeah, you don't identify with the Titos of FPS, so I really want to. And Fluffy, of course, you know very well who this team is. So I have my eyes specifically on game number 3. Oasis has been doing so well lately. Envy looks incredibly solid, and of course we did have. We just had them on air while already seemed very, very confident as well. So, and they have the momentum from the win today. And they convert that into a win against SBE tomorrow because SBE, as you guys know, still kind of fighting for their lives a little bit. And if Oasis is going to be able to stop them from progressing further in this tournament, then I think that's going to be a pretty big notch in their cap.
Yeah, I'm also excited for a lot of the games tomorrow, especially what G10 mentioned on that third game, but also the first game, seeing Team Secret, since they are at that comfortable lead, they have the chance, like what Fade mentions, Secret Fade, the coach, that they have the chance to experiment a bit more, or maybe even keep some secrets moving on to playoffs. But for the last game, I'm going to be super excited because, like G10 has said previously, the Oasis game is always one of my hype games, but I don't think that they finished today, as much as I want to celebrate their win, as the cleanest of games. So I think still a lot to improve from that team, and hopefully they have the adjustments ready by tomorrow.
So I have to ask you guys, are you going to try what Dax and Black and Blue were supposed to do? And maybe bring out the jerseys, yeah, to represent.
If I had a jersey,
I could.
If you guys have given me, if any of you teams want me to rep your jersey on stream, work for you.
You know,
just send me a thing.
Jersey.
G10, if only we knew somebody who had a Southbolt Esports jersey.
Hmm.
Who could that be?
Not a
I wonder.
That's a good question.
If only we knew somebody, who is listening right now. No, he's not listening right now. Probably watching the stream. I hope he is. If only we knew somebody who we could message like a little bit later, who could hand you something for tomorrow. But yes, that's all tomorrow. You can stay tuned and see if Fluffy and G10 are gonna, duke it out here on behalf of their teams. But of course, we want to thank all of our sponsors. We want to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here to the Philippines. And of course, this tournament right here, the VCT Challengers PH Stage 2, is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And if you want another link to collect on VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new top F15 powered up by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash into action with the tough F15's thin and light and stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and RTX graphics with a MUX switch and powerful DDR5 memory. Go to the link down below that you can see on your screen or in the comments, ph.rog.gg/rogxvct2022 for more information about the tough F15.
Right there. Right over there.
There
That
it
is our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks you to our prod, our panel, Fluffy and G10, our wonderful, beautiful casters on the English and Filipino broadcast. And I just have to say, you guys, under the right circumstances, the Ray curse apparently is not that bad.
Yes, that's
I
right. We
wonder
just need
what
to
that
keep
could be.
somebody over there. We need to keep a certain somebody over in the Filipino broadcast to keep the Ray curse in check.
It can be nullified apparently. We're learning.
That's right.
Stage 2 meta right here. And
Welcome
of course,
back to English.
our amazing prod team. I hope you guys treat yourself after this whole thing. Treat yourselves every night, by the way. Shout out to prod. See you here, same time, same tomorrow as week 2 continues for VCTPH.
Taking the road to who you were sure, a celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core, in a space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming